Pete and the Water Tower. Written and narrated by Jill Penrod. Chapter 1. Peter. Dad left 8 weeks after the accident. We weren't surprised. I mean, he and Mom had fought for months. They seemed to believe the walls of our house were soundproof, but they weren't, so we knew how many evenings ended with angry exchanges. We also knew the fights weren't why he left. Dad was pretty passive. He'd have stayed to the end, I think, as most of the yelling coming through the walls was Mom. But after the accident, he couldn't figure out how to go on. Suddenly, he had to take charge, and Dad didn't have the first clue how to take charge. Starfish and I missed him, but what could we do? Everything was different. Since everything was changing already, for Dad to walk away simply kept up the inertia we had going. Then, of course, we had to move, because we had nothing left. Star fought the move, but I thought it paled compared to the rest of it. What was a move in light of the end of a family? 5 seconds. We'd been told the accident, from beginning to end, had taken less than 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, our worlds had spun out of control, and it was sure going to take more than 5 seconds to find the brakes on it. That summer, right after school ended, Dad took all of us to his mother's house, and he left us there. Mom, Starfish, and I would live with Dad's mom. Dad didn't tell us where he was going to live. He kissed Mom, kissed Starfish, shook my hand, and with tears in his eyes, simply said he wasn't strong enough for the life we had right now. He didn't want us to hate him, but he was weak, knew that he was weak, and hated that he was weak. However, that hatred didn't stop him from being weak, and he walked down the pitted walkway to the crumbling driveway, got in his car, and drove away. We never saw him again. That began the second part of our lives, the one without Dad, where Mom was new, Grandma took care of the details, and nothing looked like it had for the first 14 years. It started badly, but change has that tendency. It ended great, because I forgot to mention one little detail. God was looking out for the Staffords, and regardless of the twists, turns, and complete nosedives the story takes, if God's watching out for you, you're golden. Trust me on this, I would know. Especially that nosedive part. Yeah, we saw a whole lot of those. But noses scab and heal, and life can go on. It smells strange in here, Starfish whispered when Grandma left us alone. We were taking over the small upper section of her house, which was roughly broken into 2 rooms. This was sort of an attic, so the ceiling was sloped, too low to stand up in a few places. My grandpa had once started to finish it, so the beams were covered, but it still looked, felt, and smelled like an attic. What if it's mold? What if we die from living up here? Nobody would care, Pete. Nobody cares about us. Dad left us here like kittens at the pound. And Mom... Starfish was having a hard time dealing with Mom. That made sense, because they had been close, and Starfish was just like Mom. Like old Mom. She had plans, ambitions, dreams. Having Mom's brain break during Star's final years of high school, and then moving to a new town to live in our grandmother's tiny house, was not part of Star's plan. And she was angry. I might have been angry. I didn't get angry often, so maybe this gnawing in my gut was anger. But I thought it was something else. Fear, maybe. I wasn't afraid of much, either, but when Dad's car pulled out of the drive, I'd sure felt something, and it wasn't something good. While he hadn't surprised me, I also hadn't expected it. But then, nothing for the past 2 months had lived up to expectation. Let's unload some boxes, I suggested. That seemed like the sensible thing to do right now. We had an empty room and full boxes. Unpacking made sense. We needed some sense. Why? We can't stay here, Pete. How can we live here? You have other options? I asked, because I think we're staying here. She growled at me. Don't you see how hard this is? You're just like him, letting the world happen around you. Look around you, Peter. This life shouldn't happen to us." I didn't want to hear that I was like Dad. I didn't hate my dad, but I knew he was spineless. I knew Mom always got what she wanted, that Dad seemed to have no thoughts of his own. Then when Mom's brain had stopped running the show, Dad had walked away. I wondered who would run his show now. Anyway, I had thoughts of my own. Nobody ran my show but me. I was also a realist. Pitching a fit up here in Grandma's tight, narrow, super hot attic wasn't going to change a thing. Considering the super hot part, I opened the windows and set the box fan running. White noise made me want to rip out my hair, but Starfish needed it. She didn't handle heat well. If I cooled down her outside, maybe she could do a little internal cooling too. Yeah, it was a long shot, but long shots were all we had. And wow, the target was small and almost invisible in the distance. A normal life. I knew that was Star's goal, and we were a very, very long way from there. Another galaxy far away. But unpacking and cooling us down was all I could think to do, so we reluctantly started to do it. Someone from Grandma's church had lugged 3 twin beds up here. Dad should have brought our furniture, but he didn't think like that. He wasn't a detail man. So we had 3 old twin beds, 2 dressers, neither of which sat square on the floor, and nothing else. And yet the area was small enough that those 5 items were a tight fit. "It's no fair you get a room of your own because you're a boy," she said. "I'm older. Mom is a mom." "I don't need a room of my own," I said. I'd said this before. More than once, in fact. But if Star took the largest area, and it didn't have a door, just a double-wide doorway, so it barely counted as an individual room, then she wouldn't have as much to complain about. Right now, she was holding together by finding as much to complain about as possible. I let her have it. It was a strange coping mechanism, but it was better than the first 3 weeks where she hadn't stopped crying. That had gutted me. I didn't want to spend those 3 weeks crying, but watching her cry had done me in. Dad had joined her. I'd spent a lot of time walking around the block to keep from crying all the time with them. Star huffed at me and pulled a bunch of pillows and stuffed animals from a box. She would decorate up here. In no time, it would look homey. Her side would look homey at least. Mom didn't care about decor much now. I never had. Maybe I did it to drive Star crazy, because she couldn't understand not being surrounded by sentimental bling. Maybe I did it because I didn't care and I didn't collect sentimental bling. "It's no fair you have so little to unpack," she said, when I put bedding on my bed, stuffed my clothes into 2 drawers and left the rest in the box next to the bed, and said I was done. I couldn't help but laugh. "So it's someone's fault that you collect everything and I collect nothing?" She huffed again, her eyes suspiciously damp. I wondered if I could run out before the waterworks started. Except he had run out, and so I would stay. I wasn't Dad. She sat on the bed, and I sat at her side. I was 3 years younger than Star, but I was taller than she was. I'd gotten my height from Mom's side of the family. Star came from Dad's side. Dad himself wasn't short, 5'10", but the women in that family were little, like Grandma. Grandma barely came up to my shoulder. Now that tiny old lady ran our family. Life had gotten very weird. The wooden steps up to the attic creaked and groaned, and Grandma and Mom appeared. Grandma clung to Mom's arm to steady her, her eyes bright in her wrinkled face. I wondered if she knew Mom and Dad had been fighting before the accident. Would she have taken us if she knew? What did she think about her son dropping us here like kittens? "Your mom wanted to see her new space," Grandma said. She let go of Mom's arm and moved to stand beside Star's bed, stroking a large stuffed pink lion. "Oh, Star, you're going to make it look so alive up here." Star nodded. She loved Grandma, so she didn't complain. I knew she would complain to Grandma eventually, but my sister was hurt and sad, not a monster. Peter has to walk through our room to get to his, Star said. She shook her head. I know you're trying, Grandma, but this is hard. Grandma sat down on the bed and put her arm around Star. They looked normal together, both about the same size. Mom and I were too big for the pair of them. Mom sat on the third twin, looking around in confusion. I hated that look. Her brows pulled in, and she always looked like she might cry. The worst part of the accident was that Mom lost most of her past and a lot of her smarts, but she knew enough to know that she'd lost it. She was aware that she was different. I couldn't imagine that. It's not home, Mom said. Her brow furrowed deeper, something it did when she tried to access missing thoughts. Rarely did she find them. Is it home? No, Star said quietly. We moved, Mom. Remember? Today is moving day. We have a new house. We live with Grandma now. We get to bake cookies. Mom smiled at that. Making Mom happy had become the family pastime. Cookies, Mom said. She closed her eyes and sniffed the air, although nothing up here smelled like cookies. I love cookies. Grandma chuckled and stood. Can you two unpack for Evelyn? I'll take her down and get some cookies started. Any orders? I like your snickerdoodles best, Star said. She sighed and ran her hand over her eyes. Then she whispered the next words. I'm sorry, Grandma. Grandma wrapped her arms around Star and rocked her, looking up at me as she did. She had a question in her eyes, but I wasn't sure what it was. We're okay, I said. I shrugged. I figured that was an acceptable lie. I know, she said. We'll all be okay. She took Mom back down the creaky steps, and Star pulled the lion into her lap and wrapped her arms around it. Do you think we'll be okay, Pete? We will, I said. Was that a lie? I didn't know, nor did I care. It was the right answer, lie or not. God fixes broken things. She laughed. We'll see about that. But maybe. She could have died. They said that 100 times. Pete, this is the worst, and don't ever tell anyone I asked this, but would that have been so much worse? I sat at her side and pulled her stuffed seal into my lap. It had come from a zoo trip a few years ago. All of us had gone on that trip, our whole happy family. I don't know, I said, because I'd had the thought too. Was Mom still herself? We didn't really know this lady who lived in Mom's body. Was it okay to grieve the Mom we'd lost when it appeared she was right in front of us? Mom felt possessed sometimes, like a new person had moved into her body. What was a person supposed to do with that? I don't know anything, Star. She put her arm around me and pulled my head down to her shoulder, slowly rocking. I was whiny, she said. I'm sorry. You're young. You're tall, and sometimes... You did better than Dad lately, you know. Don't boys need their dads? Girls need their moms, I said. We both need both of them. We both lost both of them, she said. But we have each other. I nodded and closed my eyes. Yes, we had each other. Right now, that would have to do. Are you kidding me? I turned a slow circle in the room, and Star giggled. Grandma and I had fun, she said. Mom had fun, too. She picked out these two. They had gone shopping this morning, and they bought stuff for my room. I now had 2 stuffed animals on my bed, a blue and red bear, which apparently Mom had picked out, and 4 posters. 2 of those were movie posters from old sci-fi movies, and 2 were landscapes, a mountain and beach scene. I was pretty sure Grandma had been behind the landscapes, as her theme seemed to be peace, and the posters were peaceful. Star knew what movies I liked, so those were her. It didn't stop there. A vase of flowers sat on the dormer windowsill, picked from Grandma's wild flower bed, and a string of white lights hung around the dormer. Also, a strange, shaggy green carpet about the size of a bath towel lay beside my bed. I felt like I was in a girl's dorm room. Not that I knew what that would look like, but the shaggy rug screamed girls' dorm to me. "They had fun," Star said. "Don't be so hard on them." I laughed. "You're such a liar. Half of this was your doing." She giggled again. "True, but they wanted to make you feel at home. Mom keeps going on and on about settling in new homes. She needed to know you were settling." And we couldn't say no to Mom. That was probably going to get us into trouble at some point, but right now it made life run more smoothly, and we would do anything for a little smooth sailing. "It's not like we're going to invite friends over," Star said, falling onto her bed. I could see her from my bed, so we had no privacy up here. She'd grumbled about that, but not like I'd expected. Because Grandma was great, Star was trying. "Real friends won't care," I said. I laughed. I was not a glass-half-full sort of person, so the words sounded ridiculous coming from my lips. "Do you miss your friends?" she asked. I moved back to her side of the room and sat on Mom's bed. It had a few new stuffed animals, too. Old Mom would have hated the look of her area, as she also had a cheap beach poster and 2 animals on her bed, but new Mom was easier to please. "I don't know," I said. "Sure." She grimaced. "You don't, do you? I made fun of you for being a loner, but now that's a perk. You don't miss people. I wish I was a loner and had nobody." The words stung, but they weren't personal. She was right. I was a loner. I had school friends, but not close friends. I also had some internet friends from a couple forums, and my situation hadn't changed those friendships. "We should find people," Star said, sitting up straighter. I wasn't sure where that had come from. School had let out a week ago. Summer loomed ahead. I didn't even know how to find people outside of school, and we had weeks before it started. Which was a good thing. I wasn't looking forward to starting freshman year in a new school, knowing nobody. "How?" I asked. "I don't know. The mall? The pool?" "Does this city have a mall or a pool?" I asked. I wanted the answer to be no. I didn't want to meet strangers, especially not at a mall or a pool. "We should find out," she said. "Let's go driving. There's also youth group. Grandma's church is too little for a youth group, but maybe we could find another one." "What just happened?" I asked. "You're being positive about this." She rolled her eyes. "Grandma's kind of excited about having us here. I thought we were all alone, but we're not. But I don't know if we can make it, Pete. Grandma's on a fixed income. Mom has disability income. None of that is much money. I should get a job, I guess, and that means we need to go driving too, to see what's out there. We went shopping, but I wasn't paying attention to anything." Star also had the worst sense of direction, so even if she'd been paying attention, it wouldn't have helped. We went driving. I manned the GPS, reading Star directions instead of letting the phone read them to her. Mistwood had nothing. I kid you not, it had cows and sheep. But Grandma said things happened in Calicorn and Evansdale, so we drove to Calicorn. It sure wasn't big, but it had all the basics. A couple small community pools, a mall, and lots of churches. Star could probably find some people here, but we would go to school in Mistwood, and we didn't know how to find people there. When we finished our Calicorn recon, we drove Mistwood, which took all of 10 minutes, and that only because Star took 2 wrong turns and spent time backtracking. We found 2 churches, bigger than the little church Grandma attended, and we took down their names, because they might have youth events. When we got home, I was worried. I'd struggled with all the changes, but I was coping. However, today's excursion reminded me we had to go to school at some point. New buildings, new people, lots of drama and change. I'd heard small towns could be closed off to strangers, and while I didn't need a lot of people, I needed some, and didn't want to be shunned because I was new. That fear drove me to join Star the first time she attended Mistwood Christian's youth group. It was a good thing, eventually, but sometimes good things have humble, not-so-awesome beginnings. Chapter 2. Wendy. I'd heard the Vireo call all morning, but I hadn't seen him. They weren't rare, but wow, they were elusive. If I found this bird, I'd have the whole row checked on my bird list. I already had 3 completed rows, but it wasn't enough. I wanted to see them all. The air was still chilly, because late May didn't get that hot around here. By late July, I wouldn't be out here, that's for sure. I melted in the summer. I wished Mom and Dad had raised us in Minnesota or Upper Michigan. Cold temps, snow, so much better than melting summer days when it hurt to breathe and I didn't want to move. A girl can only strip off so many clothes in the heat and get away with it, and legal stripping still didn't help in July. I wasn't on the path, following the bird call, when I felt something. I looked around. I wasn't alone. How did I know that? I'd read that line in suspense novels, when the hero knows someone is watching him or her from the shadows. But I thought that was just book reality. However, right now, I was sure I was being watched. I looked around, curious and growing somewhat nervous. This was a public park, so it's not like I expected to be all alone. But off the path, back here at the park's edge, I guess I did expect to be alone. "Hello," I said quietly. I felt ridiculous saying it, especially since I whispered it. If someone dangerous was out here, I shouldn't call at all. If it wasn't someone dangerous, they would never hear me whispering. I rolled my eyes at myself and turned my attention back to the bird call, which, unfortunately, was further away than before and moving higher into the trees. I'd lost it. "Drat," I mumbled. I didn't whisper that. And I heard a sound from the right. I glanced that way and found some boy sitting against a tree, a journal on his knees, laughing at me. So I'd been right. Someone was out here watching me. The hair on my neck prickled, and that made me angry. "What? What are you laughing at?" "Your colorful language," he said. He had a nice smile, even if he was using it to mock me. "It's lacking a little spice." "So you want me to stand out here cursing at birds and squirrels?" "No," he said. "I'm not much for the most colorful language myself." "What were you doing?" "Looking for a vireo," I said. Nothing. "A bird." "Oh," he said. He looked up. "I see why. This place is filled with them. They're louder than I expected." "So you don't come here often?" I asked. He grinned again, and this time I grinned with him. It sounded like a pickup line from a movie. "Nope. First time. I couldn't sleep because the bedroom was 1,000 degrees, so I took a walk. I had no idea I'd find a park. Seemed like a good place for a little quiet." "Until I started traipsing around here," I said. "Sorry." "No, you're part of the experience. Experiences are good. Usually, they're good." Well, if that wasn't cryptic, I figured I should head out in case this guy was a serial killer. He didn't look like a serial killer, but wasn't that what people said about every serial killer? Dangerous gang members looked the part, but serial killers blended in. However, this skinny kid in the woods with a notebook really didn't look like serial killer material. "Are you visiting?" I asked, because asking personal questions of the stranger who might be a serial killer was such a good idea. What was wrong with me? "No, my mom and sister and I just moved in with my grandmother. My parents split. I'm here for a while." "May I ask her name? It's a small town." "April Stafford," the boy said. I wondered at his age. It was hard to tell with boys. They looked young until, pow, one day they just grew up. And that could happen anywhere from age 13 to 18. So I was pretty sure I was talking to a teenager, but I didn't know more than that. A new kid who is now living in a hot bedroom in his grandmother's house. Nope, I said. I don't know her. Sorry. I'm Wendy, by the way. Wendy Pickens. The boy stood up and up and up. He was skinny as a rail, but tall. Maybe his skinniness made him look taller. So he'd gotten the teen boy growth spurt, but hadn't gotten that hormone kick to fill him out yet. Adolescence was weird. Not like I was doing any better. I was getting hips and curves except my chest. I wondered if I'd ever fill out there. Pete, the boy said. He had an ornery smile. This boy could be trouble. Harmless trouble? But that was just the baby face. Maybe not harmless trouble at all. Probably not a serial killer, but more girls fell prey to boys with ornery eyes than serial killers. Peter Stafford. It's good to meet you, Pete, I said. County school in the fall? High school? Middle? He cringed when I said middle school. So he must be older and feeling insulted. Freshman. County school. Is there more than one high school in this county? No, but some people on the far north edge go to Calicorn's county school and not ours. And some people drive over to the Christian school south of Evansdale, and some homeschool. He nodded. I'm going to Mistwood High. Tell me it's not a nightmare. Not a nightmare, I said. I think it's a pretty normal school. Not great, but not a nightmare. So that's where you go, he asked. Sophomore, I said. My sister's here too, Pete said. She's going to be a senior. She wasn't happy about moving right before senior year. No, I imagine not. Can I ask what you're writing? Are you journaling? The notebook was pressed to his chest, a pen in his other hand, and he looked at them like he was surprised to see either of them. Yeah, he said. So no, not journaling. I wondered what a guy wrote about early in the morning in the forest off the park path. I guess I should head back. I'm sorry you couldn't sleep, I said, which was sort of a lame thing to say, but I didn't want Pete to go yet. I wanted to understand him. He was tall, but young, hiding something in his journal, and his life had just turned upside down. No, he hadn't said that, but everything pointed to that. Hot bedroom, grandmother's house, parental divorce, worries over the new school. I was so glad not to be in Pete Stafford's shoes right now. I'd been whining about my life lately, but I wasn't going through anything like he was going through. Mostly. It's okay, he said. It will be fine. Maybe I'll see you in school. You can brush me off. Isn't that how all the classes treat the freshmen? I laughed. I promise not to brush you off if I see you at school. It won't be that bad, I promise. He grinned, again with the sparkling eyes. So you're a genie or a witch? Because I'm pretty sure you can't promise me a good time at school. Not a good time, but I promise some kids don't brush off all the younger kids. Some. 3. 2 minimum. This got a laugh from the guy. And wow, he might be tall and skinny and waiting on that hormone burst to beef him up a little bit, but this guy had a lovely laugh. For a guy who might have issues, his whole face could relax. I walked away because I could tell he was too polite to walk away first, and I was ready to go. I didn't mention Darla. I tried not to think too hard about why. On Wednesday, I walked into the youth room, not sure I wanted to be here. I liked youth group, really, but I hadn't slept well last night, and today had drained me. I wanted to be at home in bed with a book. Instead, I was manning the youth room door, ready to greet newcomers to our summer kickoff. I figured I wouldn't have much to do. People moved away from Mistwood. Nobody moved into town. Peter had, and likely his family would be the sole newcomers for the next year. That wasn't fair, and I knew it. But yeah, this was that proverbial little nowhere town where people dreamed of bigger things. Except me. I didn't dream much at all anymore. Let my sister do that. You're good here? Darla asked. You've been grumpy today. You won't send people away, will you? I stuck out my tongue at her, and she laughed. "If you want, I can do this." "No," I said. "I'll do this. Go mingle." She shrugged and disappeared into the room. Maybe half the kids were already here. We were the biggest church in town, which didn't make us all that big, but we were the only youth group, so the room would fill up tonight. I shouldn't have been surprised when Peter walked in, his sister at his side. Where he was tall and skinny, she was shorter. She wasn't skinny, just normal. They shared eyes, but that was it. She looked happy to be here, and he looked wary. However, when he saw me, his little boy's smile showed up. Man, this kid was probably trouble when he was little. I assumed that smile was even more adorable when he was half as tall. He probably got away with everything. "Wendy," he said. "Star, this is Wendy." Star, who I thought had a pretty name, simply widened her eyes at her brother. "How do you know someone?" I laughed. I loved watching siblings. Other siblings. "We met in the park 2 mornings ago. Peter, it's good to see you. And you must be the big sister who had to change schools for senior year." Star gave her younger, not-so-little brother a nice sisterly glare, and then she gave me a friendly smile. "Yep, that's me. Any other tidbits?" he passed around. "Nope," Pete said unrepentantly. "I think that's it. Our parents split, so we're living with Grandma." Okay, that was interesting. He wanted her to know the story he'd told. Something about his story was a lie, and he wanted her to back him up. She nodded. "Yeah. I also know it's hot in the bedroom, which is why your brother was out and about so early." Star grimaced. Yikes, hot isn't the right word. We have a fan for cross-ventilation, so instead of the room being still and stifling, it's windy and stifling. But Grandma does her best. It's not her fault things are what they are. Ah, the secret again. This was fun. I hadn't expected greeting to be fun. I wondered how much of the secret they would give away if I kept them talking. Not that I planned to do that. I was curious, not mean. Splitting parents and senior year moves meant something bad had happened. I didn't wish bad things on people, just so I could dig into their secrets. "Do you have questions about tonight?" I asked. I decided to bring this back to safer ground before one of them hurt themselves or the other with the wrong words. "How big a group will this be?" Star asked. "Probably close to 40. A lot of them, most of them, go to Mistwood High." "So maybe we'll walk into the building not complete strangers in August," Star said. "What do kids do around here in the summer? I wanted to find kids, but there's no mall or pools or anything." "A lot of them farm with their families. Some work. When we visit, we meet at someone's house. You'll meet people here, I promise." "You and your promises," Pete said. He smiled, but something about that smile was off. Must be nice to be so certain about something. Star looked at her brother in surprise. I did too. That was one bitter statement. "What?" he asked. "Life isn't exactly brimming with guarantees. I'm going to sit down." Star watched him leave. "I'm sorry. It's been rough. We're doing our best. He told you about our parents?" "Just that they split." She nodded. "Okay, yeah. I guess I should walk in there and be friendly." My heart went out to her. She didn't look like she expected a good outcome here. "It will be okay," I said. I won't promise it, since that seems to rub Pete the wrong way, but I'm still sure of it. Head to that pair of girls over there. Michaela's the tall one, and Addie's the shorter one. They're seniors too, and they're very nice." Star gave me a grateful look and headed toward the girls. I turned to figure out what had happened to Pete. I could help him find someone too. I wasn't sure what he did, though. I didn't know as much about the boys, except in hobby terms. I knew the computer guys and the athletes. I wondered if Pete was either of those. He was standing in the back eating a cookie. The look he gave me as I approached was not welcoming. "Sorry," he mumbled. I held out my hands. "You're being honest," I said. Except he wasn't. not entirely. But that bitter statement, pretty sure that one was honest. I can introduce you to people if you want. He gave the room a good, long look. Right now, everyone stood in a pair or a group. I tried to see it as he must see it. People shoulder to shoulder, leaning in to be heard. From here he saw backs and sides, everyone shielded against outsiders. Because he was an outsider. Anyone new started as an outsider, even here in youth group, where we were supposed to be family. "Hey," Darla said. I cringed. Meeting Darla wouldn't be bad for Pete. Not at all. This guy was young and new. He didn't especially know me or like me, so why was I so afraid of Darla? "Darla, this is Pete Stafford. His sister Star is here too, talking to Addie and Michaela. They're new. Pete's a freshman like you are. I thought I'd introduce him to people." Darla laughed. "Freshman? That's so cool. Except we're going to be the newbies in school. So, you're a newbie geographically, but a lot of people in school won't know other people because we funnel in from 3 middle schools. So, what do you like to do?" Darla stood at my side, but she had taken over. Which she did. And she was good at it. Darla was good at everything. And beautiful. I wasn't sure Pete had blinked yet. He said. He backed up a step, which I found interesting. Most people wanted to get closer to Darla. The look on his face was already familiar. I'd seen it with his sister. I'd seen it with his journal. Pete was taking a moment to format a lie. "I like video games. I'm not an athlete. I don't know. We just moved, and everything is new." Darla nodded and took his arm. "Dan and Titus, maybe. Also freshmen. Come on." They left, and I took a deep breath. For a minute, I'd had someone to talk to. 2 of them, and I'd sent them away to talk to someone better. I wasn't sure why I'd done that. "You okay, Wendy Pickens?" I smiled and turned. Spence Silas stood at my side. The guy was newly out of college, our youth leader for a year now. "Yeah," I said. I took a deep breath and smiled. Spence had that effect. He was charming, handsome, friendly, and deeply spiritual. I wanted to be his spiritual equal when I grew up, to be honest. "We have some new kids." He raised one eyebrow and smiled. "Do we now? From the county?" He was asking if the new kids had lived here their whole lives and had just come in from the hollers to civilization. Okay, maybe he wasn't quite asking that. Mistwood wasn't that backward, but we were close. "Just moved. Family split up, and they're with a grandmother. Stafford. Do you know an April Stafford?" Spence gave that some thought. He'd only lived here a year, but he seemed to know people. "I might. Anyway, you're giving the Staffords quite a look. Assuming that young man there is one of them?" He gestured toward Pete, Darla, and Danny. Dan. He'd outgrown Danny. They were laughing at something, probably something Darla had said. Maybe I was giving Darla a look. "It's fine. Pete's a freshman like Dan and Darla. The other one's a senior. Moving senior year sounds rough." "Yes, it does," Spence said. He frowned and looked around. I knew when he spotted her because his frown deepened. It was a frown of compassion. It was safe to say just about anything Spence did was done with compassion. I had no idea how he did that. A move senior year, a broken family, very rough. I'm glad you were here to greet them. I assume that's how you know their story? Or do you know them from somewhere else? Neighbors? I bumped into Pete at the park, so he must not live too far from Chapel Park. Then yes, I met them when they came in. Good. We need friendly souls to welcome those who find their way here. Spence said things like that all the time. Some youth leaders were hip and cool. Spence had an older soul. At least that was my opinion. I'm not sure I count as friendly, I said honestly, but I'm not shy. Wendy, Spence said. He tilted his head. Still. I shrugged. If I didn't say words, maybe this subject would go away. He put his hand on my arm. You count as friendly, very friendly. The opinion of one person, one poorly worded, badly spoken, rude opinion of one broken person, cannot change that. I said nothing, and he sighed. He couldn't make me talk about it, and he knew it. Spence didn't stick around long. I grabbed a few cookies and joined Kat and Misty, 2 friends from school. Kat loved to talk, and tonight I let her. I continued to glance toward Pete and Star, wondering about their stories. I thought about my summer plans, which didn't amount to much. I sort of hated summer, when I didn't know what to do and always felt I should be doing more. But I was 15 and couldn't work yet. Kat and Misty both worked with their parents each summer, Kat on a farm and Misty at the bakery in town, so they were busy. It would be me and birds. And Darla, except Darla's friends didn't work, so she would be busy with friends. I wasn't lonely, exactly. I had people. I could have more if I worked at it. But for the past few months, I hadn't bothered. One little thing had gone wrong, and I'd shut everything down. Maybe not my wisest move, but I also didn't care to try again. I glanced yet again at Pete. Broken family, secrets, new school, and he was over there laughing. His path was harder than mine for sure, but he seemed to think it was worth the effort to smile and meet people and make things right. Okay, God, if you want me to get out there, give me a little energy to do it, because right now I can't do it on my own. I glanced at Spence after I thought the prayer, and he smiled, like maybe he was an angel who had access to my prayers and knew what I was thinking, and he approved. I had to grin at my whimsical thoughts, and I felt like crying at the realization that I needed to put a little more work into my life, and I wasn't sure where to start. Chapter 3. Peter. There, Mom said, setting down the syrup bottle. I'd just watched her take the time to dab a little syrup into every hole in her waffle, and now she was smiling like she'd completed a masterpiece. Mom's brain right now fascinated me. Depressed and worried me, too, but it also fascinated me. Very nice, Grandma said, leaning over Mom's shoulder with a smile. Now eat it. And you have to eat the fruit, too. Pete, do you want another waffle? Yes, ma'am, I said. Grandma plopped one on my plate, and I glanced at Star, who was eating fruit and gaping, mortified, at Mom. Star, close your mouth. She stuck out her tongue at me and went back to eating. So you had fun at youth group? Grandma asked. Yes, Star said. I mean, it was okay. Some girls talked to me. I don't know if they're going to be my best friends, but we've only been here a few days, and people talk to me. Pete, too. It's even more a miracle if people talk to Pete. She widened her eyes and grinned when she said it, clearly striking back at me. I laughed. Nice, but yeah, it was okay. And you met that girl before? Star asked. You were wandering around at night? I laughed again. I wandered at 6:30 in the morning. The sun was up. I'm not a toddler who might get out the door and walk off with strangers. I was in a public park. Writing? She asked. I didn't answer her. You were in the park? Mom asked. Was it pretty? It was, I said. I woke up too hot. No offense, Grandma. I'm sure we'll get used to it. I took a walk, found the park, and stayed for a little while. I saw Wendy out there watching birds, and she said hello. That was mostly true. I didn't say that I watched her first. She was so intently looking for her bird, she didn't see me, and I'd simply watched. She was pretty, and I didn't usually get a chance to stare unhindered at pretty people. My hobby relied on me seeing people and understanding them, so to sit and watch one, I'd taken the opportunity. I'd been surprised to see her at youth group. Good surprised. Because of her, I'd met a couple people, like Darla and Dan, and another guy, Titus. Would they be my new best friends? Doubtful, but it felt good not to stand around alone at the youth meeting. So you're finding your way, Mom said. She sighed. I want to find my way. I want to go out. Where can we go?" All of us looked at one another. Taking Mom out wasn't easy. She got confused and sometimes disappeared. She didn't realize she needed supervision now. The disconnect between who she was, who she thought she was, and who she'd been got confusing, and it was easier to keep her home. And unfair. If she was lonely and knew she was missing out, then keeping her home was mean. I hated meanness. "If you'll take us out, I'll walk with her," I said to Star. I couldn't drive. Star couldn't handle being with Mom in public. Maybe between the two of us, we could do this. "I need to shop today," Grandma said. "You and I can both go. All three of us." Star nodded and relaxed. I knew she wanted to feel differently about Mom. I didn't hold her feelings against her. After lunch, Grandma drove us to the closest shopping area. I asked Mom to hold my hand because she looked scared. Right now, it didn't take much to overwhelm her, and she latched on. The specialists said she would settle in time. She would never be who she was, but she might not be so fearful in the future. They also said, many times, that brains were unpredictable, just like everything else in the world. Mom did pretty well. She asked for things like she was 7, and they were weird things. She wanted a fancy briefcase for work, and when we walked past the toy aisle, she asked for a bright pink plastic harmonica. At least she kept it tame. She asked, but when we said no, she let it go. That hadn't always been the case. After 15 minutes, Grandma had put several things in the cart. Things like trash bags and shampoo, things for the house, and a few food items, and Mom said she was bored. She let go of my hand, and I nodded to Grandma and followed her. I couldn't quite tell Mom what to do, although I'd been told that was okay, that I could be a respectful son while treating my mom like she was 7. So I walked at her side. "Pete," she said, like she was surprised to see me. Never a dull moment with my mother. "Pete, you right." I hesitated and then took an extra step to catch up. I wondered if she knew where she was going. "Yeah," I said. Hope sparked. I hated hope. "You remember that?" She looked at me, and I knew it was gone. "No, I don't remember much. Where are we going?" I sighed and held out my hand, and Mom took hold. I led her back toward Grandma. Halfway there, I realized we were passing through the women's section. Socks and stockings and bras. Wonderful. Mom stopped and picked up a bra. It was lacy, and I was embarrassed to look at it. "This is good," Mom said. "Boys like the lacy ones, right?" She held it out for my inspection, and I was sure my face went crimson. Star had the right of it by refusing to do this. At least for her, the bra section wasn't a giant, scary unknown. Moms weren't supposed to have breasts. They were moms. "Pete," came a familiar voice. I closed my eyes and wished I was 100 miles from here, all alone in a forest, writing. Oh, such a dream. Then I opened my eyes, and Wendy was in my line of sight. She gave my mom a curious look. "Hi," I said. "Isn't this pretty?" Mom asked Wendy, holding out the bra. "The boys like these, but you can't show them. Not yet. We're not old enough, except I am, but I don't have any boys now. Except Pete, he's my boy, my baby boy." With that, Mom put the bra back on the rack and wrapped her arms around my head. Great. I let her do it, but wow, I was ready for this event to be over. "Mom, this is Wendy. She's in youth group. You should say hello." Mom let go of me and gave Wendy a long look. Wendy simply watched all this. I had no idea what was going through her head. She put out her hand. "It's good to meet you, Mrs. Stafford," she said. She cringed. "It's Mrs. Stafford, right?" "Evelyn," Mom said. Stafford, yes. But Kevin? Kevin isn't here. He had to go away. Because..." Mom furrowed her brow and put her hand to her head. That meant she was trying too hard. She would get overstimulated soon and confused, and she might make a scene. I hated those. Yes, because they were embarrassing, but also because she was so confused and upset. I had no idea how much of old Mom was in there. She knew enough to know she'd lost things, and I thought sometimes old memories flashed through, but she couldn't make them fit anywhere. The whole thing broke my heart. "It's okay, Mom," I said. "Star and I are here, and Grandma, we're not going anywhere. Nobody else is leaving." Mom nodded. "Right. Pete is here. And Starfish. What a funny name. Who would want to be called Starfish?" Wendy smiled at that. "So your sister isn't named Star?" "Charlene," Mom said. "My daughter is Charlene, and it's pretty, but she hates it." Now Mom was getting indignant. The name conversation could go on for quite a while. "Mom, we should go find Grandma. Do you want any snacks this week? We need to help Grandma pick them out." Mom nodded. "I love snacks. Cake. I love snack cakes in their little plastic bags. A treasure in a bag." Mom mimed opening a bag, and Wendy smiled. Not a mocking smile, simply a smile. I thought I would die, but she was simply enjoying my mother. How awesome was that? "Don't let me keep you, Evelyn," Wendy said, stepping back. "It was good to meet you." Mom nodded. "You're very pretty. Pete needs a pretty girl. Every boy needs a pretty girl. Goodbye. We're going to get snack cakes." I led Mom away, not looking back. Was Wendy laughing at us? Was she mortified? What would she say to anyone? Star hoped nobody would ever find out about Mom, but that was silly. We couldn't lock her in a room for the rest of her life. But I had to admit, that had been awkward. And Mom had been good. Sometimes things went very wrong for Mom. Eventually, everyone would see that too. I had no idea what would happen when everyone saw the dark parts of life with my mother. Now that someone had seen it, someone who knew me, maybe that was about to start. When we got home, Mom went down for a nap. She slept a lot, and we'd been told that was normal. It might change, it might not. Star was in the living room with a book, and I sat at her side. "Was it awful?" she asked. I grinned. "No, Mom was good. A little offbeat, but I think that's just the new normal." Star huffed. "It will never be normal." Wendy was there. I hated to say it, but she needed to know. She needed to see that yes, people could find out without the world coming to an end. "Wendy? From church? She met Mom? Was it awful?" "I just said it wasn't," I said. "Mom was looking at lacy bras to wow the boys when Wendy found us." Star put her face in her hands. "Tell me you're making that up." "Nope." "Pete, you're supposed to look out for her, not let her make a fool of herself. We have to take care of her." "She was fine," I said. "Okay, I'm sure my cheeks were red, but she wasn't making a scene. She was just bra shopping. To attract the boys. Yeah, it was weird." "What did Wendy say? What did she do? Will she tell everyone? She seemed nice, but—" She shook Mom's hand, said hello, and helped me steer her back toward Grandma. "You let Mom get away from Grandma?" "Star," I said firmly. "We can't just lock her in her room." "But we could," Star said. "Wouldn't it be better for Mom if she was in a safe place with other people like her? This is too much, Pete. Now people know, and what will Wendy do now?" "I doubt she'll do anything." "She'll tell people." "Maybe. Do you think we can keep it a secret? Eventually, we'll go to church with her, and one day Grandma won't be here, so we'll have to deal with her ourselves." "No," Star said. "If you leave it up to me, I'm going to find a safe place for her. This is silly, Pete." We had debated this long and hard. Star wanted to put Mom away. I didn't. Dad hadn't, but then he'd left us on his mother's doorstep, so his opinion made no sense and also didn't matter. We could let Mom go and visit her sometimes, but she knew. She knew who we were. She knew what she'd lost. Sometimes she remembered things and was almost herself, and I knew it would break her heart to lose us. But maybe I was selfish. Maybe I hoped for a miracle. I didn't think so. I knew this mom was the only mom we'd ever have, and I still wanted her here. For now, it's fine, I said. You don't have to go out with her. So you're fine with it? Bra shopping with your mother? Having your friends see you? Look, I'm not ashamed of Mom, I said. I'm sad for her, and sometimes she fascinates me. The mind is a very strange creature, and hers does very strange things. Star took a long, deep, long-suffering breath. Fine, but she's yours, and I might go far away to school. I don't hate Mom, Pete, but I can't stop my life for her. She had dreams and ambitions. She wouldn't have stopped her life for anyone either. She'd have done what was best for everyone. If that meant putting one of us away, if we were a danger to ourselves, she'd have done that. I left Star there, angry, and moved to the kitchen table to do homework. Star and I remembered Mom differently. Yes, she was ambitious, successful. She got things done. She made sure Dad got things done. But would she have walked away from one of us if we'd gotten in the way of her dreams? I didn't think so. Mom wasn't cold and unfeeling, and that's how Star was painting her. But Star didn't know. She'd never sat with Mom like I had, talking about my passions. Nobody else in the world cared about my hobby, but she always made time for me. When I'd lost Mom's brain, I'd lost my only cheerleader. I knew I wouldn't get her back. This Mom was still learning to read again, so I knew my poetry would never appeal to her. But knowing that once she had seen me and understood me made me want to take care of her. The question was whether I wanted to take care of her alone. That might become an issue one day. That evening, I cornered Grandma after Star and Mom went up to our rooms. Were we wrong? I asked. Grandma stayed up a little while past the rest of us, quietly knitting, or crocheting. I wasn't sure what she did, but it involved yarn, and she always looked peaceful when she did it. Should Mom be in a home somewhere? Did it upset you to be seen with her today? Grandma put down her knitting. Evelyn still has value, Grandma said. Value to you and Star. To me. I don't know if she'd be happier here or elsewhere, although I think she'd be lost without her family. But we can still learn from her. For selfish reasons, I want her here. Kevin was so wrong to leave all of you. I'm ashamed and disappointed, but not surprised. He could have learned so much by taking care of Evelyn. He'd have grown and changed and become an amazing man. But growth is hard, so he ran from it. Is Star running from it? I asked. I want Mom here. I miss her so much, Grandma. But getting to know this new Mom is interesting and strange. Grandma laughed. It is, isn't it? Star needs her mother. I'm so sad for her that right now, on the cusp of adulthood, she doesn't have her mother. Worse, her mother is here, but inaccessible. However, I think if Star spent time with Evelyn, she would still learn things, important things. As long as you're here, we'll keep Mom, right? I asked. Currently, I'm her legal guardian, so yes, unless her brain takes a turn for the worse and she becomes dangerous, she'll be here with me. You two are welcome to have normal lives, Pete. Get jobs, go to college, fall in love, and get married. You don't have to drop it all for her, but I think we're wise to keep her with us and learn from her. God has mighty lessons in store for us, for her, all through this accident. I went to bed feeling justified. I didn't want Star upset. I hated having to take sides. We were family, and there shouldn't be sides. But I liked that Grandma was on my side. Chapter 4. Wendy. I wasn't sure what I'd witnessed today. Pete's mom was different. She didn't act like a mom. She didn't act like a grown-up at all. Was she on drugs? Did she have a disease? I had no idea, and I was afraid to ask someone. Maybe she was just a strangely free spirit, and I would offend with my questions. I didn't mention her to anyone. I wanted to see Pete again and figure out more of this puzzle, but what Spence had said Wednesday haunted. I hadn't caved under the opinion of one person. I'd heard complaints about myself for years. That one person just said it well and publicly, and now I needed to regroup. Sure, 6 months was a long time to regroup, but it would happen. I was such a liar. Darla showed up Friday morning for breakfast, dressed for a day on the town. "The new boy was nice," she said. "Didn't you think so? He has a nice smile. But wow, he's so skinny he might blow away." "His weight might catch up with his height," I said. "Be nice." She laughed. "I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just talking. I like him. Did you meet his sister?" "I did. She's worried about starting as a senior." "No doubt." Darla pouted. It was adorable, just like everything else about her. I hope she finds people. I sent her toward Addie and Michaela. She seemed okay with that. Darla tilted her head and smiled. "Yeah, that was good thinking. They're nice. I figure she needs nice, right? Pete said his parents split. His dad walked away, but now he's staying with his paternal grandmother. I wonder how she feels about her son's family staying with her. I hope it's not tense over there. I hope they get along. Everyone should have a safe place. Home should be a safe place." She looked right at me when she said it, and I said nothing. I wasn't going there, and I sure wasn't going there with her. Also, it hurt. She knew more about Pete's situation than I did. I'd met him first. I sounded like I was 6 years old. Darla bopped off when a friend came to pick her up, and I cleaned up the kitchen. I hadn't slept well again, and I didn't know what to do with myself today. The temps were warmer than predicted, much too warm for the last days of May. If the whole summer was warmer, I wouldn't make it to fall. I would melt or get arrested for indecent exposure. The thought made me think of Pete's mom looking at bras to make the boys swoon. I had to laugh at the image, along with the bright red of the guy's cheeks. Although it was too warm, I went out early to the park. I lived 8 blocks from Chapel Park, too far to walk, so I rode my bike. Not many people biked around here, but I liked it. Kids my age, so close to driving age, wouldn't be caught dead on a bike. I'd always kind of forged my own path, and until 6 months ago, I'd considered that a good thing. I pulled my binocs and guidebook from my backpack. Maybe today I'd see that silly vireo, or maybe I'd see something else. I had a whole lot of birds left on my list. I hoped we could get to the lake this summer, and maybe I could check off a couple more. What might it be like to travel across the country and see completely new birds? I could get myself a new checklist. I shouldn't have been surprised when I stumbled across Pete, almost where I'd found him last time. His notebook was in hand, and he slammed it closed when he saw me. I decided to answer the unasked plea in his eyes, and I wouldn't ask about the notebook. However, I might ask about the parent. "Hey," I said, stopping several feet away. "Chasing more birds?" he asked. "Not well," I said. "It's late in the morning for some of them. Mostly, I didn't know what to do with myself today. I wish I could get a job, but I'm only 15. I could probably find something, like a babysitting job, but I'm not that great with kids." He gave me a small smile. "Yeah, kids are rough." I wasn't sure what to say now. He was alone out here, and he probably wanted to stay alone out here. I should leave him in peace. "Did you enjoy youth group?" I asked, because my lips didn't seem to care about his peace. "Yeah," he said. He shrugged. "It was okay." I took a step closer. "Did your sister enjoy it?" He grinned. "Sort of. She's angry about moving, so enjoying something makes her angry too. She's a mess, and I'm her little brother, so that makes me laugh sometimes." He shut down the grin and looked at his hands. "That was my mom," he said. He turned his pen over and over in his hands, giving it a serious stare. She was hurt. I took another step closer and gestured to the spot at his side, against a big tree, and he nodded. I sat down beside him. "You don't have to tell me. It's okay." "Did you tell anyone?" he asked. "No, I didn't know what I was seeing." "It's okay," he said. "People will find out. Star wants to hide her. I don't want to hide her, but she's different. What makes a person that person? Why am I me? If I can no longer think like me, and if I lose most of my memories of me, am I still me? What does God do with someone who's two people? What if the first one loves God and the second one doesn't? It doesn't seem fair." I blinked. No idea what to say here. These were huge, gigantic, life-altering questions. I thought Pete and Star were dealing with a parental divorce, maybe because of infidelity or even abuse. This was so much harder. "She was hurt," I said. Maybe if he backed up, I could climb on board. I didn't think I had answers, but I had ears, and I was pretty sure he needed to be heard. I would sure want to be heard if I were him. Car wreck. Just a few seconds, and her life changed. Serious TBI, traumatic brain injury. She might get a little better, but not much. I thought about that. "Darla said you're staying with your paternal grandmother. Is that awkward?" "No. Grandma's ashamed of my dad for walking out. He and Mom had been fighting for a few months before the accident, but he wouldn't have left. Mom took care of all the details, you know. Dad was passive. But when Mom got hurt, he was supposed to be the detail man and take care of things. He said he was too weak, and he dropped us at Grandma's. He didn't even think to send us with our furniture." I closed my eyes. "Pete, I am so sorry." He shrugged, but his eyes were damp. He ran his hand over them, looking angry. "It's okay," he said. "And I think those are good questions. Your mom is one person. It's like her life has phases, isn't it? Does she not believe God now?" "I'm not sure. That was something I was thinking about, not something we're dealing with. I think too much. Or that's what Star and Dad say. Star wants Mom gone. It would be easier, but she knows us. She knows she's our mom, even if she doesn't know what that means. She would miss us. She wouldn't understand why she was away from us. Grandma says she's going to teach us lessons, that she has value because she's a person, and special value for us. I don't know exactly what that means, but I want it to be true." "It sounds true," I said. "If all things work together for good, for those who love him, then it has to be true. But confusing. Wait, you love God? You were at youth group, but not everyone who comes—" "Yes," he interrupted. "I don't understand a lot right now. I want to believe God is good, and in a way, I do. Mom didn't die, and we have a place to live, and we even met some people the first couple days after we got here. But it's hard. I do believe, but it's hard." "Yeah," I said. "I don't have all that baggage, and I think sometimes it's hard too. So, did your mom get to buy that bra?" Pete put his head on his knees and groaned. When he looked up again, he was laughing. "If you have to tell someone the story, can you leave that part out?" I wasn't planning to tell the story. Not sure who I'd tell. "You didn't tell me you had a sister in my class," he said. "No," I said. "I didn't." He simply nodded, like he understood those words completely. Maybe he did. "Is your writing still a secret?" I asked, hoping to change the subject. "Not a secret," he said. "Just private, I guess. Right now, I live in a room with no door that's somewhat connected to where my mom and sister sleep, all of us in my grandmother's attic. Privacy isn't a thing, so I find it outside the box." I smiled. "You're sort of a cheerful person. You have a great attitude." He shrugged, looking a little embarrassed. "Thanks. It might all be a lie, but thanks." "You don't feel cheerful?" "I feel—" He frowned. I haven't had to find words for how I feel. Untethered. My mom isn't my mom now. Do her rules still apply? Grandma is happy we're here, and she thinks we're grieving, so she does more in the realm of grandmothering with cookies than parenting. Star and I have 2 women in our lives, but we sort of don't have any adult parents. It's the weirdest thing. Are you grieving? I mean, of course you are, right? I guess. I miss us, our family, and our life. I miss Mom so much. She was the only one. He caught that before it got personal, glancing at his notebook. She was a good mom, and I talk about her in the past tense, but she's still here, and I think I should stop talking. He closed his eyes and rested his head against the tree. Those eyes were damp, and when he closed them, a tear slid free. Oh, it was hard not to touch that tear, to sweep it away. But that was more Darla's thing. I wasn't much of a comforter. He scrubbed the back of his hand over his eyes and looked at the notebook in his lap. I hadn't paid attention before, but it was a nice book. Leather cover, thick pages, and it looked well used. I wondered what it was and why it was such a secret. He told me about his mother's head injury, but not the contents of this notebook. Sorry, he muttered, pushing to his feet. He'd embarrassed himself. I put my hand on his ankle, and he stopped and looked down at me. It's okay, I said. Thank you for sharing that. You don't know me, but I think you needed to say it, and I'm safe. I promise. He nodded. Is your sister safe? Because I got the feeling... Is she? The question surprised me. Darla likes to talk. She'd never hurt a soul on purpose, but she might by accident. He nodded again. Thanks. They seemed nice, the people at youth group. Eventually, we'll get my mom to church. Grandma's church. That might be interesting. People have different reactions to her, but she has different reactions now too. We never quite know what to expect. I pulled up to my feet. That's so strange. Sorry, that sounds bad, but it's strange. He laughed. Yeah, it really is. I should head home. They might wonder what happened to me. Or not. You live close by, I said. He pointed to the north. That way. 3 or 4 blocks. Crest Hill. I knew the street. I'd lived here my whole life and knew all the town roads. Pete barely lived in town. Yeah, Crest Hill. Cow pastures past you, right? He grinned. Yep, more cows than people. It's different. So, did you live in a big city? I asked. Nope. Well, compared to this, yes, but it wasn't much bigger than Calicorn. He turned to go, and I wondered if this had been a good conversation or not. To him, I meant. I felt honored to know his story, and I hoped I'd been helpful or encouraging. I couldn't quite imagine his life, and I hoped God would give me an idea how to make it better. I hadn't even considered something like that for a long time. Okay, 6 months. I hadn't wanted to help anyone for 6 months. Maybe it was time to get over that. Chapter 5. Peter. I had cried in front of Wendy Pickens. I was so embarrassed I could die, but it also felt good to talk about it, to share it. I hadn't said the words out loud to anyone yet. At home, people knew. I guess news travels fast. I hadn't had to pull together the words to tell the story. The words didn't do justice to the story, but I got the feeling Wendy understood that. I hadn't made a strong opinion about Wendy yet, nor her sister Darla. Darla might be easy. She was pretty, no doubt. She was friendly. A little too talkative, but girls could be like that. Some guys were like that. But Darla was surface. I'm not sure why I felt that way, but I did. I wouldn't share my poems with Darla. She'd never get it. But Wendy might. She seemed friendly too, and she didn't hesitate to say hello, so she wasn't shy. But she also didn't jump into conversations. At youth group, I'd seen her alone several times, looking over the group like she wasn't sure she wanted to be there. Wendy had obvious layers. I liked that. Mom and I had talked about that a lot, about people's layers. I like to write about them, to find the right words to describe the disconnect between things in this world. I like to write about a lot of things. I found Mom at the kitchen table with coffee. At first, we'd try to keep coffee from her because the caffeine wasn't ideal, but it was one thing she strongly remembered, the calming routine of morning coffee. I sat to her left. I didn't hear anyone else up, which could be a problem. Mom didn't need to wander the house alone. Not yet. This place was still new, and things were especially confusing to her here. "Where did you go?" she asked me. "To the park. I thought I'd write, and it's a nice park." She nodded and sipped. She moved differently now, not as fluid, although she was getting better at holding and sipping coffee. You write," she said. "What do you write?" "Poetry," I said. I watched her face for some spark of recognition. "Nothing." "You used to like it." She put her hand to her forehead. "I was different, wasn't I? Why can't I remember it?" "You were hurt," I said, "in a car. You're fine, Mom." "I went to work with a fancy briefcase. What did I do? Why don't I do it now?" I'd answered this question many times in the past couple months. "You worked in a bank. You worked with investments." Honestly, I'm not sure what all that means. It took math. I don't do well with math. "I guess I did," she said. "I hate to read." This hadn't been true, but now that she had to learn the skill over, yes, it was giving her trouble. In fact, this afternoon, she was meeting a therapist to work on her reading. She saw several therapists. "I know," I said. "Pete, I'm sorry." "Mom, you didn't do anything. What are you apologizing for?" "I'm not me," she said. She furrowed her brow. "Am I?" "You're fine," I said. "Don't worry about things like that. Today you practice reading. That's today's goal. Don't worry about other things. We're taking care of things." "Your dad?" she asked. "Can he do it?" This was new, not remembering Dad was gone. "Grandma Stafford. Dad left." She nodded. "Right, I knew that. I did. I knew that and forgot, but now I remember. Star cried. I hate when Star cries. I used to fix it, and now I'm not sure how." This was a pretty deep conversation for new Mom, and sad. "I think some of that will come back," I said. I had no idea if that was true, but I thought she needed to think it was true. Didn't everyone need the hope of forward motion? Hers might not go very far in the grand scheme, but I was sure she'd see some forward motion in her life. "Right," she said. "I'll read, and some of it will come back." "Yes." "Then I can read what you write?" she asked. I thought about that. She loved it. Nobody else cared. Nobody else understood why I wrote or why it mattered, but Mom always had. Chances were she would look at it now and not understand it. Could I handle that? "Sure," I said. It might have been a lie, but lying to Mom to protect her was now common in conversations. But today, all you have to do is read. We got through June. Star got a job at the nearest Arby's, and she said it was okay. She was still angry, still pouting about our lives, so we weren't sad to see her go 4 days a week. She also spent more time with church friends than at home. Also no surprise. Mom went to church with us. Grandma's church was tiny, and after the first week, Star said she wanted to go to the church where we had youth group. Grandma said that was fine. Grandma's church was interesting. It had no more than 40 people, half of those about 100 years old. Okay, not that old, but definitely elderly. Canes, stooped walking, slow gaits. Old. Then the other half were young families. We had a large group of little kids, say under the age of 3. That's when I realized I liked little kids. I was the single teenager, and a harried-looking old lady pounced on me the first week and asked, begged me to help in the nursery sometimes. The next week I did, and I had fun. I had no idea I liked little kids, but they sat on my lap and brought me little board books to read over and over, and they fought over sippy cups and snack food, and I found them fascinating. They reminded me of Mom, getting their bearings in a big world. Maybe that's what I liked, child minds in actual children. Also, they learned and grew. Even in one morning, I could teach them something, a new word, how to work a toy, how to fit a piece in a puzzle, and they remembered. I'd added to their tiny worlds and gotten them one step closer to being grown up. With Mom, I had to say things over and over and over, and even that didn't guarantee she would remember a thing 2 days from now. I walked into youth group with Star the last Wednesday of June, and Wendy met me with a smile. I usually sat with her and Darla. Sometimes Dan joined us. Dan and Darla were okay, but they didn't stick around, bopping around the room to talk. Wendy was more stationary, and since I was too, it worked. I kept conversations light, still pretty mortified about crying in the park, and she followed my lead. Her eyes asked a lot of questions. She simply had the sense to keep them to herself. "Tanner's back," Wendy said as I sat down at her side. I followed her gaze to a guy walking in the door. I wondered what his story was. To me, he looked completely normal. Jeans, t-shirt, although it wasn't old or ratty. A nice t-shirt that looked suspiciously crisp. Wait, had someone ironed this guy's t-shirt? "And Tanner is?" I asked. She grinned. "Tanner is rich. His parents are important. He was out of the country the past month, some kind of vacation." "So rich and snobby?" "No, not snobby. Maybe trouble, though. Hard to say. What he does well is play music. Just wait." I had no idea what any of that meant. Did she like this guy? Hate him? Trouble how? He stopped inside the doorway and took a deep breath, gazing around the room. Not a snob. This guy looked tired. Weary. Wary. Maybe someone ironed his t-shirts, but something in this guy's life was lacking. His gaze crossed the room and then started back. I noticed him hesitate at Darla. Everyone hesitated at Darla, and then again at Star. Maybe he found her attractive, which was too weird a thought to have about my sister, or maybe he registered her as new. Then his gaze moved on, and he met my eyes. His eyebrows went up, and he approached. Wendy took a deep breath at my side, and I wished I understood the dynamic here. "Wendy," Tanner said with a nod. The guy had a pleasant smile. He was probably handsome. Was that part of Wendy's issue here? A crush? Old boyfriend? She was 15, and I didn't think she was dating around yet. "Hey, Tanner," she said. She stood up and pulled me to my feet. "Good summer?" He shrugged. "Good to be home." "This is Peter. Pete Stafford. And that's his sister Star over there, our newbies." "New to town?" Tanner asked. "What went wrong that led you here?" "Tanner," Wendy scolded. She looked at me. "Ignore him. He might be a closet cynic." Tanner laughed at that. "Only with you, Pickens. I'm the upbeat life of the party everywhere else." "Pete's a freshman," Wendy said. "Tanner is a sophomore like me, and Star is a senior." "Wait," he said. "New and a senior?" "Don't get her started," I warned. "Safe to say she's not the happiest person in the world right now. My parents split, and my mom, sister, and I are staying with my grandmother." "April Stafford," Wendy said to Tanner. "You know her?" Tanner considered that. "No. Should I?" "You always seem to know everyone," Wendy said. "It's an act," Tanner shrugged. "How have you not seen through it?" "Pete, good to meet you. I think I'm supposed to report to Spence. See you two later." With that, he left the room, and Wendy sat back down. I sat down at her side. "What's the story there?" I asked. "No idea. but I guarantee there's a story. He and Spence will talk about music, and tonight Tanner will play for us. Spence likes to find our strengths and then work those strengths to death." Ooh, that was bitter. But I'd already figured out Wendy had a bitter streak. I hadn't gotten her to elaborate on even one of her bitter statements, but one day I would. "And your overworked strength?" I asked. She shot me an irritated scowl, and I laughed. "You look like Star right now." "That's not an insult," she said. "I know you mean it that way because she's your sister, but Star is pretty, and people like her." Here she smiles. She hasn't done that at home in a while. "So she's still angry?" "Yep. I haven't seen any sign of thawing." "I'm sorry," she said. She said that to me a lot. "Don't be sorry. I want to know about Tanner." "No, I want to know about you and Tanner. Frenemies? Unrequited love? Third cousins who hate each other?" She laughed. "You come up with the craziest ideas. There's no story between Tanner and me. But yeah, something about him bothers me. He's a mystery, I guess. We don't have money in Mistwood, but there they are. Big house, overprotective parents, musical talent, good looks. And these traits bother you?" "No, but maybe it's a facade. I'm not sure I've ever met Tanner Barr. That bothers me because I've known him my whole life." I admit at that moment I wanted nothing more than to get to know Tanner Barr, a guy with a mystery. Also, I wanted to know him because I thought it might help me know her, and figuring out Wendy Pickens had become my goal. She was friendly. She smiled at everyone and said personal things to them that made it clear she knew everyone here. She simmered when her sister was around, although her sister seemed harmless. Friendly, maybe a little vacuous, although that might be an act. I hadn't figured Darla out yet. So why did Wendy simmer? Why did this girl, who had an uncanny amount of charm, hide at the edge of the room and sometimes appear completely wrapped in shadows? Oh, I wanted to write about her. No, I already had, more than once. But I wanted to know the truths of her so I could write her accurately. You might ask if I liked her, liked her. And maybe yes, but at the moment, romance wasn't my favorite thing. Mom and Dad hadn't exactly knocked it out of the park, and I was happy to be 14 and not mess with it. But yeah, if I was being honest, I sort of liked Wendy Pickens. That was going to get me into a whole lot of trouble, almost as much as my curiosity about Tanner Barr. A few minutes later, the group convened and everyone sat down. Tanner had reappeared with a guitar in hand, and he played 3 worship songs. He had a deeper voice than I thought, and man, he could get some sound out of that guitar. He seemed to love it, and then he sat down with 2 guys I didn't know. They whispered a time or two. I watched him all evening, but to me, he seemed normal. I had no idea what had Wendy going, but it was something because she glanced at him more than once. And remember what I said about not liking her? I'm sticking with that, but I'll also admit by the end of the evening, I was jealous. And that seemed to shoot me a dose of boldness because I called her on it when the meeting was over, before we walked to the snack table. At that point, I would lose Wendy because Darla always came to say hello, trailed by 2 or more guys, and Wendy disappeared. I needed to find a way to dodge Darla, but it wasn't easy to do. "I don't see it," I said, "but you watched him the whole time. Crush?" She slapped my shoulder, which wasn't in character. Wendy didn't get into people's space. "Pete, no, just maybe later, okay? But isn't it gossip? He's okay. I'm not saying he isn't. I think he's not what he shows us. And how I know that isn't for here. Maybe we'll meet at the park one morning. Maybe tomorrow morning." She glanced up, saw Darla flouncing our way, and backed off. I nodded. "Yeah, I feel the need to be in the park in the morning." That got a grin out of her, and she was gone, chatting with other people. Darla touched my arm, because she had no sense of personal space at all. I didn't mind her closeness. I was a loner who didn't mind contact. I didn't instigate it, but I liked it. "Pete," she said with her bright, perfect smile. She didn't look much like her sister, or anything like her sister. Both were pretty, but they had no features in common. I hadn't seen their parents. "Good week?" "Yeah," I said. "Are you getting the lay of the land?" "I'm okay," I said. Dan was with her, and some guy named Trayvon was with them. Then Darla had a couple girlfriends, and one named Samantha was chatting with Trayvon at her back. I liked the guitar music. Darla grimaced. It was the first negative reaction I'd seen from this girl. "Yeah, Tanner is talented," she said. She smiled, but it was wholly false. Oh, so interesting. "Did he do something to Wendy?" I asked. She seemed wary of him. Darla shook her hands. "We don't want to talk about Tanner. He's fine. Musical people are their own thing, you know? So tell me what you've been up to." I didn't know why she asked, but I told her I'd found the ice cream shop. I didn't tell her Mom had dropped her ice cream off her cone and quietly cried until I'd replaced it. I'd have told Wendy that part. "Oh, Baker's ice cream is the best," Darla squealed. "You're finding your way, Pete. That's so great." And she flounced on. I looked for Wendy, but she had disappeared. I found Tanner, though, leaving the room with the guitar in hand. His friends were talking and didn't follow. I don't know what possessed me at that moment, but I took a deep breath and walked after him. What was wrong with me? What on earth made me stalk this stranger? Especially when sunny Darla, who seemed to love everything and everyone, didn't seem to like him. It didn't matter, because whatever was up with me, I followed him. He tucked the guitar into the music room and then closed the door, looking up and seeing me. I had no idea how to explain myself. "Hey," he said. He shrugged. "I have my own guitar, but it was damaged. Broken. I need a new one." "So you're new to Mistwood. That's so freaky. You might not know just how freaky, but really, nobody comes to Mistwood." "It's not so bad," I said. "No," he said, "but it's not great. Or unique. Or a place with a future. Unless you're a farmer. Wait, are you from a farm family?" "No, my grandmother is on Social Security. My dad pays something, maybe. And Mom? She's not working right now. No farmers." He nodded. "Yeah, okay. Yeah." I'd made him uncomfortable, which made sense. I was making myself uncomfortable too. What did I expect to do here? Ask this guy why both Wendy and her sister didn't like him? What kind of a question was that? I turned around without another word and hightailed it out of there, straight to Star's car. She would talk for another 20 minutes, but I was done. I thought about the guitar comment while I sat there in the car, feeling like an idiot. It was still daylight, too, so I didn't have the cover of darkness out here. I looked like a guy who was rudely hiding in his car to avoid being friendly. Not so false, actually. His guitar was broken. He apologized for that, like I would question him using a guitar from the church music room. The rich guy had borrowed a guitar, and he felt defensive about it. Interesting. Curiosity led me to the park in the morning with the full intention of gossiping. In my head, it wasn't gossip. Gossip was a girl thing. How ridiculous was that? I planned to gossip, and there was no getting around it. It almost helped that Wendy planned to gossip too, like if we did it together, it wasn't as bad. But by definition, gossip always took two people. I arrived first and sat on a bench overlooking a pond. I brought my journal, and my fingers itched to put words to the beauty of the morning. The air was damp, a light fog over the area. Trees looked like wraiths around the edge of the water, rising from the low mists to spread their wide arms above, like guardians. "Pete!" She came from behind, and I jumped out of my skin. She giggled and sat at my side. "Weren't you expecting me?" she asked, eyes alight. Apparently, watching me jump had put her in a good mood. I was, Just lost in the morning, I guess. It's nice here." I cringed at the lame description. With a pen in hand, I could be eloquent, but that eloquence had no connection to my mouth. "Tanner," she said. She sighed, and I felt some guilt. "Wait," I said. "We're about to gossip. I don't know if I like that, but something about the guy. Does Darla dislike him? I got the impression Darla liked everything." She raised her eyebrows. "Darla is complicated. She hates that and tries to hide it, but it's true. I don't know what she thinks about Tanner. He's an okay guy. I'm sorry I led you to think otherwise. That wasn't fair. And it's mostly his family. They hover. More than one youth event has been canceled because the bars think it's too dangerous." I shook my head. This was too simple. "No, it's more. Something personal." Like I had any right to know. But I didn't care and left the question on the table. "Yeah, a little bit. He knows about my family. And I'm about to tell you about my family, and I don't tell most people. I guess I feel vulnerable because he knows, and his parents are weird and unpredictable, and he never shares. I told him this huge thing about me, and I don't know if the guy has ever shared anything real in his life. I feel like he's in trouble, you know, but he would sure never go for help." I suspected Wendy Pickens was exactly the same. And probably I was too. I waited, wondering if she would tell me this secret. We'd talked at a few youth meetings. I wasn't sure I deserved her secrets yet. And yet I'd told her first about my mom. Not a secret, but still something big. "I'm adopted," she said. Then she looked at me like she expected me to run screaming from her. "Wendy, that's not a bad thing. I mean, aren't lots of kids adopted?" She ran a hand through her hair. It was pretty hair. "Yes, it shouldn't matter, but it does. To me, it matters. I don't look like them. I don't know if I think like them. I love my parents, and my sister is okay." She laughed. "Okay, I love Darla, but it's weird. I was 2. They got me when I was 2. "Do you remember anything before you were adopted?" "No. Maybe no. Feelings, maybe. I think I remember the change, being scared and not understanding. But maybe I don't. It's okay, and it shouldn't be a secret, because other kids in our group are adopted, and they share that and nobody cares, but I don't share it." "But you shared with Tanner." "Yeah, a few years ago. His mom caused a scene at youth group, the younger youth group, and he was mortified and disappeared to cry. I found him and told him it would be okay. Then we talked a few minutes, and the words slipped out. He said he wished someone had adopted him, but he didn't give me more. He hasn't said anything to anyone since then, and you're afraid he will?" She shook her head. "I don't think he'll tell. I'm not sure he tells anyone anything. After that, I've never seen him upset. He smiles all the time. He plays the guitar and sings and acts a little like Darla, and I think it's all a lie, and I hate that. I guess I thought we'd connected. I like connecting. Sort of. It can be scary." I laughed. Wendy was my kind of person. "Yeah, everything you just said, I get that. You want to know my secret?" Her eyes widened and warmed. "What? No, you don't have to do that. I mean, you shared about your mom. You have a harder secret than your mom?" "She's not a secret. Half the city has seen us around and knows about my mom. This isn't a bad secret. Here." I put the book in her lap, and I loved how she reacted. Her palm rested on the leather cover, stroking the softness of it, because I'd softened it with use. The move was reverent, like she understood what I'd given her, which was why I'd given it to her. I knew she'd understand. Mom didn't understand anymore, but maybe Wendy could take her place. Maybe someone would see and understand. Carefully, she opened the cover, and she turned a few pages to get an idea what she was seeing. Then she stopped at a random page and slowed down. I studied her face, needing to see a spark. I needed for her to get what she was reading. I needed it to touch her. I needed to connect. I hadn't connected since Mom's accident, and if it didn't happen soon, I wasn't sure I would survive. And I hadn't quite put words to that thought until I watched Wendy's face for understanding. I got what I wanted. Her eyes grew. A smile started at the edge of her lips and grew to expose straight white teeth. She tilted her head, and one hand rested on the page she wasn't reading. When she finished, she took a deep breath and looked at me. And she saw me. I knew it. For the first time, she saw me. She thought she'd seen me before, but nobody could really see me without seeing where these words fit. Wendy had pieced the puzzle together with ease. "You're a poet," she said. She laughed. "A good poet. Why is this a secret?" "I'm a guy who writes poetry," I said. "How can you ask that?" "Yeah, okay, I get that. People are awful. Pete, this is great. I love it." She leafed through it, pausing at a phrase here and there, and then she closed it. It would be rude to sit here devouring this. I've never been a fan of poetry, but this is good. I want to keep reading. She looked at me. She looked at each eye, and then her gaze dropped to my lips. Then it kept going, pausing at my chest, and her hand moved to my chest, her palm warm through my t-shirt. "It's from in here." More of us need to find ways to put what's in here out in the world. But wow, it's scary, isn't it? "Thus the secret," I said. She nodded. "Yeah, no doubt." "Thank you. One day I want to read more of it. But not with you sitting here watching me. It's weird with you watching me. It's too emotional. What if I cry?" I shrugged, not saying sometimes I cried while writing it. "Wait. Hey, I came apart in front of you. Did that bother you?" "Yes and no," she said. "It's hard to see someone hurt and not know how to help." "I feel that way when Mom cries," I said. "I don't understand how her brain works anymore. It's not predictable." "I can't quite imagine your life," she said. "You were close before?" "She's the only one who liked my poetry." "Oh." She said a single word, but the way she said it, she understood all the implications of that sentence. "Tanner was embarrassed," I said, feeling the need to bring this back around to where we'd started and away from me. I didn't need to cry again, and this strange honesty might get me started. He was embarrassed that he borrowed a guitar. He said his was broken. It felt strange. She nodded. "Yes, and it's not the last time something about Tanner will feel strange. He has a guitar. He carries it everywhere. I guess if it was broken, he would feel sad about it. But embarrassed?" "Maybe it has to do with how it got broken," I said. "Maybe it's an embarrassing story about a clumsy moment." "Could be," she said. "Anyway, don't avoid Tanner because of anything I said. I don't dislike him. I think I was hurt because I gave him something and he didn't give anything back. Or because he smiles all the time and it's lies. Or maybe it bothers me that his parents are so powerful because they have money." "But that's not his fault," I said. "Trust me, our parents' issues aren't our faults. Grandma says that all the time." She smiled. "I guess you would know." "Yeah, that's not on Tanner. But at the same time, crossing Tanner would mean crossing his crazy parents. Not that I have reason to cross him. He's not mean or snobbish or anything. He's nice, quiet, and completely false." That bothered her. Darla wasn't quite real. Neither was Tanner. And it bothered Wendy to have someone hide like that. Interesting. Figuring out people here was very interesting. Oh, the poems I could write, and how much fun I might have figuring things out. However, I'd made a selfish error here. Did you catch it? Wendy gave me her secret, and I didn't ask. I didn't touch the big questions. I turned it right back around to me. That was going to come back and haunt me. But really, being young has a lot of those moments. Chapter 6. Wendy. Where were you? I had just come in, now in the kitchen, and I bristled at the tone in Darla's voice. It was going to be one of those days. I understood why, but I didn't have to like it. I went to the park. I held up my bird book and binoculars. They were props meant to help me lie, but the words were true. I'd gone to the park. End of story. Oh. Darla sagged against the counter, and Mom came in. She ran her hand down Darla's shiny hair. Rough day? Mom asked. Mom was great. She had the gentlest tone, and she was insightful. Sometimes she knew what we were thinking and feeling before we did. It's barely started, Darla said. She shook her head. I'm sorry. I didn't sleep well. I moved closer and let my side touch her side. She twined her fingers in mine like we were little girls again. I'm sorry, she said again. Darla's body wasn't thrilled with growing up. A few days a month, she fell into darkness. Then hormones shifted, and she was herself again. But oh, those sleepless, shadowed days were rough for her, the girl who wanted to be sunshine all the time. It's okay, I said. Anyway, Park. Did you notice Tanner borrowed a guitar last night? I also knew Darla was more willing to be real on the dark days. If something about Tanner bothered her, she might spill it. Darla tilted her head like she was thinking about this. The bars are back then? Mom asked. Mom didn't like the bars. She never said that out loud, but we all knew it was true. She and Monica Barr had lived here forever, and we all assumed something had happened long ago in school. I guess it's time. I wonder what it's like to spend a month abroad every year. Are you envious? Darla asked. I might be envious. I like our life, Mom, but sometimes the world looks so inviting and shiny, and most of us never get to see it. Someday, I want to see it. Mom sighed. Maybe that will happen for you. What's this about a guitar? Wendy hates Tanner, Darla said with a shrug. No, I said. No, I don't hate him. I wish he was real. Oh, Darla tilted her head. He doesn't like me. He called me a bubblehead once. I laughed. Then he doesn't know you. That made Darla smile. Nothing bothered her more than being disliked. She paid too much attention to everyone around her. Okay, I did too, but we did it for different reasons. I'm sorry he said that, Mom said. But, Darla, it's okay to have bad days, to be real, like Wendy said. She said Tanner wasn't real. Darla pulled away from us and moved toward the kitchen table. I'm real. I like to spread joy. Okay, but if you're not feeling it and you're trying to spread it, then you're lying, I said. Darla huffed. You're always trying to fix things. I don't need fixed. Well, I need fixed today. I didn't sleep. When I don't sleep, I feel yucky, and that's today, but I'm real. Just these stupid hormone days get in the way of who I am. I opened my mouth to say something else, but why bother? In a day or so, she'd be herself again. Maybe she was right, and the dark days weren't her. I figured all of it was her. I didn't notice the guitar, Darla said. Why would he borrow one? He has one. He said it was broken. He said it to you? You talked to Tanner Barr? She asked. I rolled my eyes. I'm not evil to him. He's fine. Maybe I worry about him. Because you want to fix him. Or me. Or everyone. Did you try to fix Peter? She turned to Mom. Peter's new to town. He and his sister. They're nice. I think Peter's finding his way. Wendy sits with him. His parents split, so she's probably trying to fix things. Darla, I said. I wasn't sure why I felt so defensive. Guilt, maybe, for sharing the adoption stuff with Peter. I always felt like I was betraying Mom and Dad when I talked about it. I also knew things about Peter not everyone knew. I liked that. And of course, her words were the words that had hurt so much 6 months ago. She hadn't said them, but Gladys, who had used those same words. I really had to move on from that. I wished I knew how. Well, it's true, Darla spat. Most of this wasn't Darla. She might think some of the thoughts, but to be mean on purpose? Not my sister. You pick. You think you know everything, and you pick and don't smile. Why not be happy? We have everything, and life is good, and you brood. I know it's because your mom didn't want you, but that's too long ago to think about now. I doubt you were the annoying fixer girl then. If you were, I could see why she didn't want you. Darla had towed up to a line and then hurled herself over. Her eyes widened and filled with tears. She hadn't meant to go there. They all knew not to go there. But she had, and I stepped away when she tried to hug me to make it better. "Darla," Mom said. She looked shocked. When Mom tried to hug me, I let her. "Wendy, you know none of that is true. It's just one of those days for your sister. I had the same kind of days when I was her age. Once I had Darla, it got better. Something chemical shifted, and those dark hormonal days were past." "So I have to have kids to be happy?" Darla snapped. She shook her head. "Wendy, I'm sorry." "Except you say that all the time," I said. "You tease it, but maybe you mean it. Gladdy meant it." "Gladdy was mean," Darla said, "and today I'm being mean, but I don't mean it." "Excuses," I said. "I know you're not yourself, but you can watch your tongue." I sounded like a parent. I sounded like a parent a lot. I'd heard that from more than one quarter, although Gladdy had said it the loudest and the meanest. "Your mother did her best," Mom said. I'd heard these words before. "When you came to us, you were clean, fed, and dressed like a baby doll. She tried. She was young, and she knew she couldn't be the best mom for you. What she did was love, Wendy." I sighed, and then a thought sparked in my head. It was tiny, flashing in and out, but wow, it would surface again, and that little thought was going to bring me a world of hurt. At that moment, I wondered what my biological mom would say now. If she met me, would she say she gave me away because she loved me? Or would she say it was a mistake, and she wished she'd had me all along? I let the thought go. Right now, it was harmless. It had to show up a few more times before it got dangerous, like a hailstone bouncing around the atmosphere, getting thicker and thicker with ice. "It's okay, Darla," I said. It wasn't, but what was I supposed to say? "I hope you feel better soon." I left the kitchen to get away from them, not sure what to do with my day. Avoiding Darla was the big plan, but I needed a few more details. Maybe I'd read a book, or work in the garden. Or I could head over to Crest Hill and demand Peter show me his poems. That brought a smile. I wouldn't do that, but one day I planned to read all his poems. Who knew a guy could see the world like that? I was in awe. And then, as I lay down on the bed with a book I'd already read 3 times, I wondered about Tanner. What was going on in his life? What did he have to hide? And why would his parents ever let him borrow a guitar when they felt he should have the best of everything all the time? He'd talked to Peter about his guitar. Something about Peter made it easy to share. I had no idea what it was. He was nice looking, tall and super skinny, but that was okay. I thought it was his eyes that saw the world well enough to wrestle it into words in poetry. Eyes that saw enough to make a person feel safe. Weird thoughts. But I was good at weird thoughts. Darla showed up at lunchtime, creeping into the room and curling up on the edge of my bed. "I hate these days," she whispered. I pulled her close. All of us hated these days. "I didn't mean it, Wendy. I want you to believe me." "But you did mean it. You just meant to keep it to yourself." "I don't know why I do it. I want everyone happy. So do you. Didn't you say that this morning?" She sighed. "I don't want it by smothering people. Yes, I do think it. But I love you. I know fixing people doesn't make you happy. It frustrates you. Why do it if it makes you crazy?" These were very good questions, for which I had no answers. Leave it to Darla to make me think. "Okay, you've got me there. I don't think I'm trying to fix Peter. He's pretty together." "Well, hallelujah for that," Darla said. "Make a friend just for the sake of making a friend." "I like him. What if he keeps growing? He'll hit the ceiling." I grinned. It's not so much height as height and skinniness together." She laughed. "You're terrible. He has beautiful eyes. Don't you think so? His sister is nice, but she's angry. She's so pretty, the boys watch." "Does that bother you?" I asked. Not the wisest question. "No. Hey, I don't have to be watched. I know it bothers you. I'm sorry boys look at me. What am I supposed to do? Wear a bag over my head? And you're plenty pretty. You just don't put yourself out there." Darla might be miserable on these days, but she was easier to talk to. I felt guilty for liking her more when she felt bad. "I told him," I admitted, changing the subject. I didn't want to talk about how the guys paid attention to her and forgot me. Yes, maybe I did want her to wear a bag over her head. "I told Peter about being adopted." "Good for you. What did he say?" "Not much. I guess he was okay with it." "Like everyone's okay with it. Only you're not okay with it." I almost told her he shared with me, but I caught myself. I wanted her to think a guy could like me enough to share a secret with me. All of them shared with her. She blinked her beautiful giant eyes at them, and they told her things, gave her things, acted like idiots to be close to her. It wasn't her fault, but it was hard to take. "Anyway," I said, "I told him." "I was sent up here to tell you it's time for lunch." I followed her down, not sure what had happened today. It was only lunchtime, and the day already had too much emotion. I'd thought Peter's poems beautiful because of the emotion. I simply didn't want to mess with it in real life. I heard the guitar before I could see the player, but I knew who it was. I'd listened to Tanner play many times in my life. I had no idea why he was in the park early this morning. I'd hoped to find Peter here. Darla was feeling better this morning, bopping around like a hummingbird on meth, and I needed peace. Darla's mood swings drove me crazy. Instead, I found Tanner curled up beneath the trees at the edge of the park, plucking away at a guitar, which meant he must have gotten a new one. I almost left, but Darla was right, and I was a fixer. Peter suspected something was up with this guy, and I'd thought it all along, and maybe I could be nice and help him figure things out. "Hey," I said when he looked up and found me watching. He gave me a long, slow smile. It wasn't flirty exactly, but it was close. He didn't mind me showing up and interrupting his music session. "Hey," he patted the ground. "Come listen, Pickens. Come tell me what you think." He didn't look right, his smile too big, his eyes shifty, but I sat down. He nodded and rubbed the guitar, which wasn't his normal guitar. This one had seen better days. He saw me looking and laughed. "Yeah," he said, "it's not new. Kills them, you know, but it plays like a dream, and I threatened to pitch a fit. Like I'd ever pitch a fit. But man, all it takes is the threat. Hey, listen." He played a few seconds of something I didn't recognize. It was pretty. Slower than the praise songs I usually heard from him. But he missed a couple chords and frowned at the instrument. "I'm still memorizing it," he said. "I wrote it this morning. Life can bring on a lot of good songs." He rolled his eyes and then closed them. I realized the pupils in those eyes weren't the right size. I was pretty naive about a lot of things, but I thought that meant drugs. Tanner Barr was sitting in the park 5 miles from his house with an old guitar, high as a kite, making up songs. This was a problem. I was a fixer. "Tanner," I said, I didn't think to be angry. Shouldn't I have been put out about his condition? Instead, I hurt for him. Tanner wouldn't be here like this if something hadn't gone wrong. "Yeah?" He grinned. It was goofy and lopsided, and I grinned back. Even like this, the guy had his charms. "What's wrong? You took something. Why do that?" He leaned against the tree and closed his eyes again. "I'm fine, Wendy. Fine. Don't make a big deal of it." "Okay. Do you take something often?" "Nope. Now. Today. First time, and I'm not sure I like it. But I like the music. Did you like the music?" "I did," I said. I didn't know you wrote songs." He shrugged like that was an answer, but then I hadn't asked a question. "They hate my guitar." His parents. Tanner spent a lot of time talking about his parents. I'd never realized that until right now. "I like it," I said. "I don't know a good from bad sound, but it sounds good to me. And it has character." He pointed at me. "Yes, see? You get it. They don't get anything." I heard a sound behind me and found Peter Stafford watching us. I gestured him to come closer, relief flooding through me. I didn't want to be here alone with stoned Tanner. I said as Peter sat down. He raised his eyebrows at me in question, and I shrugged. I wasn't sure what to say. "Tanner, you remember Peter?" "Sure," Tanner said. He waved from 2 feet away. Peter grinned. "So," Peter said. He widened his eyes at me, and I laughed. "Yeah," I said. "So, Tanner seems to have taken something. He's a long way from home, and he made up this song. Tanner, play your song." Tanner nodded a little wildly and played. The music was beautiful. Peter simply watched, brow furrowed. Not in judgment, I didn't think, but something else. When Tanner stopped playing, Peter smiled. "I like it. Does it have words?" "No, just it's about the morning, the sunrise. Some days it can't come soon enough, you know. Lights up the sky, and shadows are gone." Peter gave me a look I didn't understand, and then he turned back to Tanner. "Buddy, how do you feel?" "I don't know. I never..." Tanner ran his hand over his forehead. "I didn't mean to do this, but it was long and loud, and I thought it might settle it. I don't feel settled. I feel sick." At this he demonstrated, and I knelt at his side, patting his back. What on earth had happened to this guy? He was talking in disjointed fragments and spewing all over us, and somewhere in my head I heard Darla call me a fixer, not meaning it in a nice way. So what, Darla, I thought. This guy needs fixed. "Let's get you on your feet," Peter said. Peter was winning points this morning. The guy was gentle and kind. He set his notebook aside and helped Tanner upright. For a minute, he leaned against the tree. "Too bad none of us drives," Tanner said. "My dad's driver got me here. Not having him come for me now. He'll spill everything. Dad likes that, to know everything. Harder and harder to find the quiet places." Tanner was quite poetic when he was stoned. I wonder if Peter appreciated that. Quiet places. Good word for privacy. At least, I thought that was what Tanner meant. "Let's take him to my house," Peter said. "He and Mom might get along." Peter was teasing about this whole thing. I loved that. I was shaking. This was wrong and sad, and I didn't know the cause or how to make it better. I felt sick to my stomach. "Where's home?" Tanner asked. "Crest Hill," I answered. "Cows." Tanner grinned. "Yeah. Peter, you have cows?" "No, I'm just surrounded by them." "That's cool," Tanner said. "I like cows. Yeah, let's go to Peter's house." My guitar. I carried the guitar and Peter's notebook. Pete steadied Tanner and responded to a lot of nonsensical statements. I wondered if dealing with his mom had taught him this patience, or if it was natural. I knew where Crest Hill was, but I'd never spent much time out here, and I was surprised at the tiny house. 4 people lived in there. Peter went inside first, and then he reappeared with his grandmother, who fit her tiny house. Peter was much too tall for this place. So was his mom. Then Star was little like her grandmother. Right now, only the grandmother was in sight. "Come on in," Peter said. He gestured us into a tight living area filled with light-colored furniture. Tanner sat on the sofa and put his face in his hands. "What did I do?" Tanner groaned. "It's okay," Mrs. Stafford said. "Peter, your mom's napping. Maybe drinks would help. And cookies." "Cookies help everything," I said. "I'll help you." Mostly, I wanted out of the living room. Tanner looked like he might throw up again. This house was too little for 4 people. Tanner was upset about something cryptic. I'd meant to talk to Peter today, just a visit, but things had gotten complicated, and I wanted to run. I'd been running for 6 months. Today, I would stand my ground and help with drinks and cookies. I walked into the kitchen and realized I hadn't introduced myself. We'd just shown up and walked in like we owned the place. "I'm Wendy," I said. "Wendy Pickens." "April Stafford," Peter's grandmother said. "You can call me April, or Mrs. Stafford, or Grandma." She laughed when she said it. She seemed friendly. I was glad for that. Peter needed a friendly grandmother. This woman was also his parent right now. His only parent. How funny that this tiny old lady was his only parent. While Mrs. Stafford poured lemonade into thick old glasses, she admitted she'd bought it in frozen cans and hated to make it from scratch, I put cookies on a chipped plate. Snickerdoodles. She told me these were Star's favorite. Then we carried them into the other room and found Tanner lying on the sofa. Peter sat on the floor. The room had the sofa and 1 rocking chair. I assumed that was his grandmother's place. A basket of yarn and crochet hooks sat to its side. Whatever she was crocheting used many pastel colors of yarn. I said, setting the plate on a yellow coffee table. The whole room was pale pastels. The blue sofa, yellow coffee table, and light green rocker made me think of Easter egg colors. The room was peaceful. "I'm sorry, Grandma," Peter said as everyone sat down. Tanner didn't sit up, reaching out for a cookie and then closing his eyes while he ate it. I wondered if it would stay down. I should have called. "You're fine," Mrs. Stafford said. "Grandma." I wanted to call her Grandma. I like having kids around again. "How many kids do you have?" I asked. "1," she said. She rolled her eyes. "I'm not happy with him at the moment, but he's my son. I do love the big dolt. His dad covered for him. Richard loved Kevin with all his heart, but he never made him stand up for himself. Richard's dad was too hard a man, so Richard became too soft a man. But I love them both. I miss Richard every day." We all held a sympathetic silence for a minute after that, and then Tanner lost his cookie. At least he had the wits about him to get off the sofa. Peter cleaned that up, which was good, because I was feeling sick myself. Tanner sat back down and curled in on himself. "I hate to feel sick," he groaned. "Where did you get it?" Peter asked. "What did you take? And what were you thinking?" Tanner shook his head. "Guys who work for Dad. Landscaping. I'm not sure what it was, and I doubt I was thinking at all. I was angry. And clearly an idiot, because I'm sure not hurting them right now. Next time I find another direction for my tantrum." He was talking better now, making sense again. Whatever he'd taken was wearing off. "Sorry," Peter said. "I give too much thought to taking care of your brain. My mom—" He glanced at me, and I nodded. Maybe this was the right place for a personal story. And Peter didn't consider this a secret. "My mom was in a car accident and has a brain injury. Take care of your brain, Tanner. If it goes, nothing is the same." I glanced at Mrs. Stafford when he said it. She nodded approval. She didn't mind him talking about this. Maybe she didn't consider Peter's mom a secret either. Would I? Yes, if my mom was like Peter's mom, I might try to hide it. I mean, I already hid my first mom. Lots of kids talked with pride about being adopted and having a mom who cared enough to give them up. I never did. I didn't think I ever would. It was nobody's business but mine. "Sorry," Tanner said. He looked around. "Mrs. Stafford, I like it in here. Calming. Thank you for letting me throw up in your living room." He grinned and groaned when he said it, holding his head in his hands in shame. I had to admit, right now, I liked Tanner more than usual. This was real. He hadn't given us real details, but at least we got real emotions and responses. It was a step in the right direction. "So what set you off?" Peter asked. It was a bold question. Tanner didn't hesitate to answer. Mom. Fighting with Mom. About how to be snobbish. I'm not good at it, I guess. Mrs. Stafford, did you know my mom? She grew up here. Monica Quaker was her maiden name. I don't think so, Mrs. Stafford answered. She might have gone to school with Kevin, but he never talked about people. People bothered him. He's shy, Peter said. Crazy shy. My mom wasn't. I don't think they'd have met if she was. And she was hurt, and now he's gone, Tanner said. Life sucks. No, Mrs. Stafford said, but it's unpredictable for sure. We make the best of things, and God blesses that. Blesses it how? Tanner said. How is it good for Pete's mom to be hurt and his dad gone? Think of this world as the proving ground, temporary, a place to grow and learn. Tanner sighed. Maybe. I'm not sure of the point of it. At this point, Peter's mother came down the narrow, dim stairway, stopping in surprise at the bottom. People, she said, her face lit in a smile. Peter, you brought people. I did, he said. Mom, this is Tanner and Wendy. Tanner and Wendy, this is my mom, Evelyn Stafford. Call me Evelyn, Mrs. Stafford said. Oh, I love it when people come over, except I look a mess. You look fine, Mom, Peter said. Should we be here? Tanner asked. We can go. Of course you should be here, Evelyn said. No, Mrs. Stafford. I couldn't call her Evelyn. Peter should have friends over. I used to have friends over. Now I don't have friends, except I have April. What would I do without April? Peter's grandma smiled at that. This family was broken, but they smiled. Except for Star. She didn't smile much. Tanner, Mrs. Stafford said, and Wendy. I met Wendy. Did I meet you, Wendy? Yes, ma'am, I said. I didn't mention the lacy bra, but Peter's face went red anyway. I laughed. What? Tanner asked. He looked better, his skin the right color, and the pupils of his eyes closer to the right size. There's a story here? I don't know, Mrs. Stafford said. I don't remember. It's okay, Peter said. It's not an important story. But yes, Wendy met my mom at the store. Now the guy was crimson. Peter was adorable. I should go, Tanner said. He looked down at himself. He needed a clean shirt. I need a shower. Thank you, Mrs. Stafford. Both of you are Mrs. Stafford. Grandma, the older one said. Just call me Grandma. And come around again. We like a little chaos. Come when you feel better. And make sure you stay feeling better. Tanner smiled at the lady's gentle way of warning him to stay out of trouble. Tanner called his dad's driver, and he told me he could take me home. I didn't want to leave yet, but Peter looked unsettled, and we hadn't quite been invited, not for a visit. Peter walked out to the front porch with us to wait for Tanner's car. Thanks, Tanner said. Wow, I feel like a fool. Was that song any good? Can I write music when I'm like that? It was good, Peter said. Can you remember it? Tanner nodded. Yeah. I should write it down, though. Who knows what happens to memories after whatever I did to myself? Tanner, Peter said quietly, what did you fight about? Tanner shook his head. Nothing that important. I overreacted. And we were back to the Tanner who kept it all to himself. He smiled, the false smile that made me want to slap him. Why was it so hard to let people in? Peter glanced at me, and I realized a strange truth here. Peter had shared with me, more than I'd shared with him. And I hadn't shared one thing with Tanner. A few years ago, yeah, but not recently, and not today. Maybe the closed off one of the three of us wasn't Tanner. Maybe it was me. Why did I want so badly for everyone to share with me so I could help them, but I didn't feel the need to bare my soul with anyone else? Maybe because I didn't want to be fixed. I wanted to do it myself. I was a mess. The car that came for us was new and shiny, and Tanner looked embarrassed as we climbed in. Thanks, he said to Peter, and then he looked ahead. Pretty sure he was ashamed, maybe more ashamed of the car and driver than the drugs and vomiting. I waved at Peter and then turned back to Tanner. We were in the back seat, the driver in the front alone. I knew the guy could hear us, so conversation was strange. I didn't know what to say. "Thanks," Tanner said, "for listening to my song. For everything." I shrugged. "Not a problem." "Your sister doesn't like me." "You called her a bubblehead," I said. Tanner laughed. "I don't remember that. Probably not a shining moment for me." "Is she? She sure acts it." "A lot of us have facades," I said pointedly. He nodded and looked at his hands. "Yeah," he said quietly. "A lot of us do. I'm not sure Peter does. That makes him a very strange bird." Notice he didn't say me. He knew what I'd just realized. I needed to figure a few things out, decide who to be, and get my act together. Because Tanner appreciated Peter's transparency, and so did I. Maybe we should try a little of our own. He had his driver drop me at my house. He stepped out of the car and talked over it at me, maybe to keep the driver from hearing us. "Thanks." "You said that," I said. He grinned. Tanner Barr had a great smile. "Well, as I feel better, I also feel stupider. Not happening again, okay? And could it maybe stay between us?" "I hadn't planned to post it on social media," I said. "It's okay, Tanner. Find better coping mechanisms." He rolled his eyes. "Sure, Mom." Speaking moms, what is Peter's mom really like? What was the story that had him blushing? His mom doesn't have much of a filter now, and when I met her, she was channeling her inner 15-year-old. And that's all you need to know. Peter was great. He's kind with her. Tanner nodded. Yeah, he was sort of kind with me, too. Weird guy. I laughed. He's not weird. He's just a good guy. Yeah, I guess. Weird can be good. Go home, Tanner, I said. Sleep it off. He left, and I headed inside. What a strange morning. But it was fun to see a little deeper into Tanner and to spend time with Peter. It wasn't great to realize I was a hypocrite who had no right asking people to get real when I wasn't real back. It was a good day to read a book and not think about things. Thinking was going to upset me or get me into trouble. Drugs. Tanner Barr, 15 years old, had taken drugs. Not something I'd expected. And it had to do with his family. As messed up as Peter's family was, I had a bad feeling Tanner's was worse. But they had the money and clout to keep everything in their world a secret. Little spoiler here. I promise this isn't a story about a teenager's decline into addiction. But yeah, Tanner's family issues were going to play a big role in his future. And my future. And Peter's. Because that day, we'd all started down a road together. Sometimes it was a great road. Sometimes not so much. But it would lead us through some valleys we needed to go through to get to some amazing things on the other side. Chapter 7. Peter. Hey, are you okay? I looked up at Star in surprise as she pulled one of the kitchen chairs in front of me and sat down. When had Star last asked anyone a question like that? And what was I supposed to say? Yeah, I said. Sure. I rolled my eyes because I'd put zero enthusiasm in that answer, and she knew it was a lie. She laughed. Try again, big little brother. What happened? She'd just come in from work, and she looked tired, but happy. Content. Finally. I didn't want to rock the boat, but maybe what I had to say wouldn't rock her at all. It had nothing to do with her. Tanner Barr, I said. You know him. The guitar player, the very nice-looking guitar player. Yeah, he said hello. Okay, I wasn't sure what to do with that. I didn't need to spill Tanner's stuff, but I needed some advice. Star had always been my go-to for advice. Mom had been busy, and Dad didn't do advice. I should have talked to Grandma, since she'd actually been part of my morning, but that didn't feel right yet. She was a grandmother, and this was about a friend who'd gotten angry enough to hurt himself. I went to the park. He was there. Wendy was with him. It was an odd morning. She punched my shoulder. Coward, tell me details. He was fighting with his mom, so he got angry and accepted some kind of drug from one of the landscape guys. I'd never seen anyone like that before. He was strange. And then he was sick. I brought them here and we had cookies while he felt better. Wendy seemed cool about it, but I wasn't cool about it. I felt sick the whole time. Wow, she said. I had no idea stuff like that was here. Except I guess it's everywhere. I'd say stay away, Peter. You don't need that. Nobody needs that. Find other friends. Yeah, that was the advice I wanted. Right? Why did I want to overlook something like this and be Tanner's friend? What was wrong with me? And how had Wendy ended up there with him? I should have asked her. Maybe she, like me, went to the park and simply found him there, the way she and I kept finding one another there. The park seemed to attract people who needed other people. Because, yeah, I thought Tanner might need other people, and I was sure Wendy did. Sure, I said. She laughed. You're going to find this guy and get in his face, aren't you? Star, do I ever get in people's faces? That's you. She laughed again. True. I won't get in Tanner's face. Spence said something Wednesday. I didn't realize I was paying attention, but I guess I was. He talked about the spirit nudging us. I haven't felt nudged lately, except maybe nudged right out of the life I wanted into whatever this is. But you don't like people, and you stay out of trouble, and yet you want to deal with this Tanner and his issues. Maybe it's a nudge. But be careful. Grandma does not need either of us going off the deep end. We have Mom for our dramas. You hear me? I nodded. The advice was sound. I wasn't a rebel by nature, so wanting to dig a little into Tanner's mess, it made no sense outside of God. But God also never used me for anything. I knew about him, paid lip service to all of it, but it was more a side issue to life. But I'd been listening too when the youth pastor had talked about living more fully for God. It sounded lofty and religious, something distant from the real world. Maybe it wasn't. Star helped Grandma with dinner, and I kept Mom company after her nap, playing a game of checkers. The therapist said it was good to keep her mind stimulated, but not overstimulated. Finding that balance wasn't easy. I liked your friends, Mom said. Bring more friends. Did I have friends? I cringed. I hated questions like this. She wanted to know who she'd been, and that made sense. But I didn't think new Mom would understand what old Mom valued. New Mom was less cynical and not ambitious. Was it wrong to say I liked the new one better sometimes? Except the old one had loved my poetry, and she'd taken care of me if I was sick or upset. Now I didn't feel like I had anyone. Grandma, yeah, but she was old. Should I ask an old lady to take care of me? Shouldn't I take care of her? Was I too old to need taken care of? Dad should have outgrown being taken care of, and he never had. I wasn't Dad. Sure, I said. I had no idea if she had friends at work. She'd had a few at church, but not close friends. But I don't now, Mom said. Because I got hurt? I didn't have good friends, did I? They would be here. We moved, I said. All of us left friends behind. I thought that was a good answer that would keep me out of trouble. She nodded, accepting it, and returned to the game. Your friends will come back? She asked. I don't know. Should I even talk to Tanner again, I wondered. I had no idea. And Wendy was a girl, and Mom would embarrass me if she was here, trying to be Wendy's best friend. I didn't need any more lacy bra conversations with the pair of them. Peter, she said, and I heard old Mom in the tone. You can't hide here. Bring them over again. For supper. They should come for supper. We'll put it on the calendar. I like putting things on the calendar." This was true. Old Mom had practically slept with her day planner under her pillow, and she carried one now. She jotted in it all the time. I had no idea what she wrote in there. "Maybe," I said. She rolled her eyes, which Old Mom never did, and I grinned. Life was so weird. I won the game, but Mom did better than normal. Then we ate dinner, and Mom hadn't forgotten our conversation. She asked Grandma if my friends could come for dinner. "Of course," she said. "Peter, your friends are always welcome." "Tanner," I asked, "is that a good idea?" "No," Star said. "I'm not sure that's a good idea." "I don't know," Grandma said. "I think invite them both. Maybe a person needs a chance." "Grandma," Star warned, "you're sure?" Grandma was the queen of knowing, serene smiles, and she shot one of those at Star. "I'm sure." That seemed to clinch it. Mom made me promise to invite them, and Star told me not to do it, and Grandma said we would talk about it after dinner. I almost left the house after dinner to avoid the conversation, but she had fresh coconut macadamia cookies, so I stayed. Mom went to bed, always asleep early, and Star went up to do homework, so I sat on the sofa while Grandma started her crocheting. "Star thinks I should stay away from Tanner," I said. "She might be right." "She might be," Grandma said. "What do you know about him?" "Almost nothing. He plays the guitar at church, and he has parent issues. He's rich." She nodded. "You use your own judgment, but I'm not sure one dinner can hurt." Star said if I wanted to talk to him, even though it sounded dumb, it might be a nudge from the spirit. I don't know what that feels like. Grandma smiled. "I feel the same nudge. Let's give it a try. We'll watch out for each other and see what happens." 2 Mondays later, Wendy and Tanner came to dinner. I'd struggled to find the courage to ask them, but when I did, each said yes without hesitation. I caught Wendy at the park, the only time I went that week because I was hiding from them, and I asked Tanner at youth group. He played again, and he apologized again. Then he charmed everyone, and I could see what bothered Wendy. Something about Tanner Barr was an act. Dinner went well. Mom talked a lot. She flirted with Tanner, but he took it in stride. When she did, Wendy steered the conversation back to safer ground. Star would have died of embarrassment, but she was working. She didn't usually work evenings, so I assumed she'd asked for the shift so she could avoid watching Mom interact with my friends. Maybe not a bad idea. When we finished, Mom stood in the kitchen with her hands on her hips. "We should do something fun," she said. Wendy laughed. "What do you have in mind?" I glared at Wendy, thinking we didn't need to put ideas into Mom's head. We weren't going out. Wendy ignored me. "Yeah, Mrs. Stafford," Tanner said. He was enjoying my mom a little too much. "What do you like to do?" Mom got the orneriest grin on her face. "I always wanted to do this, but I never did. I don't think I did. It will be dark soon. Why don't we TP a house? It always looked fun." Tanner burst out laughing. Wendy's eyes widened so far she might lose her eyeballs. "I don't think that's a good idea, Mrs. Stafford," she said. "We could go for a walk. We can walk past the cow fields. Tanner and I don't have cows on our street." "I think it's a brilliant idea," Tanner said. "Grandma, isn't it a brilliant idea?" My grandmother was supposed to say no and steer us out of trouble. Instead, she left the kitchen and returned with a large package of toilet paper. "Maybe if you do it here. I'm not sure Evelyn is ready for real mischief yet." I groaned. Tanner laughed and took the pack. Wendy continued to look at us with wide eyes. "Here?" she said. She took a deep, steadying breath. "I guess that's okay. I mean, if a person can put up holiday lights on her own property, she can give someone permission to TP it too, right?" Mom was laughing and heading for the door. Grandma reminded her to put on her shoes. I cornered Tanner, who was following. "Not a good idea," I said. "Why not?" he asked. "It's harmless. Your mom is awesome. My mom should take lessons." So this was about his mother. That made sense. But having a mom who couldn't stay home alone wasn't awesome. Having a mom forget all the history of her children, like their first steps or the first day of school, was not awesome. Having a mom forget she loved my poetry, a mom who had once understood me and now barely knew me, nothing about this was awesome, and I was angry that he thought it was. I said nothing, following him out the door. Wendy put her hand on my arm. "You're okay with this? Tanner is impulsive, but he's not mean. We can stop this." Mom and Tanner were laughing in the yard, already opening the toilet paper. I liked hearing her laugh. "It's okay," I said. "Is it?" she asked. "Peter, it's okay to be honest." "It's not okay," I said. "But this might be the new normal." She said nothing, and we joined the other two. Star came home while we were working on the huge trees in front of Grandma's house. Tanner had a good arm, and he'd shot the rolls high over tree branches so TP streamed down to the ground and fluttered in the wind. "Peter!" Star scolded. She looked furious and mortified. "What are you doing? What on earth is going on? Where is Grandma?" "She supplied the toilet paper," Wendy said with a shrug. Wendy wasn't comfortable with this, but she was participating. I hadn't started comfortable, but it wasn't hurting anyone, and it was fun. I couldn't say what about vandalizing our own yard was fun, but watching Mom and Tanner get into this was fun. "Oh my goodness," Star said. She stomped into the house. I wondered if she planned to yell at Grandma. I was glad to be out here and not be part of that. 5 minutes later, a police officer arrived. He stopped his car at the street and got out of his car, leaning over looking surprised. Maybe he expected us to run. Instead, my mom approached the car. "Look what we did," she said. "I never got to do this, or I don't remember. I don't remember some things." The officer looked at the rest of us, a silent plea for help. I whispered to Wendy to go get Grandma, and Tanner and I approached the police car. "We live here," I said. "In April Stafford's house?" the man asked. "I'm her grandson," I said. "This is my mother. My dad left, so we're staying here for now." "Kevin," the man said. "Kevin left his family?" This was supposed to be a small town, and yet this policeman had missed a whole lot of town gossip. "We're not hurting anyone," Tanner said defensively. "Impulsive," Wendy had said. "That could get us into trouble right now." I gave Tanner a look, and he took a step back. "Well, we're not." Grandma jogged out into the yard, laughing. "Brant, it's okay," she said. "Meet my family. This is Peter, my grandson, and his friend Tanner. And this is Evelyn. They're fine, Brant. Just making a few new memories to replace some that got lost." She pulled the officer aside, probably to explain my mom, and Mom took Tanner's arm and led him back to the tree. "You have a good arm," she said. "Peter doesn't do sports. He writes instead. He writes all the time. Kevin played football. In high school, he played football. I never saw him play. That's so sad." Tanner shook his head. "I'm sorry about that, Mrs. Stafford. Maybe we should stop. The trees look pretty good." Mom stepped back and looked way, way up the tree. She unbalanced herself doing it, and I steadied her. "Yes," she said, "they look very good. And I'm tired. Yes, I'm tired." She went into the house, where Wendy and Star were hiding, and Tanner laughed. Okay, I had no idea coming to dinner would be so much fun. I almost wish I'd gotten arrested. Mom would have had a cow. Dad would have... He shrugged. It would have been an event. "You can't use my mom to spite your parents," I said. "I know she seems like fun, but she was our mom. I miss what she was. Do you have to take care of your mom?" He took a step back, and I realized I sounded as angry and hurt as I felt. He thought this was fun. I simply felt tired. This was not my life, and yet here I was. "I'm sorry," he said. "I hadn't thought about that. My parents are missing too. They're there, right in front of me, but not there. I guess your mom is similar. Wendy has it best, I guess. She has the best parents." "Then next time we have dinner at her house," I said. He laughed. "Yeah, let's do that. We'll invite ourselves over. No TP, I promise." Brant the policeman left, and Grandma laughed at the tree. "Good job, all of you," she said. "I happen to know your mother never once TP'd a house, and I have no idea why it makes me happy that now she has." "Wait," I said. "Did you ever do it?" "No." She grinned when she said it, and I wondered if she was lying. My grandmother was different. "Are we in trouble?" I asked. "With the police?" "No," Grandma said with another laugh. "Of course not. The neighbors might not appreciate the mess, but that's their problem." "Grandma," I scolded, "we're not supposed to be trouble for the neighbors. You're supposed to teach us good things." This bothered me. I needed Grandma to say mom things, not grandma things. Someone in my life needed to be the parent. Grandma sighed. "You're right. I'm sorry. We'll clean it up tomorrow. Good?" I agreed. I wasn't sure what I felt about tonight, about the tension and the embarrassment and the camaraderie, all of it confusing in its extremes. But it would help if we cleaned it up and put it behind us. "I can help," Tanner said. "I'll come and help." Star had gone to her room, and Wendy was on the sofa bidding my mother good night. In a minute, Tanner, Wendy, and I were alone. "I guess we're not in trouble?" Wendy asked. "We're not," I said. "It's okay." "What a strange night. Is your life always like this?" "It's always unpredictable. Usually Grandma doesn't help Mom cause trouble." "It wasn't trouble," Tanner said. "It was fun. Your grandma is awesome. Wendy, you want to ride home?" Wendy agreed, and Tanner's dad's driver came for them. I sat on the sofa when they left, and Star appeared. She sat in Grandma's chair. "I can't believe you," she said. "It wasn't me. It was Tanner and Grandma." Star rolled her eyes. "I don't know if I can stay, Peter. I was planning to go to college anyway, you know. I'm not abandoning you, but in a year I can get away, and I will." I nodded. I never expected otherwise. "I know," I said. She shook her head, tears in her eyes. Jumping out of her chair, she hugged me and headed for the stairs. "I love you, Peter, but this life is too weird. It's not right, and I don't know what to do with it." I nodded and said nothing else. She wasn't the only one who felt that way. Chapter 8. Peter. I'm ashamed to say I hid for the next few weeks. I attended church, where nobody my age attended. When Grandma and Mom went shopping, I stayed home. I went to the park, but Wendy seemed to be hiding too, so I didn't see her. I did attend youth group, and both Tanner and Wendy talked to me, but it was strange and strained. We had no idea what to do with that evening. The mix of fun and stress and awkwardness, added in with Tanner's bizarre foray into the world of illegal drugs, seemed to confuse all of us. Darla continued to approach. For 2 or 3 minutes at the end of each youth meeting, she came to say hello and ask me if I was feeling settled. The answer I gave wasn't important. I answered, and she smiled her amazingly beautiful smile, and she moved on. She was so different from her sister, I had to laugh every single week. Then school started. 9th grade in a new school. Darla was my age. Dan in youth group, too. But while we'd said hello, that's all we'd said. I didn't feel like I was walking into the building with much support. Nor did I care. Avoiding Wendy and Tanner and staying home so much had made me weary. Star was distant, already dreaming of college and her chance to escape. Mom had been weepy, probably because I'd been avoiding her too. Mom was like a teenager in her desire to hang out with friends. She didn't have hobbies or schedules yet, and I thought she was bored. Someone needed to find her a little direction. It wasn't going to be me. Anyway, I walked off the bus with Star, who disappeared immediately because she'd spent the summer finding friends at church and work and not hiding at home. So I entered the building alone, opened my locker alone, and sat down in my first class alone. Peter. I cringed. Darla. Would she make me feel even more alone? Because she could do that. Hey, I said, turning. Every male eye turned to her. I wondered if that bothered her or if she needed it. I had no idea what went on in the head of Darla Pickens. I was certain it was more than she let on. Are you nervous? She asked. She sat at the desk in front of me and turned around to see me. I'd be so nervous if I was new. This class is taught by Mr. Kellerman, and everyone says he's so nice. I hope he's nice. Why not be nice, right? I mean, why are teachers ever mean? Wouldn't their lives be easier if their students didn't hate them? So this teacher is nice, but it's history. I'm not great in history, but maybe a nice teacher will help. She took a breath. Again, guys watched. She dressed conservatively and did nothing to draw attention other than talk and smile, but every guy watched everything she did. That meant now they were watching me due to proximity. I don't mind history, I said. So, she sat back. I never asked you this. Science. Biology. Do you like biology? I shrugged. Biology was okay. Then, she smiled. English? You like English, don't you? When I talk to you, you use big words. Like Wendy. She knows all the words. I like science. I like experiments and knowing how things work. And art, which people think doesn't go with science. But I think God is both an artist and a scientist, so it all matters and it can go together. Okay, she was talking at light speed, and she was making a scene without even trying. But she had a point. God was both a scientist and an artist. I considered myself an artist, but I like to know how things worked too. I used word art to make sense of the world, just like a scientist used experiments. Yeah, I said. I smiled. I like that. I like to write. Words can be art, right? And I use it like a scientist to figure out how things work. She beamed at me like I just solved a great world problem. Yes, that's it. I'm so glad you're in this class. And I never thought of English as art, but it is. Maybe I'll do better in English if I think of it as art. And if not, maybe you can help me. I can help you in science if you need it. This was a longer conversation than Darla and I had ever shared. I looked around, wondering where her friends were. At youth group, she was always part of a group. But none of her group was in this class. She talked to me until class started, and then when it was over, she said a friendly farewell and headed out to her next class. I didn't see anyone else I knew until lunch, when Wendy swept in with a tray and fell into the seat at my side. I remember now, she whispered, her lips shifting into a smile. She wasn't the beauty that her sister was, but Wendy had the best smile. Clever, always a little ironic and slightly mocking, her eyes sparkling. Intelligence and wit shined in her smile. I needed to write some of these thoughts down. Wendy was good for poetry. You remember, I prodded. She grinned in full. How much I dislike school. People. Maybe it's not school. It's people. No, I don't mind people. But all together this way, they get to me. Did you meet any people this morning? Not really. Your sister sat down and had a whole conversation with me, though. That's new. Wendy's face fell. I hadn't figured out the sister dynamic yet, but it wasn't ideal. I bet everyone already loves her, she said. I was surprised that none of her friends were in first hour with us. We're in history together. Then I didn't have anyone I knew in the next 2 classes. We spent a few minutes discussing classes when Tanner appeared. He sat down next to me and slouched low, looking around. "And we're hiding?" Wendy asked. She tended to put on a maternal tone around Tanner. She did it to me, too. Tanner grinned. "Maybe. Tell me I can sit here. Please. Abigail is looking for me. She thinks I like her, and I don't, and I wish it was still summer." No, that's not true either. I wish summer had more excuses to leave the house, or that school had fewer girls. Wendy rolled her eyes, but of course we let him stay. He was right about the girls. 3 of them showed up and tried to entice him away to their table. Wendy looked steamed about it. I found it amusing. I mean, I was apparently sitting with someone popular and older. This could be good for my reputation. Yeah, like I cared about that at all. I noticed Star was in my lunch. She sat at a table with friends from youth group. She looked content. It was about time. The rest of the day was forgettable. Darla was in my math class, and she again sat near me, chatting at me like we were old friends. Then the day was over, and I climbed onto the bus and found my sister sitting with some guy, meaning I had to sit alone. I hated to sit alone on the bus, and Star knew it. But she couldn't really spend her year holding my hand. She was leaving. I had to learn to sit on the bus alone, to deal with Mom and Grandma alone. I didn't think of Star as a vital part of my life. We had different hobbies and schedules, but the thought of her being gone scared me. Mom met us at the door, Grandma on the sofa behind her. "How was it?" Mom asked. "Did you have a good day? I can't remember what grades you're in. Can you tell me? And Star, did you meet any boys?" Star took a deep breath and summed up her day in 4 short, exasperated sentences, and then she went upstairs to change for work. Grandma didn't want her to work, wanted her to enjoy senior year, but Star said she needed the escape. I sat on the sofa and nibbled a cookie, snickerdoodle, and described my day. It didn't take long, because nothing had happened. "We should TP the house again," Mom said. "Spice up your day." I laughed. "No, we shouldn't. Mom, I think that was a one-shot event. Anyway, I'm going to change and go to the park. I need to walk off the day." As I got ready and grabbed the doorknob, Grandma stopped me. "The day was good?" she asked. I didn't lie, I said. It wasn't good or bad. I'm glad Wendy and Tanner are in lunch with me. It was fine. Grandma looked like she wanted to say more, but I slid out the door and headed to the park, surprised to find Tanner sitting under my tree. He didn't look good, his face red. I thought maybe he'd been crying, but I couldn't imagine Tanner crying. I'd seen him right before walking out of the building, and he'd looked fine. He'd smiled and flirted all day. "Hey," he said. He gestured around us. "I hoped you'd come. I even prayed for it. I don't pray for much. I don't know what I think about praying. But I needed you to show up. Even Pickens would have done the trick. Just had to get out, and I don't know if it was good to get out and be alone." I sat at his side, dropping my journal in my lap. "What's up?" I asked. He shrugged. "Okay, this makes no sense, but I want company without having to talk." I laughed. "Okay. No, it makes sense." "How's your mom?" he asked 4 seconds later. Maybe he meant we couldn't talk about him. I didn't mind talking about Mom, so I answered the question. "Fine, the same, although she's reading better." That's so weird. Sorry, I thought it was cool. I mean, she acts like she's our age, and it isn't a good thing. "No," I said. "Sometimes, sure, but not when I want a mom." He snorted. "Yeah, sometimes I want a mom too." My parents aren't getting along, which is only a shade worse than them getting along. He said things like this all the time. I was tired of the cryptic statements. I wasn't sure Tanner was aware of me as another person. I was more a sounding board. I had no intention of being a sounding board for a stranger. "Give me some facts or I'm leaving," I said. "What's it like at your house?" He looked startled. He shifted his weight like he was about to leave, but he didn't go. "Sorry, I gripe about them too much. I know your situation isn't great, but it's okay," I said. "I'm not keeping score. What's it like?" "Dad isn't nice." He shrugged. "Not like he beats people up, but he's always in a hurry, too busy, angry with politics or the job. Anything, everything. So Mom works hard to keep him happy, but usually that means she has to gripe at me. Somehow I'm always at fault for Dad's bad mood. So Dad picks at us, mostly at Mom, and then Mom picks at me. Mom thinks if I'm perfect, Dad will be happy. I don't know if Dad cares that much. I'm not sure he knows my whole name." This was sad. Tanner ran his palms over his eyes and back through his hair. "Wow, way to whine, Tanner," he said. "Sorry, Peter." "Pete? Do you like Peter or Pete?" "Either," I said. I thought about it. "Peter." "Sure," he said. "Cool. Peter. Sorry to whine. They give me everything. Mom has already picked out a car for my birthday. I wish that fixed things. So, yeah, your mom wanting to TP a house and hang out with us. I got a little gung-ho about that." I grinned. Today I told her about my boring school day, and she said we should TP the house again to spice up the day. He laughed. "Okay, I'm sorry you lost your mom, but you sort of gained a cool big sister." True. Maybe I had to remember that. Maybe it was time to change my perspective. Tanner pointed to the journal in my lap. "Your mom said you wrote." I nodded. I sure wasn't going to tell him what I wrote. He wrinkled his nose. "Aw, come on. I just told you about my family." "Yeah, and that's weird. Are you high again?" He held out his hands. "No, never. Not doing that again. I had a headache for a whole day. Nope, just whiny and now nosy." "What happened?" I asked. "I mean, at school you were fine, and now you're here." "I rode the bus home," he said. "This morning, she said she couldn't send the car until later, so I thought that meant she wanted me to take the bus. She was furious, like I'd licked a homeless person." I burst out laughing. "Tanner, that's, I don't know, so inappropriate." He grinned. "Yeah, probably. But trust me, it's exactly the look she gave me. So I took off." "You didn't get a ride here?" "I walked. Ran and walked. I don't live that far." I had no idea where he lived. I hadn't done a lot of exploring over the summer. And really, nobody lived that far from anyone else. Notice I hadn't told him about my writing. Well, he noticed too, and he snatched the journal off my lap. "Hey!" The word was harsh, because I filled with instant fury. He dropped it back in my lap, eyes wide. "Is it porn?" he whispered. The fury died, and I laughed. "No." He shrugged. "So what's so bad then?" "It's private," I said. He nodded. "About your mom? Your family? Do you miss your dad?" I didn't correct him. In a way, he was right. A lot of my poems were about my family. "I don't miss him much." "Do you hate him for leaving?" Tanner was just full of questions. "No." Sometimes." Tanner nodded. "Good for you, being all honest." "Thanks, Pete." "Peter?" "For?" I asked. "Keeping my secret. Letting me talk your mom into breaking the law. I don't know. Stuff." I tried not to smile. The words were simple. The gratitude was not. "No problem," I said. "And whatever you did to Wendy, thanks for that. I thought she'd never talk to me again." "I don't think I had anything to do with that," Pete said. "She got weird after Gladdy. Not sure what happened there, but that girl was bad news all around." I hadn't heard of Gladdy. and Tanner cringed. Sorry, not my story to tell. Wendy's okay. Too bossy, but she's mostly okay. She's been happier since you got here. That's cool, you know. Talking to Tanner was always interesting, and somewhat cryptic. I nodded. Gladdy. Maybe one day I'd ask Wendy about that. Maybe not. I didn't open my journal, and I didn't tell him what I wrote. Instead, we headed to my house for a snack. My mom flirted a little bit, and Tanner charmed. Then he checked his phone, said he should leave, and called the driver. I wasn't sure I'd ever get used to that. Not just having a driver, but someone in Mistwood having a driver. He left, and I helped Grandma with dinner. That felt normal. I realized I'd made it through the first day of school. No dramas, no difficulties, even a couple friends. I was rocking my life in Mistwood. Of course, it didn't last. How could you even think it would? That would be the most boring story in the world. Chapter 9. Peter. Mom, have you seen my journal? I got to the bottom of the steps and found my answer. Mom sat on the sofa, reading through my journal. When she heard me, she turned in confusion. I don't understand, she said. I don't know if I like poems. I don't understand them. I sighed and took my journal out of her hands, trying not to be hurt and angry. She had been the only one who understood. Wendy had seen this. She understood. Maybe I needed to let her read more. Was that vain? I didn't want her to read it out of vanity. I just wanted to think someone else understood what happened in my head. The clearest view of the inside of my head was written in this journal. I'm sorry, Mom said. I shouldn't have looked at it. It's okay, I said. It's not that. Once you liked it. Now she looked hurt. Oh, Peter, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I can't remember. I'm sorry I don't know things. Why did that happen? Can I fix it? Can the doctor fix it? Then I can carry my briefcase to work. For a couple days, she'd been talking about work. Grandma said maybe it was time. There were programs to help people like Mom work. I thought it was a good idea. Mom needed a challenge. I headed to school after tucking my journal in my top dresser drawer. For 1 second, I'd felt this wash of hope. I imagined Mom would turn to me and remember how much she liked my poems, and she would ask me about a phrase or a word picture, and I would tell her. She would smile at me like I was the smartest kid in the world. But that hadn't happened. It would never happen, and I needed to get over it. I walked into school out of sorts. Star didn't ride the bus. She hadn't ridden since the second day, catching rides with friends. I sat alone when I could, and once I got to school, things were better. Darla still talked in history and math. I had friends for lunch. I didn't need more than that. I walked into English and found Mrs. Jeffries smiling at me. I had no idea what that was all about, except it was creepy. Then she started class, and I wished it was only creepy. Turned out Mrs. Jeffries had decided to tank my life, and it was all my fault. I graded your assignments, she said. She threw me another smile, and I knew what was coming. I had half a mind to jump up and beg her not to say anything, but I didn't. Instead, I sat there and let it happen. The assignment had been on poetry, and yes, I'd gotten into it. The poem I'd turned in was good. I thought it was one of my best. And Mrs. Jeffries agreed and proceeded to share it with the class. Let's just say the class wasn't as thrilled with it as Mrs. Jeffries. They didn't say anything mean, not at that point, but they looked bored. They fidgeted. I suspected not one of them heard it. Thinking nobody understands or cares about things dear to your heart is one thing. Knowing it for certain is something else. I walked into lunch angry and hurt and defeated. 2 poetic rejections in one day. Wendy was already seated, and she raised her eyebrows. You okay? No, and I'm not talking about it. She patted my arm. I'm sorry. Whatever it is, I'm sorry. She was. I knew she wasn't lying. Tanner was a few minutes late because he flirted around the room before sitting down. He frowned at me. Looks like someone's in a terrible mood, he said. Tanner, Wendy scolded. Be nice. Tanner held out his hands. Sorry. So what happened? I glared at him, and he laughed. See, he's in a terrible mood. At this point, a guy from English approached the table. You really wrote that? He asked. I blinked. Yes. The guy didn't say a word, just gave me a look. Not a friendly look. The kind of look you'd give an alien. Why? He asked. Looking to score with the teacher? This made me angry, because the truth was, Mrs. Jeffries was hot for a teacher, and the guys had been saying crude things about her from the first day. So now I was angry with her for outing me to the class and feeling defensive toward her because some of the guys were jerks. And yeah, Tanner was right. I was in a terrible mood. Leave him alone, Tanner said. Oh, so not the right thing to say. I don't need you looking out for me, I said, which was rude, because he meant well. Tanner usually meant well. Fine, he said, hands out. He made a gesture toward the guy standing at the end of our table. Carry on, then. This is ridiculous, Wendy said. She turned to the guy from English. Why are you over here causing trouble? Mother Wendy was on the scene. We didn't need that, either. His poem, the guy said. I wished I knew his name. I wasn't great with names, and so far, a couple weeks into school, I hadn't even tried. Did you know he's a poet? Mrs. Jeffries swooned. It was so hot. But poetry, so lame. The guy walked off, and I took a deep breath. Did I actually have steam coming off my skin? Because it felt like I did. Poetry? Tanner asked. He was serious and not mocking. Score 1 for Tanner. However, I was angry and didn't care how he said it. Just that he said it. Negative score for me. Yes, poetry. I write poetry. It's what I didn't let you see in the journal, because nobody gets it but Mom, and now she doesn't understand either, and I don't understand why they laugh. Do you know how many famous poets were men? Aren't we supposed to be enlightened? Women are doctors, and guys can write poetry. I was saying this too loud, with too much venom, and the kids at the next table were watching and laughing. It's cool, Tanner said. You ever put any of it to music? That took a little of the starch out of me. What? Song lyrics are poetry. I write music, but I can't write a song lyric to save my life. Maybe you could find words for one of my songs. Hey, Wendy said. She shot us a beautiful smile. That's a good idea. You can work together. Yep, still Mother Wendy. But the smile helped. I don't know, I said, because I wasn't ready to let go of the anger yet. Wendy put her hand on my arm. Then she gave me a look that made me cringe. Even my grandmother didn't look at me like that. She was a little disappointed in me, and she wanted Tanner and me to play nice. I heard the thoughts in my mom's old tone, and that didn't sit well. I said nothing. That probably saved my friendships that day. Fine, I growled, whatever. For the rest of the day, I got teased about poetry. A few kids mentioned Shakespeare and tights. They weren't outrageously mean, just teasing. But I hated it. Poetry was how I figured out the world. I wasn't angry that they didn't understand poetry. I was angry that they didn't understand me. Because they dismissed my medium, they would never understand. A whole lot of the world had no use for poetry, so a whole lot of the world would never get me. Or they would, and then a car crash would take that away. Wendy caught me at my locker before I went for the bus. Park, she said, right after school. She didn't suggest it. She ordered it. She hadn't quite given up Mother Wendy yet. However, I was going to show up at that park. Maybe since I had no mother to mother me right now, I was willing to let her play the role. Life was confusing. Wendy was already waiting when I arrived. She'd changed clothes, trading her skirt and top — she wore skirts to school a lot — for jeans and a t-shirt. Her hair was now in a ponytail. She was pretty no matter what she wore, only now she looked more comfortable. And she smiled. I fell into that smile and wasn't sure I could ever climb out. "Did you bring it?" she asked. "I meant to ask you to bring it." I passed over the journal and sat at her side on the park bench. She moved closer so our shoulders touched, and I wondered what she planned to say. Was I about to get a lecture, a scolding, or something encouraging? I'd been a monster to people today, but I hoped for encouraging. She opened the book and flipped through pages, landing on a short poem I'd written soon after Mom's accident. I didn't want her to start there. The words were dark and hopeless, because that was how I'd felt at the time. But I said nothing, waiting. I tried to relax, but everything inside me tightened up in anticipation. She would hate it. She wouldn't see why I'd written it, and she would think I was one of those kids who went around in a cloud of gloom and doom. I wasn't, but for the first few weeks after Mom's accident, I'd sure tried living in that place. She put her hand over the words, silent, and flipped to another page. This one happened to be more cheerful, mostly about a sunset. Her head was bent over the page, but I could see her smile. Again she rested her palm over the words, a silent benediction, and she flipped to another. I said nothing. No explanations, no narrative. I wanted her to read her fill without thinking about me. I wanted to know what the words said to her, what they did to her. Nobody had responded to my words in months, and I craved a pure, honest response. She read 6 of them and then shook her head, closing the book. She laughed. "I didn't plan to read and read," she said. "It's everything, isn't it? Everything you see or think or do ends up here. I envy you. I don't have a way to focus the world like this." I wasn't sure what I'd wanted her to say, but it wasn't this. Did she like them? Hate them? She placed the journal in my lap and looked up into my eyes. Even sitting here, I was taller than her. I was taller than most everyone, and weighed less than most everyone. "They're amazing, Peter. It's weird knowing you watch and listen to the same world I do, and yet you turn it into this. It's beautiful. A little scary." Scary? Yeah, thinking you see so clearly is scary. What would you write about me? I didn't say a word. I'd written more than one poem about her, and fortunately she'd flipped past them without realizing it. Peter, I might have done something dumb. Don't hate me." I raised my eyebrows, and she looked around, not at me, her cheeks pink. "What did you do?" "I told Tanner to come. His music is good. If you and he joined forces, you might make beautiful songs. Kids wouldn't make fun of that." "Does it bother you to sit at lunch with someone kids pester?" She shook her head. "Peter, of course not." "Does it bother you to sit with someone people call bossy?" "I never heard anyone call you bossy," I said. "And no, even if I hear it, they don't get to decide who I sit with." "Wait, Tanner mentioned a girl. Gladys? He didn't say much. He said it was your story to tell. She called you bossy, didn't she?" She sighed. Gladys wasn't the first person to say it, but she said it with more venom than most. She wasn't wrong. I can be bossy. I want to help, and I can be pushy about it, like I did by asking Tanner to come. I'm sorry, Pete. "It's okay. What happened with Gladys?" Wendy shook her head, her eyes damp, and I hated that I had asked. I was feeling vulnerable, and I'd taken that out on her. I should never have gotten out of bed today. "No," I said, "sorry. You don't have to tell me." She put her hand on the journal in my lap. She always touched it with reverence, like she realized I'd foolishly stored the deepest parts of my heart in there. "You'll understand," she smiled, blinking through the dampness in her eyes. "That's important to you." "Yeah, I guess," I said. "Isn't it important to everyone?" "I don't know. I thought it was important to me. I was angry with Tanner for not letting me see enough to understand, but I might be the worst offender at keeping my stuff to myself." She was pretty, a senior last year. She took the youth group by storm, I guess. She seemed to have it all together, but she hid things. Not secrets like Tanner and those stupid drugs, but a dragon-like personality. She talked about people behind backs and then batted her eyes and apologized in surprise like she'd done nothing wrong. I like to greet at events, and I was on a couple committees. I like to know what's going on. And yeah, I might be controlling, but she wanted to run things, and she said a lot of nasty things about me. She insinuated Spence had feelings for me and almost got him fired. Some people sided with her because it's not all false. I can be bossy. I like to take charge, especially when nobody else will, and last year, Spence had trouble getting people to volunteer. She shrugged, and I leaned against her shoulder. "And it hurt," I said. "Because it wasn't straight lies. Nobody likes to see their weaknesses spewed all over the place." "No," I said, "they don't. Star struggles with that. Only in her mind, Mom is her weakness. She wishes we could lock Mom in the house and never let her out." "I'm sorry, Wendy." She shrugged. "Old news. I let it stay new news for too long. Spence kept saying I have to get over it. I'm trying. But I'm still pushy." "Maternal," I said. "You're maternal. It's not all bad." She smiled at that. "Thanks." Tanner strolled up, looking comfortable in his skin. If I had to describe Tanner in one sentence, that would be it. I knew it wasn't true, but he was good at faking it. "Hey," he said. "So, Wendy said—" "Wendy lied, didn't she? You have no interest in helping me." "I'm a grump today," I admitted. "But yeah, I can help you." He sat heavily on Wendy's far side and leaned forward to see me. "Good. Words are not my thing." He glanced at the journal, sitting in Wendy's lap, and raised his eyebrows. I nodded, and Wendy put it in his hands. For a minute or two, we sat in silence while Tanner read a few pages. Then he flipped around a little, reading bits here and there. Then he stopped and glanced at me. I could tell from the look on his face he'd found one about Wendy. Not that I'd named her, but I'd also not hidden her. I gave my head the tiniest shake, hoping he knew I'd rather her not know, and he flipped forward. "Yes," he finally said, This is what I lack. My music means something to me. Each song has a story. It has lyrics in my head, but it's all thoughts and not words. I don't know how we can work together. Can you help me put words to what's in my head? Do I want to put music to what you've got on this page?" "I don't know," I said. "I think we play around until we figure it out. Maybe both. Give each of us a chance to be heard." "Yeah," he grinned. "I like that. Is the one Mrs. Jeffries read in here? All the jerks at school have me curious." "Last one," I said. "When I got it just right, I put it in there." He flipped to it, and Wendy leaned closer. He held it so both of them could see it. When they finished, Wendy laughed. "I can see where that wouldn't appeal to a freshman English class," she said. The words stung. "It's much too mature. If it was about beer and phone games, then yes. It's beautiful, Peter, but all of them are." I glanced at Tanner. I hoped for a word other than beautiful. Mom had said that too. But how would a guy relate to it? Dad rarely tried. He seriously had no use for poetry. The guy didn't have a romantic, poetic bone in his body. I think some of these things, Tanner said. I thought I was the only one. It was probably the best thing he could have said to me. Thanks, I said. You want to schedule a time to get together? He nodded. Sure. I'll bring my beat-up guitar your way. Tomorrow? Sure. My house isn't always quiet. Star studies upstairs, and Mom is downstairs, with Grandma. He shrugged. We can go to my house, but it's not a great place. But it's empty for a while after school if we need the quiet. I wasn't sure what to say. I thought we needed the quiet. But if Tanner didn't want to be home, I wouldn't ask him to do that. My place is fine, I said. Tomorrow, after school. Chapter 10. Peter. We left it at that, and soon we split up and went home. I did homework until Star appeared. You didn't have the best school day, she said. She sat at the kitchen table across from me. You turned in a poem you loved, didn't you? Why would you do that? I threw up my hands. Excuse me for taking an assignment seriously. Trust me, I learned my lesson. Tanner wants me to help him with song lyrics, poetry that people don't mock. She grinned. He's good on a guitar. If anyone can make people accept your hobby, it's him. That wasn't why I wanted to help him, and it bothered me that she thought it was. He wants my help, I said. We're doing it together. I'm sure, she said dryly. I don't understand Tanner. He's popular. People love him. But he hangs out with you and Wendy. Not that you and Wendy are bad, but I don't know how he's popular with unpopular friends. You might want to stop talking now, I said. Visiting Tanner and Wendy had fixed my bad mood. Now Star had brought it all back. Were they awful? I just heard a little bit. The seniors don't give a lot of thought to the messes of the freshmen. Star, I scolded. What's wrong with you? Yes, they were awful. Yes, I made a mistake and turned in a poem I was proud of. She read it to the class, and they didn't understand it, didn't care, whatever. Then they decided mocking my poetry would be great fun. It wasn't mean, exactly. They were teasing, but I didn't like it. She nodded and patted my hand. I'm sorry, Peter. I know Mom used to like your poetry. I wish I liked it. I know what you write is good for poetry, but I don't like poetry. I like sentences and punctuation. I had to laugh because I knew this, and we were having a ridiculous conversation. Anyway, I said, tomorrow Tanner's coming to work on music. Here? Where will you do it? The house is too small for that. Sound travels. Isn't Tanner rich? Doesn't he have a big house? And he's an only child, so nobody else needs quiet to do homework. I said nothing. I could not win today. When she went back upstairs to work, I sat back in my chair and wished this day was finished. Fortunately, good things were coming. For now. Yeah, you know something has to give, because every story has its dark moments. But for a while, God planned to send us light. I think we had to catch our breaths from the accident before we got the next installment of maturity. You wrote a poem about Wendy, Tanner said when we sat down at a park picnic table the next day. The afternoon was cool, perfect for sitting outside, and it kept us from dealing with either of our families. Yeah, I said, don't make fun. No, he held out his hands. But you like her? The poem wasn't about that, I said. You read it. You know that. Yeah, a poem that describes a girl's skin and hair. That's what you do when you like someone. Or when the girl is nice to you, I said, and you've had a rough few weeks, and you're paying attention to anyone who's kind to you. He shrugged. Okay, I'll give you that. She didn't see it. I'm not sure she'd realize it was about her. We should use it for a song. See how long it takes her to figure it out. I laughed. We are not making a song about how much I needed a friendly face when Wendy found me in the park. But I'm not sure how we want to do this. I have music, Tanner said, resting the guitar in his lap. He plucked a couple strings and then played a tune. I liked it. Upbeat, cheerful. I was reminded of the praise songs at youth group. I like it, I said when he finished. What do you want to do with it? Praise song, he said. I laughed. What? When you were playing, I said, I thought it sounded like a praise song from youth group. I think we can write praise lyrics. And we did. We pulled phrases from the Psalms and added to them, and 90 minutes later, Tanner was singing our first song. During October and the first week of November, we wrote 7 songs. 2 were like the first. Tanner had music in mind and a vague idea for lyrics. We struggled with the 4th. Tanner had written the music while angry, and he wanted angry lyrics. I could do that, but he wanted it too specific. His dad had promised to get time off to take in a ball game, and he canceled. It was a whole weekend getaway, since there were no professional ball teams of any sort nearby. The family would drive to the city, spend the night, and see the game the next day. I don't know if you want it so personal, I said, but we could make it vague. Tanner huffed. I doubt I'm the only person whose dad never keeps their word. True, I said. Mine didn't. Only he wasn't overworked. He just didn't have a lot of follow-through. I wonder how his life works without my mom to tell him what to do and where to go. We spent a few minutes telling each other bitter, angry father stories, and then I held out my hand. Wait, this isn't helping us. We did better with praise music. I'm not sure God wants us sitting here disrespecting our families and then writing songs about it. Tanner let a smile slip through. It sounds terrible when you say it that way. But can't we share? It hurts, doesn't it? Do we have to keep it all in? Isn't that why Wendy hated me? Because I keep everything to myself? True, but we're making each other angry, and we're making each other hate the other one's dad. I feel like there's a better way to vent. Maybe, he said, and yeah, writing angry songs about my dad isn't a good idea. So can we make it about a fictional dad who works too much and misses everything his family does? We did that. The song was good, emotional. Tanner liked emotion in his music, and I liked it in the words. We made a good team. Then we started a 6th song, one of my poems. Tanner liked one describing the first night at Grandma's house. I'd heard every creak of the old house, and the wind had slapped branches against the window, and the moonlight had cast shadows across the room. Tanner looked at the words for 5 minutes, simply stared at them, and then he started to play. We had to change the music a little, and the words a little, but 90 minutes later, we had another song. A good one. It was creepy, but also talked about the heartbreak of change and facing the unknown. The 7th song gave us trouble. The weather was turning, so we decided to meet at his house. His mother was supposed to be gone. His driver came for us after school, driving us out to the edge of town, 10 minutes away, to a huge, older, brick house. It looked perfect from the outside, and then it looked even better on the inside. So, he said when he dropped his backpack on the table, this is my house. Don't hate me. I'd take your house any day. This place is a mausoleum. Nothing in here is personal. My mom hired someone to decorate it, and so help me, if I drop a crumb, she has a fit. She says I don't respect the place. She's right. It's ridiculous. Nobody in Mistwood lives like this. Dad has offered to move her to a bigger city, but I think she thrives on being the richest person in town. He took a deep breath. Okay, sorry. I'm done. We bring positive thoughts to our music sessions. We didn't have a rule like that. In fact, our best songs weren't the positive ones. But yeah, he could spiral to a deep, dark place when he talked about his parents, so it was best to head it off. We made ourselves snacks and went to his room to work. The room was as perfect as the rest of the house. Don't say a word, he said, putting out his hand. I'm a regular, sloppy teenager. I just happen to have a paid housekeeper to make me look like I'm not. I laughed. I'd like to borrow her. It's fine, Tanner. Great room. He looked at it with a critical eye, frowning. The room wasn't personal, like the rest of the house, but it came closer. 2 shelves over his dresser were filled with books and old memorabilia. The furniture was wood, simple but strong. As nice as their house was, the decor was simple throughout. Whoever had decorated didn't like clutter. I like the space, I said. Nothing in here is cluttered. It's good. He opened his mouth, but said nothing. I lived with 3 other people in a house that was barely made for 2. We didn't collect a lot, but clutter was inevitable for us. Music, Tanner said. Hey, do you think Wendy is okay? I shook my head. No, Wendy wasn't okay. I didn't know why, and she wasn't talking, but she'd gotten distant. She ate with us and talked to us, but it wasn't like it was. I missed deep talks in the woods on warm summer mornings and true confessions. I didn't think I would miss the way she dug in and mothered, but I did. And Darla, Tanner said. Am I wrong in thinking something's up with Darla? Again, he had nailed it. Darla, the Queen of Sunshine, hadn't been as sunny of late. I wondered if something was wrong in their family. You like her, Tanner said. Wendy. I think she likes you. You should figure out what's wrong. I shrugged. Aren't we here to write a song? We'd barely started when Mrs. Barr came into the room. She didn't knock, and when she saw me, she frowned. Why didn't I know you'd have company, she growled. Tanner sighed. Mom, this is Peter Stafford. He's new in town. I invited him over because it's too cold to be at the park. She didn't seem to recognize my name. Tanner had kept our songwriting to himself. Her face softened, and she nodded at me. Peter, welcome. Did Tanner offer you anything? You don't have to lock yourselves up here. We have a big, beautiful house for a reason. We're playing music, Tanner said. We don't want to disrupt anything. I like it up here. And yes, I was the perfect host. She moved to his bed and picked up his backpack, tucking it into the closet. Maybe not so perfect, she said, arching one scary eyebrow. It was plucked and then painted back on in a very dark color. Mrs. Barr was pretty, but it was the beauty of the evil stepmother in all the fairy tales. Lines on her face said she frowned more than smiled. I wanted to write a poem about her, but it wouldn't be flattering. Mom, Tanner said, I'm sorry I didn't tell you Peter would be here, but we're fine. I have dinner planned, she said. Your dad has a meeting tonight, so we can't be slow. 6 sharp. Next time, let me know. She left the room, and Tanner sighed. Sorry about that. She goes overboard when Dad is coming to dinner. It doesn't happen often. The house has to be perfect, and the meal, although she doesn't cook it. Our cook hates nights when Dad comes home because nothing pleases Mom. She's sure Dad stays away because of the food or me. Maybe it is me. All evening he'll grill me about school, test scores, and athletics. In his mind, a perfect son is a star athlete. He sure doesn't invite someone over to play music. Tanner ran his hand over his eyes. Sorry, we were going to stop doing this. Next time, I said, let's do this at Wendy's house. We can pick her brain and not mess with our families. Star and your mom can both have their piece. Wendy had offered more than once, and we'd turned her down. I thought she might feel left out. Well, we would fix that. Although we didn't end the session with a song, I better understood Tanner, and we had a plan to reach Wendy. Not a bad afternoon. Wendy. The guys had come to work on music, and I was a big enough person to admit I was jealous. Thrilled they decided to let me sit in on their afternoon, but jealous because I wasn't part of this. I hadn't been part of their lives for over a month now. Sure, we had lunch and sat together at youth group, but they were all about music and lyrics. Gladys' voice had gotten louder as the guys had gotten softer. I needed more friends, maybe. Different friends who wouldn't forget about me. Because Gladdy kept screeching in my brain, I was certain the guys had left me out because I was pushy, and they hated me. It had been a long month. "What are you doing here?" I cringed and pushed into the doorway to head off Darla. She was in a terrible mood today, sad and weepy and angry, and I had forgotten to warn her about our afternoon company. She'd opened the door, startled, and growled at the guys. "Pete and Tanner are going to write songs," I said. I glanced at the boys and silently apologized for what I was about to do, which was pushy. Of course, 5 seconds into our afternoon, and I was being bossy. "Do you want to sit in and listen?" Darla took a hitching breath. I felt like she was getting worse, plagued by strange moods and no longer her sunny self. Mom said she would be fine when her body got used to adulthood, so I'd even been pushy with Mom this month, trying to convince her this was more, that Darla wasn't adjusting well. Sure," Pete said. He glanced at Tanner, who laughed. "Sure, Darla, come listen to us make magic. It will change your life." Darla laughed and backed away. "Tanner, you're such a nut. Later I might come down. I have a little homework." "Darla," I said gently, "it's okay to join us." "Yeah," Peter said. "We need an audience to weigh in sometimes. And to keep us on track. Sometimes we get off track." The boys exchanged another look. Yep, they had a whole vocabulary of looks now. I wanted to shout that I had found Pete in the woods first, so he was mine. What a ridiculous thing to think. "Okay," Darla sighed and led the way into the living room. Both boys looked around in wonder. I'd been in Peter's house, but not in Tanner's. I'd seen the outside of Tanner's and assumed our house was cramped compared to his, and a palace compared to Pete's. And none of that mattered to me, but maybe it mattered to them. "Nice," Pete said. "Will we disturb your mom in here?" "She's not here," Darla said, settling on the sofa and curling nearly into a ball. "And when she gets back, she won't care." Tanner took his beat-up guitar from his case, and Peter pulled out his leather journal and a spiral notebook. I offered to get drinks, and then the boys got started. I admit I'd been super curious about how they worked together. They were very different boys. "How about one of your poems?" Tanner asked. "I don't have a piece of music in my head I'm dying to put with words, and we haven't done enough of your poems. Ladies, what do you want to hear today?" "Something beautiful," Darla said. "Beautiful words about happy things." She sounded sad when she said it, and I tried to ignore that. Worrying about Darla was taking too much brain space. Peter looked at her like he shared my worry, and then he turned to his journal, leafing through pages. Finally, he handed the book to Darla, who slowly read the poem. I watched her eyes track to the bottom and then start again. After the third read, she smiled. "Yes," she said. "Thank you." Remember that mental shout that Peter was mine? Yep, I was doing that again. If he fell into Darla's arms here in a minute, I was never speaking to him again. Even when she was grumpy and melancholy, the boys loved her. Peter passed the journal to Tanner, who skimmed it and then nodded. He didn't read it well, which said to me he'd read it before. He was more intimate with Peter's private journal than I was. Envy and jealousy are the dumbest emotions, maybe more powerful and damaging than anger. I had no idea what to do with them, but wow, I was feeling them. "Wendy," Peter said, taking the journal from Tanner and placing it in my lap. "You should see it too. Pretty sure you've read this one before." He was right, and I was impressed that he knew which ones I'd looked at. I read it, and it was exactly what Darla had asked for. He described morning at the park, but as usual, it wasn't just about a park or a morning. He'd woven in a little hope. I wonder if he'd written this soon after arriving, when he'd been lonely and sad and looking for a little hope. I passed the book back so Tanner could use it, and I sat back to watch. Tanner read the words again, reading a few out loud and asking Peter about changing them for the rhythm. I wasn't sure what they were talking about, but 5 minutes later, Peter had written a couple variations on his poem, and Tanner had music for the first line. It was impressive. I knew they'd done this for a month, so it shouldn't surprise me how well they worked together, but I was surprised and impressed by how well they worked together. And envious and jealous, although I was the one who'd pushed them to do this. Sometimes I was my own worst enemy. Mom came home before the second verse, and she sat in the kitchen and listened to us while she started dinner. Darla said nothing. Peter asked her opinion a few times, and she nodded or shook her head, her eyes damp. Poor Darla was having one of those days. In 2 days, she'd be herself again. I wondered if she would admit to liking the song when she was back in her happy state. I also wondered which state was more real. Peter and Tanner both asked my opinion, too. I gave it, although I knew nothing about music. I just knew I liked what they were doing. I liked it a lot. Mom asked them to stay for dinner, but they declined. Tanner said his father wanted him home by 7 for a dinner with company, and then he grimaced. Peter looked concerned about this and checked his watch 3 times in the next 10 minutes. Clearly, getting Tanner home on time was important. Right before they left, they had 2 full verses and a chorus, and Tanner sang it while playing the guitar. Darla looked moved. I knew I was moved. Peter's poem had been rich with double meanings. Tanner had caught all of that, and the music swelled with both hope and sadness. The pair of them had created something beautiful, just like Darla had asked. Darla went upstairs after saying goodbye, and I walked the pair to the door, stepping onto the front porch to wait for Tanner's driver. "Wow," I said quietly. "Thanks for letting us sit in on that." "Weren't you bored?" Tanner asked. "I can't imagine it's fun to watch us scrabble around for words and notes." "I wasn't bored," I said. Peter gave me a look and a small smile, like he understood what today had meant to me. "I'm glad you liked it," he said. I knew he meant that. "We haven't seen enough of you, Wendy. I'm sorry. We should fix that." "Yes," Tanner said. He looked from me to Peter and back. "We should. Or you should. What have you been doing this fall, Wendy?" I sighed. "Not much. There's your car. We can talk at lunch and set something up. Yes?" Peter nodded and squeezed my arm. "Yes, Wendy, yes. So, Darla, is she okay?" "Yeah, she hasn't seemed okay," Tanner said. Of course, they worried about my sister. It didn't matter that I did, too. I was jealous again. Having a beautiful sister wasn't a curse. I loved her. But sometimes it was difficult. "I don't know," I said. "We can talk about that, too." They left, climbing into an expensive car with a paid driver. I had to laugh about that. Neither of them seemed comfortable with the arrangement. Then they were gone, and I headed upstairs and found Darla on her bed, staring at the ceiling. "It was beautiful, wasn't it?" she asked, rolling to her side. I lay down beside her. "It was." "I wouldn't mind having a talent," she said. "I'm sorry you're not feeling good," I said. "I don't have a talent like that either." "It was beautiful. You notice Peter didn't sing. Not one note. Does he sing in youth group?" "I think so," I said, "but not loud enough for me to hear." "He helps to write beautiful songs, but he doesn't sing. People are complicated." That was so true. One of the more complicated ones was having this conversation with me. The next day we planned to get together at the park in a few days. We didn't discuss Darla. Our time at the park was sweet. The guys were funny together, so different, but such good friends. They both seemed to like me and didn't say anything when I made the plans and bossed them around. That wouldn't last, but it lasted for a while. It lasted until spring. For the next few months, we'd be good friends. The boys saw each other all the time and kept writing songs. They wanted to perform at the school talent contest in April. I wasn't sure what Peter planned to do because I'd never heard him sing or play anything, but they were excited. I didn't see them as often, but things in my head settled. Because the boys liked me as I was, I got a little more confident and renewed some friendships I had let lapse after Gladys had wrecked me. I thought things were good for all of us and would stay good forever because I was 15 and I didn't know much of anything. I had no idea what was going on around me, that my friends weren't living the good life like I thought, and how much their issues were going to hurt all of us before the school year was over. Chapter 11. Peter. We were flying up on the 1-year anniversary of Mom's accident. I tried not to think about it, because when I did, the memories of those early days hit hard. We'd wandered hospital hallways for hours, Dad and Star and me. We'd been a family then. Once we knew she would survive, I thought we'd be a family forever. Now, a year out, Mom wasn't much of a mom anymore. Star spent all her free hours at work or on the computer looking at colleges or with her new friends, because she'd found as many friends as possible to keep her out of the house. Dad, of course, was still missing. Grandma said he sent money, but he wired it and never sent us a letter or a card. I wanted to let that go as simple weakness, but as time passed, I got angry, and in my mind, Dad became evil. Tanner and Wendy were the high points of my life. Wendy made all our outings happen. Once every couple weeks, she'd tell us to show up somewhere, and we did. We spent hours at the park, or sitting in the McDonald's off the highway, or laughing in her living room, while Tanner butchered songs trying to write his own lyrics. But things weren't perfect. Sometimes Wendy's mothering hurt. It reminded me of what I'd lost, and it wasn't fair to her. To us, either. Friendships needed balance. Ours didn't have any. And then there was the talent contest. So help me, Tanner wouldn't leave a good thing alone. I helped write the songs, and if he wanted to perform them, good for him. But no way was I stepping foot on a stage. What was I supposed to do up there? Shake a tambourine? I couldn't sing or play an instrument. I got home after dinner time one drizzly April evening, after a long, frustrating session with Tanner, where he once again badgered me about performing, and I found Mom twirling in the kitchen, loud country music coming from Grandma's old radio, tears spilling down her face. I stopped in the doorway and sighed. I didn't have the energy for this. "Mom?" I asked. Okay, I whispered it, which didn't accomplish a thing, so I cleared my throat, told myself to be brave, and said her name again. She stopped and held out her arms. "Can we dance?" she asked. Star says there's a dance at school, but she doesn't want to go. Dances are beautiful. I can't remember if I ever went. I think I did. I hear the music, and I think I felt beautiful. Every girl wants to be a princess, Pete. Make a girl feel like a princess, and she's yours forever. I wondered every day what kind of marriage my parents had had. I didn't remember Dad ever doing anything romantic, but this new mom loved the idea of romance. Had they been miserable all along, or was this mom completely separate and distinct from the old one? The thoughts made my head hurt. I tried not to think them and moved closer, turning down the radio and stepping into Mom's space. I had no idea how to dance, but I wasn't sure she did either. If she just wanted to hold on and spin, I could do that. And for 2 full songs, that's what we did. Mom laughed and twirled, and for the second song I led, taking Mom's hand and spinning her out and then back. She threw back her head, a teenager again, maybe a princess, and when I spun her into me, she relaxed her back against my chest, panting and laughing. The tears had dried before the end of song 1. Her inner little girl had come out to play by the end of that song. Then I guess my inner knight had emerged for the second song, and with Mom leaning against my chest, spent and happy, the poet got a hold of the situation, and I had to let her go and write a few things down. The poem would be complex, about loss and memories, princesses and knights, and simple moments in the kitchen that could change the outlook of even the most hardened soul. Because I'd first put my arms around Mom with nothing but anger in my heart, and now I would remember this as one of the sweetest memories I had with new Mom. "Bravo," Grandma said, and I jumped and spun. I'd had no idea she watched us from the doorway. I need to write something down, I said to her. Mom, you're okay with Grandma. Thanks for the dance, but I need to catch this poem. I dashed upstairs and jotted down ideas, and Star appeared and stood at the edge of the bed. Pete, she said. She shook my foot, because while I'd heard her, I was ignoring her. I had to get the words down before they disappeared. Peter, stop the stupid writing. I glared at her. You don't get to call my hobby stupid. I'm almost done. I finished the notes and looked up. Star was crying. Great. What was going on around here tonight? Something in the Mistwood atmosphere was making everyone crazy. I'm sorry, I said, sitting upright and putting my feet on the floor. What happened? What's wrong? She sat on the bed. I don't know. You tell me. Mom's all lit up about dancing and going to the dance and how I'll look like a princess when I go. I'm not going to the spring dance. Did you tell her I would go? And why does she think she's going? She asked me to dance with her, I said, and I did. She had fun. You can dance? I laughed. No, it didn't matter. I didn't tell her she's going, or you're going. I just danced to 2 country songs. She shook her head. Grandma said that too, but she wants to dance again. Mom is so strange. Do you remember her ever dancing or talking about dancing? Who is this woman, Pete? What makes a person herself? Is it just her body? Because that's Mom's body, but nothing inside is the same. How do you know? What was Mom like as a teenager? I asked. We don't know. I hate to think she liked romance and had all those girly dreams, because she ended up with Dad, Star said. She ran her hand over her eyes. I wasn't sure why this event had caused tears. I think it doesn't matter, I said. Maybe what matters is tonight. Today. She was sad, but after we danced in the kitchen, she was happy. Let it be simple. Star pointed to my notebook. I've read some of your poems, Pete. Simple? You don't know anything about simple. Nobody does. I stood and dragged Star down the stairs, where I found Grandma and Mom at the kitchen table. Grandma was pouring tea. We need to dance, I said, all of us. Star is having a sad day, and a dance will help. Star laughed and pulled away. No, it won't. You can't charm me with a dance like you did Mom. It's weird. She said that, but I turned the music on again, and when I took her hands, she didn't pull away. Mom and Grandma shoved the table to one side, and all of us danced together. We didn't touch except when I grabbed one of them and spun them out and back. I was taller than everyone here, so it was easy. Not elegant, I assure you, but it worked. For another 2 songs, everything dropped away, and 3 generations of Stafford ladies laughed and twirled in the kitchen late on a Thursday night, a tiny reprieve in a hard world. When the second song ended, Star leaned against the counter, hand against her chest, her eyes alight. Apparently dancing was good for crying jags. Okay, she said. Uncle, I'm tired. Thanks, Pete. You don't know even one dance step, but that was fun. Are you going to the dance? Taking Wendy, maybe? I shook my head. No, of course not. Why of course not? Grandma asked. I went to all the school dances. It's fun. It's different now, Grandma, Star said. Girls spend a fortune, and they fight over the guys, and then half of them get naked before the night's over. And no, this is fun. That would be stressful. Life doesn't need more stress. Peter, Mom asked, you have a girl, and you're not going to make her feel like a princess? I don't think Wendy wants to feel like a princess, I said. Was that true? I didn't think of her like that, but maybe I was wrong. But I didn't think I was the one she would want to dance with her. We were friends. She liked to plan my social world, not be romantic. I think she might, Star said. She held out her hand. But I'm not going, so no way would I tell you to go. You do whatever you want. While this was fun, it's late, and I have homework. She went upstairs, meaning she would have the light on for another hour at least. The lack of privacy in the house was difficult. Maybe I'd crash on the sofa. Grandma took Mom up to get her to bed, and then she joined me at the kitchen table. "Did you get your poem written?" she asked. "You've never let me read any. You tell me you and Tanner make them into songs, but I've never seen or heard any of them. May I read them?" I hadn't realized that I'd kept them from Grandma. By default, I kept them from everyone, although Tanner, Wendy, and Darla had read them. Star was pushy and read them when I wasn't around. Wendy and Tanner had read my leather journal from cover to cover. "Sure," I said. "I'll bring the journal down tomorrow." "But—" "It's okay," she said. "I promise to be gentle. You've never made fun of my crocheting, and you know I have no skill. I love the rhythm of it." "I guess I like the rhythm of words," I said. "Tanner puts them in songs and gives them more rhythm. Different rhythm. He wants me to perform with him, but I can't sing. Or play an instrument. I'm not sure what he wants from me, and it's causing us trouble." I leaned forward. I seldom held deep conversations with Grandma. She had to take care of my mother, and I hated that she had to take care of me too. Wendy tried to take care of me all the time, and that amused me. Sometimes I liked it, but I wanted to be strong for Grandma and not needy. But this was just a question, right? A conversation. People held conversations all the time. "What does he say he wants you to do?" she asked. "Do you sing while you make the songs? Maybe you have a better voice than you think." I laughed. "He's never heard me sing a note. That's what he wants. He wants me to sing. I think I'd have a better chance learning to play the guitar. I watch him play, and I look at the music he writes, but I'm not a musician." "Except you write songs," she said. "I write poems. Tanner and I together adapt them into songs. I don't write thinking a poem will turn into a song." Grandma leaned back. "Does it bother you for your poems to become songs?" "No, but the songs aren't the original poems. Those are still mine." She raised her eyebrows. "Once you alter them, they're not yours?" "They are." I wasn't sure how to explain this, probably because I wasn't sure what I was saying. Why did my poems feel valuable to me, and the songs weren't? At least not like the poems. "Maybe I'm selfish," I said. "The songs belong to both of us. We both work on the song lyrics, although he always lets me have the last say. And I take it." "Wow, that's selfish too. I'm selfish, Grandma." She laughed. "No, you're not. It's something special about you. But make sure your poems don't become more important to you than they should be." "What do you mean?" "I mean, some men never come home from work to visit with their families. Some ladies shop all the time, hoping to find clothes and makeup to make them look perfect. I guess I'm saying watch your priorities." I nodded. This made sense. "None of that helps me with the performing. I'm not getting up on a stage and singing in front of the school." "He's never heard you sing?" Her eyes sparkled as she asked it. She wanted me to sound terrible, which would force him to stop asking. It was a good plan, and I had no idea why I hadn't done it yet, except then I would have to sound and feel foolish. I hated to sound and feel foolish. "Peter, what you did for your mother and sister tonight?" She shook her head, her eyes suddenly damp. "You're a good brother and son. And grandson, because I felt like a princess too. Now, I need to crochet a few minutes and head to bed." She kissed my head before heading to her chair, and I stayed in the kitchen, thinking. Tanner wanted me to sing, even though he'd never heard me do it before. I wasn't lying about my inability. This isn't some strange foreshadowing about me discovering I have the voice of an angel, but Tanner didn't seem to care. That's when I realized what he'd not been saying all along. It gave me an idea, because Wendy stood with me on Wednesdays, and she had a pretty voice. Tanner didn't want to get up there alone. I sure couldn't blame him. Maybe Wendy could get on stage with him. I would suggest it to her, not sure if she would be flattered or if she would hate me for suggesting it, because if Tanner liked the idea, he wasn't going to let her say no. The next day I slid onto the bench next to her in the lunchroom and glanced at the lunch line. Tanner had a way to go. "You don't have food," she said, looking baffled. Are you sick? You always buy lunch." I grinned. Mother Wendy was in the house. "Not sick. Wendy, what would you say about singing in the talent show?" Her eyes widened, but she gave me no facial expression. "What? Where did that come from?" "I think Tanner doesn't want to get up there alone. He's never heard me sing, but he's begging me to join him. However, I honestly cannot sing. I've heard you sing, and you could do it. You have a pretty voice." She shook her head. "You're saying that to make him leave you alone. I know how he can be." "Which is why I'm not suggesting this while he can hear us," I said. "Think about it, because here he comes." I went to grab a meal, and after school Wendy asked me if I could meet her in the park. I did, finding her on the swing. She looked like a little girl, clinging to the chains and scuffling her feet in the dry dirt below her. "Hey," I said. I sat down beside her, surprised how comforting it felt to sit in a swing. I had the odd thought that my mom might like to swing. "Will Tanner laugh? Will he think you're just trying to get him to back off? Are you trying to get him to back off?" "Tanner isn't honest. Ever. He says I should perform because the songs have my lyrics, that it's not fair for him to get all the glory. Like there's a whole lot of glory in a high school talent contest. I think every reason is a lie, and he's afraid to get up there alone." "He plays music all the time at youth group," she said. "Yes, he does. So we know he can do it. But he never sings alone at youth group. We all sing with him. And you know standing in front of the school is different. Kids at youth group want to be there. Kids at school forced to watch the talent show. They could be mean. I don't know if he can take that." She huffed. "And you think I can?" "Better than he can," I said. I was being honest, and she looked surprised. "What's up with him? You've hinted all year. He's hinted all year. I hate that you two hide things. I don't have the right to know anything he doesn't want to tell me, but I'm still curious and I hate it." I shook my head. I hint because hints are all I can give. They're all I get. I think his dad is the problem. His mom picks at him all the time, but his dad... I think he and his mom fear his dad. And if I say anything more, we're deep into gossip territory. "Fear," she said. "Is he being hurt?" "I don't think so. Anyway, are you here to tell me you can do it?" "I want you to talk to him when I'm not there," she said. "If he laughs in your face, I don't want to know." "Wendy," the distress in her voice bothered me. "He's not going to laugh in your face. Tanner likes you. We're friends. Friends don't laugh in one another's faces." She nodded. "So we could go on stage and be scared to death together. I'm not sure I like that idea." "It's for Tanner," I said. "Can Darla sing?" I knew she couldn't. On her happy days, Darla loved to sing at youth group. She belted the songs out there, hitting very few notes. She and I together could peel paint with our singing. Wendy laughed. "You know the answer to that. Please don't get so desperate that you ask Darla. I'll do it, if Tanner is okay with it." The next day I saw Tanner, and I bounced the idea off him. "Wendy," he said. He rolled his eyes around, a sign he was thinking about it. "Why Wendy? Why not you?" I cleared my throat and sang 2 lines from our most recent song. Tanner's eyes widened, and he pulled in his lips, probably to keep from laughing. He held out his hands, stopping me. "Okay," he said. "Point taken. Unless you're lying. Are you faking being that bad at carrying a tune?" "No," I said. "You don't want to perform alone. I mean, isn't that the truth of it?" He sighed and leaned back. We were in my living room. Mom and Grandma were at one of Mom's many medical appointments, and Star, well, she was Star. I had no idea where she was, but it wasn't here. "Yeah," he said. "I feel sick thinking about it. Wendy can sing. I've heard her. Will she say yes? I mean, doesn't it have to be her idea? And will she let me choose the song? What if she takes over?" "Would you rather I sing?" I asked. "Maybe Darla and I can both accompany you." He laughed long and hard. No. I already talked to Wendy, I said. Sorry, I had to know what she'd say. She said if you were okay with it, she's willing to try. Tanner punched me on the shoulder. Loser, you manipulate almost as well as Miss Pickens. I'm a quick study. Anyway, it wasn't manipulation. I wasn't sure who to ask first. She won the toss. And with that, Wendy was Tanner's partner for the talent show. Chapter 12. Peter. The next 2 weeks were fun. All three of us gathered nearly every day. Wendy most definitely tried to run the show, but Tanner and I together held our own. During the second week, Grandma told me she and Star were going away for a few days to visit a college. Star had done this a time or two on her own, but this school was further away, and that meant I had to watch out for Mom. She would spend 2 days at an adult care center while I was in school, but then I'd have to watch out for her during the weekend. I know you can do this, Grandma said. She sighed. I hope you can do this. It's important to Star. Everyone else has a parent or grandparent to take them to these events, and she's feeling her loss. I can come up with other arrangements if it's too much. I can do it, I said, just like a teenager. Suggest something might be beyond me, and I bristled. But the next day, getting on the bus, I wondered if that was true. Mom didn't have outbursts like she used to, but she needed constant supervision. Kids my age babysat all the time. Surely I could take care of my mother for a few days. I caught Wendy at her locker before classes started. I wonder if... I shook my head, not sure how to ask this. Maybe you could help me. Maybe you and Tanner? The week after the talent show, I need to... I sputtered out the words and spread my arms. Why was this so difficult? Pete, she tilted her head, looking concerned. What on earth is wrong? You can say it, whatever it is. I have to watch my mother for a few days while Grandma takes Star on a college visit. She'll be at a day center while I'm at school. I guess they'll pick her up and get her home. Then the evening and Saturday are mine. I wondered if you or Tanner or both might come help me some of that time. She likes you to, and... Again with the petering out. Wendy smiled. This was in her wheelhouse. I knew that, so why had it been so hard to ask? Tanner might say no, but there was never a question about Wendy. Sure, it'll be fun. Your mom is fun. We can order pizza or something. Or we can cook. Do you cook? Not well, I said. Pizza will do for one night, but I should cook some. Mom can cook with a little help. She gets distracted and forgets what she's doing. It's okay, she said. She put her hand on my arm and tilted her head. You were afraid to ask. Have you ever had to ask someone to come help babysit your mom? I asked. No, she shrugged. You're right. That would be hard. But we're your friends. You can ask us. Don't be afraid. Words like that were so easy to say. Living them out? Not so much. I didn't say anything to Tanner until lunch. We got through the line before Wendy, and he grinned when I asked him. Your life is so weird, he said. Sure, I'm in. I'll bring the pizza. Dad's driver can take me. For that matter, if you need anything, we can use my car. Funny how much simpler life could be for 15-year-olds when they had full access to a family vehicle and driver. Wendy joined us, and I told her Tanner would help. This will be fun, she said. Your mom is fun. Maybe we can talk her into TPing the house again, Tanner said. Maybe someone else's house this time. I must have given him quite a look, because he and Wendy both dissolved into laughter. That night was one I might not live down. I have a question, Wendy said after she ate 2 French fries. About the talent show. What should we wear? What do you mean? Tanner asked. We wear regular clothes. Okay, that works for a guy, but girls have all kinds of regular clothes. A skirt, a dress, jeans. Do we coordinate? Tanner rolled his eyes. Wear what you want. We don't need to coordinate. Don't make this hard, Wendy." "Well, I have to wear something." He gestured toward her. Today she wore a pink button-down blouse with short sleeves and a pair of jeans. She had some kind of sweater open over the shirt. She looked pretty. Pink made her look pretty. "Wear that," he said. "Problem solved." "Tanner," she said, "come on, take this seriously." "I'm being serious. You look fine. Wear that." She turned to me for help. I grinned. "I think you look pretty," I said. "Pink is good." At this, her cheeks began to match her blouse, and she said nothing more about it. The talent show was held on a Friday. The whole school packed into the auditorium. Small counties don't have thousands of students like cities do, and got to miss the last 2 periods of classes. That morning, Wendy had arrived in her pink clothes, nervous and snapping. Being anxious made her mean. Tanner didn't show up at all. I waited at his locker, but he never came. The bell rang, and I went to class. Darla was waiting. "Wendy is so excited," she said. She grimaced. Wendy's hard to take when she's excited and nervous, or any time, really. She pulled out every pink thing she owns, and she tried them all on 5 times and made me choose. Then she said you and Tanner wanted her to wear her pink blouse, and I told her to wear that. I mean, if you two like it, then it's probably the right thing, right? But no, she had to waffle forever until it was her idea to wear it and not yours. I am so ready for this talent show to be over. I like your song, Peter, but if I never have to hear it again, I'll be happy." I laughed because I was feeling the same way. I wasn't going to perform today, but I was nervous for the other two, and I hoped people didn't laugh at the song. Part of me was thrilled people would get to hear it. Apparently, I could take as much pride in lyrics as poems, after all. "He's not here." Wendy threw herself down at the lunch table. She didn't have a lunch. Instead, she tossed her backpack on the floor and pulled out her phone. She never pulled out her phone in school. "Tanner," I said. "I figured he was just late." "He's missed half the day. He's not coming, Peter. I know it. He chickened out." "He wouldn't chicken out," I said. "You called him?" She held up her finger because she was doing that now. I could hear the voicemail prompt, but she didn't leave a message. Then she texted. "That's like the 5th text I've left," she said. "I think he stood us up. I'm not singing without a guitar. I'm sorry, Pete, but if he's not here—" "Yeah," I said. "No, you can't sing without him. I guess we should tell Mrs. Tyler to take you out of the lineup." "I'll do that," she said. She put her hand on my arm. "I'm sorry, Peter. I know this was important to you." "It's nothing," I said. "I'm fine." She knew me well enough to know that was a lie. "Well, I'm not sure I'm fine," she said. "We worked hard. Why won't he answer? How could he stand us up?" I didn't have the answers for that. I knew more than she did about Tanner's family, and it wasn't good. The guy seemed to have the world, but his parents shifted from neglectful to hurtful and back again. However, none of that would explain his absence from school. I didn't remember Tanner ever missing a day. For him to miss this day, such an important day, I waffled between anger and fear. Wendy waited until just before the talent show to cancel, and since she didn't perform, she sat with me. More than once, she discreetly texted Tanner, but he didn't answer. I told myself the show didn't matter. Who cared if we impressed anyone in our little high school? In the grand scheme, this was nothing, and we were nobody out here. But the kids were glad to be out of class, and they were in a good mood, and they clapped and responded well to every performance. Tanner and Wendy would have been cheered. They were easily better than most of the kids up there. When Mrs. Jeffries had read my poem in class, kids hadn't been impressed. This time, my words mixed with Tanner's music and Wendy's voice, it would have gone differently. I wished Tanner had shown up to make that happen. After the show was over, we made our way to the buses. Wendy stopped me at my locker. "We need to know what happened," she said. "He shouldn't have missed this." Something bad must have happened. I want to stop in and make sure he's okay." "We can't," I said. "We can't stop in over there. His world is messy, Wendy. Showing up could make it worse." The look she gave me said my words had come through as a challenge. Mother hen Wendy was going to take care of her chicks. "Wendy," I said. I took a deep breath. "Please." "What happens over there?" she asked. "You two are hiding things? Does someone hurt him?" "No, I don't think there's abuse. His dad is demanding. His mom struggles to do everything his dad wants, so Tanner becomes the scapegoat. She pushes him to be perfect, so his dad will leave things alone." "That sounds like abuse," she said. "He doesn't want our help," I said. "He wants us to invite him to our houses and enjoy his company and not make a big deal out of his parents." "So why did he miss today?" she asked. "It meant the world to him." I didn't have an answer for that. I happened to see Star at that moment, walking with her friend Tessa to Tessa's car. I ran toward her, almost surprised when she stopped. We rarely acknowledged one another in school. "Tanner bailed on us," I said. Star wasn't around much, but she knew today was important. Star, he wouldn't have bailed unless something happened, something major. He didn't answer his phone, and I turned my attention to Tessa. She went to youth group, and she seemed nice. Star had never invited her to our house, but I had no reason to dislike Tessa. "I want to go see if he's okay," I said. Star blinked at me, and then she nodded. Sometimes I forgot she could be a good sister. Her issues were with Mom and our situation, not with me. I could count on her when I needed her. "Tessa, let's help them. I wondered what happened to him and Wendy today. I heard them practice, you know. They should have been performing up there." Wendy and I climbed into Tessa's car and gave her directions to get to Tanner's house, which was one of the nicest homes in Mistwood. "Wow," Tessa said. "I had no idea he lived here. It's so pretty." "Not always so nice on the inside," I mumbled. I didn't want to do this. Tanner wouldn't appreciate us showing up in his life. He'd invited me here once, and then he'd humbly asked that we not do it again. He seemed to love my house and Wendy's. Wendy led the way to the door, and I stood at her side when she rang the bell. Mrs. Barr opened the door, standing sideways and barely looking at us. "What?" she snapped. Then she turned, just enough for me to glimpse her face. Wendy couldn't see it from where she stood. I thought I saw a bruise near her eye, but I couldn't tell from this angle. "We're worried about Tanner," Wendy said. "He was supposed to perform at the talent show today. We missed him and wanted to make sure he's okay." "Of course he's okay," Mrs. Barr said. She shifted away and clutched the doorknob. I thought she was considering slamming the door in our faces. "I mean, he's sick, so he missed school, but he's okay. He'll be back tomorrow." She pushed the door forward, but Wendy stopped it with her hand, and Mrs. Barr finally turned toward us. She had a bruise on her right cheek, and red eyes said she'd been crying. "Mrs. Barr," Wendy said in her gentlest tone. Wendy was pushy, but she was also good at gentleness when the situation called for it. This situation called for it. "Mrs. Barr, do you need help?" Mrs. Barr sighed and pushed the door forward again, leaning against the back so only a fraction of her face showed around the edge. "I'm fine. Peter, I'll tell him you are looking for him. I'm sorry he wasn't up to the performance today. I know how much it mattered." Her voice cracked on the last word, and she finally closed the door all the way, gently latching it. "That wasn't good," Wendy said. "It didn't help at all." I nodded because I'd suspected we wouldn't feel better after being here. Nothing about Tanner's family ever felt good. "We should go," I said. "We're not doing any good here." "We might be hurting by being here," Wendy said. She gave me a long look. "Someone hit her. You knew about this. You knew there was abuse in his house. How could you hide that?" "I didn't know," I said. "I know Tanner is afraid of his dad. He insists the man is controlling, but otherwise he won't talk about him. What do you expect me to do, Wendy? Maybe what he needs is for us to be his friends and respect what he asks concerning his family." "And what does he ask?" she asked. "I was here once. His mom wasn't happy with that, so he suggested we not come back. His mom is high-strung and works too hard to make his dad happy. And yes, it looks like there's abuse, but what can we do?" "We can call the police." "What will happen? She'll deny it, and Tanner's dad will be furious, and they'll be in more danger." "We can't do nothing," Wendy said. "You know we can't do nothing." "We're going to be Tanner's friends," I said. "You can't always fix everything. Some things are bigger than us. Sometimes all you can do is wait out a rough situation until things get better. Or we can pray for help, that God would give us the wisdom to do the right thing at the right time. I don't think this is it." She led us back to the car and sat heavily in the back seat. I sat at her side. "Well?" Starr asked. "I don't think things are right in there," Wendy said. I glared at her. "But Tanner is just sick. We can go. I'm sorry we wasted your time." "It's not a problem." Tessa turned and shot us the sweetest smile. "You're good friends. Home, then? Wendy, where do you live?" "She'll come with me," I said, because I could tell Wendy wasn't ready to be finished with this. Mother hen Wendy needed to save Tanner and Mrs. Barr, but I was scared to death she would make it worse. Wendy said. She shrugged. "Yeah, to Peter and Starr's house." Starr went straight to her room to change for work. She worked 2 afternoons a week and 2 Saturdays a month. Grandma hadn't approved, but she said if Starr kept her grades, it was okay. Starr kept her grades. She would do anything to stay away from home. Mom and Grandma were still at Mom's PT appointment, so Wendy and I had the house to ourselves. Wendy fell onto the sofa. "Peter," she said. I held up my hand. "We can let him know that we know. We can offer to help. But if he says no, then it's no." "Look," she said, "I know nobody can fix your mom, but this is fixable. For a while, until his dad really hurts someone. What if we get Tanner killed?" She huffed at me. "That's not going to happen. Getting help doesn't mean someone's going to die." "Wendy," I said, "I know you don't agree with me, but please, we let Tanner ask. Please." She leaned her head against the seat and closed her eyes. I was scared to death to sing today. I was almost glad he didn't show up. Now I'm sad and hurt and angry. I hate feeling all those things. Do you have new poems? I need a new poem. And to call home. While she texted, I brought my journal down from my room. We sat side by side on the sofa while she read my newest poem. It wasn't my best. I'd spent time in the park over the weekend, and I'd watched a little bird build a nest. "What kind of bird was it?" she asked. I have no idea. Wendy asked for a description, and she said it was a swallow. "They like to build in bluebird boxes," she said. "I love the way they swoop over fields catching insects. Birds are easier than people." "Peter, what if he was hurt in there? Should we have left without seeing him?" "Text him again," I said. "If his mom told him we visited, maybe he's ready to answer our text." She did this with me looking over her shoulder. She simply asked if he was okay, and he answered 2 minutes later with a simple yes. "What's that supposed to mean?" she asked. She sounded exasperated. "It doesn't tell us anything." "It tells us he's alive and kicking over there. It tells us he'll tell us more when he wants to tell us more." She huffed again. "Sometimes you need to go after people, Pete." Another text dinged on her phone, and she read the single word and leaned against my side. "Sorry." "What do I say to that?" she asked. My phone dinged at me because Tanner had sent me the same message. I didn't answer her. Instead, with her looking on, I sent another quick message. "You need anything?" Long pause. Both Wendy and I stared at my phone. for you to keep speaking to me." Wendy let out a sad little sound. She took my phone and typed a simple message back. "Done. This is Wendy. We're together. See you soon." She put the phone back in my hand and rested against my side again. I put my arm around her. I didn't think about it until my brain registered how awesome it felt to pull her close. At the moment, I felt like the gallant knight protecting the ladies. My world was filled with ladies. I never protected any of them. The world bowled them over all the time, and what did I do? What could I do? "I thought he should know I was listening in," she said. "You two have a different relationship. If he'd texted something secret to you and I saw it, he wouldn't like it, would he? Why does he have to keep secrets? I can handle his secrets." "I didn't know about the abuse," I said. "I've asked him, and he said no." Maybe today was a first, or maybe we don't know the story. She patted my chest. "It's okay. If he tells you things, that's okay. He should have someone to talk to, and to write songs with. He lights up when he plays the guitar. It's about the only thing that lights him up." Her phone dinged at her, and she held it out so we could both see it. "What happened? You didn't sing. You didn't come home. I'm not cranky today. You can come home. Are you okay?" Darla. Wendy snuggled even closer, curling her feet onto the sofa. "Tanner's not the only one I worry about," she said. "Darla's not doing better. I don't know if you need to know this, but I need to say it, and you're my friend. I'm sorry. Every month she gets so sad, Peter. Sad and cranky and weepy. Mom says she'll be okay when her body gets used to all the hormone changes of puberty, but I'm worried. Nobody else gets like her. Some days she scares me. Will she hurt someone? Will she run away? She loses all sense." I was aware of some of this. Darla talked to me in school, and she was two people. "Doctors can't do anything?" I asked. "Except maybe this is like Tanner. Can you help if she doesn't want help?" She wants help. I don't know why Mom and Dad are afraid to get it for her. They don't like medicine and drugs. They want her body to adjust naturally. "I think we need to pray for our people," I said. "You should answer her." "Can your mom come get you? I shouldn't have told Tessa to bring you here." "I like it here," she said. "I'll text and see if Mom's ready to get me. Darla might need me home. I wanted to stay and say hi to your mom. She's okay?" "She's fine," I said. I watched her text her sister and then her mom, who said she'd come in a few minutes. Then I pulled my arm out from behind her. I wasn't sure I should hold her like that. She shifted and leaned against me again, like she needed the contact. She probably did. Mother Wendy's chicks were in trouble, and she couldn't fix them. I wasn't sure anyone ever fixed anything. Grandma and Mom pulled in before Wendy's mom, and my mom gushed over Wendy like she hadn't seen her in a year, and she was her long-lost best friend. Wendy accepted a long hug, laughing when my mom rocked her back and forth before letting her go. "It's good to see you, Mrs. Stafford," she said. "And Grandma, it's good to see you too." "How did it go?" Grandma asked. Mom tilted her head. "Wendy and Tanner played in school today, a song that Peter wrote." "Of course," Mom said. "Right, yes. Wendy, were you scared? Did they clap?" "Tanner was sick," Wendy said. "We didn't get to perform. I know everyone would have loved the song. Peter is very talented." I know I blushed, which was so ridiculous, but I felt the uncomfortable heat rise. "Of course he is," Grandma said. Mom hugged me like she'd hugged Wendy. "He writes songs," she said. "He writes poems. I think I used to like them, but I don't like to read now." Wendy gave me a look that said she knew that hurt, but I shrugged. I was used to it. Her mom arrived before we could say anything else, and I sat in the kitchen watching Grandma start dinner. "I'm sorry," she said. "Tanner is sick?" I wasn't sure how to answer that. I hated to lie, but I'd just told Wendy we needed to respect him. "He texted that he was sorry," I said. How's that for a non-lying, non-answer? I'm sorry too, she said. Maybe she realized there was more to the story than I could tell her, because she said nothing more about it, and I moved to the counter to help her. The day had been long and disappointing, but I'd held Wendy close, and Tanner knew we were still friends, and Grandma liked my help in the kitchen. Little blessings could go a long way to quenching the sting of a disappointing day. Chapter 13. Wendy. Tanner found me at my locker the next morning. He walked up behind me and rested his cheek on the back of my head, lightly leaning on me. It was a strange gesture. I shrugged, and he stood up straight so I could turn around. I'm so sorry, he said quietly. I pulled him into a hug, which elicited a scowl from a passing teacher. It's okay, I said. Really, Tanner, it's good. I was so nervous. It's hard to be that nervous. Tanner opened his hands in front of him. Pete's okay? Peter's your friend, I said. I didn't know how much until yesterday. You two are fine. Peter said it's okay to let you know that we know. About your mom, her face. Look, I want to do what I do, but Pete begged me to let you ask. If you need help, Tanner, will you ask? Please? He simply blinked at me. His whole body tensed like he planned to run down the hall to escape me. Peter was right. Talking about this with Tanner wasn't helpful. I felt like I'd killed the guy. Tanner, Peter said, approaching from behind. Tanner cringed, and I took his arms and turned him to face his friend. Peter simply smiled. Hey, you're back. Peter amazed me sometimes. I was now behind Tanner, but I saw his shoulders relax. Pete, you know I'm sorry. Yes, Peter said. I do. You said that yesterday, and we were cool with it yesterday, so we're still cool with it today. You okay? Tanner shrugged. I figured saying out loud that his dad had hit his mom. Yeah, those words weren't ever going to come out of his mouth. Peter laughed. I guess we're okay then. And I have a history test today. I can't stand that class. Tanner relaxed further, and we started our day. When we got to lunch, Peter asked again about us helping with his mom. I'm sorry to ask, he said. She loves you two, and that will help. It's not like keeping an eye on her is hard. She likes to stream some old TV shows, and she can help with food. Grandma says it's time for her to get a job. She might end up working at a nearby bakery. I think that would be good for her. She knows she used to work, and she needs something more to do. So help me understand, Tanner said. Is she not as smart? Sometimes she seems to understand everything, and sometimes she doesn't. She's not as smart, Pete said. She has no verbal filter, and my old mom was the queen of tact. She loses details and can't always remember. She had to learn how to read again, and she's also not good at math. She used to be a math whiz. She doesn't remember much of the past. Although she never forgets who Star and I are, she doesn't remember most of our childhoods. The hard part is that she wanders off. She gets distracted and might burn down the kitchen. It's like a few wires get crossed, and sometimes she acts on the strangest thoughts and ideas. I wonder sometimes what makes a person herself. Is this still my mom? If the personality changes, does the soul change? What makes us who we are? Neither Tanner nor I commented. I had no idea Peter wrestled with questions like these. He'd briefly mentioned all these things, but I'd never heard him put it all together. Well, you know I owe you one, Tanner said, so count me in. No, Pete said. Tanner, it's over. Don't bring it up again. Come if you want to come. Tanner grinned. Your mom treats me like a superhero, so I'm in because of that. And because your grandma and sister usually have baked goods lying around. And because it gets you out of the house, I asked. Sorry. Tanner, can't we help you? He held out his hands. This is about Peter. Yeah, but she has a good question, Pete said. How long, Tanner? How long has your mom been in danger?" "I have no idea," Tanner said. "I'd like to say that was the first time, and I don't honestly know what happened because it happened in the dead of night while I was fast asleep, but I don't know. Dad was already gone to work, and Mom wouldn't answer any questions. She just told me I couldn't leave. I couldn't perform. I don't know if she was afraid to be alone or if he told her to keep me home. Last night he came for dinner, and they pretended everything was normal. I didn't question it." Tanner widened his eyes, like maybe he hadn't meant to answer. Pete simply nodded and looked at me. "Wendy, you want to join Tanner and my mom and me for a weekend?" Again, Pete knew when to back away. Probably a skill I could learn, but maybe not. "Of course, definitely. I bet it will be fun. Your mom is always fun." Peter rolled his eyes. "When you two were there, yeah. Not always." "Oh," I said, "I know that. I didn't mean to—" Pete held out his hand. "It's okay. We need to stop tiptoeing around each other. We're fine, guys, all of us. Screwed up and ridiculous, but that seems to work for us." He was right. It did work for us. God had put us together. I felt like nothing could tear us apart. I was wrong on that. But first, we had to have a strange weekend at Pete's with his mom. Yeah, because God needed to do a little work on us, each of us. We call it growing up. And we were about to endure a heavy dose of it. "Hey, come on in," Pete said. Tanner's driver had picked us up, and we had duffel bags in hand. We decided to come Friday evening and stay the weekend. My parents had been wary of me spending the night with the guys, but Peter's grandmother had talked to them and promised I could stay upstairs with Mrs. Stafford, and the guys would take the sofa and an inflatable mattress downstairs. That meant Peter got thrown out of his room, but he didn't seem to mind. He was glad for the company. "This will be fun," Mrs. Stafford said when we came inside. Peter put my bag upstairs, and Tanner tucked his next to the sofa. Tanner had spent enough time here that he moved through the house like it was his own. "We're going to have pizza and bake cookies. I love to bake cookies. Wendy, do you like to bake?" "I do," I answered. "I'm glad we could come, Mrs. Stafford." His mother beamed at this, which made me smile. I knew Pete's situation wasn't easy, but at least his mother was happy. Tanner had brought his guitar, so I assumed he wanted us to sing. I hoped that went well. I understood what had happened at the talent show. I didn't blame Tanner, but maybe a small part of me did, because I'd found myself angry a few times about it, which made me feel terrible, because Tanner was in a rough situation and I had no business being angry. Friendship is hard. Let's leave it at that. "Oh, your guitar," Mrs. Stafford said. Peter said she'd once been a professional with a briefcase and pencil skirts and perfect hair and nails. Now she was casual, wearing sweats and a t-shirt, her hair in a ponytail, mismatched socks on her feet. She didn't look old enough to be Pete's mom, and she was naturally pretty. Maybe it had to do with her smile. She smiled a lot. "Yeah," Tanner said, looking at the guitar like he wasn't sure he wanted it here. "I thought maybe I could play, but I don't have to. I wasn't sure about it. Now." He cringed when he said the last word, and Pete shot me a look. I wished I'd known what that look meant. Sometimes Pete thought on a different level from me. I fixed things. He understood things. If we'd worked together, we'd have been something amazing, but at that point, we tended to baffle one another. "Sure," Peter said. "You can play something." "You were going to play at school," Mrs. Stafford said. "But you got sick, right? You could play that. Wendy, did Peter say you were going to sing? Can you sing? I love songs. Songs are so pretty. We sing in church, and everyone sings together, and it's so pretty." Peter nodded, and we started our weekend with songs. Tanner said he wanted to sing with everyone first, so he played worship songs like he did at youth group, and we sang along. Peter sang quietly, as usual. Honestly, I'd never really heard him sing. Mrs. Stafford didn't remember the words to songs, so Peter found them for her on his phone, and she tried to follow. She didn't read well, or not fast, so she sang choruses more than anything else. Tanner played each chorus many times more than normal, so she could join us. Mrs. Stafford wasn't lying when she said she loved songs. She sang loudly, and she smiled, and she happened to have a pretty voice that hit most of the right notes. Then it was time for Tanner and me to sing our song. I expected to feel anger or frustration or something negative when I sang, but I didn't. Tanner played the opening chords, and I jumped in with the words, and we sounded great. It felt great. Was I sad we didn't get to do this at school? Yes. But did that make it less wonderful to sing it now? No. Apparently, like Mrs. Stafford, I simply love to sing. This wasn't a worship song. It was school appropriate, but it had complex words and tune. All of the guys' songs were complex because these were two complex guys. When we finished, Mrs. Stafford tilted her head and smiled. That was beautiful. She put her hand to her chest. I feel it in here. It's good. Peter, you should sing. Look what these two did, what they made. It's beautiful. You could make beautiful things. Tanner shook his head. Shame on you, Mrs. Stafford. Peter helped make this song. He makes plenty of beautiful things. You don't remember us here long afternoons working on this? Mrs. Stafford looked confused, and she closed her eyes. No, I forget. This is Peter's? The song? He writes poems, and I don't always understand. Poems are hard. Songs are poems, Tanner said. For some people, a poem is easier if you sing it. Oh, she said. She smiled. Yes, singing is easier. Peter, good job making your poem into a song. Peter smiled, but I knew his eyes. This conversation hurt. He'd told me his mom was once his cheerleader. That sure wasn't the case now. But couldn't I be his cheerleader? Tanner? Maybe we could help make up for what he'd lost. That evening, we baked cookies. Tanner was useless in the kitchen, but he tried. Peter could do anything. Clearly, he'd baked with his mom before. Mrs. Stafford went to bed before we did, and when she was tucked in upstairs, we sat in the living room. Did we help? Tanner asked. Yeah, Peter said. Sure, of course. Your mom is different, Tanner said. I like her. So do I said. I'm sorry she doesn't understand your poems now. Peter waved his hand like I was talking nonsense. It's okay. She's here. It was iffy that she would even survive. It's great to have her here. I let him have it, but wow, it would have been more satisfying to talk about what Peter felt, what he thought. Sometimes he was more closed off than Tanner. How is Darla? Peter asked. He kept tabs on Darla, and I was jealous, although he never indicated he wanted to use the information to get closer to her. The same, I said, a roller coaster of moods. My mom gets like that now, Tanner said. He leaned forward. They never fight. They used to fight more, not a lot. Mom wants to make the world what Dad wants it to be. Now she's too quiet. I think maybe that was the first time. Her eye, maybe she's afraid of him now. Are you afraid of him? I asked. Tanner, would you let someone know if you needed help? He growls and spits at me, Tanner said. He's disappointed and makes silly rules sometimes. I don't think he'd hurt me. I'm fine. Ah, those magical words to make a conversation go away. We let him have it. Probably not the best idea. We let a lot of conversations fall away that weekend that we should have fought through. That was going to come back to haunt us. Chapter 14. Wendy. In the morning, Mrs. Stafford was still asleep when I got up. Peter said she slept more than most people, and I could leave her upstairs. So I went down and found Pete up and Tanner still asleep on the mattress. He looked completely relaxed. I wouldn't have considered Tanner a tense person, but seeing him relaxed made me realize the truth. "Did you sleep well?" Peter asked. He grinned. He had the best smile. My stomach flipped, and that felt strange. I knew I liked Pete, but not the stomach-flipping kind of like. Apparently, I was wrong about that. "I did. Your mom sleeps well." "She does," he said. "She'll be asleep for another hour. I thought I'd make breakfast. You want to help?" I did. Peter knew his way around a kitchen, and we laughed as we made cinnamon muffins, scrambled eggs, and bacon. "I'm better at eggs and bacon than muffins," he admitted when I suggested them. "Mom, Grandma, and even Star like to bake, so they usually do that. None of them like to make bacon, so that's mine. Well, Mom tries, but she burns it. Every time." I smacked at the oven timer right before it buzzed, hoping not to wake anyone up, and when I did, my socked foot slipped, sliding me into Pete. He grabbed at me, dropping his spatula in the eggs, and righted me. I grabbed the counter. Peter was strong, and it felt pretty amazing to have him catch me. "Sorry," I said. "Not a problem. At first, Mom fell a lot. I'm pretty good at catching people." He had no idea how true that was, or how much truer it would get. "Let me move before you try that again," he said, stepping back so I could pull the muffins from the oven. He raised his nose. "Smells good. When I think muffins, I think blueberry. It's time to expand my horizons." I set the muffins aside and got Peter a plate when he asked me, where he arranged the eggs and the bacon. "I think we have apples in the fridge. We cut up a lot of apples for Mom. The doctors want us to keep healthy food around. One of them is convinced her brain will heal better if we feed it well." "That makes sense," I said. I tried not to think about some of my favorite foods. I loved to cook with Mom, and she made lots of healthy food, but I also loved snack cakes and potato chips, especially potato chips. I cut up apples while Peter pulled out plates and silverware. Then Peter stopped, and I could see him jump in my peripheral vision. I turned and found Tanner watching us, leaning in the doorway with his arms crossed, a smug smile on his face. Tanner was blessed with outrageous handsomeness, and with that smile, it was powerful. And embarrassing, because he was grinning at us working together in the kitchen. The thought was all over his face. "Cozy in here," he said. I was behind Peter and couldn't see his face, but whatever look he wore, it made Tanner laugh and back up a step, hands out. "Not saying another word," Tanner promised. "Smells good. Can I help?" "We've got it," Peter said. He turned to me, and I realized his cheeks were pink. Was he embarrassed at the idea that he might like me? That thought stung. "We won't wait for Mom. We'll eat while it's hot." Before we finished the preparations, his mom came down. She had dressed and combed her hair, and she smiled when she saw us. I wasn't sure how much care she needed. She got distracted, so she couldn't be left with the stove. She wasn't coordinated, so Peter watched her with the knife, although he'd let her cut things yesterday. This morning, she looked like someone with no issues, her clothing and hair in place. "I want to go to work," she said. "Where's my briefcase?" Peter sighed and took her hands, pulling her toward a chair. "You don't work, Mom. Not yet. We're going to find you a job soon. Why don't we eat? We still have guests." She pouted, thrusting her lower lip out like a toddler. "I'm sure they need me at work. Didn't I do something important? Don't they need me?" Peter nodded. "Everyone's replaceable, Mom. You told me that once. I'm sure someone's taking care of it. The company is fine." Mrs. Stafford nodded. "Okay, I guess I can stay here today, if the company is fine. Wendy, Tanner, did you sleep well?" With that, we answered and settled for breakfast. Mrs. Stafford talked to us, and Pete said very little, quietly eating and grabbing the ketchup and orange juice from the fridge when his mom asked for them. Peter was a good son. He took good care of his mother. After we ate, Peter said he and Tanner would clean up. Mrs. Stafford and I sat in the living room. "I think we should play hide and seek," Mrs. Stafford said. I haven't played in a long time. Days and months. I used to play in the dark with my brothers. We ran around the houses all over the street. David Quinn always found me. He was the best at finding people. I thought about that. Would it hurt to help Mrs. Stafford relive a few old memories? It seemed she'd forgotten a lot, and maybe reenacting things would jar other memories loose. Also, out here everyone had a lot of open property, and trees and sheds and bushes made good hiding places. This wasn't just for her. I thought it sounded like fun too. Why couldn't all of us revisit younger days sometimes? Why did we have to grow up and stay that way all the time? When the guys came out, I told them we should play hide and seek. Tanner laughed and agreed immediately. Peter's eyes widened, and he sat on the air mattress, still blown up on the floor. Where did that come from? Hide and seek? I miss it, Mrs. Stafford said. It will be fun, Peter. I'm your mother. I can tell you to play, and I do tell you to play. Peter took a very long, slow breath. Mom, it's not safe. Someone needs to play with you and help you, okay? Peter, she said. She sounded very motherly. I am a mother. I can play a game by myself. I'll stay in the yard. April always says to stay in the yard, and I will. I need to see the house. I always have to see the house. It's a game. You're a boy, and you love to play games. All boys do. I suspected Poetic Pete hadn't been the kind of boy to play games all summer long, but I didn't say anything. I felt bad for bringing this up and wished I could take it back. Fine, Peter said. Okay, maybe first we'll hide and you find us. Deal? We put on shoes and got ready, and I stopped Peter just before he followed his mom and Tanner out the door. I'm sorry, I said. I shouldn't have said anything. It's okay, he said. You never know what she'll come up with. You couldn't have known. I wouldn't have known. Let's go. I'll hide close and keep an eye on her. All of us hid close, and Mrs. Stafford found us fast. She wasn't much for rules, because after she found us, she appointed Tanner to be it, and the rest of us hid again. I watched Peter follow his mom and knew he would hide nearby. I moved toward the shed on the other side of the property, tucking myself in behind it. I knew hide-and-seek had rules about making it to base, but Darla and I had always hidden until someone found us. Nobody ever moved. Darla was also the worst at finding people, so sometimes I had to hide for a long time. I heard Tanner call out that he was looking, and I heard Mrs. Stafford shriek, so he must have found her. I curled up in my spot between the shed and a tall stand of grass, but Tanner was good at this, and he found me. Together we raced to the back door, which was base. Pete and his mom sat on the back stoop. Where did you hide? Pete asked. Not telling, I said. And Tanner, don't you tell either. I think Pete should be it. Oh yes, Mrs. Stafford said, clapping. Your turn, Peter. It's your turn. Pete opened his mouth to argue, but his mother crossed her arms and glared at him, and he gave in. He sat on the stoop and put his hands over his eyes like his mother told him. I watched Tanner follow Mrs. Stafford one way, and I went the other. This time I hid behind the garage. Peter called that he was looking for us, and I heard him find Tanner. Then for a minute I heard silence, and he appeared above and in front of me. The garage, he said. Not very creative. Where's my mom? Tanner wasn't watching her, so you did it, right? I was pretty sure the blood actually drained from my face. I thought Tanner followed her. And yep, now the blood drained from Pete's face. He spun on his heel and started to yell for her, and I ran toward the back door, where Tanner sat on the stoop. I thought you were watching his mom. One of us was supposed to watch her. Oh, Tanner shook his whole body. I didn't know that. You two did it the first times? How did I not know that? We need to find her, I said. She went that way. We followed in the direction Peter had gone, splitting up when it was clear she could have chosen several directions from here. I heard Tanner and Pete both calling her and wondered if she would answer. Was she still playing the game? Would she hear the fear in Pete's voice? We looked for 10 minutes. 10 minutes isn't a long time unless you're looking for someone who's lost. All of us yelled and ran through the Stafford yard and the two adjacent to it. We didn't find her, and at 10 minutes we reconvened at the back porch. "I'll have to call the police," Peter said. He didn't look good. His eyes darted back and forth, and he ran his hand through his hair twice in 2 seconds. How do I explain that I lost my mother in a game of hide and seek? "What fascinates her out here?" Tanner asked. "She said your grandma told her to stay in the yard. When she starts to wander, where does she go?" Peter closed his eyes, and then he turned and pointed. "That neighbor across the pasture has horses. She talks about the horses." "Then let's head that way," Tanner said. "Should I call the police?" Pete asked. "Yes," I said. "I think we should. Tell them it hasn't been long, but you're worried. They won't be upset if we find her before they get here. My dad has a friend in the police department. They're nice people." Tanner and I started toward the pasture while Peter made the call. We walked behind a long fence, skirting around trees to stay close to it. I felt like his mom would follow a simple path. From here we could see an easy route to the horses in the distance. However, when we arrived, we didn't find her. I'd been certain Tanner had figured it out. "Now what?" Peter asked. "I should head back to meet the police." He took off running, and Tanner leaned on the horse fence. "This is crap," he muttered. "Nobody should go through this to take care of his mom. Why does God let things get so messed up?" I suspected that bitter statement had very little to do with Peter's mother, and I let it go. "Let's keep looking. How about that way?" We walked away from the fence this time. I didn't know where to look. I couldn't figure out why she hadn't come out. She couldn't be hiding far away, and likely she was still hiding. No idea how upset Peter was. A policeman showed up no more than 5 minutes later, one of the perks of living in a little town. I didn't know him, a younger guy, maybe in his 20s. Peter explained what had happened, and the man simply nodded, went to his car and said a few things on his radio, and then returned to us. Tanner was also still out there somewhere looking. I'd come back in when I saw the police. "What do we do now?" I asked. "Hey," Tanner said from a distance. "Hey, Peter, I need you. We need you." Peter ran. I wasn't sure where Tanner's voice had come from, but Pete seemed to know. He lit out of there, and the policeman took off after him. I followed. I didn't run as fast as the others did, so when I arrived, Peter was out of sight, and Tanner and the policeman were standing outside a copse of trees and bushes. "She's in there," Tanner said, pointing. The small area was so overgrown, I didn't know how a person could get into it. She was crying. I heard crying, and I called, and she got quiet. Then I told her Peter needed her, and she started crying again. She said she was stuck. I'm not sure where she was. Peter said he knew, and he went in alone. "I can go after him," the policeman said. His badge said his last name was Kennedy. I didn't know him or his last name. But he called for me to stay out. "I got her," Peter called from somewhere among the trees. Even this early in the year, enough of them had little leaves to make it impossible to see into the center of the clump. "Officer, I could use a little help." The man disappeared through the trees, parting them like he knew where he was going. Maybe he'd watched Peter go in. For a long few moments, nobody said a word, and then Officer Kennedy came out, holding branches so Pete could follow. He held his mom in his arms, and I could see the strain in his face. She wasn't a big lady, and Peter was much taller than she was, but the guy was still crazy skinny. The sight of Peter carrying his mother, who clung to his shirt in tears, just about made me cry. "I couldn't see the house," Mrs. Stafford cried. "April says I have to see the house, and I couldn't see it. I found a good place, and I hid, but I couldn't see the house, and I got scared. I was so scared, Peter. I waited so long, and nobody found me." "We tried, Mrs. Stafford," Tanner said. "You're a good hider." "But the policeman came," Mrs. Stafford said. "It was too long if the policeman came. I was so scared." She clung to Peter's shirt as he tried to put her down. He was shaking, maybe from fear or maybe from carrying his mom. I put my hand on her arm and gently tugged her away from Peter before he dropped her. "It looks like none of us are as good at this game as David Quinn," I said. At that his mom smiled and stood on her own. Peter staggered back a step. No, he was the best player in the whole neighborhood. We never found a place where he couldn't find us. Peter and the policeman said a few quiet words to one another, while Mrs. Stafford, Tanner, and I talked about David Quinn's seeking prowess. Then Officer Kennedy left, and Peter returned to our sides. He didn't look good. "We should do something tamer this afternoon," he said. "Mom, I think you won. The last person to get found is the winner." "Yay," Mrs. Stafford said, clapping. She put her hand on Peter's cheek. "You don't look good, Peter. Are you sick? We should get you some soda if you're sick." "I'm fine, Mom. I was scared too. I didn't know where you were." His mom leaned against his arm. "I'm sorry, Peter. I know I wasn't supposed to lose the house, and I did, and I'm sorry. I didn't do that before, did I? I wish I remembered her, that woman who carried the briefcase. I'm sorry I don't remember." "It's okay," Peter said, putting his arm around her. "We're okay, Mom. But this afternoon, after lunch, we're watching movies." "Romantic movies," Mrs. Stafford said. "I love romantic movies. Wendy, do you love romantic movies?" "I do," I said, "but I can watch other things too." "We'll watch one romantic movie," Peter said. He turned to Tanner. "I watch a lot of them in my house of ladies. One afternoon I'm coming to your house, and we're watching nothing but action. Lots of explosions." Tanner laughed. "You're on, dude. The more explosions, the better." Mrs. Stafford stayed close to Peter during our movie fest. We started with a romance, then had a simple dinner of hot dogs, chips, and pie that Grandma had left for us, and then we watched an action movie. During the second movie, Pete's mom fell asleep, and he stopped the movie and woke her. I helped her upstairs and coaxed her into bed. She didn't need help changing or getting ready, just help knowing what was the next step. When I got back downstairs, Tanner had changed into knit shorts and a ratty t-shirt, his version of night clothes. Peter had changed into sweats after our earlier adventure. Let me change," I said. They waited while I joined Peter in sweats and a large sweatshirt. "Ready?" Pete asked when I sat back down. I sat on one end of the sofa, Peter on the other, and Tanner had the recliner. "Or do you want to go to bed?" "It's not even 10, Tanner said. He tilted his head. "Unless you're ready." Today wasn't easy. Did we help at all? I feel like we made it worse. "I made it worse," I said. "I'm sorry, Peter. I don't always know what's good for your mom. Or for you." "I'm fine," Pete said quickly. "It's not anyone's fault. Star wants to lock Mom away somewhere, but I hate that idea. She's not like her old self, but this version matters. She should have adventures and laugh and live a whole life. I mean, shouldn't she?" "Sure," Tanner said, "but it makes a lot of work for you." "Someone needs to take care of her," I said. "You do a good job of that, Pete. I don't know if I'd be able to tell my mother no if she wanted to do something. But you're still her kid, too. It's confusing. But do you ever wish you had someone to take care of you? You take care of her, but who takes care of you?" Pete looked angry. "If I needed someone to take care of me, God wouldn't have done this to my mom, would he? It's fine. I'm fine." "Isn't your grandmother like your mom now?" Tanner asked. He looked distressed by this conversation. Maybe he didn't have anyone looking out for him either. Both these boys seemed a little untethered in the world. More than anything, I wanted to help, to become a tether and give them some of the care they were missing. Gladys screamed in my ear that I was pushy and controlling. That wasn't true. I cared. What was wrong with caring? Sort of, Peter said. Yeah, I guess, but she's also a grandmother. She gives Star and me a lot of freedom, which is good. It's good. Everything is good. Right, after saying the same thing 3 times, something Pete the poet never did, he expected us to believe him. Not everything in Pete's world was good, but for the most part, it seemed to work. Halfway through the night, I woke up and found Mrs. Stafford quietly crying in her bed. I sat on the edge and touched her arm, and she sat up. "What's wrong?" I asked. "Can I help?" "I don't remember," she said. "I worked. I had a family. Kevin. Kevin was here, and he should be here now. Peter needs Kevin, doesn't he? I want to dance and remember and be a princess." I wasn't sure what she was talking about, except I knew Kevin was Peter's dad. Mrs. Stafford missed her husband. I didn't think he was much of a husband or father, so I hadn't thought about them missing him. Of course they missed him. Peter had lost so much that day. Mrs. Stafford had lost even more. We didn't stick around long the next day. We'd already decided not to try church. Instead, Peter and Tanner made breakfast, and we worked a jigsaw puzzle with big pieces. I worried about Peter. He was quiet this morning, and he didn't smile much. But Tanner turned on the charm and had us laughing, and when Star and Grandma returned, I'd convinced myself he was okay. When I got home, I thought a long time about the weekend. My mom hadn't been good either, and God had given me a new one. Would Peter ever want a new mom? He was 14, and maybe he was right, and he simply didn't need anyone in that role anymore. Did God get these things wrong? No, but that didn't mean Peter knew what he wanted or needed. He'd been terrified looking for his mom. Maybe he was sore today from carrying her. I hadn't asked. I wished we'd had some private time because I had questions. It made me think about my own mom. I'd gotten a second chance to be mothered, and my mom was excellent at it. I never felt she loved me differently than Darla. Both of us mattered. But I still wondered what my first mom would think if she knew me. Had she grown up and regretted leaving me? Did she want to know what I was like? Peter and Tanner's moms made me think too much about my own, and that always left me unsettled. I hated unanswered questions, and my early days were nothing but questions. The weekend had had its fun moments. I would have called it a success, but it exposed a few cracks in our thinking. Cracks that would have consequences for a long time to come. Chapter 15. Peter. Star had found her place. For the rest of Sunday she went on and on about the flowers and the old brick buildings and the dorm rooms and the teachers at the college she'd visited 5 hours away. I suspected she would walk out of our lives in August and never walk back in again. Mom told the story about losing track of the house and getting scared. Star frowned the whole time, her eyes widening when Mom said the police had come. Through all of it, she painted me as a superhero, which made me uncomfortable. I mean, sure, what guy doesn't want to be a superhero? But the damsel in distress shouldn't be one's mother. "The police were here?" Star asked. She glared at me. "You are supposed to take care of things while we're gone, not make a spectacle of our family." "We weren't a spectacle," I said. "Nobody around here was paying attention. Having big yards and few neighbors is helpful." "Then Pete watched movies with us," Mom said. She always seemed oblivious of Star's moods and her anger. I wondered if that was true. I wasn't sure I'd ever completely understand my mother. I fell asleep, and they sang. Wendy and Tanner sang a song, and Peter wrote it. His poems don't make sense on paper, but they do when Tanner sings. Tanner should sing all Pete's poems. Maybe I would remember. Star simply shook her head. In the morning, I was awake first, and Mom surprised me by waking up second. Some mornings I didn't see her before I went to school. "I cried," she said, sitting at the kitchen table across from me. "Wendy saw me. I'm sorry. I'm not supposed to cry or laugh with your friends. That's not what mothers do." I cringed. Mom, it's fine. You do what you want to do. You're a mother, so by definition, whatever you do is what mothers do. What made you sad? Kevin, she said. She wrung her hands and then rubbed 3 fingers against the tabletop. He's not coming back. He should be here. You need him. Don't you need him? He was here for a reason, and I miss him. One of these days, Mom was going to gut me. I didn't give much thought to Dad. Did I miss him? He dropped us here without our furniture, going on and on about how sorry he was for being weak. But yes, some days I missed him. I missed the wholeness of our family with him here. I'm fine, I said. Dad is doing what he needs to do, I guess. No, Mom said. What he needs to do is raise his son and daughter. Maybe he's mad at me because I can't remember, but you and Starfish can remember, so he should be here. He's horrible not to be here, but I'm sad because I miss him. He had soft hair and warm lips. After a long day, he put my briefcase in the closet and pulled me into bed. He held on and was always warm and soft. I swallowed, afraid I was about to get a play-by-play of something I didn't need to hear. And if I was hearing it about my parents, it was even more a thing I shouldn't hear. But she didn't say more. Her eyes were damp, and I wanted to say something comforting. Instead, I realized my dad wasn't useless. He and Mom had never made sense to me, but they made sense to one another. Their relationship had worked. Unfortunately, it had only worked when each played the right role. That was the weakness, the inability to adapt when the script changed. If I got married, I was going to toss the script and take one day at a time. Each day, I would be what my wife needed, regardless of who she'd wakened up to be that day. School was normal that day. We only had a few days left until summer, so all of us were sick of being here, students and staff alike. But we still had papers and lectures and tests, and at lunch all of us sat down like the weekend had been normal. To me, the weekend had felt anything but normal, and I had dreaded facing Wendy and Tanner. When they sat down with their normal lunches, and Tanner griped about English while Wendy talked about summer plans, I felt my whole body relax. This was normal. The weekend hadn't destroyed everything. "Do you have summer plans?" Wendy asked me. She knew I didn't, but she liked to hear things out loud. "No," I said. "Wait," Tanner said. "Yes, you do. Don't you? Did I wreck it all when I bailed on the talent show?" Poor Tanner. He would never forgive himself for that. In my mind, it wasn't his fault. A person can't be held responsible for the actions of his parents. "Right," I said. "Tanner and I are writing songs all summer. I didn't consider that plans because it's fun. Plans mean a job or a chore." Wendy laughed. "Okay, not a definition I was aware of, but now I know. Tanner, anything other than songs for you?" "Maybe some work," he said. "A little money of my own and time out of the house." We all paused at that. Wendy had the courage to acknowledge it. "Things are bad, then? Is there danger, Tanner? We want to help if we can." They fight. Mom never questioned Dad, but now she does. I don't think he's hurt her again. I'm not positive he hurt her the first time, not on purpose. I don't know. That's them. They can do what they want. I want a job. And driving. This summer I should get my permit. "Same here," Wendy said. I forgot sometimes that both of them were older than me. Only a year, but at 15, a year made a big difference. As we left lunch, Darla was entering the cafeteria. She didn't look good. I'd seen less of her sunny personality lately, and I missed it. We had 2 classes together, and early in the semester she had talked and laughed and charmed. Lately, she said very little. I wanted to mention it to Wendy, but she bristled when I did. I didn't understand their relationship, except maybe Wendy was envious of Darla because of her looks. Because, yeah, Darla was stunning. But stunning when it stopped smiling and living was just as troublesome as anyone who stopped smiling and living. I worried about her. I worried about everyone. Wendy stopped me at my locker on the way out and asked if we could meet at the park. I said yes, and soon after arriving at home, I headed out. Grandma said I needed to be back by 5:30 for dinner. That would be easy. Wendy beat me there, again sitting on the swings. A few littler kids were in the park today, so we left the swings to them and walked on the walking path. "You're okay?" she asked. I was getting mother hen Wendy today. Not a surprise. The weekend had been strangely emotional, and that always got Wendy going. Today it made me angry. She'd seen things in my life I didn't want seen. Yes, Mom wasn't normal. Nobody's business but mine. "Sure," I said. I said it too fast, and I would pay for that. She wasn't going to believe that answer. "Okay," she said. "Your mom is okay?" "She misses my dad. She said you caught her crying. I'm sorry about that." "You don't apologize for your mother," she said, and she was simply being honest. I'm not sure she knows how not to be honest. How strange that is. "Peter, I like your mom. I enjoy visiting with her. But how do you do it? What was she like before?" I swallowed and wished I had some excuse not to talk about this. New Mom is a romantic. She dreams. I never saw that in Old Mom, but maybe it was there. I feel like New Mom is Old Mom years ago, before life wore her down. Wendy gave me the longest look. It included some pity and some surprise. "You think of her as two people." "Yeah, I do, and that feels very weird. I lost my mom." My voice cracked on that one, and I took a step away from Wendy because I didn't want her sympathy. Not that the sympathy itself gave me trouble, but at the moment I was feeling emotional, and her pity would turn this into a tear fest. Tears are okay, I guess, but they're also exhausting, and you have to choose your moments. This wasn't that moment. She stopped, so I stopped. "I'm sorry," she said. "You think of this as a death." "In a way," I said. "I guess I understand that, but to hear you say it, and it explains why you've asked more than once what makes a person a specific person. Does it help to think of her as a younger version?" "I guess. I didn't know her then. I'll never know if she's new or if she reverted to something from her past. And it makes me realize we don't stay the same. Someone who meets me 20 years from now might not recognize 15-year-old me. I don't know. I'll never know. We don't see ourselves change." Wendy grinned. "You think at this oddly deep level. Maybe it's because of the changes in your life, but I think it's just Peter Stafford." "Is that a good thing?" I asked. She laughed like this was the funniest thing she'd ever heard. Again, I felt angry. "Of course it's a good thing. Peter Stafford is a fine person to be." "Darla isn't okay," I said, not sure why I abruptly changed the subject. Except I didn't like the anger. This was Wendy being Wendy. Since when did it make me angry? Since she'd seen that my mom needed as much care as a little kid. Since I'd seen pity in her eyes and knew she would now and forever treat me with gentleness and not honesty. So yeah, maybe the anger made sense. "No," Wendy said. "Mom says she'll get better." "You don't believe her," I said. "She said she had similar issues in her teens, so maybe she's right. Not like I'm biologically related to either of them. I don't know how it feels to change personality once every month. Sorry, is this completely the wrong thing to talk about with a guy? Darla wouldn't want me talking about it. She's embarrassed." "I get that," I said. "I don't have much of a reference point for it. But I understand her not wanting to talk about it. She always has friends around, but lately—" Wendy shrugged. "I know. They don't know what to do with her any more than I do, so they back away. She's lonely and weepy and angry, and I don't know how to help." "We could come over and play again." She liked that. I liked that too. Who hates pretty girls as an audience, right? Wendy cringed like the words hurt, although I'd meant her too. "No, She wasn't Darla. Most girls weren't Darla. But Darla had her problems and her issues. Being Darla wasn't perfect. And Wendy was pretty. Nobody would argue that. It so happens girls compare, and comparing anyone to Darla was going to be a problem. Sure, she finally said, and I had to retrace the conversation. Right, playing and singing at Wendy's house. It would be good for Tanner, too. Is he okay? I'm not sure Tanner's ever been okay, I admitted. But there's not much anyone can do. Yeah, let's play at your place. Tanner can flirt with Darla, and maybe both of them will benefit. Wendy tilted her head. You won't flirt with Darla? Everyone flirts with Darla. Have you ever seen me flirt with Darla? I like her well enough, but no, I don't want to flirt with Darla. This was true. I'd seen from the beginning that it bothered Wendy. It didn't bother her when Tanner did it, not like when I did it. I suspected that meant she liked me, and I knew I liked her, but I wasn't in a rush to go there. I looked at Mom and Dad, the bars. No, that could wait. Anyway, I didn't flirt with Darla. We met at Wendy's house 3 times during the next 5 weeks. During those weeks, we survived finals and the end of the school year. Tanner got his driver's permit, and Wendy was a few days shy of turning 16 and getting hers. Star graduated. She insisted nobody throw her a party, but Grandma and her friends ignored her, and we had a party. She loved it. I remained angry. Mom felt it because some of it was aimed at her for making a spectacle of herself during our weekend. I'd told Star that wasn't the right word, but as time passed, I found myself thinking it was exactly the right word. People watched us in the stores. Wendy brought me baked goods because she wanted to take the place of my mother. Spectacle. Mom and I were spectacles, and I loved her and wanted to take care of her and see her smile, but I also hated that she didn't love my poems now and only remembered bits and pieces of my childhood, and she made Wendy mother me. Yeah, I realize I keep saying that. Now I understand it. Then, not a clue. Honest. Late in June, Tanner came into my house. He didn't knock, which was fine for someone who came around so often, but it was weird for him. He always knocked. He found me at the kitchen table with my journal in hand, and he sat in the chair across from me. I looked up at him, startled, and froze. Tanner Barr had been crying. He said. He ran his hand across his eyes and looked at the table. He looked at the stove, the fridge, and the empty chair at his side, like each of them held the answers of the universe. They didn't, so finally he looked at me. She left. She left us, Pete. She left me. Yes, he's a bastard, but when the abused wife walks out, she takes the kid along, unless she's as selfish as the bastard she married. So what do I do now? He sounded angry, but the tears he blinked back told another story. You should tell someone, I said. Tell someone what he did to her, and maybe you can get out of there. And go where? Into foster care? I'm 16, Pete. I'm not starting over somewhere with someone who doesn't want me. What makes you think a foster parent wouldn't want you? He shrugged. Who wants a 16-year-old kid? Nobody, that's who. Nobody normal. Nope. This is the hand I've been dealt, so I make the best of it. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. This was bad, and that anger I'd been carrying shifted, and I was angry for him. He never hurt you? I asked. I had no idea if I expected an honest answer or not, but I felt like the question had to be asked. Not once, and I saw no sign he ever hurt her again. But he was mean to her. He put her down and called her names. He does that to you too? I asked. No, he ignores me. I like it that way. If he gets bad, will you tell someone? Will you get help if you need it? I'd rather not set our mother hen on you, but I will if you lie to me. Tanner laughed. You're so full of it. Anyway, she's so into mothering you, She wouldn't have much time to do it for me. But yeah, thanks for the concern, I guess. I'll be fine. Except he'd come in here in tears, asking how he was going to survive this. When Mom had her accident, we prayed, I said. The pastor came, and for a few weeks I prayed all the time. I haven't done that lately. God hasn't felt close, but maybe that's because I haven't asked him to get close. I'm one of those Sunday Christians, which might mean I'm not a Christian at all. Why do I only think about God and prayer when something bad happens? Are you saying we should pray about this? He asked. Does God change things? When your mom was hurt, what did you pray for? That she would survive, for one. That was an unknown for the first few days. So God said yes, Tanner said. Okay, I like that. Then what? For her mind to heal. They thought she would be worse than she is. They thought she might end up with almost no mind at all. So that was a halfway yes, he said. She's alive, and her brain is broken, but it could be broken worse. I guess. Tanner sat back. I can't think of any yeses. I look back at times I desperately prayed, and the answer is always no. What did you ask? Tanner shook his head, his eyes damp again. Tanner, I scolded. Come on, it's okay. I've always prayed Dad would notice me and like me, that he and Mom would get along and we could be a family. It doesn't feel like a selfish prayer. Why is a good family not in God's plan? I don't know, I said. I prayed for my dad to step up and turn into a good dad, for him to stay. A couple times I prayed for him to come back. Tanner shook his head and pushed away from the table. We're pitiful. Some days I wonder if God's even real. I can't imagine him fixing any of this. I want something from God I've never seen. Jesus in the Bible shows up all over the place fixing things. Like a dead man is alive again. That's fixed, not half fixed, not the fixing of some secondary issue. He fixed it. Healed people were all the way healed. Hungry people pushed away baskets of extra food. It was dramatic and bold, and nobody ever wondered if he was real. He was right there in their faces, being real and big and bold. Tanner slouched in his seat. I had no idea what to say. He was right. I didn't see fixes like that now. I didn't expect fixes like that now. I'm sorry, I said. You'll miss her. Another shrug. I don't know. She made me crazy, always making me do things to make him happy so he'd be easier on her. It was never about me. Is she actually already gone? Or did they set a date? What happened? This morning she told me she had to leave, he said, that she couldn't stay married to him any longer. I asked if I could go with her, and she said no. I needed to stay here in my life and finish school. She said I would miss my friends. She didn't seem to think I needed my mother, but I needed my friends. And my job. I mop floors at a fast food place 3 days a week. I'm not opposed to finding a new job in a new place. As messy as things were with my mom, she was here. I knew she was my mom, and she loved me as much as her mental capacity allowed her to love. I felt bad for Tanner and wished I had a fix. I knew in my head God was the fix, but my heart still stung from prayers answered that felt like silence. My dad, Mom's brain. God loved us. His plans were good. Why did those two truths often feel like lies? So she left this morning? She did. He was at work. She said he knew, and he was going to take care of me, that without her, he would be the best father. What a crock. I doubt he remembers my middle name. She said he would come home more now, that she drove him away, and not me. Then she got in her car and left, all her stuff packed around her. All of it? I asked. I guess all that she wanted. I thought the house and our stuff meant more to her. I thought I meant more to her. He slumped low in the chair and blinked fast. I wouldn't have cared if he'd cried, but I sure understood him fighting it. "Tomorrow we sing with the girls," I said. "Maybe it's your turn to write lyrics. Something angry or sad. Just vent it all out of there." He shook his head. "That works for you, not me. But maybe I could come up with a tune, an angry or sad tune. Then you and the others can help me with the words. You can do the angry words. Darla can probably come up with sad lyrics." Yes, she probably could. And I wasn't touching the dig at me. Yes, maybe I've been a little angry lately. It made for good poems and song lyrics. "You want to stay for dinner?" I asked. I glanced at the clock. Lunch, I guess. I thought it was later in the day. He stayed for lunch. He didn't say a word to Grandma or Mom about what had happened, instead charming and smiling like everything was fine. He was a good actor. I hadn't realized how good until right now, and it made me wonder about our history. How often did he lie? His dad texted before dinner and asked him to be home. The man said they would eat out tonight and discuss the changes. "That's how he said it?" I asked. "Yep." He looked at his phone. "Discuss the changes. I'm thinking he's not torn up about this. Wish me luck." "Prayer," I said. "I'll pray for you." "Whatever," Tanner said. "What will you pray for? My mom to come back? My dad to care?" God's not going to do either of those things. I've prayed for all of it before. God might have a plan, but it can't be a good one, and I sure don't know enough to pray for it. The words were bitter, but honest. Tanner didn't know how to deal with God when things got dark and stayed that way. I had no answers for him, and that bothered me. I wanted the full fix, just like he'd mentioned. The blind that could see, the deaf that could hear, the dead walking around. Not glasses or hearing aids or zombies, but complete and total fixes. I also wanted Tanner to be okay. I had no idea what that would look like. It was a vague, nebulous prayer, but I started to pray that every day, for Tanner to be okay. Then I added Darla to that list. Sometimes a vague, nebulous prayer is just the right thing to pray. "So, how are you doing?" Wendy asked. "Are things getting better? Here, I thought this might help." She handed me a cupcake. It was a beautiful cupcake, chocolate frosted with a flower on top. Her mom had done the flower. Maybe Darla. I knew Wendy had no skill at cake decorating. Her mom and sister were pretty good at it. The cupcake made me angry, but that was my default this summer. Her question made me angrier. "I'm fine. Why do you think I'm not fine? I keep telling you I am. Why not try believing me?" Yes, by jumping down her throat, I was sure to convince her I was fine. I was an idiot, and it got worse every day. "Okay," she said. She was hurt. Of course she was hurt, because I was trying to hurt her to keep her out. I didn't want to admit anything I'd felt this summer. I sat down against a tree and patted the spot at my side. She sat down, leaving a good space between us. I deserved that. "Thank you," I said. "I'm sorry. I'm fine. I do miss him. I was afraid his dad would beat him. I never expected him to whisk him away on a world trip to celebrate his new life as a bachelor." Wendy nodded. "It's weird without him here. Does he text or anything?" "He does," I said. "I get photos of beautiful places. He says I should have been on the trip because I would make great song lyrics from everything they've seen. Do you hear from him?" "Some," she said. "Darla, too. I think he texts her more." "He worries about her." "She's in a holding pattern," Wendy said. "She's okay, I guess. Some days are good, and some are bad. She's not getting worse. And your mom?" "She's fine. Maybe she's in a holding pattern too," I said. "Oh, except now she asks for me to sing my poems to her." Wendy grinned. "Do you?" "No. Are you kidding? My mom may not be all there, but she would recognize terrible singing." "She's your mom. She'd love it regardless." Wendy's eyes widened. Wouldn't she? Is she still a mom like that? She tries, I said, and I was done with that topic. Mom barely remembered the weekend I'd called the police to find her. I couldn't forget a second of it. That kind of fear, mixed with Star's disgust and Tanner and Wendy's pity, no, it wasn't going anywhere. What I didn't tell a soul was how much it hurt to have to rescue Mom, knowing she would never again rescue me. She'd rescued me many times in my life, liking my hobby, giving me hints for dealing with bullies, assuring me it was okay to like beautiful words and pictures. Boys can love beauty, she'd always said. Guys went crazy over beautiful women, right? Beauty was a gift anyone could enjoy. I ate the cupcake, which was delicious. Did you make this? She ducked her head and grinned. No, Mom and Darla got the baking bug. I was out watching birds. I got 2 new ones. She pulled out her bird book and showed me the birds she'd seen. She'd seen all the common, easy-to-sight birds in our area, so those remaining weren't easy to find. When she talked about it, I was reminded of the search for Bigfoot or the Loch Ness Monster. We were in the park, of course. We'd met here a few times this summer, after Tanner left. She had a part-time job at the closest grocery store, and she was also learning to drive. I was helping more with Mom, because Grandma had taken a summer job at the nursery in the grocery parking lot. We needed the money, I thought, or maybe Grandma needed a break. Mom took a lot of mental energy, and Grandma was old. You're okay with school supplies, right? I mean, does anyone have time to take you shopping, with your Grandma and Star working? I sighed. She'd been like this since that weekend. I'm fine, Wendy. I'm not living alone in a cave. Lots of families have working adults in them, but still manage food and shelter and school supplies. You need to stop worrying about me. She leaned back against the tree. Sorry. I guess it's better than having nobody care, I said. I didn't want to get angry with her. This was just who Wendy was. Like I was me. Like Tanner was Tanner. Summer didn't improve after this visit. I saw Wendy a few more times, mostly at youth group, although neither of us were regular attenders. I was tired of God, tired of unanswered prayers and holding on to faith when everything around me said God either wasn't there or didn't care. Don't worry. I promise this is just a phase, and God pursued me quite passionately to get me to the other side. But for a while, you're not going to hear much about God and me, because nothing was happening between God and me. God was working all alone, and I'm forever thankful for that. Left to my own devices, I'd never have gotten anywhere. Then in August, Star left for college. One morning, all of us stood outside the house, breathing humid late summer air, watching her stuff the last of her belongings into her car. I stoically watched her hug Mom, and then Grandma, and then she got to me. You're taking everything, I whispered. You're not coming back. Because we want Mom here, you're leaving and never coming back. Don't be silly, Star said. You're my little brother, Pete. She laughed when she said it, because this little brother had almost 8 inches on her. She pulled me close and rested against my chest, much the way Mom had so many months ago. Be good, she said to me, mischief in her eyes. Don't let her stop you, Pete. Live your life. I think Mom's more resilient than we thought. And I promise I'm not leaving for good. We're family. Like Dad is family? I asked. She looked up into my face. Not one of us is Dad. We're family for real. Always. With that, she climbed into her car, an old clunker she'd managed to purchase with money from her job, and disappeared down the street. I didn't expect her to come back. So far, nobody who'd left had come back. Dad was gone. Old Mom was gone. Now Star and Tanner. Both promised to return, but I didn't have a lot of faith in that. I didn't have a lot of faith in anything. The next day, 5 days before school started, someone knocked on my door. just after 9 in the morning. Mom was still asleep, and Grandma was knitting, crocheting, whatever. "Hey," Tanner said as I opened the door. I didn't hug him because that would have been so weird, but I sure came close. "Tanner," I said. I laughed. "You came back." He grinned at me. He was tan because they'd spent a lot of time on islands and tropical places. He also looked tired, but the smile was genuine. "You had doubts?" "Of course you had doubts. Yes, I'm back, ready for the excitement of junior year." He grimaced, and I realized he had brought his guitar along. He saw me looking and shrugged. "I thought I'd take a chance," he said. "I wrote some words, Pete, but they need your magic touch because my poetry sounds like a second grader wrote it. The summer called for words and tunes, and I'd love help." I was thrilled to help. We walked to the park so Grandma and Mom wouldn't have to listen to us, and we settled on an out-of-the-way picnic table with his guitar and a notebook. I'm embarrassed to admit how giddy I was about all this. Things felt right again. I could use my skills, and someone had come back, which gave me more hope that Star would follow suit. And Wendy was smothering, but still my friend. Maybe things would be okay, and I'd get through sophomore year. I got through sophomore year. Things were not okay. Chapter 16. Wendy. "Wendy, I think I need that other file," Mom said, sitting at the kitchen table. She was on a genealogy kick, and she'd been going through old documents for days. Our house looked neat and organized, and it surprised me she had so much family junk stored in out-of-the-way places. Digging into the corner of the basement, I stopped at a lone file on top of an old shoebox. My name was on it, and curiosity had me open it. I sat in stunned silence for the longest time, looking over the pages. My mother. My birth mother. I'd never seen her picture before. I knew I'd been almost 2 when my birth mother decided not to parent me. I didn't have the story of how my parents had met one another. Mom told me my birth mother had been 16, my age, and she thought she wanted to parent and then changed her mind. She told me that was love, that for my mother to be mature enough to want the best for me meant I was loved. I also knew my birth mother had kept in touch for a while, and then she'd moved on. Mom insisted she still cared and had done it all for my own good. Now I looked at photos I'd never seen before. I had a street address. Probably not her current address, but it was something. I had her name, Angie Johnson. I'd have been Wendy Johnson. Angie Johnson was a little older than my current age in the photos. In every photo, she was holding or playing with me, and she looked happy. She was pretty, slender with long blonde hair. I didn't think she looked like me. I was dressed in cute little girl clothes, like a toy doll. I looked loved. Mom had always said it, and I sort of believed it, but right now I believed it more. She looked like she loved me. So why had she left? I put the file back and went to my room. I told myself what I'd seen meant nothing. She'd left me. She had decided not to parent me, and then she'd moved on. She had her own life now. She was older, wiser. Did that mean she wouldn't want to know how I was doing? She hadn't come back, and we hadn't moved. If she wanted to know about me, she'd have come back. But maybe she was afraid to. Maybe she thought it would hurt me. It wouldn't hurt me. I was curious. Did I sound like her? What about my grandparents? Had she figured out who my dad was? What did she do for a living? Maybe she was bossy and controlling. I could use that as an excuse, claiming my worst trait was passed on from my mom. I didn't need to think about this. I would tuck the images away and move on. She'd moved on, and I would move on. But I opened my laptop, and my fingers tapped the keys in a search. I wouldn't find her. Why would she be easy to find? Except she was. I found her old address, still belonging to someone with her last name. Parents? Were they my grandparents? They lived 2 cities away, an hour of driving. Then I found her on social media. It said she was married, but she had the same name. The photos were definitely the same woman I'd seen holding me. Older, of course, but she looked younger than my mom. That made sense. She was a decade younger than my mom. She lived 90 minutes away. Well, I didn't know where she lived, but she appeared to run a cafe 90 minutes away. I'd never heard of it, but I didn't get out much. When I did, I went toward the bigger towns, Calicorn and Evansdale. She lived further off the beaten path than Mistwood. That evening, I hatched a plan. I would go to the cafe. I would eat and scope out the territory. I probably wouldn't talk to her. I sure wouldn't tell her who I was, but I needed to watch her move and hear her talk. You know where this is going. And yeah, I'll tell you right now, it's not a happy story. But I naively lied to myself all the way to the cafe, and to this day, I wish I hadn't. I wished I hadn't lied to myself, and I wished I hadn't shown up. I like to know and control everything. Turns out, some things are best left alone. But God lets us make a few messes along the way, maybe so we can hold on and hug Him close when we get into trouble. It was going to take me a while to get to that place, but the visit with my birth mother was definitely a step in that direction. "I'm bored," Darla said, entering the kitchen as I took the keys off the hook at the door. "Can I go with you?" Darla tagged along on my outings a lot, so I needed a good excuse to tell her no. Unfortunately, I'm not a fast liar. For 15 seconds, I simply stared at her, my mind blank. "Whoa," she said. She grinned. "You said this was a bird-watching trip, but that's not true, is it? So what are you up to that you don't want me along? A boy? Are you going to see a boy? You're hiding a boy from Mom. Is he a bad boy?" "It's not a boy," I said. As she said it, the image of a certain boy flew through my head. I bet you can guess which boy. Yes, the one still reeling from a difficult weekend, who was barely speaking to me, or to anyone. "So what is it?" She looked truly baffled. Darla had a limited view of the world. Sometimes I envied the simplicity of my sister's world. We needed to take some lessons from one another. "It's nothing," I said. I rolled my eyes, and she laughed, like that was going to get her off my back. "Darla, sometimes a girl needs to get out alone." "Wendy," she moved closer, looked around conspiratorially, and whispered, "What is it? I can keep a secret." This was true. Darla didn't gossip. I could trust her. But I didn't want her to know because she might be hurt. She couldn't understand what I was doing because the truth was, I didn't understand what I was doing. "I know you can. It's not that. Look, I need to go." She gripped my arm. "Wendy, really? I have your back. You can share with me. Doesn't it get old to keep so much inside?" The theme of the day was keeping things inside. Tanner and Peter drove me crazy when they did it, and yet I constantly did the same thing. "Okay," I said. I looked around, although I knew Mom was in the backyard and wouldn't be in for a while. "I found my birth mom. I'm going to see where she works. I'm not going to talk to her or anything, but I need to see her. I don't know why, but I need it." She nodded like she understood. "Okay, but why do you need it? You say you don't, but how can you not know?" "Darla, you wanted to know where I was going. That's the answer. It's all the answer I have." She sighed. "Okay, good luck then, I guess. You're not going to leave us, right?" "Of course not. She didn't want me. Mom and Dad do want me. I just need to have some idea where I came from." "Don't you need to talk to her to find that out?" she asked. "What if—" "Wendy, this could be bad. I don't want you hurt. I mean, are you happy here? With us? You're my sister. It doesn't matter where you came from. I'm happy here, but it does matter where I came from. Darla was having a good day, where she was rational and not sad, which helped me. She nodded, hugged me, and gave me a shove toward the door. Be careful, Wendy. Please let me know how it goes. I'll pray for you. I didn't know if she would pray for me. It surprised me to hear her say it. I hadn't prayed about it myself. Since Pete and Tanner had gotten distant, I'd put distance everywhere. That included between me and God. If God loved me and wanted me, why had He made me so difficult? Why had my friends turned away? I wanted something from God I wasn't getting, and I didn't know how to find it. Maybe praying was the first step, but even that felt confusing and pointless lately. I had told Mom and Dad I wanted to go to the nearby state park to search for birds, so they wouldn't worry about me being gone all afternoon. Even though I was a new driver, they trusted me. The trip took nearly 90 minutes, a drive through winding country roads to a small diner in a small town. I parked and took a deep breath. I should have prayed about this all along, I whispered to God. I'm sorry I didn't. Can you... What, I thought. What did I want from God here? What did I ever want from God? Maybe that was my problem. I didn't know what I thought God could do for me. Can you protect me? I don't know what I'm doing here. I lied to make it happen, so you might not bless this. But could you bless this? I need answers. I didn't need answers. I wanted answers. I wanted them enough to lie and then ask God to let me do something ridiculous. God let me do something ridiculous. He even redeemed it. But He didn't exactly bless it. I walked in trying to look confident. I'd spent an hour deciding on my outfit and making my hair and face perfect. I didn't plan to talk to my birth mom. I was going to sit in a booth, eat lunch, and watch. That was it. So it didn't matter how I looked, but I spent a lot of time on it, trying to look casual but pretty, the kind of person a woman might be proud to call a daughter. The cafe was cute. Light colors, wood tables and chairs, decorated with antiques. The theme of the place was good old home cooking, and it felt cozy and warm like an old farmhouse might be. I thought it said a lot about my mom, that she appreciated family and heritage. That was good, right? Maybe she would want to know me if she cared about family. It didn't take me long to recognize her. She was taking money at the cash register. Although she was older, she was pretty. She had a cheerleader smile, and she seemed to have something to say to everyone who came and left. I was seated, and I ordered something. It didn't matter what it was, and when it came, I didn't taste it. My mouth was dry, and my heart raced, and that's when I realized how badly I'd lied to myself. I wasn't leaving here until I talked to her. She looked nice, kind, and friendly. She wouldn't turn me away. She made everyone smile. I'd come in just after 1 in the afternoon, and by the time I finished eating whatever the waitress had put in front of me, the place was nearly empty. I walked to the counter and paid my bill, staring at this woman. She didn't look anything like me, but I knew she was the one. I had to let her know who I was and give her opportunity to ask questions if she had any. I said when she put change in my hand. You don't know me, but you do know me. I looked around the room. 2 customers and 1 waitress. Everything was under control. Surely the owner could leave the cash register for a minute to talk to me. She tilted her head. Are you sure? I don't recognize you, sweetie. Sweetie. My heart melted. Sure, she'd said it to 10 people today, but my heart didn't care. It still melted. My name is Wendy, I said. Wendy Pickens. For a full 5 seconds, she froze in place. Then she frowned. The friendliness left, and I gripped the edge of the counter to keep my feet from running away. Wendy, she said. Pickens. So she told you? She promised not to tell you. I moved on, and you need to move on. They don't know about you, and they can't know about you, and you need to move on. You have the best parents in the world, and you have to move on. I swallowed. She wasn't curious. She had banished me from her life, and I was supposed to stay banished. Okay, I squeaked. Yes, I honestly squeaked. I felt so stupid. She didn't tell me. She did what you asked. And yes, they're good parents. I thought you might be curious. That's all. I don't want anything. I needed to see your face and hear your voice. I stopped babbling because she was frowning at the door. I turned, and a man came in. He gave her a warm smile, and I knew this was the person who wasn't supposed to know about me. Angie had a husband, and she'd hidden me from him. I didn't want to get Angie into trouble with her husband. He looked nice, too. He smiled, and he was handsome. Maybe if she'd kept me, this man would have been my dad. What a strange thought. Ray, she said, nodding at him. Let me finish up here and meet you in the back. Ray nodded, oblivious to anything going on up here, and disappeared into the back. Angie relaxed her shoulders when he was gone. I'm sorry, she said, but you can't come here. I'm not curious. I know you have what you need. I knew it when I left. Now I have what I need, too. I was too young. I gave you everything I could. I can't give you more. I'm sorry. She said it gently. This woman didn't want to hurt me, but she also didn't want to help me. She had put me away, and I no longer meant anything to her. I wasn't like my mother at all. I never put anything away and left it in the past. Okay, I said. I blinked hard not to cry. She simply stared at me, all the expression leaving her face, and I backed away and then turned and pushed my way out of the cafe and into the car. She didn't want me. We had nothing in common, not looks or personality, and she had cut me off. No emotion was left for me except fear and dread. Who wanted to cause her mother fear and dread? I would never go back. I wondered if she would worry about that. How long would it take her to relax and not fear that I would show up and tell her husband about her previous mistakes? Because she hadn't said the words, but that's what I was. I was a mistake. She'd taken care of it as best she could, but that didn't lessen the truth. Somehow, I made it home in one piece. I cried 3/4 of the way, then spent the end hoping my face and eyes would go back to normal so it wouldn't look like I'd been crying. Darla met me at the door. She searched my face. How did it go? Mom and Dad are outside in the garden. You can tell me. I saw her, I said. She doesn't look like me. She doesn't sound or act like me. Was that what you needed? For someone to be like you? Maybe, I said. I won't go see her again. I'm done with this. Wendy, she said. She scrunched her brows together. What really happened? I shrugged. Old news now. It's fine. I needed answers, and I have answers, and it's old news now. She let me have it. She didn't ask again. I wish she had, and I wish I'd told her. The levels of regret I carried about the whole event were deep, and this dumb afternoon was going to haunt more than one person for a long time. I'm so glad God has these things in control. Because yes, I now realize my belief that I ever controlled anything was an illusion, one I held onto for a long time. I think we should sing some of them in youth group, Tanner was saying to Pete when I sat down to lunch. 2 weeks had passed since seeing my mom. I didn't think the guys knew anything was up, and I didn't know if I was relieved or hurt by that. Unfortunately, part of that had to do with each of them hiding things too. Tanner laughed and said his trip was great, but he refused to give details, and the guy simply looked worn, older than when he'd left. And Peter? Peter hated when I showed concern, so I'd gotten selfish in our friendship. I asked him to help me look for birds, and I let him edit my English papers because he was good at it, and I left it at that. We were a trio of cowards, but it seemed to work for us. The year limped along without much drama. And by we, you mean you, Peter said. Why are you asking me? Sing what you want. They're as much your songs as mine. But does it bother you? Tanner asked. He sounded exasperated. Yeah, we limped along, but we also exasperated each other. Do you want them out there? You keep that poetry journal close and don't let many people in. People don't understand poetry, Peter said. They understand songs. Yeah, go ahead. Sing whatever you want. I'm okay with it. I guess I like the idea. Wendy, you'll sing with him? In front of youth group? I asked. I got ready to say no and then thought about that. Yeah, it sounded fun. Something to get me out of my head. I guess so, I said. I mean, we'll teach the youth group so everyone can sing along, right? This isn't a solo act. Sure, Tanner said. We're not performing. We're sharing. Peter laughed. Whatever you say. Then his focus changed, and I knew he was glancing back at Darla. She was in our lunch hour this year, and sometimes she sat with us. Sometimes she sat with friends, the few who'd stuck with her, and sometimes she sat alone, her choice. I was worried about her, but Mom and Dad were in denial, and Darla herself was too tired and worn to care. Peter and Tanner worried. That made me anxious. I could lose my friends to my sister. Except, could I lose both of them? I had no idea, but it felt possible. That week we sang in youth group. Tanner always led the music, so he was relaxed. He charmed and flirted and did his thing before group started. I stayed closer to Peter and worried. Peter, just like a boy, found this amusing. Sometimes he was an old soul. Sometimes he acted like a 6-year-old. What do you think will happen tonight? He asked. You need to relax. Were you this nervous about the talent show? I was, but as the day progressed and it was clear Tanner wasn't going to make it, I relaxed. However, tonight Tanner is standing right there, tuning up his guitar, so this is a done deal. A scary done deal. I'm a little nervous too, Peter said. He sighed and leaned against the wall. Yes, we were taking our roles of wallflowers literally tonight. Nobody but family and friends have heard this song. I like the song, but lately, I wish I felt it. It sounds like I feel it, but it's not that easy now. Peter surprised me sometimes. He'd keep things close to the chest, and then in one swoop give me a whole lot of insider information. Faith, I said. Yeah, he shrugged, and his eyes asked me to leave it be. I left it be. Spence called the group together, and Tanner and I led the songs. He played 2 everyone knew, and then he stopped and introduced his and Pete's song. He said. He grinned, and half the girls in the room melted. Having Tanner for a friend was very strange. Peter and I wrote a song, several of them. This is a good worship song for youth group. With that simple intro, he began to strum, and I sang the song with him. The second time through, he told the rest of the group to sing. The lyrics were complex enough that they only got the chorus, but that was enough. I glanced at Peter, who had stationed himself in the back row. He was smiling. I hadn't seen that bright a smile on the guy in a long time. My heart warmed nearly to boiling. Spence took over the meeting after this, and then we had free time at the end. We ate snacks and collected in little groups, just like teenagers everywhere, and Tanner, Pete, and I ended up together. Spence made the rounds, thanking us and congratulating the boys on their song, and then several other kids did the same. Peter and Tanner tried to be cool about it, but their goofy smiles gave them away. I was happy for them. This was the recognition they should have gotten at the talent show. Then a few people told me I had a pretty voice, which blew me away, and I probably wore the same goofy smile. Darla approached close to the end, laughing and hugging all of us. Tanner's eyes lost focus when she hugged him, but Peter kept his cool. "That was so great," she said. "Finally people get to hear you. People who can even carry a tune. Unlike me. Pete, how does it feel? I mean, you wrote it, but you didn't get to perform it." "Trust me, nobody would have congratulated me if I'd performed it," he said. "It feels good." "It does," Tanner said. "We need to write some more. Things are different now, but I can carve out the time." "Sure," Peter said. His tone said he wasn't sure this could happen, and the look on Tanner's face said he hoped he wasn't lying, but they planned to try. I hoped they could do it. Tanner's dad had gotten a little too hands-on, and while he gave the impression things were okay, his dad filled his schedule with dinners, guitar lessons, and social events. He said more than once that he enjoyed the attention. I wasn't sure I believed that or not. We cruised for a while after that. Pete still kept everyone at arm's length, and man, did he hate it when anyone acted like they cared. Darla swung from euphoric joy to deep melancholy, and pretty much everyone avoided her but Pete and Tanner, which bothered me. Tanner put on an act, and why we let him have it, knowing full well his smiles were false, and fatigue leaked into his voice he didn't know was there, I have no idea. Cowards again, the lot of us. And I tried not to think about the look on my mom's face when she realized who I was, the mortification that her biggest mistake had come calling. A person should never start to think of herself as a mistake. Peter spent a lot of time asking what made a person herself. Was his mom still his mom? Well, I didn't realize I was doing the same thing, and that one moniker became one of the only ones I thought about. I wasn't a mistake. I had enough church background to know I was made for a reason, loved by the God who created me, and paid for by the ultimate sacrifice, something that should have had me in tears if I thought about it. Instead, I knew in my deepest heart of hearts that I was a mistake. Chapter 17. Peter. "Here," Darla said. She didn't look at me as she handed me the little package. She'd wrapped something in butcher paper, stamped with dried leaves and tied with twine, and she pushed it into my hands as she walked through the lunchroom. "Thanks, Pete, for everything." With that, she disappeared into the crowd near the lunch line, and I turned the package over in my hands, wondering if I'd missed a holiday. I didn't think today was special. March something. Not my birthday. What would make Darla give me a package today? "Hey, dude," Tanner said, clapping me on the shoulder. He shook his head. "You know I'm sorry." "You know I never expected you to show. Give it up, Tanner. We're not going to make this work." I sounded angry. That had to do with me being angry. We had tried for weeks to get together and work on music, but something always came up. It had happened again last night. It had to do with his dad, and I didn't think it was something good, but he insisted everything was fine. No problems. His dad was lonely without his mother and wanted his company, and he was trying to make up for 16 years of ignoring him. Did I believe this? Not a word of it. But calling your best friend a liar all the time wasn't any better, so I simply simmered and snarled sometimes. We dropped our bags at our table, and I slipped Darla's gift inside before going for lunch. When I returned, Wendy sat at the table munching fries. The gift completely slipped my mind. That could have been tragic. Lunch was subdued. I apologized to Tanner for snapping at him. He apologized for breaking our music dates the past 3 weeks. Wendy said very little because something was bothering her and she wouldn't share it. I missed her mother-hen routine. Darla was strange today, she finally said. She's been in the doldrums for 2 weeks now, but today she was nice, like spooky nice. It was weird. I didn't mention my gift because Wendy got weird when we talked about Darla. But yeah, that was spooky too. I assumed it was spooky nice, but I didn't actually know what was in the package. Maybe it was something awful. "I'm home tonight," Tanner said. "My dad is traveling for a few days for work. We can work tonight, okay? Your house, my house, it doesn't matter. I promise nothing will come up between now and then." "Sure," I said. "That's a plan. Come my way at 5? Eat dinner with us. Grandma wanted me to go shopping with her and Mom when I get home. Wendy, want to join us?" "I'm not sure," she said. "I'll know after chemistry. I might have a heap of homework. I hate chem, and it hates me right back, so that might take my evening." I had English with Darla later that afternoon, and Wendy was right. She smiled more than she had in weeks, and she answered one of Mrs. Lassiter's questions about beautiful places. We were studying descriptive writing this week, and she'd asked us to describe a beautiful place. "I want to read mine," Darla said, when Mrs. Lassiter called on her. "A few years ago, 2 friends and I sneaked up the Mistwood Water Tower." Darla proceeded to read a very nice description of the world from the top of the water tower. I'd never read anything of Darla's, and I was surprised. She was very good. By the time she finished, I could see and hear everything from the tower. The wind and the heat from the sun shining on the metal, the distant fields and roads. "It's all so tiny below," she said. "From the water tower, I feel my size, just a tiny mote in a huge world. It's comforting. I imagine being a bird, sailing off the rail and spreading my wings, simply riding the wind to the ground." As she spoke, I thought about the package in my bag and wondered what had gotten into Darla today. Maybe she had turned a corner. Mrs. Pickens believed her body would figure things out, and maybe that had happened. I didn't open the package until I was on the bus, gently prying open the paper. She'd put time and effort into decorating and wrapping this, and that baffled me. When I got it open, I simply stared at it, not sure what I was seeing. No, I knew what it was, but I didn't know why she'd done this. Darla had given me another journal. It was leather, soft and dark, smooth in my hand. I opened the cover and read what she'd written. I read it a second time, and then a third, because the words made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. Something was wrong. I didn't understand, but the fear reaction said I needed to figure this out. "Peter, you write such pretty poems. Having such a beautiful way to explore what you feel must be nice. I never know how to express what I feel. I don't want to feel most of it. Feelings hurt, and they change, and my brain gets fuzzy. Be Wendy's friend forever. I think you should marry her someday. That would be awesome. She needs to know someone will be there for her. Her parents weren't. That's rough. I would, but life happens, and we don't always get to do what we want to do. Thank you, Peter, for sticking around. Not everyone does. You're so sweet sometimes, you make me cry. Darla." By the time I got home, I had a theory about the gift, and it was a scary theory. My heart was racing, and I felt sick to my stomach. I ran into the house, surprised to find a note. Mom and Grandma's appointment had changed, so they would be late. Great. I needed help, and nobody was home. I texted Tanner and told him to call me. Then I did the same to Wendy. Then immediately I called Tanner, thinking he would pick up. He didn't. This time when I texted him, I told him I needed help. I hit send without giving him any idea what kind of help I needed, but I wasn't thinking straight. I was pretty sure Darla didn't mean to finish out the day. I called Wendy's phone, but again I got nothing. Grandma said at one time people had home phones with one number to call everyone in a household. Right now, I needed one of those because I needed to talk to Mrs. Pickens. Someone needed to help Darla before it was too late. Closing my eyes, I thought about the day. Darla's water tower paper had sounded beautiful, but her final statements about riding the wind to the ground? "Okay, God," I mumbled. "What now? How far is that from here? Do I have any hope of getting there? Should I call for help Will anyone take me seriously? I should have called for help. If you find yourself in my shoes, call for help. But I wasn't being smart, and I texted both Wendy and Tanner that Darla was in trouble and might be at the water tower, and then I ran back to the garage for my bike. I hadn't ridden it in years, but it was the best I had. Darla couldn't drive, so maybe she would go on foot. Or I was wrong, and she was in trouble elsewhere, and I wouldn't help at all. If I got this wrong, I wasn't sure I'd ever get over it. Darla? My voice trembled, and I cleared my throat. I had to do well here. The next 5 minutes might possibly be the most important 5 minutes of my life so far. Mom's life had ended in a few seconds. Darla's could do the same. Go away, she growled. I heard tears in her voice and watched her run her hand over her face. Her back was to me as she sat on the edge of the platform, her feet hanging over, tasting the abyss below. She threw something to the ground in a painfully slow rhythm. I had no idea what it was. Darla, come on, I said. I'm going to come sit with you. I mean, I'm not the worst person to spend your last few minutes with, right? At least you're not Wendy, Darla said. Ouch. She has everything and whines about her mother. Her mother? I shook my head. I didn't need to get distracted. This had nothing to do with Wendy. I nearly crawled to Darla's side, trying not to look down. Of course, that meant I did nothing but look down, and I almost vomited. Heights and I were not friends. Darla, I whispered. I looked at her and widened my eyes, stunned. She had blood across her shirt, some smudged on her face. I wasn't sure where it had come from. She planned to jump, right? How was she bleeding? What happened? I asked. She held out a small knife. I thought I would do this at home. That felt right, you know, in my own room, where I was happy. You remember that, right? Wendy always mocked me for being too happy. She said it wasn't real. I think she likes me better now, dark and sad. Peter, the world is so broken and so sad. Animals die. People die. Do you know the statistics on human trafficking? Drugs? It's not fixable. Nothing bad is fixable. Why doesn't God fix it? I call and call, and he never fixes anything. Not the world, not Wendy and her mom, not me. Nothing. He doesn't care, so maybe he's not real, and then it's okay if I go. She was crying, curling up on herself, which brought her center of gravity much too close to the edge. I grabbed onto her, and she curled against me and cried. I had never heard such grief before. My family had cried over Mom for days, but it wasn't like this. Life and hope simply poured out of Darla like an open spigot, and I had no idea how to stop the flow and get her safely to the ground. We were trapped up here until she chose to come down, and the grief in her voice said that wasn't happening anytime soon. I didn't say a word. Words were my thing, but right now, every one of them failed. I didn't have answers for her. I knew all the right answers about sin and how Jesus suffered too, but at the moment they felt hollow, empty of power. In the face of her sadness, I had no power. So I hummed. I know, it sounds crazy. I hummed something Tanner wrote. He'd had the idea for the lyrics, and I'd brought them to life. We'd written it right after his mom had split. It wasn't a song of grief as much as frustration, when everything felt like a no-win situation. I hummed, and she cried, and I wondered if Wendy had gotten my text. She hadn't been around much this year, and I missed her. Long talks at the park in the morning, hours spent at the picnic benches discussing poetry and birds and binoculars. We'd talked God, life, family, friendships. Then something had happened. Maybe I was seeing some of that now. Clearly things weren't perfect in Darla and Wendy's life, and I'd missed it. As she cried, she got closer, nearly curled up in my lap. I scooted back, afraid she'd hurl both of us to the ground, Between my fear of her falling and my general fear of being up here, I was still shaking, and I felt sick. What are you doing, God? I wondered. What business do I have up here? What do I have to offer? I knew the answer. Before I finished formulating the question, I had the answer. I cleared my throat, held on to Darla a little tighter, and started to sing. I'd love to say my voice was clear and crystalline, and Darla sat up in awe of my hidden talent which saved the day. But that isn't the case. I can't sing. I can't sing to save my life, and at the moment, the stakes were just about that high. However, Darla also can't sing, and her squeaking, pitiful voice sang with me. She knew the words because she loved our songs. Together, we sounded horrible, except for one thing. Singing voices are living voices. Every note that came from our throats assured me our throats were alive. Darla put effort into each word, effort she could be putting into flinging herself off the edge of this tower. I'd never heard anything so hideously beautiful as that song at that moment. Unfortunately, songs end, and when we sang the final notes, Darla pulled away. I didn't let go. Darla, I said. It's okay, she said. She shook her head. It's not, Peter. It won't be okay. What if Wendy leaves? What if she goes to her mom? She wouldn't tell me anything. She doesn't tell anyone anything. I can't lose my sister. I had no idea what she was talking about, nor did I know if it mattered. Wait, it had to matter. Darla was willing to delay dying to say these words to someone. I needed to understand, because eventually I had to get her down from here, using the ladder. What is this about her mother? I asked. I pulled Darla close again, although tangling up with her endangered me. If she flew off the edge, I was going down with her. I swallowed bile. God, this could be so bad. I need help. Please. Not that I had the kind of relationship with God where I felt comfortable asking for help. For a year now, I'd barely had a relationship with God at all. Suddenly I wished I did, and I silently told myself that if Darla and I were still on this earth tomorrow, some things would change. Just like everyone else who faced crises, did God simply roll his eyes at me, knowing I might be spewing panicked lies? She found her. She found the information in Mom's closet. She wasn't going to tell me. She didn't want to tell anyone. And I don't know how it went. I think bad. But she and Mom haven't been as close lately, so maybe it was good, and she doesn't know how to tell us she wants to leave us. She went alone? I asked. Of course she went alone. Wendy never asked for help. She never asked for backup. This is Wendy, Darla spat. All her advice to me about getting help and going to the doctor. But would she ever go for help? Never. And she sure wouldn't come to me for it. Me either, I said. She wants to take care of me because my mom can't. Darla sighed and shifted, hissing. Right, the blood. Was she sitting quietly in my lap, bleeding to death? Darla could manipulate, and maybe I was being manipulated. Maybe I was holding her while she died instead of keeping her from leaping to the ground. I pushed her away and grabbed her shoulders, looking her over. Where was the blood coming from? Was it getting worse? I thought it was. Her shirt, and now my shirt, were stained dark red. I gave no thought to the appropriateness of touching her and patted her, lifting her shirt to see blood on her torso, but I didn't see the source. Wrists. People cut their wrists, right? I took her hands and swallowed again. Yes, she'd cut a wrist, and blood trickled out. Was it enough to kill her? How long had she been like this? She'd meant to do this at home, but she was here. Had she walked here like this, bleeding all the way? Darla, I whispered, I want you not to die. She nodded. I know. You're a good person. I'm sorry you get stuck here in a terrible world. You'll stay until the end. But I don't want to. I tore at my shirt until I ripped off a strip, and I wrapped it around her wrist. One wrist. She'd only cut one side. That must have been why she came here. She couldn't do it twice, and maybe once wasn't enough. Did it have to be deeper? How would she know? How would I know? A car pulled into the lot below, and Wendy and Tanner were specks on the ground. They'd gotten my text. Backup had come. But they were down there, and the danger was up here. Things weren't fixed yet. "Peter," Wendy called up. "Darla, are you okay?" "No," Darla yelled. "Go away, Wendy. I'll go over. I will. I can get away from Peter." Wendy held out her hands and didn't move. Tanner, on the other hand, ran for the ladder and started to climb. "Tanner's coming," I said to Darla, who had pressed her face against my chest. "I'm sorry, but I had to call for backup. If something happened to you up here, I'd never forgive myself." "It's not your fault," she said. "You can't make me feel guilty. This isn't about you." "Doesn't matter. I'll always feel guilty. We talked. We were friends. Friends don't let other friends hurt themselves without feeling guilty." She shook her head, and I leaned forward and realized she was smiling. It was small and anemic, but her lips definitely twitched upward. "Darla," I whispered, leaning down and curling her close. "Please stick around. Please." Now I was crying. I sure hadn't meant to do that. I thought about Star, who'd cut ties so fully, only showing up for a day for Thanksgiving and another for Christmas. Mom, who was here in my life every day, but not really my mother. Dad, who'd never looked back. No, Darla wasn't my best friend, but I wasn't lying to her. If she didn't survive this week, I would never be the same. "Peter," she whispered. She put her arms around me, and for a minute we cried together. Then Tanner was with us. He sat down behind us and pulled us both in. He didn't cry, but he simply held on and rocked us like we were all children. Wendy stayed put on the ground. I hated that for her and knew it was killing her, but it was the smartest thing she could do. Eventually the silence got to Tanner, and he pulled back and looked at Darla, eyes widening. "What happened? Pete, she's covered in blood." "Wrist," I said shortly, seeing her cringe when I did. Today didn't work out for her quite the way she expected. She dropped her head against my chest and let out a sigh, speaking while looking at my lap. "No, it didn't. I don't know how to make it better. I feel dark and scared all the time, and nothing helps." "Medicine?" Tanner asked. "They tried medicine?" "Some," she said. "I didn't like it." "But you like this?" Tanner sounded flummoxed. I glared at him, and he shrugged in apology. Darla looked up with another small smile. "No, not really." "Why don't we get down?" Tanner asked. "We can finish this on the ground. And if you want to bleed to death, we can do that on the ground. Poor Pete's shaking harder than you are." That got her attention, and she pulled back and looked at me. I was sure I looked lovely, trembling, tear-stained, and blood-smeared. I felt like I'd been in a war, and I probably looked it, too. "Peter," she whispered, "I'm sorry. I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt anyone." "But it will," Tanner said. He held out his hands. "I'm sorry, Darla, but it will hurt people. Your parents, Wendy, Peter and me, your friends." "I don't have friends," she said. "Not for a while. I stopped smiling and they want me to smile." "No," I said. "They want you okay, and they don't know how to help. Not being able to help is the worst. If you let them know how to help, they will." "But I don't know," she said, raising her voice. "Nothing helps, except—" "Yeah?" Tanner prodded. He leaned closer and gently fingered Darla's long, messy hair out of her face, and he touched a smudge of blood on her cheek. I glanced at her wrist. Still bleeding. We had to get her out of here. But how? Wendy said this was major depression caused by hormones, and her parents hadn't been taking it seriously. They distrusted medicines and didn't want Darla on birth control, which might help. What options did she have? And how were two guys going to help? What did we know about hormonal depression? Except being held, she whispered, and she threw herself back into my arms. I'm sorry, Pete, and I don't mean anything, but it feels like nothing bad can happen if you hold on. So I held on. Tanner held on from the other side. And for a very long time, we simply sat there, not doing or saying anything. I glanced at her wrist a few times, thinking it wasn't bleeding now. If we could get her down without her leaping away from us, this would be okay. Except she was right that we weren't fixing things. Someone had to find a way to fix her long term, so we didn't find ourselves up here again. It's beautiful up here, she mumbled. Her head rested on my shoulder, her face aimed at the distant landscape. There's a lot of beauty in the world, I said. Ugliness too, sure, but I think if you look, you see the beauty. Pete writes about it all the time, Tanner said. Some of them are really sappy. You'd like them. I rolled my eyes at him, and he shrugged again. Darla, do you write or take photographs? If you like beauty, look for it. She did, I said. She wrote about this place. It was pretty, Darla. What you wrote was beautiful. There's more ugliness than beauty, she whispered. It's everywhere. Then you're looking in the wrong places, I said. God made this world good. It's broken now. Ugliness has gotten in, and we get that ugliness all over us. But this is still God's world. He's restoring it, soul by soul. Each soul, he claims, brings some beauty. All of us together work to restore it. Through our relationships, our hobbies, our jobs. I think of poetry as my restoration. Tanner does it with music. Wendy solves problems. My grandmother knits. Crochets, Tanner said. He laughed at the look I gave him. Man, it's just true. She crochets. How could you not know that? How is that beautiful? Darla asked. She brings order to chaos, I said. Yarn is nothing on its own. She gives it shape and purpose. Darla looked up into my eyes, not lifting her head, and she smiled. She was crying again. You say the most beautiful things. I see why Wendy's sweet on you. Maybe they'll let me try something else. Maybe. The doctor had ideas, but Mom said no, we had to be careful. But every month it's so dark and sad, and I bounce from sad to happy to miserable. And it's like standing on the tracks watching a train barrel down at me all the time. Everything in my body hurts as much as my soul, and I can't do that. I can't do that forever. Mom says it will get better when I have a baby, but I don't want to wait that long. Or maybe I'll have a baby now. One of you two want to help me? Tanner burst out laughing, and he wrapped his arms around us again, squeezing. Yes, Darla, if it will get you safely off this platform, I'll do anything, but I think we'd be asking for trouble. She laughed, the sound so sweet I wanted to kiss her. Then I did kiss her. Her hair, not her face, and as a friend, but I had the feeling the dangerous moment had passed. Her desperation and fear had ebbed. Maybe for a while, maybe just for a moment, but if we made the best of this moment, it would be enough. Chapter 18. Peter. I glanced down and found Wendy lying in the grass staring up at us. She couldn't hear us. She hadn't said a word, silently waiting. It must have been impossible for her, being who she was, to entrust something this important to us, not knowing if it was working, not to know what we were saying. At that moment, I was feeling everything, and I looked down at Wendy and wished I was holding her the way I was holding her sister. She'd come when I'd called, and she'd done exactly the right thing. I think we should head down, I whispered. I think your family might be ready to work to make things better. It won't really be better, she said. I might feel better, but bad things still happen. They'll always happen. For now, Tanner said, Peter wrote this really cool poem about heaven. It's long, but you should read it. Can she read it, Pete? Sure. He imagined what it would be like to do our work without things going wrong. Friendships without tension. Pets that live forever. Things to explore and exciting things to do. It's just a wish list, but it's full of hope. I think you need that. This isn't the end, Darla, but you have to stay here and do your thing, like Pete said. You have to help restore it. How? What do I do? I've felt terrible for so long that I have nothing else. We'll help you find it, Tanner said, whatever it is. Wendy can help. She can find things. She can, I said. I felt Darla tense. I know she doesn't always get it. She wants to fix things and not just live. But look at her, Darla. Right now, she knows you need to live, and that's it. Look at your sister and think about what it means. Darla glanced over the edge, and Wendy must have seen her, because she waved. A simple wave, nothing else. Darla laughed, and then she cried, and then she took Tanner's hands and pulled upright. Don't let go, she said to him. She looked at me. Neither of you. Never, Tanner said. He pulled her close, completely wrapping her in his arms, and she melted there. A few minutes later, we did have to let go. Climbing the ladder was a solo job. Tanner started down first. Then Darla followed, and I took the tail. It felt like a risk because she could change her mind and fly off at any moment, but she said she wouldn't. I prayed all the way, mostly thank yous, because God had put words into our mouths that she heard. I didn't even remember what we'd said, but God had used our words or our voices or our presence to give Darla enough calm to get to the ground. When she jumped the last foot and looked up at me, I smiled. She smiled back. She looked ghoulish with the blood and her wild hair, but she smiled, and when I got to the ground, she hugged me. Wendy was now at her side, and she pulled her in and rocked her, crying. I wasn't sure I'd ever seen Wendy cry before. In a few seconds, Darla was calming and comforting her. Tanner urged us into his car, the one he'd brought Wendy in, and he took us straight to the hospital. Wendy texted her parents to meet us there. Within 30 minutes, Darla and her parents were gone, and Wendy, Tanner, and I sat in the ER waiting area. You did it, Wendy said. She put her hand in mine and then pulled it out. I took her hand and held on. Pete, you did it. I had help, I said. I think you had it all under control before I got there, Tanner said. She really meant to do it. I would have doubted, but all that blood. I know, I said. Yeah, she meant to do it. Now they'll have to do something, Wendy said. How did you do it, Pete? I have no idea. It's already fading. I think God did it, Tanner said. That sounds so churchy. But Wendy, he said the right things, and she heard it with the right ears, and that was God. God wasn't ready to let Darla into heaven just yet. Oh, we made her a promise, and we'll have to keep it. Wendy looked at me in surprise. What did you promise? Tanner promised, but yeah, it was a good promise. Creation broke, and we fix it. We're building a kingdom. Hasn't Spence said that a few times? I do it with poems. Tanner with music. You just fix problems outright. Darla doesn't know her place. She doesn't think she has a purpose. We have to help her find one. You think it's good that I fix things? Wendy asked. Everyone calls me bossy. I don't think it's a gift. It's a gift, I said. I know I'd called her bossy. I hadn't been as supportive of her gift as I should. And like any gift, she had to learn to use it. But yes, in light of today, when I'd played a role in fixing something, I thought it was a gift. Eventually, Tanner and I had to leave. Darla was admitted to be kept under observation until someone decided she wasn't a danger to herself. Even Wendy and her family were told to go home and come back in the morning, so we parted ways at the doors. Tanner said he'd take me back to get my bike, and for the first couple minutes, we were silent. Tanner broke it. Of course Tanner broke it. I don't know what happened, he said. Peter, what happened to us today? That wasn't real. Was it real? How do we pretend it didn't happen? Why do we have to pretend it didn't? I said. What if she tries again? What if she does it? How do I walk around this world knowing people I care about can decide not to be here anymore? Mom left. Your dad left. Darla tried. I know they're not dead, not any of them, but we might not see some of them again, even alive. I wasn't sure what to say. The near hysteria in his voice surprised me. When we stopped to get my bike, Tanner got out and looked at the platform. He shuddered. She'll be okay, I said. You don't know that. Is this more than Darla? I asked. Are you okay? Why would it have to be more than Darla? You realize your shirt is covered in blood. Blood, Pete. She didn't care who she hurt. She thought her problems were more important than our friendships. I figured this had little to do with Darla and everything to do with his runaway mother, but I wasn't going to say that. You want to come over? I asked. Maybe to spend the night? He blinked and shook his head. Is that okay? You don't have room. We have a sofa. You were already planning to come for dinner, and your dad's out of town, so why not stay? I knew Tanner was about to head home to an empty house, and that wasn't happening, not on my watch. And today I seemed destined to watch out for my people. I was playing the role of Wendy Pickens. I wasn't sure how I felt about that. Grandma and Mom met us at the door. I'd texted Grandma, and she shooed me to the back to get a shower and said she would deal with Tanner. Mom smiled at Tanner, that strange, flirty smile that made all of us uncomfortable. Having my mom be sweet on my best friend was the worst kind of creepy. When I came out, Tanner was at the kitchen table, Mom across from him, and Grandma was doing something at the stove. You missed dinner, she said. I'm heating some stew. You want to cut some bread? I did, but before we sat down, the doorbell rang. I opened it to find Wendy outside. She hadn't changed, and she was blood-smeared too, just like the rest of us. Dirty tear tracks snaked down her face. She said. She simply shrugged, and I pulled her close. She rested her head on my shoulder, much like her sister had done, and for a few silent seconds I rocked her. I'd felt better when Tanner had rocked us, so now I passed that forward. You want to come in? I asked. We're about to eat leftover stew. Please. She nodded and didn't move, so I took her hand and pulled her forward, dropping her in a chair and getting a bowl out for her. I'm sorry, she said to Grandma. Mom and Dad couldn't stay home. They got permission to go back tonight, and I couldn't be alone. Not yet. What happened? Mom asked. Why are you a mess? It's blood. Is it blood? Darla was hurt, I said to Mom. It was scary, but everyone's okay. While Darla's in the hospital, her friends are here. Is that okay? She smiled at me, a sad smile. Of course. Your friends can always come here. Darla's friends, too. Anyone's friends. This is a good place for friends. I glanced around. We represented 3 households here. Of the 3, this physical place was the worst for friends, but we always ended up here. Mom chattered while we ate. All of us were too tired and shell-shocked to say much back to her. Grandma said a few things, but I could tell she didn't want to get too real with Mom here. Maybe Mom didn't need to think about the dark realities of the world tonight. I was thankful when Grandma took Mom up to bed, saying they would stay up there so we could visit. We settled on the sofa, Wendy between Tanner and me, and for a full minute, nobody spoke. Tanner broke the quiet. Well, Wendy leaned on Tanner's arm and laughed. Yeah, that's about all I have in me, too. I didn't expect you here. Nobody's home tonight, he said. Like you. Are you staying? She asked. I didn't mean to show up and interrupt. No, I said. It's not interrupting. You want to stay too? You can take Star's bed. Tanner will sleep down here. Wendy nodded. No. Yes. It's okay. I don't want to go home. I don't want to try to sleep anywhere. If I close my eyes... We'll stream something, I said, hooking up my computer to the TV. What should we watch? I think it needs to be mindless. Action, Tanner said. No human relationships. No romance. No family dramas. I agree, Wendy said. I rarely watch action, but tonight it's the only option. I started an action movie. Before it was over, all three of us fell asleep on the sofa. At 4 a.m, I startled awake, sore and disoriented. Tanner was asleep against the far arm of the sofa, and Wendy was awake, now in the recliner, quietly crying. Wendy, I whispered. She jumped and ran her hand over her face, sniffling. What? She asked. She was going to pretend things were fine. After what we'd been through yesterday, I couldn't believe she would pretend things were fine. What do you mean, what? I asked. Wendy, it's okay to cry. Tanner and I both had our moments yesterday. You can cry. She sniffled again, and I grabbed a tissue from a box under the coffee table and handed it to her. Is Tanner asleep? I think so. Can we take a walk? I don't want to sit here and think. Or pray. Even praying feels too hard. I tried, Pete. I tried to get them to see and help her. You say I fix things, but I'm like the boy who cried wolf. I try to fix everything. I boss everyone around. When it really matters, they ignore me, and it's my fault. I was tired, sore from sleeping on the sofa. I wanted Tanner to wake up and help me out here. We'd had each other's backs for over a year now. But he was asleep, and this conversation couldn't possibly be more difficult, draining, or terrifying than yesterday's. So I took her hand and led her into the backyard. It was cool out, but not cold. You really want to walk? I asked. It gets dark out here in the country. The moon wasn't out tonight, and stars didn't give much light. A few houses had dusk to dawn lamps over their garages, but for the most part it was dark. Very, very dark. She looked around, her hand tightening in mine. Maybe not. I'm sorry I fell apart. Wendy, I took a deep breath. You're allowed to fall apart. We almost lost your sister. That's worth falling apart. Trust me, right after Mom's accident, we fell apart all the time. Even you? Yes. What, you think guys don't get sad? I don't know. I guess I know you get sad, but I expect guys to keep it inside and be stoic. And I guess I figure guys don't want to deal with weepy girls. I huffed in frustration. You hate it when people keep you out, but you also expect it, so you don't give anything of yourself. Let's just be ourselves. She leaned on my shoulder, and I led her to the picnic table. We sat on top of it, our feet on the benches. An owl hooted nearby, and wind raked tree branches against the house. The grating noise was familiar to me, but Wendy scooted closer. Wendy, Darla said something about your mom. Something upset her. I had no idea what she was talking about. This wasn't exactly true. I had some idea, but I wanted to give Wendy the chance to share it. Was this the right time? Probably not, but I was curious, and it was a great distraction, and the words popped out. It also bothered me that she'd done this huge thing alone. She shouldn't have told you. Really? That's what I get? All you plan to say about it? Don't you miss us? We were friends. Remember sitting under that tree in the park talking about life? Maybe you don't miss it, but I do. And I know it's my fault as much as yours, but I still miss it. She leaned against my side again. Sorry, I do. You have Tanner now. You spend a lot of time with Darla. Guys go for Darla and forget I exist. I didn't go for Darla, I said. I became her friend. And I didn't forget you exist. Apparently you decided anyone who was a friend of Darla's couldn't be a friend of yours. Oh, she shook her whole body, a shudder that started at her head and vibrated down through the rest of her. I did, didn't I? I've become a self-fulfilling prophecy. I figure a guy will go for her, so I walk away, And then of course he chooses her because I've taken myself off the table. I am so dumb." I laughed. Really, our 3 a.m. conversations were so ridiculous, there was no other reaction. "You're not dumb, but I'm not into Darla. I can be her friend and yours." "My mom," she said. "I'm sorry I hid that." "What happened? She made it sound like you met her. Did you meet her? I don't know your adoption story." "I was 2 when my parents adopted me. I don't know the whole story, but my birth mom thought she would parent, and then she changed her mind. But she wanted to know me, so I guess it was an open adoption. She visited me for 6 months. I have no memories of that. After that, she asked my parents not to tell me how to find her. She said it was best for me just to have one mom. But I found the paperwork in my parents' closet, and I went to find her. She told me a heartbreaking story about being turned away, and I wrapped my arm around her, keeping her tight at my side. She got through it without tears, but I could hear them in her voice and knew she'd had to fight to tell me. "Thank you," I whispered. "What? For what?" "For telling me. It hurt, and I'm sorry. I'm sorry so much hurts. Tanner and his mom, Darla, you, my mom. So much hurts. I'm not like Darla, so don't worry, but I understand her fear that life here can't ever be good." "But it is good," Wendy said. "Okay, not all of it, but we have more good days than horrible days." "So you're okay?" I asked. She sighed again, the gesture warming against my side. This was too close. Right now I wanted to wrap my arms around this girl and not let go. Nothing touched my heart more than Wendy when she forgot to be strong and take charge, when she let me see deep. The poet in me started to jot notes. No, I'm not. I was hurt and embarrassed and ashamed. Darla found out, and I didn't tell her anything, and that made her angry, but I felt so stupid. She told Mom not to help me find her. She didn't want to be found, and I think that was for my own good. Pete, why do I always bristle when people do things for my own good? I want to protect everyone, but I get furious if someone protects me. I said nothing, and she relaxed against me. I wished her mom had given her what she was looking for. Except, "Why did you want to meet her?" I asked. "What did you want from her? What did you need from her?" Wendy laughed, a quiet sound laced with tears. "Having a poet for a friend is rough. You see too much. I thought I needed to belong. Darla has been distant. I don't look like them. Gladys still screams sometimes that something is wrong with me. You and Tanner are together all the time, and it's about music, and I don't know anything about music. I know I try to control things. I guess I needed to discover she was like me. Maybe if someone out there was like me, I would feel better." "But she's not like you?" I asked. "No, I didn't see anything of myself in her. Maybe I'm like my dad, but I'll never know who he is, because she doesn't know who he is. It's horrible to be a mistake, Pete." "I was a mistake," I admitted. "My parents were married, but they hadn't planned a second baby. Star was supposed to be an only child. Lots of babies are mistakes, except they're not. God makes each one. I wrote about that once. He puts us together. I think it's personal. I got my looks and my personality, and even my weaknesses, for a reason. God had something in mind, things that needed to happen in this world, and he decided I should do them, and then he gave me just what I needed to get them done." "Yeah," she sat up a little straighter. "I never read that one. You have more poems than that journal." "I do. I started to make poems when I was little. Mom had a few books of kid poetry like Shel Silverstein. Fun poems. I learned to read early, and I always gravitated toward poetry. I have a lot stashed in my room. The best of them are in that journal." Maybe you don't know what someone might find the best. Maybe I need to be reminded that I'm not an accident. Maybe Darla needs the same lesson. She isn't sure she has anything to offer. She does. Wendy shook her head. We're talking about this like, I don't know, Pete. What if you'd been a few minutes later? I rode my bike in so I could see her a minute or two before I could get to her. What's with this city that the water tower's so easy to climb anyway? She sat there a long time. Maybe she wouldn't have done it. She left clues. But she also cut herself, so I wonder if she changed her mind after cutting herself, but wasn't sure how to stop what she was doing. Anyway, God held on to her, Wendy. We can't forget that. I don't talk to God like I should. Before Mom, I would have said I believed, but it was about hanging out with friends. Then after Mom, I gave it lip service, hoping if I kept talking about God, He would feel more real. For some people, it's so real and all-encompassing, but some days I forget. I forget I believe in God at all. Some days I actively don't want to believe Him. I don't understand His plans, and I get angry, and I don't want Him to be real. And now, she asked, I want to do better. Darla needed a reason to stay here, and I gave her one. I couched it in terms of God, of doing something powerful for Him, something only she can do. I believe that, but I wish I believed that more, because it's a powerful thought. It kept Darla on that platform. So how do I make what I know line up with what I want to feel, how I want to live, how I want to react? She shook her head. You don't talk like you're a teenager. You have an old soul, Peter Stafford. I think you do, too. Darla doesn't. I'm not insulting her. I envy it sometimes. She doesn't overthink and question everything. But when it falls apart, she doesn't always have the wisdom to put life back together, I said. Tanner. What about Tanner? I don't know about Tanner, she said. I've never known about Tanner. I like him. Please hear me say that. But he's still hidden. It's his dad, his parents. He's wealthy and seems to have the world, but I think what they put him through makes our mom stories look easy. Is he okay? She asked. She'd lowered her voice. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea. It bothers me. But we just talked Darla off a water tower. Right now, I think everything will bother me. She leaned against my side again, and in silence, we listened to the night sounds. A lone dog, crickets, wind in the trees, and a distant mockingbird. Wendy shivered. Cold? I asked. Yeah, we should go back inside. Maybe try to finish the night somewhere more comfortable. Thank you, Peter. You saved Darla's life. I don't know if I did. All of us did. At the end, I told her to look down at you. God sent all of us for her, and it took all of us to get her down. Wendy nodded and curled into herself a little bit. I envy her, especially when she's in her happy mode. Her birth parents want her and love her. She's pretty and she's cheerful, and everyone wants to be around her. But it isn't enough. Today, it wasn't enough for her to have all those things. Her birth parents love and want you too, I said. She didn't do it on purpose, Wendy. Trust me, listening to her cry today, to what she said, she wants the world not to be broken. A lot like her big sister, only her big sister jumps in and tries to fix it. Wendy sighed, a very long exhale. Thank you. We should head back before we get so sappy we can't ever come back from it. I grinned and she laughed, and the whole world seemed to brighten around us. We had needed to talk this out, but now we needed to leave a lot of this conversation here, fading into the darkness, and move forward. Forward is really the only way to go. Chapter 19. Wendy. You saw this coming, Mom said. Mom and Dad were at the kitchen table, and I sat in my normal seat. Darla's chair was empty and might be for a few days, although she was already responding to medication and the kind words of a counselor. "She didn't seem to be outgrowing it like you said you did," I said to Mom. Pete and Tanner were worried too. Dad ran his hand through his hair, lightly graying at the temples. My parents were nice-looking people. Darla's beauty wasn't a big surprise. I had always felt a little underwhelming compared to them, but today I didn't see it. Today I saw once again that beautiful people had as many issues as anyone else. "And Peter figured it out," Mom said. She shook her head. "I've always liked Peter. I can't quite imagine him and Tanner talking Darla down from the water tower. How do you even get up to the water tower? It doesn't have a ladder to the ground, does it?" I grinned. That's a secret the teens of the world aren't sharing. Yeah, I wish I'd heard it too. Pete said he sang to her. I've heard him sing. It's a surprise that didn't send her straight to the ground, except she's just as bad. "So," Dad said, "Peter. He likes her? We just gave her the ability to be with a young man without consequences. Was that a mistake?" I worked hard not to roll my eyes, although the words also hurt. Did they not see that I was the one who spent time with Peter? Did they think Peter wouldn't like me? "Robbie," Mom said, laughing. "Peter likes Wendy, not Darla." Dad widened his eyes at that, and I shrugged. "I'm not sure I want you seeing boys in high school," he said. "We know what happened with your biological mother." Dad never brought up my mother. Never. But now that he did, his fiercely overprotective streak made sense. It still bothered me, but it made sense. "We sit in the park and look at birds," I said. "We sing, always with Tanner and often Darla. Dad, what happens if Darla abuses this medicine? If she goes out and hooks up with some boy? Yes, it's not what God wants from her, but is it so much worse than her being so miserable that she cuts her wrist or tries to jump off the water tower? It's forgivable. Sex is forgivable. You act like it's not, like it's a sin we couldn't ever come back from. Do you believe that? If I sleep with Peter, am I out of the family?" This absolutely was not the time for this conversation, but there it was. To make it worse, I was crying. Had that happened to my biological mom? What had her family said to her when she'd gotten pregnant? Had her family had something to do with her giving me away? Or her fear of anyone discovering my existence? "Wendy!" Dad looked wrecked. "No, of course not. No. You're right. Whatever happens, this is better for Darla. I don't want to admit we were so wrong. You warned us. The doctor warned us. I thought I knew what was best, and I didn't. I feel like I'm at fault." "Peter and Tanner got to help her," I said. "I think what happened was good for Darla. It was good for the boys, too. God had no intention of letting Darla go, and he wove a few amazing lessons in there while he fixed the situation. Also, Peter thinks she wouldn't have done it. She was hurting and desperate, but she wanted help." "She's wanted help for a long time now," Mom said, sniffling. An open box of tissues sat on the table between my parents, and several were wadded up in front of my mom. "We told her no. She wanted help, and we told her no. What if Peter hadn't figured it out?" My mother was now crying again. I understood, but I couldn't be here to witness it again, not for a while. We'd had too many tears in the house for the past few days. Tomorrow, Darla was probably coming home. We'd all kept quiet and didn't think anyone knew what had happened, but this was a small town, so likely someone at the hospital would share the story before long. Spence knew because my parents had called him and asked him to come to the hospital. The church pastor knew too. Peter and Tanner had promised to keep quiet. I knew they would. Sadly, one reason they would was that they didn't have many people to tell. I worried about my boys, not sure they fit into the world the way they should. I should have worried about myself as well, because I was no more connected than they were. It didn't dawn on me that the three of us had one another, and that was more than some people had. We were blessed. We were doubly blessed in that Peter's old soul had recognized Darla's cryptic message and saved her life. To say Darla's homecoming was awkward is an understatement. None of us knew what to do with the shock, the hurt, the anger, the regret and shame. We sat around the kitchen table that first night for dinner, and mostly we stared at each other. Small talk revolved around hospital food and homework assignments. Finally, Darla sighed loudly and set down her fork. "I wish you'd listen to me," she said to our parents. "I wish you'd listen to Wendy. It's only been a few days, and I feel better. I could have felt better months ago if you'd listened to us, and I wouldn't have made such a fool of myself with Peter and Tanner. What if they never speak to me again? I lost all my friends, and they might not be my friends either, but at least they talked to me." This got Mom crying, which in turn got Darla crying. The situation was painful, but it had to happen. "I'm sorry," Mom said. That was all she said. I figured that was wise. Dad spread his arms, opened his mouth, closed it, and leaned back in his chair. They had no answers. Again, the honest reactions were good. "Peter and Tanner both texted me about 100 times in the past few days," I said. "They're going to talk to you, Darla. Why don't you eat lunch with us, at least until you feel better?" She'd been eating with a few friends, but I'd noticed she barely participated in their conversations. Maybe she was ready to jump back into her friendships and fix things. Maybe she wasn't. "Thank you," she said, eyes damp. "Thank you. It's okay. I'm not taking them away, Wendy. I know you think the boys like me and not you, but they like you. Peter likes you so much. I won't make you regret asking me." Well, now I felt like a monster, and I had no choice but to let her eat with us. Turned out to be one of my better decisions. On the day Darla returned to school, the story still hadn't gotten out. Possibly that was an actual, bona fide miracle. Peter met us just inside the doors because the spring day was cool and rainy, and he wrapped her up in a hug. My tall, lanky boy had filled out in the past year. I hadn't realized that until right now. Was I jealous? Yes, but I also knew this was innocent, and even if it wasn't, I couldn't stop it. The guy had saved my sister's life. Cutting him a little slack seemed like a given. Then Tanner appeared, and he held Darla too. I noticed a look in Pete's eyes when he did, and I wondered if Tanner had feelings for Darla. Strangely, that didn't bother me. I know. You knew how this would end from the beginning? Well, I didn't. We gathered at lunch, and it was much more honest and less awkward than dinner had been. The guys simply asked Darla questions. They asked how she felt and what the hospital was like and whether she had to go for counseling. They let the situation be real, but also fixable. That made sense. Each of these boys was living a new normal, both having to deal with mother issues. They didn't think anything of asking Darla about living with her new normal. In truth, Darla might come closer to living her old normal than this pair ever would. For the next couple weeks, things seemed to improve. Darla gained her former glow. Peter and Tanner wrote a few songs, sometimes at our house, but usually at Pete's. I saw the guys outside school once or twice and at youth group every week. Then the school year ended, and summer was upon us. This summer, I had a job at the local bakery in town. Darla was volunteering at the library. Tanner said he would be in and out, going on some business trips to exotic locales with his dad. And Peter had a job helping his older next-door neighbor paint his house, inside and out. It was the final summer before senior year for Tanner and me. I was too aware of that, because I didn't know what to do after graduation, and that date was barreling at me like a freight train. I didn't have to worry. That summer had enough distractions to keep me from thinking about my future at all. Peter. "You're drunk," I said, settling next to Tanner on his porch. His dad was out of town, and I didn't know why Tanner had stayed or why he'd asked me over here. I could drive now, but rarely did I need to. Tanner always came to me, or he picked me up and we went somewhere in his car. Yes, he had a car of his own. Nice one, too. I drove Grandma's old clunker. I guess, Tanner said. I wasn't sure if he was drunk or if he'd taken drugs again. I guessed it didn't matter. He wasn't steady on his feet, slurred his words, and reminded me of Mom right after her accident. I heard from Mom, he said. She sent me a birthday card. 2 weeks late. Which is okay, I guess. She said she found the love of her life. Didn't ask me to come visit. Didn't even tell me the guy's name. A card. A simple card that said she found a new guy. I cringed. Yeah, that was cold. But I'd always considered Tanner's parents cold. Do you ever hear from your dad? He asked me. No, I said. I guess he sends money, or he did once. I haven't asked about that in ages. And your sister, Tanner said. He looked past me, his eyes unfocused. You hear from your sister? She talks to my grandmother once a month or so. She took an internship this summer. She said she'd come for a week or two before fall semester. I'm not sure I believe her. Your mom is okay? Tanner asked. Any changes? No changes. Oh, yes. One change. I can't believe I didn't tell you. She has a job now. She cleans up at the taco shop in town. She loves it. My mom, bigwig of the corporate world, is thrilled to mop and dust the taco shop. Life is weird, Tanner. He laughed a little too loud and a little too long. I'd suspected the drinking for a couple weeks. He wasn't quite right. Not himself. I had no idea what to do with it. We needed Wendy here to do a little scolding. I was terrible at scolding. You want to sing? Tanner asked. You know I don't sing, I said. Can you even play when you're like this? We can find out, Tanner said. I just needed to get her out of my head, you know. Memories make me angry, and I don't know what to do with that. Dad makes me angry, too. I don't want to travel all summer. And he got mad and said... Tanner let the thought go. He gave away few details of life in his house. What did he say? I asked. I'm staying home most of the summer, he said, not answering. Like I'd expected an answer. I wasn't dumb. Except my friend was in trouble, and I hadn't done anything about it. Maybe I was dumb. Just you and your dad's alcohol, I snapped. Hey, Tanner said. He shrugged. Yeah, not cool, I guess. What do you do with the memories, Pete? Your mom was different than she is now. When you remember, are you sad? You're so good at it. Good at what? Putting it away, I guess, or hiding it. Does it burn you up and you just hide it? Don't hide it. I don't want you to hide it. You hide from Wendy, and that's rough. She's good, you know. She helps. Did I hide from Wendy? I didn't mean to hide, but she wanted to take care of us. Tanner, Darla, and I were her little chicks. The feelings I had for Wendy felt wrong when she treated me like I was 6 years old. So yeah, maybe I hid. But who was Tanner to talk this way? He hid everything. And yet I hadn't realized he hated when we hid from him. People didn't make a lick of sense. It makes me sad sometimes, I said. It's better since you guys like my poems. Mom was the only one. She loved them. Anytime I wrote a new one, I showed her. When did you start writing? He asked. Why poetry? I mean, you know I like it, especially to steal and sing it. But how did that happen? Kid books of kid poetry. I liked the way they sounded. Kid poetry always rhymes. I can't carry a tune, but reading poetry's a little like singing. I don't know. That was a long time ago. Tanner laughed. It was closer to normal, so maybe the alcohol was wearing off. I wanted this problem to take care of itself. I didn't want conflict with Tanner. No talking this guy down from the proverbial water tower. I didn't have the energy for that. That afternoon, we worked on music at Tanner's house. He never did tell me why he called, but I thought he didn't want to be alone and had the sense not to drive while he was impaired. Unfortunately, that common sense wasn't going to last. Yeah, we got Darla going in the right direction, and I'm sure you see that now it's Tanner's turn. It's always something, isn't it? Grandma wasn't feeling well, and honestly, that scared me to death, so I picked up Mom from work the next day. She loved her job. I couldn't get over the bright smiles and the joy as she told me about mopping and cleaning trash cans and described all the people who'd come in to buy tacos. As she talked, I realized Mom was a poet. Her descriptions were simple, but they went deeper than I expected, and she put words together differently than she ever had before. This woman at my side was a stranger. I didn't know what to do with that except to love this new one. And I did. Mom was fun. Vulnerable, scared sometimes, angry sometimes, happy more than not, and I loved her. But she was new and not my mom. My mom had died in a car accident. The conflicting emotions that came with that thought made me sick to my stomach. Tanner's mom had left. Wendy's biological mom wanted nothing to do with her. I always felt myself fortunate, but my mom was almost as gone as theirs were. Grandma didn't make dinner that night. She said she was fine, just a cold, but she wanted to stay in bed until she felt better. I'd never felt the need to stay in bed with a cold, but I was younger. So did that mean Grandma really did have a cold, and she would be okay in a day or two? Or did it mean old people got sicker with colds? Or was she lying, and this was something terrible? What would happen if something happened to Grandma? I had another 2 years of school, and then I wanted to go to college. Could I do any of that if Grandma was gone and I was responsible for Mom? If it happened before I was 18, I might lose Mom. The thoughts whirled, and instead of enjoying my time making dinner with Mom that evening, I snapped at her. She loved her job, but it made her tired, and when I snapped, she started to cry. I held her close, and she nestled against my shoulder. "I'm sorry," she said. "You have to take care of me, and I'm sorry. I thought it would be back to normal if I worked, but it's not normal. It won't be normal, will it? I won't carry a briefcase or drive a car. I think I liked driving a car. Did I like driving a car?" I had to smile at the questions, even though the words broke my heart. I didn't want Mom to feel like a burden. "Actually, no," I said. "You let Dad drive whenever possible, and you carpooled to work so you wouldn't have to drive every day. You could drive, and I guess you drove well, but you never liked it." That made her grin. So I didn't lose that, except I can't drive at all. "It's okay," I said. "We're fine, Mom." "But April is sick. She shouldn't be sick. I worry." So did I, but I didn't say it. I didn't share my concerns with Mom. I probably should have. Grandma seemed better the next day. She took Mom to work and said she would get her home. I painted for Mr. Baxter next door. I was painting his dining room this week. The work was boring and lonely, but he needed the help, and it was easier for me to work next door than to take our only car to a job every day. That evening, I drove to youth group, and Darla met me at the door. We were friends now, and Wendy finally seemed okay with it. I hoped she really was. I hadn't seen much of her this summer. "Wendy might make it," Darla said. She rolled her eyes. "Or she might not. The bakery is only open until 2, but the catering business they have on the side keeps her busy. Tanner's here." I didn't like the way she said that, and she tugged my hand to get me moving toward the youth room. Except we walked past it, stopping at the men's room. She said. She rolled her eyes. "I'm not up to dragging him out of there, but I think something is wrong. He didn't look good. He might be sick." I doubted he was sick, but now I sure felt sick. I went into the bathroom and found him staring at himself in the mirror. He glanced at me in the glass and closed his eyes. "Darla thinks you're sick," I said. "Tell me that's true." He shook his head and opened his eyes. "I didn't mean to do it. It's lonely at home this summer. Dad holds a grudge, and he keeps extending his trips. Come stay with us, I said. Mom can have my room, and you and I can take the other one. Tanner turned, leaning against the sink, and raised his eyebrows. Really? Of course. My mother loves you. Tanner laughed. Mom flirted with him every time he came. It was awkward and uncomfortable, and yeah, that would make my suggestion difficult, but he didn't need to be home alone all summer. Maybe, he said. I should go home. I don't need to be here like this. I'm sorry, Pete. I can drive you home, I said. Or, how about I drive you in your car, and Darla can follow us? She'd be up for that. Then I can get back here, and you'll have your car. Except I'm not sure I can trust you with your car. You drove like this. He shrugged. I need to go back to the days when I had a driver. I won't do it again. Not the drinking, not the driving. I promise. I need to find better ways to cope. Isn't that what we've said to Darla 100 times recently? But, Pete, can you not tell her? Tell her I'm sick and need to get home. I agreed, and Darla didn't mind missing youth group to help us. Because Tanner and I had come to her rescue on the water tower, she felt like she owed us. I wondered when we would be even. The debt felt awkward. A lot of relationships in my life felt awkward right now. When I stopped the car, Tanner and I both climbed out, and Darla pulled up behind us and climbed out of my car. Her dad had dropped her off at youth group tonight, so she didn't have one of her own. Do you need some help, Tanner? She asked. Some juice or chicken soup? Pete and I don't have to leave right away if you need something. How do you feel? The look Tanner gave me said he felt guilty, but he turned to Darla with a smile. No, I'll just sleep until I feel better. All alone in that house, she said, staring up at the house. It wasn't quite dark out yet, but the house looked creepy. Maybe I only thought that because I knew how dead it was inside. I'm fine, he said. Thanks, Darla. Thanks, Pete. I'll be fine. He turned and almost fell down, so of course Darla had to follow him inside. I followed too. The truth was, I didn't want to leave him alone in there. But it wasn't like Darla and I could stay forever. I could watch over my mom. I could watch over Grandma. But I couldn't watch over everyone. Even Wendy couldn't watch over everyone, and she was a master watcher. Chapter 20. Peter. The place looked normal except for the kitchen. He'd left dishes out, and a decanter of something was on the table, a lone shot glass at its side. Darla made a beeline for it, picked up the shot glass, and shook her head. Really, Tanner? That's what's really wrong tonight, isn't it? And maybe the reason you keep blowing me off? I hadn't heard about this and wondered what Tanner and Darla had unsuccessfully planned this summer. I knew Tanner liked Darla, but he never talked about it. It seemed all of us had a lot of things we never talked about. Wendy needed to quit her job and come back. She was good at getting people to share. Yes, I hated being her little chick, but she had skills that the three of us needed. I'm sorry, Tanner said. He looked around. Peter said I could stay with him this summer. Then let's make that happen, Darla said. She reminded me of her big sister right now. Pack a bag. We'll wait and get you there. You two can drop me at home? I nodded, willing to let her take charge. While she went up with Tanner to pack, I texted Grandma, who said it was fine for Tanner to stay for a while. She knew I'd been worried about him home alone. I sure didn't mention the drinking. I wondered if he would tell his dad about him moving out of the house. I wondered what his dad would say. In a few minutes, Tanner came downstairs and sat heavily on the sofa. Darla carried a large duffel bag over her shoulder. He threw up, she said. She patted his shoulder. I think we might want to wait a while for his stomach to settle. I'm fine, Tanner said. It's already better. I think I want to get out of here. This place is haunted. All of us looked around. The house was perfect. The colors and furniture all screamed wealth and prestige. But yeah, it was also haunted. I knew from previous conversations that Tanner struggled with memories here. I wondered if I would struggle with memories if we still lived in our old home. Would I see old Mom doing old Mom things in every room? Maybe Dad had done us a favor when he dumped us on Grandma's doorstep. "If you're sure," Darla said. She looked around and hiked the duffel bag higher on her shoulder. I reached for it, and she let me slip it off her arm onto mine. She'd filled it to the bursting point, and it was heavy. She expected Tanner to stay with me for more than a day or two. "Don't tell Wendy," Tanner said. He ran his hand over his mouth. "She'll be angry." Darla sighed. "Don't do that. Don't hide things from her. She's not a monster." "She'll want to fix it," Tanner said. "Well, maybe this needs fixed," Darla said. "Let's get him home, Pete." I drove, dropping Darla at home first. Their second car was now in the drive, meaning Wendy was home. Darla stepped out of the car and hesitated. "I want her to know. Maybe not about the drinking, but that Tanner is going to stay with you. Let me get her. She's too busy and she misses everyone. Can you wait?" I was in no hurry, and I'd missed her too. In a minute she came out in shorts and a tank top, her hair piled on her head, her feet bare. I thought she was dressed for bed, and it made my insides feel funny. "Hey," she said. Tanner's window was down, and she squatted down and looked in at us. "Darla said you weren't feeling well, and you're going to stay with Pete for a while. You okay, Tanner?" He sighed, and Wendy frowned and backed up, standing. "Drinking," she said quietly. "Really, Tanner?" "I'm fine," he said. "How did you know?" "You need to brush your teeth," she said. She looked at me, and I knew she wanted to talk about this, but she wanted to talk without Tanner here. That might need to happen, but it couldn't happen tonight. "I'll get him home," I said. "When do you have a day off, or an afternoon?" "Tomorrow I'm home at 3, she said. "Maybe I'll stop in?" I nodded, and we left her in the driveway. I wasn't sure how this would go. Mom didn't like change, but she did like Tanner. Too much. So we were going to ask her to move, and then she was going to live within sight of Tanner Bar. What a complicated mess. But I felt good knowing we'd gotten him out of his house. I figured we'd just saved the guy's life. It felt pretty good. Not like it had with Darla, but still, I liked being helpful to my friends. Tanner didn't have the energy to do much more than climb into Star's bed and fall asleep that evening, which was good. Grandma and I explained to Mom that she and I had to switch beds for a while because Tanner was living alone and he was lonely. "That's good," she said. She and I were on the sofa, and Grandma was in her recliner with her yarn. Mom hugged my head. "You're such a good friend. He can have my bed, unless you want my bed. I can sleep in your bed, and it's good. But I can have my posters, and you can have yours. We can take down stars. They might not be good for boys." I grinned at her concerns. Having a mom stuck around age 12 was always interesting. "Tomorrow we can figure that out. Tanner wasn't feeling well tonight." Grandma gave me a look at that. I was pretty sure she knew what Tanner's problem was. When Mom went to sleep tonight, she and I needed to talk about this. Maybe she would decide she didn't want him here after all. Because she had work today, Mom went down early, and Grandma and I shared ice cream in the kitchen. "So," Grandma said. Then she took a bite of cherry vanilla. I dipped my spoon into the chocolate fudge and wondered how to tackle this. "He tends to drink when he's home alone," I said. "Tonight he was driving impaired." "I'm sorry to bring this mess here, Grandma, but he doesn't have anyone else. He's alone too much." "He can stay," Grandma said. "But he needs a job. Does he have a job?" "I don't think so. I'm not sure what he does at home all day." "Yeah, it's early enough in the summer for him to get a summer job." "He needs purpose," she said. "Distraction. I don't keep alcohol in the house, which will help." "How long, Pete? How long has this been a problem?" "I'm not sure. I don't think it's been long, but I don't know for sure. Tanner doesn't share." Grandma patted my hand. Her hands were puckered, the skin wrinkled. I didn't want her to get older, but she was getting older. Just like every other teenager in the world. Your mom is right, Peter. You're a good friend. Tomorrow I hope Wendy will stop in, I said. I miss her this summer. I'm glad to help Mr. Baxter, but it's too quiet over there. Does it give you time to make poems? She asked. Some, but then I stop and write them down, which slows me down. At least he's paying me by the room and not the hour. You need to record them, she said. Make the most of your summer. I hadn't thought about recording poems. Mr. Baxter rarely stayed in the rooms where I painted, so it wouldn't be too awkward to speak my poems out loud to my phone. I tried that the next day. It felt super weird, but by the day's end, I'd spoken several variations on a poem about friendship and sharing. It was about Tanner and Darla and Wendy, and how often we kept things to ourselves. Yeah, I did it too, and as I created a poem about the consequences of hiding, I wondered if it was time for a change. I heard Wendy pull into my driveway, and I popped my head out Mr. Baxter's front door and told her I'd be out soon. I knew Tanner was gone right now, heading home to clean the kitchen and put a few things in order before staying long term, and Mom was at work, so she could head inside and talk to Grandma. I cleaned up and stored brushes and joined her. Your grandma is feeding me, Wendy said when I entered. She was at the table eating peach cobbler. I love coming over here. Grandma silently disappeared, and Wendy and I ate in silence. When she took her last bite, she gave me a look. I wasn't sure what it meant. Tanner staying here, she said. Isn't that what we're here to talk about? I shrugged. It was, but I wanted to talk about Wendy. How was her job? Had she found any new birds this summer? I didn't want to talk about Tanner. Do you think it's crazy for him to stay here? I asked. My mom is so weird around him. This morning at breakfast, she patted his head 3 times. Wendy laughed. It's good for him. Maybe it's good for both of them. It's not crazy. He's been drinking a while then? Darla tried to give me details without gossiping, but I didn't know how much she knew. And yes, I realize this is gossiping. Right now, I don't care. A few times, I said. He misses his mom. She has a new guy, but she didn't even tell Tanner the guy's name. His dad isn't the best dad. But I don't think he realized how alone he'd be over there. I think his house is haunted with memories of better days. Ouch, she said. I wish I had memories of my biological mom. Even though I know she doesn't want me or even think about me, I wish I remembered. But maybe it's best to forget. Because I'd learned about Wendy's encounter with her mom at the same time Darla was melting down, we'd barely discussed it. Her tone of voice said it was still front and center in her mind, and it was painful. I suspect your mother thinks about you a lot, I said. Wendy shook her head, eyes damp. She fears that I'll show up and ruin her life. Her husband doesn't know about me. I get the feeling he wouldn't approve of my existence. So anything she thinks about me isn't good. It's okay, though. I have the world's best parents. Better now that we've figured out Darla's issues. They're listening to us more than they used to. And Dad has relaxed a little bit. He was afraid of us having sex and ending up like my mom, but I think he realizes there are worse things that can happen. I wasn't sure what to say to that. The words were said dispassionately, but she blinked to clear her eyes, and her voice trembled. I'm sorry, I said. And yes, you do have good parents. But that's almost a separate issue, isn't it? It still must hurt not to have the love of your biological mom. I'm so sorry you had to endure that. She put up her hand and ran her other hand over her eyes. Thank you, but maybe we should talk about Tanner. Right, because sharing ourselves gave all of us trouble. Right now, the only one of us who seemed to share openly was Darla, and she had paid dearly to get to that point. We should have taken some lessons from her. Alas. What do you want to say about Tanner? I asked. He's not here right now. He said he had to take care of a few things at home, and he'd be back in time for dinner. He's insisting on paying Grandma some rent, mostly to help with food. Isn't that a good thing? She asked. It sounds like a good thing, but you said it like it wasn't. It's strange, I said. I don't usually think about Tanner's finances compared to ours. Mom gets some disability. I make a little, but Grandma won't let me help. She has Social Security and something from Grandpa, maybe something from my dad. Mom now makes a little bit, but not much. My parents both made decent money in our old life. Mom made more than Dad, I think. So our life here is very different. And that bothers you? She asked. Sort of, I said. Not that we don't make much, but that my best friend is so far out of my league. I don't think your lifestyle bothers him, she said. He spends as much time at your house as his own. I think it's the people in the house that matter, not the house. Of course, I live a lot richer than you do, so what do I know? Does Tanner's lifestyle bother you? I asked. No, his world has always been messy, I guess. Makes it harder to envy him. And we have whatever we need. I wasn't sure how the conversation had gotten here. Tanner's finances? We didn't need to be talking about this. But I wasn't sure what we did need to talk about. Poetry, birds, the sounds at the park, and Wendy's fears about her life, and my issues with my mom. Things we'd always discussed. Except this summer, we didn't discuss any of them. Had she outgrown me? I was a year younger, and she was about to start her last year in high school. Maybe she didn't need me around anymore. But she'd shown up here, so maybe she did want me around. I have no idea what you're thinking, she said. You have the strangest look on your face. There's something about Tanner you're not telling me. I mean, he's run from home and has been drinking. Aren't those enough issues for one guy? I had to smile. Nothing about Tanner. You want to take a walk or a drive to the park? I want to get out of here. She looked surprised, but we got into her car and drove to the park, where we walked the most picturesque path. Something's wrong, she said. She put her hand on my arm and stopped me. What is it? Problems with your mom? Is the painting too hard this summer? I would think you'd get sore. Are you taking care of yourself? Is it hard having Tanner stay with you? I mean, you don't have much space. Do any of you have any privacy in that house? Mother hen Wendy had shown up, and that wasn't who I wanted to talk to. I didn't need for her to worry about me. I'm fine. I just wanted to hang out, I guess. She sighed, because we've all been too busy this summer. Of course you're lonely. You work alone. It's not that, I said. It's not general loneliness. I miss you, I guess. We had lunch and things. Now we don't. Oh, she grinned. Yeah, I miss that too. I like my job, though. Do you like painting? I can't imagine you'd like that. Why not? I asked. I don't know. You're a writer, a poet, a thinker. Not a laborer, I guess. Is it exhausting? Do you have time to write this summer? Do you and Tanner make songs? She was shooting questions at me again instead of having a conversation. She did this when she went into worry mode. I wasn't sure I understood. Wendy, I said, why are you so worried about me? She exhaled and lowered her shoulder. I like my job, but I miss everyone too. I guess since I miss you, I think maybe you're not doing well. It makes no sense, like you can't take care of your life and figure yourself out without me. You do like to... I searched for a word that wouldn't be problematical. Micromanage. Yeah, not the right word. She narrowed her eyes. My sister cut her wrist and threatened to jump off a water tower. Tanner is drinking. I don't micromanage, but I do worry. Micromanaging suggests I have some control in this world. Pretty sure I have no control over anything in this world. I took her hand and looked down at her. Yes, I was quite a bit taller than she was. I liked that. She could mother hen me all she wanted, but I still looked down to see her, which meant she had to look up to see me. Maybe I had some control issues too. "So your summer isn't going well," I said. "Why not just talk to me instead of worrying about me?" "Nobody talks," she said. "None of us talk. I don't know what to do next, Pete. I'm supposed to know. You'll write. In the future, wherever you end up, you'll have this talent to go with you. I don't have that. My biological mom runs a cafe. I don't have that kind of skill. I'm not sure I have any skill. So yes, it's easier to worry about all of you than face my own failings. Are you happy?" I pulled her close, and she rested against my chest. "I'm sorry," I said. "You're probably right. I micromanage." "No, you worry," I said. "I don't know how to help you." "I would tell you if I knew." I pulled back and grinned. "Maybe it's this. Being honest. I know I'm not always honest." "You're not as bad as Tanner," she said. "You can hide too," I said. "Would you ever have told me, or anyone, about visiting your birth mom?" She shrugged and started walking again. We hadn't fixed anything during this outing. Maybe we'd made a few things worse. But it felt like forward motion. I was glad to know how Wendy felt. Maybe this year I could help her and not just give her reason to worry. Not that she needed a reason, but I was glad to know her worry over us was really her dodging her own feelings. I didn't know what to do with that, but I liked having another piece to the puzzle. That was Wendy Pickens. Chapter 21. Wendy. Peter hadn't made it to youth group again. He'd texted that his grandmother wasn't feeling well, so he was making dinner and staying in for the night. This was the third week in a row he hadn't shown up. I'd seen him once during those 3 weeks, and he hadn't been himself. If I asked him a question about his life, he jumped down my throat. I was too bossy, and he'd gotten tired of me, but he was too nice a guy to say it. Darla was at my side singing and clapping. She'd once said I liked her better quiet and melancholy. This wasn't true, but when I was feeling quiet and melancholy, like I was tonight, her exuberant joy was harder to handle. Then I remembered her teary and bloody coming down from the water tower, and I was simply thankful she was here, driving me crazy. When Tanner finished playing, he sat on Darla's far side for the rest of youth group. Then it was over, and Darla found her friends. She was putting her life back together, and I was glad to see it. I stood alone. I wasn't feeling social tonight. "Hey," Tanner said. He grinned. "Long time no see." Right. Tanner had gotten a job with me. He was cleaning the bakery, while I helped with the food. Seeing Tanner every day was strange, but I liked having a familiar face around. Tanner worked hard, and even though he didn't officially have a job interacting with people, he charmed everyone who came through the door. Except twice, I thought he'd been drunk. Or high. Maybe I was imagining it. He'd come in strange, but within an hour he'd seemed himself. Both times were early in the day, so maybe Tanner wasn't a morning person. "Do you like the bakery?" I asked. "Sure," he said. "It's a job. How many summer jobs are awesome, you know? It's fine. Easier than what Pete's doing." "How is Pete?" I asked. Tanner rolled his eyes. "You could ask him yourself." "How?" I asked. "Do you see him here? Do you see him anywhere but at home? How's that going, by the way?" Tanner shrugged. "It's good. Fine. Better than my house. His grandma has been sick. Like upper respiratory stuff. He wants her to go see a doctor, but she says she knows her body and it's just a cold. Cut the guy a little slack." I sighed. I was getting mean. What did I know about living with the grandmother? And when it came to Pete, lately I knew nothing at all. Because he was tired of me. He had to take care of so much at home, and for some reason my attempts to show him I cared or to lighten his burden made him angry. "I'm not ready to go home," Tanner said. "Let's take a drive." I looked at Tanner in surprise. "What? Where?" He rolled his eyes. "Come on, Pickens, can't we get in the car and drive until we decide to stop driving?" I shrugged. I guess so. I should let Darla know. We came together and she can take the car home. Tanner looked at Darla across the room, his brow furrowed. I wasn't sure what the look meant. You want her to come with us? I asked. I'd thought for a long time that Tanner liked my sister. I wasn't sure why he hadn't done more about it. The guy knew how to flirt. He could sweep her off her feet in a hot minute. No, he said. No, look at her. She's happy with her people. Let's go. I ran across the room and whispered into Darla's ear, and she smiled and waved at Tanner as we left. Then we were in his car, driving down dark roads. Summer was almost over, and the days were shortening. Senior year started in days, and I still had no plans. Tanner, I said, what do you plan to do when school's over? He shrugged, which made me feel better. Dad wants me to go into business. Pretty sure I do not have a business brain. I like music, but I'm not much without Peter, so I guess I don't know. You play at youth group without Peter. You played before he moved here. Can you go to college and take music? Isn't that a thing? Maybe. I know I can hit the right notes with both my guitar and my voice, but nothing is like the energy of writing a song. It won't be the same without putting beautiful thoughts to music. I'm not using Pete, you know. I like the guy and all, but wow, I wish he was graduating this year and we could keep the team together. How about you? You must have plans. Detailed, foolproof plans. You would be wrong about that, I said. I'm scared to death about graduation because I have no ideas. You have the business brain my dad wants me to have, Tanner said. You're organized and think big picture. Business, I said. Maybe, but it sounds so boring. What will your dad say about you not going into business? No idea. He won't be happy. Is he happy about you staying with Pete? No idea. I haven't told him. I don't talk to him. He wanted me to fly out to meet him in Germany, but I hate to fly alone, and he gets busy with work, and wandering a foreign country alone is no fun. I had to smile. What strange problems you have. Tanner grinned at me. The guy had a devastating smile. I thought he and Darla might harbor some feelings for one another, and I also imagined if they had children, those kids would be too beautiful for words. Yes, that bothered me. So I'm shallow. Tanner drove well. I hadn't thought about it when he'd asked, but I knew he'd driven at least once while impaired. And this evening, I'd wondered if he was impaired. Now I was in a car with him, but he seemed normal. How long did alcohol last in a body? I had no idea. Nor should I have to do that kind of math to be with my friend. I said. I was about to get pushy. We were now driving along country back roads, which described most roads in Mistwood. Were you okay when youth group started? Had you been drinking? He shook his head. No. Something else then, I said. You didn't seem quite right. Tanner squirmed. Yes, he actually squirmed in his seat, like he was considering jumping out to leave this conversation. That wouldn't be a good thing. I'm sorry, I said. No, he said. No, it's... Yes. I went home today for a little while. I do that every now and then, I guess to make sure the place is still there, that it's still haunted. It is, by the way. And before I left, I took a swig of something. I'm not sure what Dad keeps in all the decanters. It was nasty, and it was dumb, but I didn't think it affected me enough to show. I don't know why I do it. What does it feel like? I asked. I mean, people must like it, right? I've never even sipped alcohol. It burns. I don't like the taste. I don't think of it as entertainment or something pleasurable. I do it hoping it will melt away some of the edges. It doesn't, but I keep hoping. His tone said he knew he was stupid, so I didn't say a word. But I should probably be more careful about getting into the guy's car. You ready to head back? He asked. Okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to push. Tanner snorted. This wasn't pushing. You push much harder when you're trying. I think we just had a conversation. I'm shocked you don't have a plan. How could you not have a plan? I laughed at his tone, like I'd told him I was from another planet. I don't know. Don't make it weird. No, he said. He shook his head and turned to me, eyes wide, before he turned back to the road. I'm sorry. Not trying to make it weird. I'm not poking at you, Wendy. It makes me feel better. If Wendy Pickens can look into the future and not know what to do, then it's okay that I'm not much better. Music, I said. How can it not be music? Except Dad will pay for school, and no way is he going to pay for music. Parents, I said, hoping he could hear the teasing in my voice. Teasing made this feel better, but my heart ached for the guy. They want what they want. Tanner nodded. Except Mrs. Stafford. She has no idea what she wants. And she'll never get in Pete's face about his plans. It's the strangest thing, Wendy. It's like he has a little sister, but she's his mom. I'm in awe sometimes. I ran away from home, I guess, because I don't like it there. He doesn't run. He stays and digs in, and it's never easy. They let me help a little while I'm staying there, but not much. Pride or stubbornness, I don't know. We didn't say much more about Pete on the way home. I was a little angry with him for not being around. I was angrier with him for not wanting me around, but I was sad too. Tanner made it sound like he was having a hard summer. But then again, if he'd shown up and let one of us in, maybe it wouldn't have been so long and lonely after all. Nothing changed for a couple weeks. Pete made it to youth group twice. I tried to be good. I asked about his grandmother, which clearly made him uncomfortable. He said she seemed sick but wouldn't do anything about it, and he looked a little sick himself when he said it. I didn't touch it. I asked about his mom, and he laughed. She loves her job. My old mom never would have loved working in a taco shop. Twice a week she brings home tacos for dinner. I love that she's happy, and it makes her happy to feed us since she can't really cook at home. But I'm not a fan of tacos, except eating them makes her happy. And having Tanner there is still good? I asked. I thought I knew the answer, because Tanner talked about staying with Pete all the time, and in his mind it was good. But Pete frowned. It's good, he said. No enthusiasm in that answer. Doesn't sound like it's good, I said. What? He asked quickly. Tanner said that? Is he unhappy? Did I do something? Okay, I hadn't expected this. I put out a hand. No. Tanner says he loves it, but you don't love having him there? Pete looked across the room, where Tanner and Darla were laughing with some of her friends. I work a lot of hours. So does he. We don't have time to play, you know, and Grandma needs help right now, and summers are supposed to be different. Except that's not true. Happy summers are a kid thing, and we're done being kids. Well, if that wasn't a heartbreaking little paragraph. I put my hand on his arm and mentally willed him to look me in the eye. I wanted him to see compassion. Not pushy, bossy Wendy, but Wendy who cared about him. Maybe Wendy who loved him, because at the moment, what I felt about the guy was confusing and burned somewhere deep. I wanted him not to be alone. He pulled his arm out from under my hand, and he cut his gaze across the room. It's okay, he said. It's fine. Okay, I said. If it's not, I can meet at the park. We can talk. Or if that's too much, we can walk or look at birds or look at your new poems. I don't have any new poems, he said. He shook his head. Writer's block, maybe. Bad summer for writing. Bad summer for lots of things. But it's okay, Wendy. I'll be fine. Right, because if I said I cared, he would run. If I pulled him close for a hug, which every fiber of my being wanted to do, he'd accuse me of mothering him. Caring wasn't mothering. Lots of non-mothers cared for non-children. It was just human kindness. Why did Pete hate human kindness? You like working with Tanner? Pete asked. I do. He charms everyone. Pete glanced at Tanner and then cut his eyes away. Yep, something wasn't right there. I'm sure he does, he said. If things are hard with your grandma, let Tanner help, I said. He told me he wants to help but doesn't know how. He works hard at work. I'm sure he can help. Yeah, Pete said. He shook his head, and I wondered what he was thinking. Yeah, he can help. I never know. Wendy, is he ever weird at work? You mean, is he drinking? Taking something? I asked. Pete let out a slow breath. So, yes. A couple times, I said. Not recently. He says it doesn't help, and he doesn't know why he does it. That's more than he'll say to me, Pete said. Yeah, maybe if he helped, if he felt like he was part of something, yeah. It was a good plan. Unfortunately, 2 days later, Mr. Barr came home. Chapter 22. Wendy. Tanner's dad showed up at work one morning, storming into the building. I glared at him from the counter, and Tanner froze near the table he was cleaning. The guy's face honestly lost all color. I thought he might pass out. Tanner, he said angrily, you're not staying at home? You're staying out in the county? I wondered how Mr. Barr knew that. And you're working here. It's the summer before senior year. I could have gotten you an internship at a dozen places. But you're working here? What's wrong with you? Get your things. You're done here. I see staying alone wasn't good for you. Betty Jo Harrison owned the bakery, and she came from the back with fire in her eyes. Is there a problem? She asked me, glaring at Mr. Barr. I was sure she'd heard every word the man had said. So had the 3 customers who were cowering at a far table like they wanted to run out of here. At least Mr. Barr hadn't chosen peak hours to make his scene. My son is tendering his resignation, Mr. Barr said. As of now, he's finished here. Tanner said nothing. He didn't look frightened, although he still had no color in his face. He looked contained. I got the feeling that if I pricked his skin, even the tiniest nick, he would explode. But nobody nicked him, and he kept his face neutral and walked toward the door, head high. He didn't look at me or Betty Jo. He left, and his father followed, and I sagged against the counter when he was gone. That's not good, Betty Jo said. Will he be okay? We have no idea, I said, thinking it funny that I'd brought Pete into this conversation with the we. I needed to talk to Pete after work. I hoped Mr. Barr wouldn't be awful or threatening to his family. Why don't you sit down, sweetheart? Betty Jo said kindly, patting my arm. I'll do some damage control out here. Go have a glass of water and a cookie. There were perks to working in a bakery run by a grandmother. I took my cookie break, my hands shaking, and texted Pete to warn him what might be on its way. He texted back almost immediately, thanking me for the warning. Then I got nothing. That made sense. He probably had a little damage control to do today, too. For the rest of the day, I worried about Tanner and the Staffords. As soon as my shift was up, I headed straight to Pete's, knocking on the door of his neighbor. Pete answered, shaking his head. I'll be right out, he said. He didn't look good. Mr. Barr wasn't doing my boys any favors today. I waited in Pete's drive, and in a few minutes we sat on his porch. Did Mr. Barr come over? I asked. No, but Tanner did. He apologized for leaving so fast, and he collected his things. He hugged my grandmother, and he hugged me, not normal for him, and he looked like someone had killed his dog. I asked if he was okay, but he didn't answer. It was bad at the bakery. It was terrible. Mr. Barr was rude and insulting. Tanner didn't say one word. He didn't say much here either, Pete said. Can we do anything? I asked. What do we do now? Pete sighed. He looked angry with me. How was any of this my fault? I think we let it happen. If he needs us, he knows where we are. That's a cop-out, I said. Darla needed us, and she didn't have the strength to ask for help. You had to go find her. Tanner isn't worth the same work? Pete ran his hand through his hair, which was spattered with paint. He is. You're right. Will it help to show up? We can text, Wendy. We can call, and we can try. But we have to listen, too. We make the offer to help, but in the end, we can't fix everything. Darla had to decide to walk down that ladder. We couldn't carry her down. This made sense, and I thought it had deeper meaning. Was Pete making this personal? Was he standing on some ladder, deciding how to get down? I'd had the feeling he hadn't been honest about the summer, so yes, maybe that was the case. You'll miss him, I said. I put my hand on his arm. How I wanted to wrap my arms around him and tell him it was okay to be comforted. My life was easy right now. I had the strength to comfort. Why wouldn't anyone believe that? Yeah, Pete said. But we also frustrated each other because we didn't have time for music. Maybe we'll figure things out when school starts. I'm almost done next door. Next summer, I want a different job. Maybe like the job you and Tanner had. What about you? Next summer, do you have something amazing planned? I hadn't talked about this with Pete. No surprise there. I have no plans at all, I said. I don't know what to do about college or life. I'm scared to death of it because I don't know what to do. He frowned like he didn't believe me. What? Have you heard me talk about my plans? I asked. No, you assumed. Tanner did too. We don't talk to each other, but we think we know each other. We don't. I have no plans. I never had plans. I should go to college, but I don't know what I want to take. He pulled me in, and I wanted to pull away to spite him, because if I pulled him in, he got offended. Well, I wasn't offended. I needed the contact. So I rested against him and wished he was still my friend. Maybe we were friends now, but it was broken and dumb. I missed our earlier friendship. I'm sorry, he whispered. I was too busy this summer, too focused on home. I'm so ready for school to start, Wendy. If summer was any longer, I'm not sure any of us would survive it. I said nothing. He wasn't wrong. It hadn't been the best summer. Unfortunately, it wasn't going to be the best school year either. Peter. School started. All four of us had lunch together, including Darla. I felt like she had come through summer better than anyone. Tanner had returned to youth group after his dad had brought him home, and he said things were fine, that his dad had been jet-lagged and surprised, and it was his fault for hiding what he'd been up to that summer. A lot of that felt like lies, but what was a guy supposed to do? I told him it was okay, and I missed him at the house. That wasn't a lie at all. Wendy was quieter than normal. I figured this had to do with her lack of life plan. For a girl like Wendy, not knowing what was coming had to be terrifying. I thought I was normal. Grandma's cold had finally gone away. Star had come for a 4-day visit, and I thought we were okay. Mom still loved her job, and I was thrilled to be finished painting and to have time for my friends again. Our parents are going out of town, Darla said, halfway through the second week of school. They said we could have you guys over for dinner. Isn't that crazy? They used to act like we were going to get pregnant by looking at guys across church, and now it's okay to have you for dinner. Since you were there at the water tower, you two are superheroes. She laughed. Man, I love to hear her laugh. I would never forget her on that tower. Her tears and blood and fear, thinking our whole world was about to end. None of us would forget, and all of us were grateful she was still here. Sure, Tanner said. He opened his mouth like he meant to say something, and then he closed it. Yep, we were back to that. Nothing real from Tanner Bar. I'm game, he said. Same here, I said. When? Saturday evening, Wendy said. I work that afternoon on a catering gig, but Darla will start dinner. I'll make dessert the night before. I feel like we need to celebrate, you know. We survived the summer, and for two of us, this is senior year. No, I don't know what to do next, but I'm also glad school's almost over. High school gets old. All of us agreed, mumbling our individual frustrations. But in truth, most of our frustrations had nothing to do with school itself. Sometimes school was a haven from real life. Saturday felt completely normal. God did not give me one single heads up about how this day would end. Of course, I wasn't paying much attention to God at this point. I did youth group and attended church, but it ended there. Summer had been lonely, and I was conflicted about Mother Hen Wendy, who saw me as a child when I saw her as a whole lot more, and Grandma's health had scared me all summer, and I said I trusted God. I believed God. That was always true. I knew He was there, but that belief didn't have much meaning, except it made me feel guilty sometimes. Anyway, that's beside the point. I did homework that Saturday, helped Grandma close down one of the flower gardens, and sang one of Tanner's and my songs with Mom, who now wanted to sing every day while we did lunch dishes. A strange tradition, yes, but it worked for us. Darla said I could come a little early if I wanted, but I lost track of time doing math and pulled up just before 5. I parked on the street and relaxed in the seat. I hoped tonight went well. I missed Tanner living at my house, and I wasn't sure what was up with Wendy, and tonight could be rough. Or it could be what we all needed to put our friendships back on track. I was sure hoping for the latter. Tanner pulled around the corner, driving too fast, and I watched in the side mirror, nothing I could do, as a disaster unfolded. He was speeding and sliding, twisting the wheel more than once to miss my car, but he didn't miss my car. At least he managed to pump the brakes a few times to slow the car, but I braced my arms against the dash just as he slammed into the back of my car. The noise was deafening. I'd never heard a car wreck in real life, but I'd imagined the wreck that had hurt Mom 1,000,000 times. Now I was hearing it for real, and then I heard silence. That silence was 100 times scarier than the crash. I'd flown forward, but I thought I was okay, and I slammed open the door and leaped out. Tanner was almost invisible in the car because his airbag had deployed. Then motion from the passenger side caught my attention, and I realized Wendy was in the passenger seat. Right, she'd been at work. Tanner must have picked her up. They'd gotten close over the summer, and it made sense he'd pick her up because of where he lived and where she worked. It didn't matter that it made sense. I was jealous, and I was scared to death, and all that became fury. I rounded the end of my car, ripped open Wendy's door, and growled at her, which was horrible and stupid, and when she looked up at me in fear and pain, I knelt in front of her, fury gone. Well, fury at Wendy was gone. Tanner? That was still burning hot and bright. "Wendy," I said. She nodded and clawed at the airbag. I forced her to lean back in the seat. "Wendy, sit still. It's okay. What hurts?" She shook her head and put one hand to her face. "I think I'm okay. Tanner? How's Tanner?" "I thought, but he showed up and I didn't know how to tell him no, and how's Tanner?" I had no idea how Tanner was. I didn't even look over to see. All I saw was Wendy, shaking and pale. She was my mom, forever broken. I saw a mind destroyed, a family broken, all the bad things that could happen here. I couldn't let that happen to Wendy. We need to get you inside," I said. "I'll deal with Tanner, okay?" I heard Darla coming behind us, and I helped Wendy out, thinking she wasn't hurt, and sent her inside with Darla. The fact that she let that happen said maybe she was hurt. When Darla led her away, I went to the other side of the car. Tanner had blood on his cheek, although I didn't know why. He looked bleary, and I could smell the alcohol. He was awake, and he looked at me and closed his eyes, relaxing his head on the airbag. "Not well done," he whispered. "No," I said. I took a deep breath to quell the fury. It didn't help. "You could have killed yourself. You could have killed Wendy. It's one thing to do this to yourself, but you did it to Wendy." "Is she okay?" he asked. "I didn't mean to hurt her." "Sorry, Pete. I'm sorry. It's hard, and I'm sorry." He was struggling to dislodge himself, and I opened the car door and let him fumble himself out, where he sat on the curb, head in his hands. His hands were shaking. All of him was shaking. Was that fear? Alcohol? What would make this guy stop and take his life seriously? I sat next to him on the curb, afraid to open my mouth because something horrible was going to emerge if I did. I wondered if Darla or anyone had called the police. What would happen to Tanner if police showed up right now? "Did you know the guy who hit my mom died?" I asked. Not where I thought my mouth would go, but once the words came out, I kept going. "He destroyed our family and killed himself. He was 22. He had 2 parents and 2 siblings. He wrecked my family and his all in one sweep, all because he drank and then got behind the wheel of a car." Tanner nodded. Then he leaned forward and threw up in the street. As he did, his t-shirt shifted, exposing some of his back. And I froze and struggled not to throw up myself. I lifted the edge of his t-shirt and simply stared. Someone had hit Tanner. His dad, I assumed. The marks were red and inflamed, a few broken open. He rested his head on his knees and said nothing. "Tanner," I said. "Call the police," he said. "I broke the law. You're right, and I could have killed Wendy. I could have killed myself. I could do it again. Call the police and let's make it right." "Tanner," I said again. I wasn't sure what to say after that, so I said nothing. He looked up at me, his eyes glassy and red. "Call them," he said. "Come on, Pete. You're my friend, and friends don't let this happen. What am I supposed to do? I can't fix it. I can't fix anything, and I don't care. And I saw you pull Darla off that water tower. I thought it was the scariest thing ever, but it makes so much sense now, and I don't want to fall off the water tower, Pete." He leaned against my shoulder, and I pulled him close with one arm and hit buttons on my phone with the other. He was almost 18, and he'd been driving drunk. Yes, clearly, he had some abuse in his life, but I knew what I was doing. I was sending my best friend to jail because I was hurt and angry and scared and didn't know what else to do. Successfully pulling Darla off the water tower felt like a fluke. I didn't know if I could do it again. I didn't feel strong enough for this, so I was passing Tanner off to someone else. I was dooming him to bad things, but I didn't know what else to do. Wendy could have died. If he stayed with his dad and kept drinking, he might die. Why was life so filled with terrible choices? "Thank you," he whispered when I hung up the phone. He threw up again, and I wondered if he was hurt. I'd told dispatch he might be hurt. I'd mentioned abuse and alcohol. I hadn't sugarcoated the situation, but I hoped the man on the phone had heard my real plea. Help my friend. Every word I said was that single plea. Please, someone help my friend. Darla and Wendy came out to watch the next part happen. Tanner was going to be arrested, but because he might be hurt, he was loaded into an ambulance and taken away. No handcuffs happened. I'm not sure I could have handled that after making the call. I was trying to save him, but I felt like a monster. Before he left, Tanner grabbed my hand, lying on a gurney. "Thanks," he said. I tried to smile, failed, and simply squeezed his hand. I stood at the curb and watched both the ambulance and the police cars leave. A few neighbors had come out, and they all went back inside. It was getting dark, but I kept standing there. I wasn't sure I knew how to move. "Come on," Darla said. Her little hand slipped into mine, and Wendy's hand slipped into my other. Together they dragged me into the house and set me on the sofa. Wendy sat at my side, and Darla sat on the love seat nearby. "That had to happen," Wendy said. She leaned against my side, and I put my arm around her. "Pete, you did the right thing." "But you didn't." I pulled my arm away, furious again. "You got into the car with him. What were you thinking? My mom was hit by a drunk driver. My family was destroyed by a drunk driver, and he died at the scene. How could you not realize that and know the danger is real? What were you thinking?" "I wasn't sure how to say no," she admitted, as she'd done before. I noticed Darla slip out of the room, but didn't think anything of it. "Usually he's not so bad." "You've gotten into the car with him like this before. What's up with you two? You're going out with this guy when he's drinking underage and driving around?" Yeah, that was jealousy speaking now, and guilt and memories and fear and a host of other things. I would do well to shut up and not talk again until I felt some calm. Maybe that meant I would never talk again. "Of course not. I've never gotten in the car when he's drunk. Maybe once after youth group, but he seemed normal. That was a long time ago, in the summer." I took a deep breath. "It only takes one time, Wendy. What do you see in him? He's been a mess for a while, and he never talks. And what do you see in him?" "He's your best friend. How can you ask me that? This summer, none of us had time, so yes, I talked to Tanner because he was around. Anyway, why are you asking me this? You don't want me. I baby you, and it makes you crazy that I care. So why do you care who I'm with?" Well, that shut me right down. I didn't want her? Did she want me to want her? How could she think I didn't want her? Oh yeah, because I'd never said it. Grandma had been sick, and I'd stopped communicating with everyone. Now everything was a mess, and I sure wished I could blame someone else, but I couldn't. "Wendy," I said, "of course I want you. But you see me as a little kid. That's not how a guy wants to be seen when he's thinking. That's not how romance works." She tilted her head. "No, you think I'm pushy and you're tired of me. We were friends, but I know I'm hard. Even my own mom doesn't want anything to do with me. I know it's me, and I'm—" She shrugged, and I pulled her close again. We were the dumbest people. "I want you," I whispered. "I'm sorry. I don't think we understand each other, and maybe we need to fix that." "Yeah," she rested against my chest and whispered at me. "Yeah, maybe we do. I like you so much. Tanner's my friend, but I want you to like me." I wondered if I'd ever seen Wendy before this moment. No idea what to do with her future, hurt by her mother, living in the shadow of a beautiful sister and beautiful parents, naturally inclined to take care of people to the point of excess. Why hadn't I seen her? What was wrong with me? The next part was dangerous. I'll admit that right now. I was still shaking. I'd still sent my best friend to jail, and I worried for his life, and I was scared to death because Wendy and Tanner could have died. And in the midst of all of it, Wendy said she liked me. I wasn't sure I deserved that because I was blind and rude and had hurt her, but the look on her face said she meant it. So I kissed her, and she let me do it. Chapter 23. Wendy. Peter was going to kill me. The evening had been crazy so far. Tanner was in trouble, and we couldn't do a thing to help him. Peter was drowning in guilt and anger, thinking too much about his family, and now he told me he liked me. Why hadn't I realized that? Nobody got as upset about my behavior as Peter did. That said he liked me. right?" He was shaking. His skin was clammy and tacky, and his hair was plastered to his head. He hadn't even been in the accident, but he was reacting worse than I was. I worried about him and wondered if someone should put him in a hot shower until he calmed down. But that thought was fleeting because in the midst of our discussion, he simply pulled me close and kissed me. It was wonderful, and it was terrifying because I wasn't sure this had a lot to do with me. I was pretty sure if I'd taken his hand and led him to my room, clothes would have ended up on the floor. After a few seconds of living the dream, I pulled back, and Peter took a deep breath and let me. He didn't push, not even a little bit. Instead, he put one hand over his eyes, and I pried it away. "Hey," I said. "It's okay. It's okay, Pete." He shook his head and looked at the front window. "It's not," he whispered. "I'm sorry." "Don't be sorry. Did you not hear me say that I like you? I've wondered what it felt like to kiss you." "But not like this," he said. "I should go. I'm sorry. What a mess." "No," I said. "Look, I'm pushy. You're going to have to get over that. And right now, I say you don't drive a car until you calm down." I held out my hand, and he puckered his brow. "What?" "Keys. Give me your keys. You leave when you look less like a zombie." He glared and then smiled. Well, I chose to interpret the twitch of his lip as a smile. I'm sure it was the closest he could come right now. He dug his keys out of his pocket and dropped them in my hand. "Darla has food," I said. "I think you should eat. But first, would you like a hot shower? I feel like you're not doing well, Pete. You need to calm down. All the way calm." Peter shrugged. "I just sent my best friend to jail." "I think you just saved him," I said. "He told me to do it. His dad had hurt him. Did you see?" "No. I heard one of the policemen say it, and I know they were heading to find his dad, but what happened to him?" "I don't know. He hit him with something. Not his hand. Something narrower, like a stick. Not all at once. Different marks were different." Pete shook his head and closed his eyes. "I don't want to think about this. I'm angry he didn't tell us, but why would he? We all hide everything. We could have lost some of us today because we all hide everything." Darla appeared at that moment with a towel and a t-shirt in her hand, and she placed them in Pete's lap. "I raided my dad's stash," she said. She pushed damp hair off his forehead and then kissed that spot. "I think you and my sister are together now. Are you together now?" Pete looked surprised, and he took my hand. Yeah, I guess maybe." Darla laughed. "You're more romantic with a pen than your mouth. Anyway, we take care of our own, and even if you're not with Wendy, you're one of our own. So as soon as you shower off some of today, we're going to eat. Wendy's going to text your grandma. I'll check on Tanner. And then in a few minutes, we'll eat. It's okay, Pete. Today went the way it was supposed to go. Second chances all around. We like second chances around here." Pete took the towel and shirt and moved upstairs, every motion slow and painful, like his body had no idea how to function. Darla sat at my side. "I saw and heard most of that. Sorry. If you hadn't pulled away, I was going to break it up. We don't need a baby Wendy right now." I couldn't help but laugh. "Yeah, that was dangerous, but not personal. I should be offended." "It was personal. How did you not know he was crazy for you? Sometimes you're pretty dumb for a smart person. He's loved you forever." "Loved?" I said. "I don't think so." "Whatever," she said. "Make sure his grandma knows what happened. I'm not sure I can find anything about Tanner, but I'll try. Meet me in the kitchen in 5. Sometimes it was good to let someone else be pushy. I exchanged a few texts with Mrs. Stafford, and then I texted Tanner. I told him I hoped he felt better. I was sure he wouldn't have access to his phone, but it felt right. Then I texted again and told him I'd take care of Pete. I was pretty sure Tanner knew what he'd asked of Peter, but he was desperate. We'd all spent enough time with a water tower to understand desperation. Peter looked better when he came downstairs. If my parents had come home right now and seen him damp and wearing my dad's shirt, we'd have found ourselves in big trouble. But as it was, he was ready to relax and eat. I couldn't find anything about Tanner, Darla said. He's not answering his phone, of course, and the hospital couldn't tell me anything. I'm not sure when we'll know anything. He could be tried as an adult, Pete said, and I made the call. No, Darla said. You helped him. We'll see if he believes that a few weeks or months from now. I wanted tonight to be different. I thought we could let summer go. Maybe we could be friends again. Maybe we'd make songs. But I just sent one of us to jail. I put my hand on Pete's, and he turned his over and held on. No, I said. He sent himself to jail, and maybe it's the best thing. He might be safer there than at home. Did you know? Pete asked. Was it obvious and I missed it? I didn't know, Darla said. We talk and text some, and I had no idea. I didn't know, I said. No hints that I could see. I guess that makes me feel better, he said. We didn't say much for the rest of the meal. Darla had made spaghetti, and we ate well. After the evening we'd had, that surprised me. I'd made an apple cobbler yesterday, and we ate that too. Then we settled on the sofa, and Pete looked at his phone. My grandma told me to be careful, and she called me brave. What did you tell her? I showed him my text to his grandmother, and he nodded. I'd just told her the truth, that Tanner had been drunk and wrecked the car, and Pete had had to call the police on him, and he was staying here until he calmed down. Thanks, Pete said. I feel calmer. I should head home to help with Mom. Does she still take that much care? Darla asked. I mean, she holds a job now. She worked today, and she comes home tired and overstimulated sometimes. And maybe, after today, I want to be home. Not that there's anything wrong with you two, but he ran his hand over his forehead. I'm not sure I can win today. I kissed his hand and then his forehead. I know what you're saying. Today had a lot of memories. You need your family. Of course you do. If we hear anything about Tanner, we'll call. And you do the same, okay? I hated to let him get in his car and disappear, but it had to happen. Tanner's car had been towed away, and while I thought we'd hit hard, his grandma's old car was strong and only dented. Before he left, he kissed me. This was more controlled, sweet and sad all at once. I'm sorry, he said. We were wrong about each other, and that hurt, and I'm sorry. I put my arms around his waist and pulled him close. When I rested my head on his chest, he held on. I'm not sorry, I said. Of everything that happened today, this is the happy part. I'm sorry I get pushy. I'll try not to, but I'll still do it. I know. And now I know you still see me as a kissable friend, so, he laughed. It makes a difference. It's good. Nothing else is good, but we're good. He drove away, and Darla stood at my side. The songs of crickets and tree frogs filled the air. Wow, she said. What a weird day. The weirdest, I said. You have to hurt. Are you bruised? I was, and I let her drag me inside and take care of me. What do we tell Mom and Dad? I asked. Darla laughed. The truth. Except that kiss. What was it like? I sighed. It was strange and wonderful. I thought he was tired of me because I'm me, but he thought I saw him as a little kid. I heard that part, she said. So kissing is nice? It is, I said. Mom and Dad won't want to hear I've been kissing boys. She shrugged. No, but you stopped before it got weird, and I think tonight wasn't normal in any way. Wendy, what will happen to Tanner? We keep saying this is for his own good, but what if it makes his life worse? His dad hit him enough to leave marks, I said. His mom walked away. He was drinking and driving, more all the time. I think this had to happen. But did Pete have to be the one to make the call? Yes, I said. Maybe only Pete could have made the call. Tanner respects Peter. You could have made the call. Tanner likes you. Darla got pink and leaned closer. I like him too. I knew he was sinking, but I didn't know what to do. I'm glad God sends Pete to all our water towers. I guess, I said. God. I wanted to love God with all my heart and soul and mind, but lately the whole thing felt cold. Today, though, today had been all God. But it's hard on Peter, I said. God has something special in mind for Peter, Darla said. Something in her voice was strange and old and wise. I shuddered. But yes, we have to watch in case one day it's our turn to haul his tail off the water tower. For now, he's okay. He has a girl to kiss now. I laughed. I don't like the way that sounds. I'm more than that, right? Of course you are. But even you said the kissing part was good. I leaned against the sofa and smiled. Yeah, that part was good. That night when I went to bed, I stopped and prayed. How long ago had I done that? Once I'd done all the right things when it came to church and God. Youth group, morning Bible reading, prayers, but it never satisfied like I wanted it to. Maybe that got worse after I talked to my mom and felt like I was a failure as a person. I didn't have a genetic excuse for being a difficult, controlling person, so I backed away from God, who I blamed for making me a difficult, controlling person. Tonight, God had come close. I didn't remember God feeling this close since the water tower. My friends had needed my comfort and my company. I hadn't been too much or too little. I felt like Tanner was going to be okay, that we'd helped him just in time. I was closer to Darla than I'd been in ages. And Peter? I did like kissing, but I liked it more when he'd leaned against my side and told me what bothered him, what scared him. I liked knowing Peter's heart. I promise that will happen again. But Peter didn't see God's hand in today like I did. It was going to take a little time and another detour or two. But Darla wasn't wrong. Peter is someone special. And I don't just say that because I'm in love with the guy, but yeah, that was the day I realized I was in love with the guy. Peter. The Mistwood gossip machine had failed. I mean, this was a small town. Everyone knew everything going on, and yet a guy was hauled to the hospital after drinking and driving and wrecking his car, and nobody knew a thing? I suspected his dad's money had something to do with that. And yet the police had gone to find Mr. Barr to question him about hitting his son hard enough to bruise him. That meant people should be talking. What was better than seeing a wealthy man brought low? But we got nothing. Tanner didn't reach out, but I didn't expect him to. Nobody from the police or the courts was talking, and that was strange, and driving me crazy. Peter, Mom said one Thursday morning. We were eating breakfast and getting ready for school and work. Tanner had been gone 2 weeks. Mom knew he'd been hurt and he wasn't going to come around for a while. I'm not sure why we hid the rest from her. I knew the situation reminded me of her accident, but I didn't think she retained many details from her accident. Mostly my default was to keep Mom away from anything dark in this world. I never realized how alone that left me. What's wrong? I asked. Mom sighed. Nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong with me. What's wrong with you? April says you're dating Wendy. That's good. I like Wendy. But you don't bring her over. She should come over. We can talk about boys." Which sort of answered the question of why I hadn't brought Wendy over since our kiss. Mom would ask her what it was like to kiss me, and that question was so uncomfortable I didn't think I would survive it. Up there with the lacy bra conversation. I was so going to need therapy. "Mom, it's fine," I said. She smacked her hand on the table. Great. I was exasperating my mother, a mother who, at this point, wasn't terribly insightful. That meant I was wallowing way more than I should. "Peter, something is wrong. If being with Wendy makes you sad, then don't be with Wendy. Nobody should be stuck with the wrong person. Don't make that mistake." I tilted my head. Dad was the right person, right? Were you and he happy? Not the best thing to ask my broken mother, but there it was. She tilted her head and put her fingers to her forehead, a sign she was swimming through the fog, trying to find missing memories. I hated to do that to her. "Your dad took care of me," she said. "Kevin always took care of me. He let me take my briefcase to work, and his job wasn't as good. Was it? But he was proud of me. I remember him saying that. So proud of me when work was good." "I'm not having trouble with Wendy," I said, "but I miss Tanner." Mom looked around, like she expected him to walk out of the living room. She hadn't quite accepted that he no longer lived here. "He's late." "He's gone," I said. I put out my hands. "He moved. I miss him." She shook her head. "No, that's a lie. Something else happened. Tell me, Peter. I'm your mother." Grandma had slipped into the kitchen, and she leaned against the counter and nodded. She thought I should share more with Mom. Maybe if we gave Mom more responsibilities, her state would improve. Grandma said that a lot. "Okay," I said. "Tanner was drinking, and he wrecked his car. He was hurt, and Wendy was in the car. He hit Grandma's car, so I could have been hurt. He was arrested, and I don't know what happened after that. Nobody is talking. Gossip flies in Mistwood, but this big, juicy thing happened 2 weeks ago, and nobody's giving away the outcome. I called the police, Mom. He was in trouble, and his dad was beating him up, and he asked me to call. So I did, and now he's gone, and I don't know if I did the right thing. Maybe he's in jail hating me." "Oh," Grandma said, moving closer and holding my head. She rocked me, and I closed my eyes and let it happen. "He was hurt?" Mom asked. "A little," I said. "I don't think it was bad. But I don't know. I hope he's still alive." Mom shook her head. "We won't talk like that. Of course he's alive. April, you don't know what happened?" "I saw a real estate sign in front of their house yesterday," Grandma said. "Pete's right that nobody's talking, and that's very strange. But Everest Barr can be a scary man." "What if I never know?" I asked. "I need to know what happened." "I have a friend," Grandma said. "She works in the county office. Maybe I'll see what I can do. You do need to know. But, Pete, God was with you that night. You saw that, right? It could have been very bad, but all of you walked away, and you and Wendy are together, and I want you not to feel guilty. Tanner needed more help than he could get living at home and lying to his friends. God had to do something dramatic to rescue him." "Except we don't know if he was rescued," I said. "That's what I need to know." 2 days passed before Grandma had information for me. I'd driven past Tanner's house, and yes, it was on the market. But nobody at school or youth group seemed to know what had happened to the family. "I found something," Grandma said on Saturday morning, settling at the kitchen table. She and Mom had been cooking eggs and bacon, and Mom had once again burned the bacon. Burned bacon was starting to taste normal to me. Mr. Barr was taken from his home in handcuffs, and the word is Tanner had a mild concussion and is going to be fine. "Does anyone know where he is?" I asked. I felt my whole body relax, knowing he was alive. The thought that he'd died had niggled into my head a few days ago, and I hadn't been able to banish it. "Nobody is saying anything," Grandma said. "I'm sorry. But he's alive, and he's safe from his dad. Pete, have you been writing?" I shook my head. Poetry felt silly right now. Everything felt silly right now. "I never tell you what to do," she said. "I guess I'm the closest thing to a mother you have, but I never know how much authority I have. Today I'm going to throw my weight around. I want you to call Wendy and get out of here. Take her someplace fun. If she can't get out today, find a quiet place to write. I want you to write again. I feel like you figure out the world by writing, and you haven't been doing that. You need to do that." I shrugged. I felt like I was going to cry, and I hated that. I needed to be stronger than this. What was wrong with me? Tanner liked to make songs of my poems. It's all too connected to him. "He's not dead," she said. "You can honor your friendship and still make poems. God gifted you with words and ideas. It's part of who you are, and it bothers me for you to try to throw that away. Your friends and family need you whole, Peter. So let's work on making that happen." Chapter 24. Peter. I called Wendy, and an hour later we were in her living room because it was chilly and drizzling today, not good for the park. I told her what Grandma had told me about Tanner, because I knew she was worried too. "Your grandmother made you come see me then," Wendy said. We hadn't spent much time together the past 2 weeks. I'd been cranky and unfair to her, to everyone. "I'm sorry," I said. "I know we told everyone we were together, and I think of us as together, but then I've been holding up on my own." "Writing?" she asked. She said it like she wanted me to say yes. "You're taking these events and turning them into beautiful poems?" I shook my head, and she scooted closer on the sofa. I noticed her dad peek in at us from the other room. I knew he wasn't happy with Wendy having a boyfriend, although he didn't have any specific issues with me. As Darla had said, I was still a superhero, which was so strange. "I haven't been able to write," I said. "I can't make the words happen." "Then we need to get you out of your head. I'm surprised nothing that day became a poem. I remember it with all of these sensory images, and usually you're all about sensory images. The sound of the crash, the hiss of the airbags, the smells and sights, Tanner vomiting in the road." My reaction to her words surprised me because I was shaking. She realized this and pulled a blanket off the back of the sofa and wrapped it over us, tucking me in like a little boy. For the first time ever, that didn't bother me. She didn't think I was a child or a weakling. She simply took care of her people. "I'm sorry," she whispered, taking my hand under the blanket. Her mom poked her head into the room, and this time Wendy saw it. "Wendy," her mom said. "Yes, I'm in a blanket with Peter," she said. "I'm holding his hand. If I wanted to, I could touch him in wrong places, and he could touch me. But we're talking about accidents, and Tanner and his mom, and Pete's shaking, and I can't sit across the room and watch that. I have to sit here and help. You know I do." The words surprised me, and her mother shook her head. "I know. I'm sorry. I can't imagine you doing anything here in the middle of the house, in the middle of the day, but I'm sorry." Wendy waited for her mom to leave, and then she snuggled close. "I'm sorry. It's hard to let go of your kids, I guess. My other mom let go of me in a big way, and that colors what they do, too." "They love you," I said. "They worry about you. My mom wants me to bring you over so you and she can talk about boys now that you have a boyfriend. Let's talk about an awkward situation." Wendy laughed. She had the most beautiful laughter, especially when I was responsible for bringing it to the surface. "I imagine her asking you what kind of kisser I am," I said. "I know I can't keep you out of my house forever. I love having you come over. But that first conversation might be unbearable." I promise not to tell her anything about her son's kissing skills, she said. But I will tell the son that I like his kissing skills. I laughed this time. Grandma had been right to send me here. Wendy pulled back and looked me in the eyes. Pete, we have to get you writing again. You can't start to shake every time you think about Tanner. That's not healthy. What can we do? Maybe I'll never be able to write about that day, I said. But I should write about other things. I haven't done much in the past couple weeks. I do homework and wonder if Tanner hates me. How could he hate you? He asked you to do what you did. How can you blame yourself for that? He wasn't in his right mind. What if he feels differently now? She sighed. I wish we could talk to him. He needs to tell you it's okay. But he might not, Pete. We might never hear from him again, and you need to find a way to get back to normal. If you have ideas, I'm listening, I said. I'm glad you don't get mad at me for being me anymore, she said. I know I'm being pushy right now, and you're not angry. I'm sorry, I said. My mom needs my help. I had this thought that if God wanted me to be taken care of, He'd have left my parents intact. I was supposed to be strong and not need help. Having you around messed with that. Even Jesus asked for help sometimes, Wendy said. He didn't have to, but he did. He asked Peter to help him talk to a crowd by taking him out on his boat to preach, and he asked the woman in Samaria to help him with water. If Jesus needs help, you can need help. We fell silent for a long time. It was comfortable, and I felt myself relax. I hadn't relaxed since Tanner had disappeared into an ambulance 2 weeks ago. I realized if I let her, Wendy would help me find my new normal. Now I needed to find a way to put words on paper without shaking the whole time I did it. 3 days later, the postcard came. That was when I relaxed for real, and it lasted a while, at least concerning Tanner. The card was plain and simple, written in his handwriting. Pete, a few months to pay off my crimes, and then I'm going with Mom and Stepdad. Nice guy. Mom's different. Thank you. One day we'll play again, but until then, thank you. He didn't hate me. I missed him, and I missed turning poems into songs, the camaraderie of it, as well as the thrill of hearing my words with music. But Tanner Barr wasn't out there somewhere hating me. Knowing that helped, and the next day I walked the property and wrote a short poem about an old bird nest. It wasn't amazing, but it was words on paper. If I could put words on paper, I would be okay. The next hurdle was having Wendy over. Mom was off Saturday, so I invited Wendy to dinner. Mom hugged her, and while Grandma and I worked on the meal, she and Wendy sat at the table and talked. You're with Peter, Mom said, always quick to jump into a subject. I was chopping onions at the stove and pretended not to be listening to the conversation. Wendy knew, of course, that I could hear every word, and she knew I was afraid of what might be said. I didn't know if that would make her careful or egg her on to make trouble. With Wendy, it could go either way. I am, she said. You have a very good son, Mrs. Stafford. Mom sighed. I do, and a good daughter. I was different. I was a different mother, and maybe that's why they're good children. But now I'm not what I was. I'm different. It seems to me you're a fine mother, Wendy said. You spend time with Peter. Not all parents want to spend time with their kids. Mom didn't know it, but that little tidbit came straight from Wendy's painful experience with her mother. I wish she'd never had gone to see her, but maybe it had to happen. Maybe Wendy would be a better mom one day because her mom had hurt her. But man, I wished she hadn't been hurt. True, Kevin left. Peter's not like Kevin. Peter stays and helps. He'll never leave like Kevin. He's safe, Wendy. It's good to be safe. Kevin was always proud of me, and I thought he would stay, but he didn't. Pete stays. I knew my cheeks were burning, and I focused on the onion. Grandma was stirring sauce on the stove, and she put her hand on mine, a show of pride. What Mom said was true. Whatever happened to my wife, I would stay. Dad had been weak, and he knew he was weak. I didn't feel particularly strong, not lately, but I knew I was strong enough to stay, even when things didn't turn out like I hoped. This was real life. How often did things actually turn out the way we hoped? God himself promised every day would have its own share of problems. I think you're right, Wendy said. Peter stays. I'll stay too. If God wants us together and we make it permanent, we'll both stay. We both know what it's like to be left. It's not good, Mom said. She sighed. I think I won't have a boyfriend again. That's something from before. But I'm glad you do. And Peter has someone. Star needs someone. Everyone needs someone. But not only a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Friends are good too. I have friends at work. Friends are good. Wendy laughed. Yes, friends are good. Over the summer, my friends and I didn't do very well. We forgot to be friends because we were busy. This year will be better. Except Tanner. We miss Tanner, but he sent Pete a postcard, and he's okay. He's going to stay with his mom. She left because of Tanner's dad, but Tanner will be with her again. Mom sighed again. Good. She's a good mom? But she left. Can a good mom leave? I think, Grandma said, entering the conversation, that God got Mrs. Barr out of that situation so Tanner would have a safe place to land when it was his turn. God gets the details right. Except if she'd taken Tanner with her, maybe none of this would have happened, I said. Why do God's plans include so much pain? Why does every day have to have its own troubles? What if we get tired and need a good day? Mom rose from the table and walked to my side, pulling me close. I closed my eyes, knowing my cheeks were red again. Wendy didn't care if I needed a hug sometimes, if the world seemed too big and hard. It happened to her. We knew it happened to Darla. But still, I didn't want to need my mother's help, maybe because this wasn't my mom. New mom rarely held on like this. Wendy joined her, and as both of them held on, I relaxed. Tanner was okay. Darla was okay. The conversation about my dad leaving and Wendy's mom not wanting her and Tanner being abandoned, it hurt, but it was old news. I had to stop letting old memories get in the way of today. I think, Mom said quietly, today is one of the good days. Today we breathe and rest, right? That's why Wendy is here. We can talk and breathe and rest. No work, nothing hard or sad. Wendy can talk about her boyfriend. I always loved talking about my boyfriends. Wendy held on a little tighter, and Mom let go and backed up. I knew what was coming next. So did Wendy, because I could see the grin crossing her face. The best part of having a boyfriend, Mom said, is the kissing. Isn't it fun, Wendy? Don't you love the kissing? Wendy simply laughed and let go of me. Mrs. Stafford, you know I can't answer that. A lady never kisses and tells. Mom laughed and let the conversation go. I'd survived it, and the afternoon got easier from there. But wow, Wendy would bring up the conversation for years, how she almost told my mom that I was a world-class kisser. I don't know if that's true. Maybe I just had a world-class kissing partner. But yeah, kissing and having someone to hold on to in the dark times made life a whole lot better. That was good, because another of us was about to fall. Darla was settled and enjoying junior year. She had friends, and she laughed and smiled and brought light to everyone she met. Tanner was more unknown, but I'd chosen to trust his postcard. Like Darla had said, he was clawing his way back to normal. Now it was Wendy's turn, and honestly, her fall surprised me. enough that I almost missed it. Of course, I had things on my own plate, but that blindness I'd had about Wendy hadn't quite disappeared yet, and it could have cost me. It would have helped if I'd been talking to God, but even though I'd seen Tanner get a save, and I'd taken part in Darla's, I still wasn't ready to trust God fully. I guess that's a big part of growing up. Doing things the hard way to figure out what was the easy way. Trusting God would have been the easy way, the better way. But no, I had to chart my own paths, just like everyone else. I'm so glad God stands on the path with his hand out to grab me when I stray too far on my own. Wendy was going to need it. And yeah, maybe I was going to need a little help too. But I didn't see it coming. My job was to help my friends, my mom, my grandma. I never imagined one day they might need to help me. Chapter 25. Wendy. Wendy, we want to talk to you. I tensed, not sure what this conversation would entail. My parents looked a little upset. Not angry, but concerned, like they didn't want to say whatever they were about to say. My first thought was Peter. They decided I could no longer see Peter. That made no sense, but it was the only thing that came to mind. We sat in the living room. It was a Thursday evening, and Darla was in her room listening to music and doing homework. Or she was talking to friends. She jumped back into her life with gusto, and all of us were glad to see it. "It's time to put in college applications, isn't it?" Dad asked. "Have you talked to a counselor at school? How can we help you, Wendy? I'm not sure what you're planning to do after you graduate." I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. My heart started to pound. I'd known it was coming, that moment I had to admit I had no plans for the future, and I'd expected to struggle with it, but I felt like I was suffocating. I said. Good start. A few more syllables might help. "Are you struggling with grades?" Mom asked. "I thought you got A's. I'm sure you could choose your school. Is this about Peter? You don't need to be so tied to a boy that you're not planning for your future." So Peter would take the blame. Poor guy. It's not Peter. I didn't know what to do with my life before I was with Peter. He asks me this same question. He wants me to do what's best for me. This was true, but he never looked so solemn when he asked. He asked out of curiosity. "So you have no plans," Dad said. They were trying to be kind. I could see it. But mostly they looked baffled and hurt, like they had failed me and didn't know what they'd done wrong. "Yes," I said. No, I have no plans. I've looked at colleges. My guidance counselor walked me through the application process, but I don't know what to do. I don't want to go to school with no plan, and I have no plan. Everyone else has something. Pete writes. Tanner will take music. Darla is a whiz at math. I get good grades, but I don't love any of it. I don't know what to take. This was a partial truth. I honestly didn't know what to take. But mostly I was afraid of moving to a dorm and making new friends. I was still Wendy Pickens. Peter and Tanner called me Mother Hen. I dreaded living with a bunch of girls who hated me because I was pushy and controlling. Sure, Pete had gotten over it, but he loved me. Darla was my sister, so she had to put up with me. And my other friendships were shallow enough that people could let my weaknesses slide. I couldn't bear the idea of 4 years without close friends. "Have you taken assessment tests?" Mom asked. "Maybe those would help you decide." I nodded. "Okay, I haven't done that, but I can. If I don't go to school, I'll get a job. I'll pay rent until I figure things out. I can do that, right? I don't have to leave when I graduate, do I? You want me for good, not just till I'm an adult?" Oh, I didn't even know that fear was in there, but the words slipped out, and they were so true. Maybe they were truer than not knowing what to take and fearing friendships. I had to be sure my parents weren't counting down the minutes for me to leave, the daughter they'd taken in who wasn't really one of theirs. Where had that thought come from? Of course they wanted me forever. I knew that. I absolutely knew that. But my mother's wide eyes when her husband came into the cafe, her fear of being caught, I still dealt with that too. Mom stood and pulled me into a hug. Dad was half a step behind her. They held on, and Mom was crying, and I felt terrible. What had I done to them? I'd cast doubt on the people who loved me the most. Wendy Pickens, Dad said. You hear what I just said? Pickens. We adopted you forever. You bring your husband and your grandchildren. You need money? You call us. Take advantage of us, whine about us, treat us like any other parent, because we're just like any other parent. You will not get rid of us, and we will not get rid of you. Now I was crying. In a few minutes we settled. Darla was now at the edge of the room, watching this with wide eyes. What's going on? She asked. Wendy, are you okay? Did something happen with Peter? I almost laughed because the tone in her voice was asking one single question. She wanted to know if I'd gotten too close to Peter, and now I was announcing to Mom and Dad that baby Wendy she'd worried about. Really, my family worried too much about this particular problem. The world had a host of other problems. I don't know what to do when I grow up, I said. Nothing about Peter. Darla threw out her hands and shoved to sit between me and the arm of the sofa. Really? Why does it matter if she knows what she wants to do? She can stay at the bakery until she decides. She wasn't sure we wanted her past graduation, Mom said, because of how she came to us. Darla's eyes widened, and she slapped my shoulder. You big dummy, how could you think that? You're my sister for life, beyond life, so get over yourself. And you, Mom and Dad, don't make such a big deal out of graduation. It's a random date. We'll finish growing up when we finish growing up. Darla took some of the tension out of the evening, but I knew my parents were worried. I was worried too. I'd always been good in school. I was one of those rule followers who everyone thought would amount to something. But I looked into the future and saw nothing. College didn't sound bad, but it had people and dorms and papers. I was tired of writing papers. And yes, Peter was here. I'd said he had nothing to do with this, and it had truly started before meeting him, but the idea of moving away from him hurt. He needed me. That sounded vain, but he did. With his family, he was strong. He took out the trash and helped with repairs and took on all the jobs he thought a man might do for his family. Only with me was he relaxed and real. Once it had been me and Tanner, but except for that single postcard, Tanner was absent. It was up to me. Yeah, that was vanity and pride talking, but it felt so real. Even though I had no plans, and that chafed all the time, senior year wasn't bad. Peter was lonely without Tanner, so he spent most of his free time with me. More than once, I considered pushing him to find new friends, but I was selfish. I liked having his attention. He also spent more time writing, and I loved his poems. Many afternoons we sat in his living room or mine, or at the park, reading his poems. Sometimes I helped him when he had ideas and couldn't make the words come. I know. Selfishness, vanity, and pride. We already talked about this, and I'm aware of it. I was one of those clingy girlfriends. I hated those girls and had no idea I'd become one. In February, all the graduation hoopla started. We lived in a small county with a small school, so graduation could be personal. We'd have a big celebratory dinner a week before graduation, and someone on staff made short videos of all the graduates with photos of our lives and then a quick comment about our future plans. I could supply the photos, although my earliest baby photos had another mother in them, but I didn't want to admit to anyone else that I had no plans. The whole event sounded horrible. Only family could attend due to space, so Peter wouldn't be there. I think I want to skip the dinner, I said to Mom that February afternoon after reading the letter about the celebration. I have no plans. I don't have many baby pictures. I hate things like this, and I don't want to go. Mom simply looked at me, disapproval radiating off her skin. You do have plans. You're not proud of them, but they're your plans. If what you're planning embarrasses you, then maybe God is leading you toward other plans. The words hurt. I thought they understood, but they still harbored hope that I would come to my senses and go to college. I can have a life without college, I said shortly, settling at the kitchen table and absently flattening the letter in front of me. My mom did. Oh, I'd never meant to say those words. Mom's smug look deflated, and she sat at my side. What? I sighed. I couldn't sit here and lie to her face, so I took a deep breath and told her I'd found my birth mother and gone to see her. I also told her how that had turned out for me. I got through the story without tears, which made me proud of myself. Wendy, Mom said. Her eyes were glassy, and she shook her head like she had no idea what to do or say now. Was she hurt? Angry? I had no idea. Wendy, I'm so sorry you went through that. No wonder. She was a girl, Wendy. Scared and young. Her family wasn't supportive. They weren't supportive about your existence at all, and when she needed help, they didn't give it. If she'd had a supportive family, I think she'd have kept you. But our families color a lot of our decisions. I didn't say a word. I didn't know what to think or say. I had tried to bury this event, and I didn't want to sit here and talk about it. My first thought was about Peter. I wanted Peter here for this conversation. He understood when mothering didn't work out like it was supposed to. But I was alone, and I didn't think my mom could understand. Her parents were great. Dad's parents were great. What did they know about a parent scared to death to admit she had a kid? It doesn't matter, I said. This is about college. She didn't go to college, and she has a cafe and a husband, and she put a life together. She even had a baby and got rid of her and managed to pull off a decent life. Why is it so important to you that I have a big plan? I'm not sure I'm the one who thinks it's important, Mom said. If I thought you were happy with your plans, it would be different. Can we call it a gap year? I asked. I don't plan to work at the bakery forever. But what if I did? Is that so bad? No. No job where you do your best and earn your way is bad. I'm sorry if we ever taught you otherwise. Every worker is doing God's will. We were made to work. Adam and Eve, before sin, were told to work. We restore the world when we work. If you work at the bakery your whole life, that's fine. If you work there a year and then go to school, that's fine. If you work there a few years and then get married and stay home with your kids, also fine. I didn't realize we let you think otherwise. Had they? Or had I come up with this on my own? The world said a career was important, especially for a woman. Since when did I listen to the world, anyway? The world made me crazy, so why did it have so much say now? I knew the answer to that. Gladys had represented the world, and she'd hurt my feelings. My birth mom lived in that world, and she'd broken my heart. Sometimes I had to brush up against the world, and it always brought pain, and I wanted to avoid pain like that. Oh, if only I'd understood that clearly. At the time, in February of senior year, I only understood that I didn't measure up. I didn't know where I'd gotten my measuring stick, but I couldn't seem to put it down and make sense of myself. The next day, I asked Pete if we could get together, and we sat in his living room while his grandmother napped. He said she'd had trouble sleeping this winter, and she napped some afternoons. I knew he was worried, but I was focused on my own problems. Don't say it. Selfish. We've already covered this. I told them, I said. I told my mom about seeing my birth mom. She says I can do anything, Pete. I can stay home and work in the bakery, and they're okay with it. But I don't think they are. I'm the pushy, controlling person. How can I not figure out a life? Pete put his arm around me. I'd tossed a blanket over us right off because his house was drafty, and I snuggled close. Nothing felt better than Pete's warmth against me. When he held on, I felt like things could be okay. Gladdy had been screaming again. My birth mother had looked at me with panic 1,000 times. But Pete liked me as me. Wendy, why not birds? You say you don't know what to do, that you don't love anything, but that's not true. You love birds. You love to be outside. You know the trees. We go to the park in the freezing cold and in the rain because you love it. Isn't that biology? Isn't there a study of birds, or plants, or other things outside? I was stunned. I hadn't expected him to side with my parents and think I should go to school. You want me to go to college, I said. No, well, maybe. Only if it has something for you. Why are you so opposed to going to school? I think I'll go if I can get grants or scholarships. To write, I said, poetry. You have an idea what to do with yourself. He laughed, vibrating both of us. Poetry isn't a job. Sure, it can be, but not for most people. I like to write. Even technical writing is an option, although it's one of the more boring options. I loved writing song lyrics. I wish I had some musical talent, but I don't. But I might go to college to figure a few things out. It's okay if you don't want to go, but I wonder if you don't need to try a few things and decide what fits. Birds, I said. What does a person do with the knowledge of birds? I have no idea, he said. So fire up the computer and look around. You haven't looked around, Wendy. Something's scaring you to death about the future, and I don't know what it is. Oh, my insightful boy. Sometimes being with a guy who saw so clearly wasn't a good thing. Dorms, I said. Gladdy telling me to mind my own business. I'm not going to party or invite boys to my room. I won't fit, Peter. I won't have friends for 4 years. They'll hate me. I don't keep my opinions to myself, and it won't work. I can't be hated for 4 years because of who I am. Mother hen Wendy will never make it. He cringed when I said it, because the term had come from his mouth more than once. Then he pulled me close, and I nestled against him, mostly so I wouldn't have to see disapproval or pity or some other shameful emotion in his face. Thank you, he whispered. About time you got honest here, Wendy. So biology is an option, assuming we can get you past this fear of Wendy Pickens? The words stung, and I pulled back and looked into his face. He had a beautiful face, but those eyes and those lips were judging me, and he was being a hypocrite. It made me angry because we fell into these same potholes over and over and over. Honesty, I said. You're worried to death about your grandmother, but you say everything is fine. Just like always. I'm not the only one who isn't honest. He leaned back, which was no surprise. He'd been holding Wendy Pickens, and now he had an angry cobra. I felt like a cobra, too, arched and ready to strike. I'd wanted him to agree with me, not tell me to face my fears and go to school. Why did nobody understand how awful it was to be a pushy person everyone hated? The look on his face cooled my anger. He looked gutted, and he ran his hand through his hair. It was getting long, the ends curling around his fingers. He also had beautiful fingers, as long and slender as the rest of him. I don't know what's wrong, he said quietly. She tells me everything is fine. She's getting old, she says. I don't need to worry. But I do worry. She's not that old. What happens to us if something happens to her? Mom will need care forever, Wendy, and I should outlive Mom so I can take care of her. But what about college? Even with Grandma alive, they need my help. Star says I should give up and let Mom go. How does a person let his mother go? Oh, I felt like the smallest person in the world. This was so much bigger than what I was going through. Peter felt alone, like he had no adults to take care of him. Tanner had felt the same, and being that untethered had taken him to terrible places. I figured by now, Tanner was with his mom. I mean, how long would he have been in jail for that one single bad day? But Pete didn't have another mom waiting in the wings to take care of him if this went wrong. You notice I never mentioned God. Yeah, Pete and I were sharing a year of faithlessness. We went to church and youth group faithfully, but we left God there. We didn't, of course. God wasn't about to stay at church and leave us alone the rest of the time. But we still had a hurdle or two before we turned and held on to him. I'm so glad he was there waiting, that if we do it again, he'll always be there waiting, orchestrating things to bring us back to his strong, loving arms again and again. Pete, I said. I pulled him close, and he gave me a few ragged breaths. I'm sorry. You can talk to me. We keep saying that, and then we don't do anything about it. One of us has to make the leap and start sharing. He laughed and sat up straight. Darla, he said. We need to have more conversations with Darla. She'd smack us both and tell us to suck it up and share. I grinned. He was right. We needed to have more conversations with Darla. Strangely, after this conversation, we did. Pretty sure God was in that move, because we sure weren't smart enough to get this right ourselves. Chapter 26. Peter. Wendy was afraid of college because she didn't think she could make friends. Why did that surprise me? I'd pushed her away when she'd cared for me. That girl Gladdy had gutted her. And her mom, that lady didn't know a thing about Wendy's personality, but she'd managed to hit her most vulnerable place with a nice, sharp arrow, and Wendy hadn't been able to stop that from bleeding since it happened. What she didn't see was that she had changed. She would always care for her people, and she might always be heavy-handed about it. But people at church didn't avoid her. Spence asked her opinion when he couldn't reach a student. Kids at school asked her to help them with their homework. But she didn't see it. How could I help her to see it? Like I was much better. I knew how important it was to her to be part of things, to belong. So while I was freaking out about Grandma, what did I do? I hid like a dying animal. We were not all that good for one another. A few days after we decided yet again to share and do better, I walked into an empty house and found a couple brochures on the table. I sat down, my legs not sure they wanted to hold me, because those brochures had the potential to change everything. They said Grandma was lying. They said my nearly untethered existence might become completely untethered, and I wasn't ready for that. Yeah, a lot of kids thought they were fully grown at 16 and 17 and didn't need anyone. I wasn't one of those kids. I wanted someone to look out for me. I was 17 going on 6 and wanted to curl up with my mom in a blanket while she read me a picture book. I looked over the brochures 3 times and then dropped them back on the table. I'd wanted to find a snack, heading to the kitchen for a snack cake, but now I felt sick. I needed to call Wendy and tell her what I'd found and what I was feeling. I didn't. Instead, I went upstairs and spread my books on my bed. Homework. I would drown all my thoughts and emotions in homework. Only 5 minutes in, I realized I wasn't seeing one word of my textbooks, so I left Grandma a note, grabbed my notebook, and walked toward the park. God was looking out for me, because when I got there, Wendy was pulling into the lot. Darla was with her. "Hey," she said, tilting her head at me. "Pete, what is it? What happened?" Yep, Mother Hen knew when her chicks were in trouble, but I wasn't ready to talk about it. I was angry and scared and felt betrayed. And I was kind of stupid. Really, we talked about this, and within days, I was pretending that conversation had never happened. "Nothing," I said. "What are you two doing here?" "Wendy said biology," Darla said. "She asked what I thought about her going to school for biology, and I said we should come out here to talk about it, because if she paid 1 second of attention to herself, she'd see out here is where she comes to life. Want to help my sister come to life?" I could get behind that, and we started down one of the winding trails through the park. Being on the edge of a small, poor town, it wasn't well cared for, overgrown and wild, which was why we loved it. At least, that was why I'd always loved it. Wendy, as Darla had predicted, stood a little taller and smiled a little wider as we walked. It was chilly out today, and spring hadn't started yet, so nothing was growing, but the trees were filled with birds, and the sun was shining, and the breeze brushed bare branches against one another in a relaxing rhythm. Being out here brought me to life, too. Within half an hour, things felt better. After we walked, we sat at a picnic table, and Wendy leaned forward and laughed. "You're right. I love it out here. Imagine a whole life studying living things. I don't know what jobs go with that, but I could find out, right? Why didn't I think of that?" Darla rolled her eyes. "You were being dumb, that's why. Worrying about dorms and not thinking about your future. And Peter, you look happier too." I said nothing, because some words had come to me and I opened my book and started scribbling them down. Mostly I wrote about two sisters who'd laughed and skipped and twirled down paths today, enjoying the world around them. In my poem, they became children, holding hands and telling secrets, exactly what sisters should be. I missed my sister. I missed my mom and even my grandma, who'd been off her game lately. As I wrote, my good mood waned, but Wendy leaned over my shoulder and read the words and pulled me close. Sometimes dating Mother Hen Wendy was wonderful. "Pete, what happened?" she asked. She glanced at Darla, who nodded. "I found 2 brochures in the kitchen," I said. "Brochures about group homes for adults like my mom, adults who need some help. Grandma says she's fine and nothing is going to change, but those brochures say maybe that's a lie. I don't want to lose Grandma or Mom. I already lost Dad and Star and Tanner." "Have you talked to your grandmother?" Wendy asked. "Maybe it's not what you think. You know none of us talk enough." "I just found them today. After which I ran away from home and ran into you two. So you think you'll look into biology?" "Evansdale has a good program," she said, "and it's not far. I could commute every day if I wanted, but they push freshmen to live on campus, so maybe I should do that." Remember what Spence said at youth group about not making decisions from fear? Maybe I should listen. I agreed. She shouldn't make decisions from fear. I was happy she looked excited about her future, because that sure hadn't happened in a long time. But she was talking about moving away. Not far, but still. Star had gone and never come back, not for more than a day or 2 at a time. Could I handle life if Wendy only showed up a few days a year? I would have to get used to it. I couldn't ask her to change her plans for me. I had to be stronger. The girls dropped me at home, where Grandma was in the kitchen. I heard the shower, so Mom must be in there. "Did you enjoy your afternoon out?" Grandma asked. She turned and grinned. "You're freezing. Did you spend all that time outside?" "I did," I said. "Wendy is thinking of studying biology. Darla took her to the park to remind her how much she loves being outside. I ran into them because—" Wendy had been right. Why get upset about something if I didn't understand it? I picked up the brochures and held them out to Grandma, who laughed. "Ah," she said, "your mother had those in her lunch bag. The group that sponsors the adult workers with disabilities in town handed them out yesterday. You thought the worst of me, didn't you?" I was sure I blushed, and Grandma indicated I should sit at the table. She sat across from me. "I don't plan to find your mother a new place to live," Grandma said. "However, Peter, if she decided she wanted that, I think it would be okay. She's healed. She's not who she was, and she'll always need someone to look out for her. But she knows you're growing up. Star is growing up. She knows children leave their parents. She doesn't expect you to care for her your whole life. If you want to do that, it's okay. But don't think she'll be heartbroken if that's not the plan for you." "So you're not ready for her to go?" I asked. "You sleep a lot, Grandma. You're okay?" She hesitated, and my heart sank. "I have some pain issues. Rheumatoid arthritis. I'm fine. Nothing life-threatening. But some days I hurt. I have for a while. Don't you worry about your old grandmother, Peter Stafford. I've got a lot of years left in me. You worry about finishing school and going to college and dating that pretty girlfriend of yours. You don't have to take on the weight of the world. That was what Wendy did, and it drove me crazy. Maybe I should listen to Grandma and try to enjoy high school. To a point, I did that for the rest of the year. Wendy did a complete about-face on college, deciding to attend Evansdale's biology program and live at home. I thought she would find her way in a dorm, but selfishly, I was glad she planned to stay home. I didn't want to lose her. I didn't trust her to come back if she moved away. Nobody else ever had. Unfortunately, she was leaving for the summer. The college had a guest lecturer and a special program for the summer. Some guy named Dr. Kenton, who'd once taught at Evansdale and then became a high school biology teacher, was leading some kind of plant project where they would grow some exotic and new seeds, and everyone involved would live on campus all summer. It was one summer. We'd be fine if she left for one summer. But since last summer had been so lonely, I worried this summer would be just as bad. I shouldn't have worried. Worry never changes a thing. This summer was going to be worse, but that was going to turn out for the best because God had a few important lessons for me before I moved forward in the world. You know, you all, lessons from God can really hurt, but in hindsight, I wouldn't trade any one of them. I looked at the text on my phone in wonder. The number was unknown, and the texter hadn't given his name, but I knew who it was. After months of silence, I knew exactly who was texting me, and I felt lighter as I read. No jail, it said. Rehab instead. Now back with Mom and Steve. Steve's cool. Sure better than Dad. Thanks. I owe you the world. I promise to come visit and tell you about it in person one day. Everything's different. Better. God is good, Pete. Wasn't sure I'd ever say that and believe it. So Tanner was alive out there. He wasn't coming back. Not that I'd really hoped for that. But he was doing well, and he didn't hate me. It sounded like he and God were doing well, and I envied that. I went to youth group and church, and while I hadn't felt much about it for a while, I wanted to. Yeah, this strange niggling in the back of my head said there had to be more. Spence talked every week about surrendering to God, living for Him, and I didn't know what that meant. Was I living against God? I was just living, surviving some days. If God was so good, why was life so draining? Shouldn't knowing God make things feel lighter? That whole verse about the light yoke, I didn't know what that was about, but every day I wanted more and more for it to make sense and be true. I saw Wendy in lunch and passed over my phone. She read Tanner's text and laughed. Yay! See, Pete? It worked for the best. And Tanner is praising God. Good to hear, don't you think? I looked at her, and she handed me the phone, which I put away, because I wasn't supposed to have it out in here. Then she shook her head. He and Darla went through a lot, and they praise God. We don't, she said. I know, I said. I've been thinking about that. You went through a lot, Wendy said. Maybe bigger things than they did. And they got a fix. Healing happened. Your family? I'm sorry, Pete. I forget sometimes what you live with. No, I said. No, it's okay. It's not a bad life. Mom is alive. Dad, yeah, I miss him sometimes. I don't think I knew him. Mom talks about him, and it's like she's talking about a stranger, but maybe she doesn't remember right. He's this big question mark, but he's gone, so it doesn't matter. Hey, I drove for 90 minutes to fix that question mark over my mom, she said. I get it, Pete, and I wish I hadn't. There's a reason they say curiosity killed the cat. You never talk about your dad. He did what Mom wanted. He never made decisions on his own, I said. Mom was the power in the family. Except new Mom remembers that Dad was proud of her and loved her. I don't know if I ever saw that. So your mom was controlling? Wendy's eyes widened. She was like me. I sighed. Wendy, you're fine. You're not like you were. You don't control as much now. Why can't you believe that? She laughed. I'm trying. And you like me. Maybe you see me better than I am. Or, I said, maybe I see you better than anyone else, and I'm telling you the truth. I didn't know why I was getting exasperated with her. She realized this, of course, in tune with her people, and she put her hand on my arm. What is it? She asked. Is this just me? I'm not trying to make you angry. I know, I said. Darla was coming towards us, and I wanted to end this conversation. You're coming back, after the summer? Her eyes widened. Peter Stafford, of course I'm coming back. I'm living at home. I'm not going to college to leave you forever. Not everyone leaves. It seemed to me everyone left, and so far, very few of them came back. I hoped Wendy would beat the odds. A few weeks later, Wendy graduated. I attended, of course. So did my mom and grandmother. We sat with the Pickens family. Darla sat on one side and Mom on the other. The service was, to be honest, as boring as could be, but I was proud of Wendy. Sure, lots of people graduated. Most people graduated. But she beamed up there, so beautiful and happy. A few weeks ago, she dreaded graduation. Now she was happy. Then 3 days later, she stood in my driveway on her way out of town. Her parents were in the car to deliver her and her belongings to Evansdale, and she got out and pulled me aside. You're okay? She asked. You haven't seemed okay. Everything okay with your mom? Your grandmother? I'm fine, I said. Go learn awesome things about seeds and plants. She laughed and leaned on my chest. I wrapped my arms around her, watching her dad's suspicious glances from the car. I'm coming back, she said when she pulled away. I'll text you. You text me. And you keep writing. I want poem snippets in every text. This isn't like last summer, Pete. Nobody's in trouble. You take care of yourself and let yourself be creative. If you need to come see me, then come see me. I'm not dropping off the world. She was in full mother hen mode, but I didn't mind it. She was right that I'd been struggling with this. Tanner had texted me a few times, but I didn't know how to respond. I missed music and song lyrics. Then Wendy had been focused on college, and I wasn't sure we could survive living in two such different worlds. But those were simply things in the back of my mind. Mostly things were okay. I was older now. Summer wasn't supposed to be fun and carefree. I had to let childhood go. I watched her drive away and told myself everything was fine. She was my girlfriend. I loved her, and she felt the same, so everything was fine. 2 days after that, I came into the house after work and found Mom and Grandma at the kitchen table waiting for me. My stomach lurched because this didn't look good. Have a seat, Peter, Grandma said. One of the brochures lay on the table along with the tray of cookies. Yeah, they were about to deliver bad news with cookies. I sat, but didn't eat a cookie. That brochure stole my appetite, and throwing up a cookie would only make this worse. I'm going to move, Mom said with no fanfare. For a while. It's good, Peter. It's fun. I have friends at work, and we'll live in a house together like I live here. You're growing up, and kids grow up and need freedom. You'll have freedom. I was in high school. I didn't need the freedom of my mother moving away. I said nothing. I need to have a medical procedure, Grandma said. I was so glad I hadn't touched the cookies. My stomach lurched again. I'm going to be okay, Peter. Joint trouble in my knees. But for a few weeks I won't be mobile, not much, and it's best if your mom is safe during those months. Then we can reassess. Maybe she can come back. And you know when you're out of school, out of college, you and she can figure out what's next. She's always welcome here if I... She nodded and didn't finish the statement. If she was healthy. If she was alive. I can stay here, I asked. I mean, will you need help? You can stay here, she said. Of course you can, Peter. This is your home. I'll need some help, but I'll have a home care nurse for a while. You just live your life. You try to take on too much. Work your job, see your friends, and write beautiful poetry. You don't need to take care of everyone. Right now, we're going to be fine. Fine. It didn't feel fine. A few days later, Mom moved away. I had the attic to myself. Star would have loved it, but to me it felt like an end. Grandma was gone for 2 days for her surgery. When she got back, some other lady was in and out, and nothing was right. Youth group was empty. Darla talked to me, but she had a million other friends. She didn't need me. I hate to say this, but I wallowed. I missed everyone. Tanner and Wendy texted, and I didn't always answer. I didn't make friends at work. This was temporary. I decided to shut down and take cover for the summer, and in the fall, things would go back to normal. Then everything would be okay. Mom would come home. Wendy would be home. Grandma would be mobile again. All I had to do was get through summer. Chapter 27. Darla. I loved Peter Stafford. Don't take that wrong. I didn't want to date the guy. He was my sister's, his heart all in. I didn't always understand that, but I liked it. I loved Peter because he was my friend. He'd seen my darkest moments, and he'd never held them against me. He'd rescued me. He'd rescued Tanner. And by suggesting biology and giving Wendy a push to get over herself, he'd rescued her too. I thought a lot about my own rescue. I didn't know what would have happened that day without him. Would I have done it? My counselor had asked me, and I didn't know. I had cut my arm, but it wasn't a deep cut. Maybe I'd never intended to go through with any of it. But that didn't matter. Peter had shown up, shaking and scared, and he'd stuck with me. If it had taken 2 days to talk me down, I have no doubt he'd have stayed and talked me down. I wished I had that kind of strength and patience because I thought Peter needed a friend right now, and yet he wasn't letting me play the part. I didn't think he was letting anyone play the part. Peter's been absent, Spence said to me the 3rd week Peter blew off youth group. Yes, I said. He'd also blown off my texts, and according to Wendy, he was only answering half of hers. Tanner had gotten a hold of me this summer, and he'd mentioned the same thing. Peter hadn't even told me he was in contact with Tanner, which was probably significant. I think he's working a lot of hours this summer. Why I felt the need to lie to Spence is anyone's guess. Pete was in trouble. Spence could probably help. But no, I'd taken a play from the Wendy and Peter playbook and was keeping things to myself. The day after that, I showed up at the burger place. Peter looked a little silly in the shirt and hat, a guy half a head taller than anyone in the building, but he was focused and working hard. Of course, I wouldn't expect anything less. Peter, I said when I got to the counter. He gave me a smile. Not a convincing smile either. You have a break coming up? He looked around. I'd come between the lunch and dinner rush, so the room was nearly empty. He glanced at the clock and then at the girl working next to him. Go on, she said. Your break is in like 4 minutes. I've got this. He went to the back and then came out and sat across from me at a booth. Only 3 other customers were eating in here right now. Hey, he said, what's up? Missed you at youth group, I said. Again. Did you have to work? I knew the answer to that, but I thought I'd give him the out if he needed it. No, but I worked earlier. I was tired, I guess. Are you writing this summer? I asked. You have extra time and space, right? With your mom and Wendy off and about this summer? I knew having his mom gone was an issue, and again, I wanted to give him a chance to say something. I thought we were friends, but he hadn't said anything real to me for a while. Was he only my friend when Wendy was around? Why was that? Not so much, he said. Let me see, I said. What have you written lately? He looked puzzled. I'm at work. I don't have my notebook. I looked around. This place has people and dramas and life, and you don't bring your notebook to take notes? Peter, you're not okay. He looked a little angry. I'm fine. This isn't the place for my notebook. I'm fine. You're a big liar is what you are, I said. If you were fine, you'd text me. Or Wendy. Or Tanner. Yeah, Tanner texts me now, and he said you don't always answer. Peter was getting angrier. I have a job. I'm busy. I help out at home. What does everyone want from me? It's summer. Things will be normal in the fall. I should get back to work. He stood up, and I put my hand on his arm. He simply stood there, halfway to his feet, and looked at my hand. Then he sat down. It's too quiet at home, he said. Once there were a bunch of us, you know, and now Grandma naps or someone takes her to therapy, and the attic is quiet. Mom took her posters. I visit her, and she's happy. I don't think she'll come back. Wendy had told me Peter feared people not coming back. I wished I had magic words. I had no magic words. You need to write, I said. He pulled his hand away and leaned back. Everyone says that. Like all that matters is poems. It's words. Nobody gets rich making poems. It's not a life. It's a hobby. I don't have to do my hobby all the time to be someone. Okay, I said. I held out my hands. Okay, Pete. If you write something, I like reading them. I promise not to sing them. This got a smile out of him, since we had a complete lack of singing skill in common. Yeah, he said. I won't sing them either. Tanner and Wendy make it look so easy. Open mouth, exhale, and these perfect notes come out. I know, I laughed. Who knew a person could fail at opening her mouth and exhaling? For a few minutes, we made fun of ourselves. He told me a couple funny stories about kids coming to eat burgers. For a few minutes, life felt normal. Then he looked at his watch, and he took a deep breath and stood up. I have to go, he said. He shrugged. It doesn't matter if I answer Tanner. He's not here. I'll do better with Wendy. How often do you see your mom? I asked. Sunday afternoons. Grandma will go this week. She's feeling better. We can eat lunch together. He went behind the counter, and I left the restaurant and sat in my car. I didn't know what to do. Okay, God, I said, you saved me. You saved Tanner. You let Peter help. Funny that you used Peter, but the guy barely thinks about you. I hate what Tanner and I had to go through to get close to you, but maybe that's part of the journey. We don't know what we need until we sink without it. Well, Pete's sure sinking. I closed my eyes and sat in silence for a good 5 minutes. I barely had a thought during those 5 minutes. I simply felt the need to be with God, to let him hold me, because talking to Pete had left me cold and scared. I hadn't felt this scared since I sat on a water tower and imagined floating to the ground. I wasn't even sure where that fear was aimed, but I'd walked out of the restaurant scared. That's when God told me exactly what I had to do. I smiled, opened my eyes, and pulled out my phone. Turning up the brightness so I could see it in the car, I started a group text. Hey everyone. So, I need help. I know you all are busy, but Pete's climbing the water tower, and I'm not strong enough to talk him down on my own. Peter. I jumped out of my skin when the front door opened. Grandma was napping. Nobody else would walk into our house. I was at the kitchen table taking notes for poems I wouldn't write. I had the worst case of writer's block. I jumped and turned and then blinked, not sure what I was seeing. Come on, Star said. You're like twice my size. Come help me with this stuff. This dumb suitcase is almost taller than I am. I continued to blink, and she put her hands on her hips. Pete, earth to Peter. I said, and I ran to the door and grabbed a suitcase. She had 3. and yes, one was nearly her size. I had no idea how she'd gotten it to the door. I dragged everything inside, and Star hugged me. This was about as startling as her showing up at the door with suitcases, but the minute her little arms went around me, I hugged her back. Probably tighter and longer than made her comfortable, but she didn't fight me. Finally, I had to ask the question. I was afraid to open my mouth and find this was a daydream. "What are you doing here?" She laughed. "Grandma always told me I lived here, and the door was always open. Isn't this true?" "No," I said. "I mean, yes, of course it's true. But you're not working? Or something? Don't you have something to do?" "I'm a very busy person," she said. "I'm good at what I do. And this summer I will do it remotely and live here, because I think you and Grandma might need a little help, and I missed all of you. Do you think we should bring Mom back, or is she good where she is?" I had no idea what to say. Star was back for the summer, while working remotely from home? She hated this home. No way would she choose to be here. That meant something was wrong with Grandma, something she was keeping from me. "Peter," Star said. She sounded concerned, and she closed the door behind her and led me to the kitchen, shoving me into a chair. She poured 2 glasses of water and sat at the old table across from me. "Drink." I drank. Then I stared at her like she was a zombie. She burst out laughing. "You are so weird," she said. "A girl can't get homesick and come home?" "Not you," I said. "Is Grandma worse? She told you to come because she's dying. She can't die, Star. I'm not ready. Where would I live? What will happen?" She put out her hand. "Grandma is fine. I talked to her, and she said she's progressing faster than expected. She's fine, Peter. I'm not here because Grandma is dying." Wow. Way to go to the darkest place possible. What's wrong with you? Did she not realize how surreal this was? I didn't even know where to start. "You mentioned Mom," I said. "Yeah, I did. Mom. The lady who lived here until a few weeks ago. How is Mom?" I said. I needed to put my brain back together and finish this conversation. "She's good, I think. She has friends. You know, Mom, everything's an adventure." Star smiled. "Yeah, she wasn't like that before. Peter, I wasn't good about Mom's accident. I know that. And I miss her. I miss who she was. But since I've been gone, I realize I like this new version." "Do you think she's still herself?" I asked. "What makes us who we are? Does God think of her as 2 people now? Is she 2 people? I don't understand who Mom is." Star nodded. "Good questions. I don't have answers, unfortunately. I think when we get to heaven, a lot is stripped away. Maybe some things are added. We'll get to be who we were meant to be all along, without the baggage and the brokenness. So maybe all of us will be like Mom, different than who we expected. To her, she's still herself. She remembers things from before, and she doesn't seem to think she's 2 people. Does she?" I'd never thought of it that way. Mom apologized for not remembering, but she didn't seem to struggle with the belief that she was 2 people. So maybe I should trust Mom's perceptions. She was different, but herself. "Thanks," I said. "I think that helps. I think of her as 2. She doesn't." Star looked around. "So, help me get all my stuff upstairs. And you haven't told me if we should bring Mom back." "Can we wait?" I said. "She's having an adventure. I miss her, but with you here it's okay, right? I mean, do you want her here? Or do you want her to stay away? I missed you, and I'm glad you're here, and—" I had no idea what I was saying. I was afraid we'd get Mom, and Star would get frustrated and leave. I couldn't say that to her face. But with Star here, it felt less empty, and Mom really was having an adventure. I realized I'd meant the words. Maybe a few weeks of Grandma and Star and me would be fun. Star put her arms around me again. "Peter, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I left for so long. I got caught up in the world and forgot to look back, and I'm so, so sorry." You're worth so much more than jobs and school and all the trappings. Don't ever think you're not." The words were weird and cryptic, but I didn't question them. Star was home. Maybe things would be okay. Chapter 28. Peter. 2 days later, Star was taking Grandma to her therapy, and someone knocked on the door. I opened it without much thought and stopped short. Okay, twice in 3 days, my door frame had baffled me half to death. "Well," Tanner said, "do you plan to let me in, or are you going to hit me? I can't quite tell." I am going to tell you this in confidence and then deny I ever said it, but when Tanner walked into my living room, I almost cried. He realized this, and he pulled me close and hugged me. It was so weird. And wow, I needed it and let it happen. "Dude," he said when he let me go, "I think you've gotten taller. You're allowed to stop growing. Let the rest of us catch up." Tanner wasn't short, nearly 6 feet tall. But yeah, I'd hit 6'2", a skinny 6'2". I was a beanpole. He looked good, though. Clear eyes, joyful smile, perfect hair. How unfair that this guy was just tall enough, just broad enough, and had perfect hair. And he was my friend, and he'd been missing, and now he was standing in my living room. Then he went back to the front door, opened it, and brought 2 things inside. He set them on the scarred coffee table and dropped onto the sofa. "So," he said. He cleared his throat, looking a little embarrassed. "We're back." "What?" I asked. "Visiting? But you don't have family left here to visit." "Not visiting," he said. "Moving. Living here. Steve is going to buy a house. Right now we're staying in a hotel. I'm going to stick around here while they take care of the details. But Mom always liked Mistwood. She just didn't like Dad. And Steve works in computers. The guy owns his own company. Small one, not rich like Dad was, but he can live anywhere. And he likes the idea of the country. We might live out further than you do. Maybe on a few acres." I stared at him. These words didn't make sense. First Star, and now Tanner. Nobody left Mistwood and came back. And we sure never had 2 people do it in 3 days. I said, "Okay." He laughed. "You didn't even ask about this." He gestured to the table. Right, 2 guitar cases. Tanner had set 2 guitar cases on my coffee table. That was weird, but not nearly as weird as him moving to Mistwood. "Okay," I said. "What is this?" "You're going to learn to play the guitar." Okay, now it was as weird as him moving to Mistwood. "What?" Tanner laughed. I remembered the last time I'd seen him, nearly a year ago. Wow, no laughing had happened that day. I remembered blood and anger and tears. Hopelessness. Failure. Now the guy was sitting in my living room with perfect hair, talking crazy. "Guitar, Peter. You're going to learn to play the guitar. I'm moving back to town. I'm taking senior year with you, and we're going to write songs. This year, we make it into the talent contest, and we knock their socks off." I shook my head. "You didn't graduate? They put you in rehab and didn't let you graduate?" He rolled his eyes. "I didn't graduate. Look, the past year was strange and awesome, but no, graduating didn't happen. This year I have to take senior year somewhere, so why not finish where I started?" Okay, that almost made sense. "You know I'm not musical," I said. "No, I know you can't carry a tune. You can keep a beat, and you have long fingers. If you put your mind to it, you can play the guitar. I'm not spending all year writing songs with you and then playing alone. And Wendy's gone, so she can't get up there with me. How is she, by the way?" "Wendy?" I sounded demented. I felt a little demented. What was happening here? "She's in Evansdale, taking a summer program. I told you this." "True," he said. "I know where she is. I don't know how she's doing." "She seems to be fine. I mean, her texts make her sound happy." Tanner shook his head. Pete, you're a mess. Do you even know how big a mess you are? Hey! Anger welled. You can't show up at my door out of nowhere and boss me around and then call me a mess. If you can call the police to save my life, I can call you a mess, he said. Is Wendy not doing well? Wendy is doing fine. I think she is. I hope she is. We don't always tell each other the truth. I hated to admit that, but Tanner would understand. He knew us. Not many people knew both Wendy and me. You should change that. Truth is powerful. And that leads me to my next point. Talk to me about God, Pete. You're still going to church? Youth group? Still talking to God? A few things were coming clear here. Someone had talked to Tanner, and my guess was Darla. Someone told you I wasn't going to youth group, I said. Darla told you I wasn't going to youth group. That doesn't mean anything. He relaxed against the sofa and looked around the room. Then he took his guitar from the case, tuned it, and started a worship song we'd written. And again, here comes another admission I will deny ever making. I curled up on that sofa and wept like the world was coming to an end. Tanner didn't stop playing and singing until the song was over. At this point, I wanted to run and not come back. I felt like every nerve ending in my body was raw or on fire. I can't even guess what emotions caused that. Even my poet's heart didn't have words for it. Star was back. Tanner was home. Tanner wanted me to be his friend so badly he'd brought a guitar. Opening the guitar case felt safe, safer than thinking or feeling, so I opened the guitar case. The guitar wasn't new, but neither was Tanner's. It had seen better days, but I assumed it played fine. I picked it up and held it awkwardly, like I thought it might burn me. Tanner set his down, knelt on the floor, and adjusted my hands and arms until I was holding it right. "Strum it," he said. He sat down and picked up his, demonstrating what he wanted me to do. He strummed. It sounded great. I strummed, and not so much. "Sorry," I said. "Nope, no apologies. You have never played the guitar before. You don't apologize for having to learn. I had to learn too. I hope I can teach you, but if not, we'll find someone who can." "Tanner," I said, "this might be a lost cause. I'm flattered, but really?" "I know," he laughed. "I'm channeling Wendy. Can we see Wendy?" "What? She's in Evansdale." "Dude, Evansdale is like 40 minutes away. I just moved from a big city. Steve drove 40 minutes to work every day. He won't miss having an office and a commute. We can go see Wendy. I mean, unless you're not telling me something. Did you break up?" "No," I said quickly. "No, I've been..." Oh man, I hated to say this. I've been ghosting her. I don't know what to say. She's happy, and she loves it, and she should stay. She should live in the dorm where she's surrounded by people she can help. She loves to help and take care of her people, so she needs more people. And it's selfish that I don't want that for her, but I don't, so I never know what to say. Tanner nodded and set down the guitar. I did the same. "Steve is a Christian," Tanner said. "Like a real Christian. His whole life is about Jesus. It's weird. That was my first reaction. I thought he was weird, and I thought he and Mom had been sucked into some kind of cult. I'd never met anyone like him. He reads the Bible a lot. He prays over everything. Really, everything. He honestly wants to do what God wants all the time. All the time. They found me a Christian rehab center where most of the staff was like that. God wasn't a single layer in a complex life. He is, part of every layer. He's central and big and powerful and living. God's alive, Pete. My head sort of knew that. I mean, we don't worship a dead God at church, right? But I mean really alive, like he's active in everything all over the place. I waited, not sure where he was going with this. Can I say I was disappointed? So Tanner was here being happy and friendly because he'd found religion? Why did that disappoint me? Tanner shrugged. We don't really have to go there now. I can tell you think I'm nuts. That's fine. I thought Steve was nuts, but I want to go get Darla and see Wendy. Get the group back together. Wait, where's your grandmother? Out with Star, I said. Oh, Star. Star moved home for the summer, just a few days ago. It was the strangest thing ever, until you walked through the door. Now it's just part of a string of strange things. A string of strange things, Tanner said. Write that down. Write everything down. We need lyrics. I said. My notebook was on the table, and I wrote the phrase down. Apparently today, I was okay with taking orders because Tanner had been giving them since he knocked on my door. Yeah, we can see if Wendy's busy. And Darla. We need to wait for Star and Grandma, so they'll know what I'm doing. We waited, and Star greeted Tanner with a hug. She didn't look that surprised to see him, but maybe that made sense. When she'd left, he was part of our lives. She didn't know how long the past year had been with him gone, or how strange it was to see him back. We texted people, and that evening, Tanner picked up Darla, greeted her with a hug, and drove out to Evansdale College, where Wendy greeted all of us with hugs too. It had been a strange and huggy week. Wow, Wendy said, while we ate spaghetti at a nearby pasta house, Tanner's treat. So you're back, like back for good? I wouldn't have imagined that. Tanner gave Darla a strange look. Back for good. And you think Pete can play the guitar? Oh, that didn't sound good. Peter, I'm sure you can play the guitar. I laughed. It's okay. I'm not so sure of that myself, but I'm willing to try. Good, Tanner said. I'd hoped. I know that was heavy-handed. But we decided to move, and then I walked into the music store, and that guitar was there, and the spirit pretty much lit it up with Pete's name. I thought it was weird, but I liked the idea, you know. I liked it a lot. Maybe I can learn to shake a maraca and perform with you, Darla said. She laughed. Or maybe I can be the loudest clapper in the audience when you blow everyone away with your song. No, Wendy said. She tilted her head. No, you meant it. You want to participate. Darla blushed, and the look she gave Tanner was one I recognized. I'd thought once before that Darla and Tanner liked each other. It seemed a year apart hadn't dulled those feelings. Darla, I'd love to have you perform with us, Tanner said solemnly. Then he looked to me. Right? I laughed. Absolutely. And I can come to all your practices, Wendy said, as soon as summer's over. I like it here. I do better than I expected. But can I be honest? I am ready to come home, especially now that the gang's back together. The next weird thing in the weird summer happened when we went to see Mom. On Sunday afternoons, I went to the home to have lunch with her and her friends. Today, Grandma and Star joined me. Mom waited in the entrance, and when she saw Star, she ran from the building and hugged her close. Star laughed and let it happen. Hey, Mom, she said. So I'm back for the summer. I was homesick. Is that okay? Mom burst into tears. That surprised me. It clearly surprised Star, too. Grandma didn't seem surprised at all. You're going to be home, and I'm here? Can I be home too? I know April needs me here, and I have friends here, but Peter is going to graduate, and right now Star's home, and I need to be home too. Please? Well, we couldn't tell Mom she couldn't come home. Star said it was fine, and I hoped it was. I was pretty sure we were supposed to give notice or something, but that very day, we packed up Mom's stuff, took the posters off her wall, and got ready to take her home. Wait, she said before we left. She went back inside, where her 4 housemates and the lady who took care of everything on Sunday sat over a puzzle. Mom hugged everyone, of course. She had excitedly introduced all of them to Star, and now she told them again that her family was together and she needed to be there. It was an emotional and strange day to finish an emotional and strange week. What had started a lonely summer where I felt lost and sad had turned into a weirdly blessed summer that was so filled with weird and wonderful coincidences, I struggled not to cry half the time. If Wendy had been home, it would have been perfect. Wendy. I like that line, Tanner said. He looked at me. What do you think? I like it too, I said. Peter raised his eyebrow, and I laughed. What? I like the line. It's kind of cheesy, Peter said. I never liked that line. And yet you wrote it down in your poem notebook and let us read it, Darla said. No takebacks. We like the line. Pete laughed. Okay, then. You sound like you're 6. Darla stuck out her tongue, and everyone laughed. I laughed too, but this also hurt. These 3 had spent a lot of time together this summer, and I'd missed out. But watching Peter made it worth it. Darla's text had gutted me. I'd not seen it. Pete always said I was in tune with my people. That was his way of spinning my controlling, smothering tendencies in a good light. But I'd missed this one. Not that he'd been open about it. He'd gone overboard encouraging me that spring, assuring me the biology program would be good for me and he was proud of me. But in reality, he'd been lonely. Pete got lonelier than most people. I knew that. When his life dwindled down to himself and his grandmother, why hadn't I seen the danger? So Tanner had come back. His family actually moved back to town. That was a radical response. Tanner hadn't told Pete that move was all about him, but he'd told Darla and me. Steve insisted, he said, of his stepdad, his weirdly religious, too-good-to-be-true stepdad. God wants Pete safe and healthy. He wants his heart. Steve and Mom and I agreed this was the role we had to play in that. Star had come back too. Not for good, but I knew she wasn't comfortable in that old house. What had I done? Nothing. Pete wouldn't have understood if I'd quit the program and come home, so I'd kept doing what I'd been doing, texting and calling and visiting when I could. I felt like the smallest person in the room. Peter grinned at me, no idea what I was thinking. I felt like we should tell him Darla had called us, but nobody had. Without speaking of it, all of us had kept that little tidbit to ourselves. Now Peter was glowing. He was playing some highly out-of-tune chords on his new guitar, laughing with his friends, writing poem after poem, and no longer anywhere near a water tower. I wished I'd had more to do with that. It was Saturday afternoon, and when this practice was over, Tanner was taking Darla home, and Pete and I were going to dinner. It was a good plan. I wanted some time with Peter alone. I like your songs, Mrs. Stafford said from the kitchen. She'd spent some of the afternoon in here listening, and some in the kitchen baking with Star and Grandma. The whole day was idyllic and beautiful, and again, it made me feel ridiculously small. Finally, the practice was over. Peter drove my car to the restaurant, and he settled back in his seat with a contented sigh. My fingers hurt, he said. The guitar isn't as easy as it looks. I never thought it looked easy, I said. I took his hand, an excuse to touch him, and ran my fingers over the calluses he was sporting. You guys sound good. Thanks, he said. It's too bad you graduated last year. You should be singing. You could have been singing with us today. Why didn't you? Are you okay? Oh, my heart bled. I'd missed him climbing the water tower, but he'd caught my melancholy today. Fine. I took a deep breath. Maybe a little honesty was in order. We'd promised, and we broke that promise all the time. Feeling a little left out, I said. Aw, Wendy, he said. He took my hand. I'm sorry. I thought you were happy. I love the program. I just want to have it all. He grinned. I get that. And things in my world got strangely good this summer. I was afraid Star would leave when Mom came home, but Star has changed. She and Mom seem to be having a lot of fun together. If you can sort of forget she's supposed to be our mom, she's a lot of fun." This was true. Mrs. Stafford was a lot of fun. "I'm glad things are going well," I said. I sounded like a robot saying that. I rolled my eyes at myself. Just 2 weeks to go. "You're coming home, right?" he asked. He looked pretty scared about the question, too, which made me happy. You know what I mean. "I know you enjoyed the people this summer," he said, "and maybe you should stay and do what you do best. But I hope you come home. Maybe next year we can go somewhere together. Is it wrong to say that? Can we think about the future like that?" "Of course we can," I said. I smiled. I couldn't help it. He'd just said all the words I needed to hear. My mouth stretched into a smile and stayed. "You want me to come home?" "Wendy," he said, "what did I do? Why do you think I don't want you home?" I was going to cry. This was so silly. What a weirdly emotional day. "You and Tanner and Darla sound good, and you're happy." He shook his head. "Wendy, really?" "Well, I don't know. It's been a strange summer." "I know," he said. "It's always better when you're here. Maybe I lied this spring. I wanted you to be happy, but I didn't want you to go. I didn't want Mom to go, or Tanner, or anyone. I'm a big baby that way." "No, you get lonely. That weird poet brain of yours needs familiar people around. You see everything through such a different lens, and you need familiarity to keep it from dragging you away." He raised his eyebrows, clearly skeptical. "If you say so." I laughed. "I do say so." Because we'd taken my car, he took me back to his house, and before he let me leave, he pulled me out of the car and held on. I wasn't short, but Pete towered over me, and I loved it. This sounds shallow, but I'd loved that about him from the beginning. I let him hold me, and then he kissed me. It was a sweet kiss, slow and chaste, and filled with life. I might feel small about my role this summer, but I was so grateful that God had let someone see him and haul him off the water tower. Next time, it would be me. I was never going to lose track of this person like I had this spring. I hoped I'd never lose track of anyone I loved. I was on water tower duty from now to the end. Chapter 28. Peter. It was almost time for school to start, and Star had to go back to her life. We'd all said goodbye, Mom and Grandma with tears, and now she and I stood in the driveway. "I'm glad you could come this summer," I said. "It's still weird, but it was fun." She held me close. "Peter, you never figured it out, did you?" "Figured what out?" I felt myself tense. "Something is wrong." She laughed. "No, it's no coincidence Tanner and I showed up. Darla asked us to come back. She said someone she cared about was climbing the water tower, and she wasn't strong enough to talk him down." I had no idea what to say, so I tried denial. "No, I was fine." "No, you weren't. Look, I haven't been around for a couple years, but I know you. You were haunted, Pete, and sad and lonely." She was right. If we hadn't come back... Don't you ever do that. You don't ever start that climb. If something is wrong, you call for help. I'll come. Your friends will come. You come for everyone, and yet you don't trust any of them to come for you." I said nothing, and she slapped my shoulder and then hugged me again. "I love you, my wonderfully tall, skinny baby brother. I won't stay away so long this time. Thanks for helping me see Mom. You stuck with her and liked her even when she was a stranger, and that helped me. Keep being you. And if I say one more sappy thing here, one of us will throw up. So, bye, Pete." I watched her get in the car and leave. Wow, the water tower. I didn't think I was climbing it like Darla had been, but yeah, I saw her point. I had definitely been scaling a water tower of my own. At youth group, I walked into the room early and made a beeline for Darla, pulling her close and squeezing her until she started laughing. "What's that all about?" she asked. "Star told me this summer had an engineer, someone who feared I might climb the water tower." She shrugged. "Are you mad?" I hugged her again because she meant the question. She thought I would be upset. "Darla, no. When I put Tanner in jail, I felt like a monster, but look what came of that. I'm not mad at all. I don't have words to tell you how thankful I am." She pulled back, eyes damp. "Okay, thanks. Yeah, okay." I laughed. I'd rendered her speechless, but I meant it. Not everyone had people to come from all over the place to stage a rescue. "The hands and feet of God," Tanner would say. To him, changing his world to save a friend was a simple decision. God's people came first. Friends and family, following the promptings of God, none of it was too much. It was exactly what life was about. That's when Tanner made sense to me, and Darla, and Star. Mostly God. It had taken a while, but that evening in youth group, God became alive, and that simple moment was going to color my life from that minute forward. Tanner walked through the door next, and I pulled him aside. "You lied," I said. "What?" "You didn't come back because Steve and your mom wanted to move to Mistwood. Star told me what Darla did." Tanner looked at the floor. He looked embarrassed. "Yeah. Pete, I'd do anything, you know." "But your whole family?" "Steve is a different kind of guy," he said. I showed him Darla's text, and within like 4 hours, we were moving. I mean, is it okay? Yep, another person thought I would be angry. How can I be angry? Tanner! Man, I wanted to hug him. How awkward that would be here in the youth room. It's more than okay. Thank you. And the guitar, that was God too. All of it. Darla's text, Star's ability to come, all of it. He's alive, Peter. He doesn't sit and watch. He gets his hands dirty. I mean, Jesus came and touched lepers and spit on people. God gets messy saving us, and we should get messy saving each other, right? I laughed, looked around the room, and hugged Tanner Barr. He held on and relaxed. I caught Darla's eye. She swiped one hand under her eyes and gave me a thumbs up with the other. No more water towers. Instead, we were going to get messy. I had the thought that night, and I am happy to say God really honored it. First, though, I had to get through to Wendy, because she hadn't quite had the summer the rest of us had. But Wendy had been God's hands and feet for a while, even when she didn't know that's what she was doing. So I was hopeful. A few days later, Wendy was home. Her family had gone for her, and I'd wanted to tag along, but she had a ton of stuff to haul back, and there was no room for me. The next morning, though, I showed up on her doorstep. She gave me a hesitant smile. "Peter," she said. She shook her head, and her smile grew. "It's good to be home." I held out my hand, and she took it and followed me along her road. It was a good morning for a walk. "Are we going anywhere in particular?" she asked. "Do I need my purse?" "We're just walking," I said. "No purse necessary. I missed you." She nodded like she missed me too, but something was off. I thought I knew what it was. "So, did you learn many things about exotic plants?" I asked her. I did. Now her smile was wide and open and real. Dr. Kenton was great. He knows everything there is to know about plants. He spent time growing things in several countries, and he's part of a group that owns a patent on this food plant that can grow in some pretty harsh conditions. Like deserts. He's made food that grows in deserts. I loved seeing her light up, and I stopped and pulled her close. We'd not spent enough time together this summer. "I missed you," she whispered, and I realized she was crying. I held on, and she quietly cried onto my shirt, finally pulling away and running her hand across her eyes. I'm sorry." "What made you so sad?" I asked. I wished we were in the park. We needed a bench. This was a sitting down, looking each other in the eyes sort of conversation. "You were climbing the water tower, Pete, and I didn't see it. Darla saw it. Tanner and Star came. What did I do? All that controlling and mother-henning you for years, and when you needed me the most?" I told myself I wasn't going to do this. I was going to be happy that they came and talked you down and not do this. "Where do you think Darla learned it?" I asked. "From you," Wendy said. "You're the one who got her off the water tower. You and Tanner. You do what I do, only you don't make people feel smothered when you do." "Okay, where do you think I learned it?" I asked. "Wendy, when I moved here at the beginning of high school, I should have come kicking and screaming like Star did. But I didn't have that many friends. I wasn't involved in life. If I had climbed a water tower then, nobody would have come to get me down." She simply looked at me, eyes wide and hopeful. She wanted to believe me, I could tell. It killed me that sometimes Gladys and her biological mom still screamed so loudly into Wendy's life. "I did wonder why you seemed relaxed about your move when your sister was so angry." "I needed you to get in my face a little bit," I said. "You were honest with me. You presented Tanner as a challenge, and I took that challenge, and that turned out pretty well, don't you think? And yeah, it helped that you liked my poetry. The way you touched the journal, you knew. Whether you liked the words or not, you knew what they meant to me. You understood what I lost when Mom stopped being my cheerleader. When you let me read it, let me hold it, I didn't realize until I opened it that you'd put part of your beating heart in my lap." She rolled her eyes. "I think that sounded awful, but you know what I mean, right?" "Yep," I said. "But that doesn't change that I missed it. You told me I should take biology because you knew me. You told me to go for the summer, and you said I would be fine with the dorms, and I was. Why can you see me so much better than I see you? How did I miss it, Pete?" I didn't have an answer. I wasn't hurt that she'd missed it. In a way, I'd missed it. "Wait," I said. "You weren't the only one who missed it. Wendy, I didn't know it myself. I didn't think I was climbing a water tower. Darla caught it because she was there once. So maybe we need more than one person looking out for us. You get some things. I get some things. Tanner, Darla, Star, we all see things. Maybe it takes a bunch of us to keep each other on the right path. And I hate that, you know. Summer was fun with everyone here, but we know people can mean a lot of stress." She nodded. "Water towers." "Calling the police on your best friend," I said. "Best guy friend." She grinned at my correction. "Deciding between living in a dorm and living close to the guy I love." I laughed. We hadn't said that before. "Yeah," I said. I pulled her close. "Choose me. It's selfish, but there it is." "Already done," she said. "Hurry up and graduate, and we can rethink it, but for now I'm here. How about your mom? Where will she be?" "For this year, she's here. When I graduate, she's going to apply for another group home. She'll be fine." "And your grandmother?" "She's thinking of selling the house when I graduate and moving to a senior complex. But she might wait until I've been in college a couple years. She wants me to have a place to come home to on the weekends." "You can always come home with me," Wendy said, "assuming we go somewhere together." And I think we should go somewhere together. Lots of places have degrees in biology and English. "Music," I said. "It needs music too. I plan to minor in music. I want to get better at writing songs. It's about the only way a poet can make a good living. And if I'm going to have calluses on my fingers, I might as well use that skill for something." She laughed and held me close. She was going to be okay. I was going to be okay. No more water towers for any of us. "One more thing," I said. "Tanner's family moved. They picked up and moved to rescue me. I can't quite wrap my head around that. Tanner said God got messy saving us, and we need to get messy to save each other. I think you've done that all along, so we're going to keep doing it. We get messy." She nodded. "Darla was messy. You and Tanner were all in. Nobody else let her be normal and grieve." "And you," I said. "How did you know to stay on the ground? I know it killed you that day to stay on the ground." Wendy's cheeks went pink. "I don't know. I knew I wasn't the one who would help her. I guess it was the same with you, except I wanted it to be me." "Trust me," I said, holding on even though I'd been ghosting you. "You underestimate your role. If you had walked away, they'd have had a hard time getting me off that tower." "Messy," she said. "We're going to take some lessons from Tanner and his crazy cool dad and get messy with people. Like hovering and mother henning them?" "Yep, and writing poems about them and singing and never being like my dad or your mom." She laughed. "No, we'll make all our own mistakes, not those of our parents." I loved how she kept it real. "Exactly." Wendy. The gym was going crazy. Pete had filled out a little more, and to my surprise, he kept growing. So he was 6'4", and not a rail now. He was about a rail and a half, and he was handsome. Then there were Tanner and Darla. Really, they could just stand at the front of the gym for 3 minutes and bring the house down without doing a thing. It is not fair for people to be that pretty. And yes, during senior year, they finally got together. Their children hit the genetic lottery, I tell you what. Darla didn't sing, of course. Neither did Pete. Tanner was the vocalist of the group, and he's got a great voice. He sang great words because of Peter, and Pete's guitar playing was stellar too. They kept the beat because of Darla, who had this strange drum box and some chimes on her shoe, like a drummer without a traditional drum set. They performed at church sometimes, and at youth group, and I joined them. I sang with Tanner. I think together we sounded pretty good. With their song in the talent show over, Peter caught my eye and grinned. He might have been all grown up, or I hoped he was all grown up, but he still had the orneriest smile. "They did great," Mrs. Stafford said from my side. Grandma was on Evelyn's other side, and both of them were clapping and cheering. Even Star showed up, and she was on my other side, laughing. "He's so tall," she said. "What if he never stops growing?" Sisters, we don't always focus on the important stuff. My parents were there too, in the row in front of us. Most people didn't know what was standing on that stage. They didn't know about Darla's trip up the water tower, or Tanner's stint in rehab. They didn't know Peter wrote beautiful poetry and took care of the mother who should take care of him. They didn't know I got behind all three of them and cheered and held on and got messy when any of them stepped off the path. And we do. All of us. Part of being human, I'm sorry to say. "Peter wrote that?" Mrs. Stafford asked me. "He sure did." "And it's about you?" she asked. I was sure I blushed 5 shades of red, because yes, they'd let them play 2 songs today. One was about friendship, something Peter wrote early in the fall when he discovered Tanner's family had moved to help him. The other was a love song, and yes, it was about me. I shushed Mrs. Stafford because she was always loud, and I sure didn't want anyone to know this. It was wonderful and embarrassing. "No," Star said. "Don't shush her. It's so awesome. It's surreal that my baby brother writes beautiful love songs. I envy you. Except," she grinned, and I laughed. "Are you saying you have someone?" I asked her. "Early days," she said, "but yes, I think I found someone. It's about time. Peter never tried, and he found you on what, our 4th day here or something? Man, he makes me crazy." "My son wrote that song," Mrs. Stafford said loudly, looking at the people around us. "He writes songs. He wrote it about Wendy. He loves Wendy. Every boy needs a pretty girl." I held my breath, glad she didn't finish that up with a comment about lacy bras or kissing, but she stopped. Peter was heading back to us, and his face was red, so he'd heard her. He shook his head and laughed. "Mom," he said, "we need to teach you to keep some things to yourself." Mrs. Stafford simply shrugged. I was pretty sure she'd said all that for the sole purpose of seeing Peter blush. The talent contest was held close to the end of the school year. A few weeks later, I watched Darla, Tanner, and Peter graduate. Then, catch this, all of us went to college together. Tanner didn't finish, but that's okay. He's naturally talented in music, and he and Pete were still writing songs, so it didn't matter. A church in our college town hired him to lead music. Stuff like that happens to Tanner. Darla took a 2-year program in computer electronics. She did always have a math brain. She didn't want 4 years, and she instantly found a job installing computer and tech systems in various companies and manufacturing plants. That left Peter and me. I finished a biology degree. He finished an English degree. And then you won't believe this, but we started a band. Really. For 5 years we played at churches, opened for a few well-known Christian bands, and got invitations to some strange venues, like a few juvenile detention centers and some rehab centers. Darla and Tanner had stories to tell, enough to fill an album. Peter gave them words, and Tanner gave them music. I just sang. I love to sing. But we didn't want to do that forever. Instead, we got married. Okay, I married Peter, and Tanner married my sister. The kids started. "So, Wendy, do you feel like you belong yet?" Darla asked me. She asked it as she held my 4-hour-old daughter. Peter stood sentry at the edge of the bed, smiling. That little boy smile will forever melt me. "I do," I said. "Good," she said. "You always belonged, you know. Your mom did her best." "I'm glad she failed, Wendy. I'm glad she gave us you, and you brought us Peter, and he latched onto Tanner, and now we have Carrie and little Aaron here. It all went according to plan." Carrie was there first. As she was holding Aaron and weeping all these sentimental things, she had Aaron perched on the baby bump for their next child. And let's just say it, Darla got emotional as a pregnant lady. Her hormones went nuts. All of us kept close watch at the feet of the nearest water towers, but between all of us, we kept her feet firmly on the ground. It helped that she got beautiful babies to love each time she succeeded to make it. Tanner opened his arms, and Darla passed Aaron over. "Is she already tall?" Tanner asked, laughing. "Because really, Pete, you could have stopped before 6'5". "She's exactly the right height," Peter said. He shrugged. "But yeah, she's a little tall already." "And a little skinny," I said. "She's perfect," Tanner said. He touched her nose with his finger, his eyes glassy. Tanner got soft after they had Carrie. Darla loves it. I'd love to say the dramas ended with high school, but we promised God to get messy, and he's honored that. Tanner loves to play for youth groups, and he gets involved, and he drags us in. All of us find ways to get out there and touch the lepers and grab ankles before people climb too high up their dangerous towers. It helps that we have each other, although we lost Peter's grandma right before Carrie was born. Peter struggled. We held on. That's what it takes, holding on. It's a lesson we learned the hard way. It's a lesson I hope we never forget. Hold on to your people, and be aware of their water towers. The end. This has been Pete and the Water Tower, written and narrated by Jill Penrod.